Chapter 1. Lu Huan, you possess quite an audacity to trespass in a Lady Lin's chamber at such an ungodly hour. What are your intentions? A cold voice reverberated in Lu Huan's ears. He glared at the speaker, none other than the esteemed elder of the Lu family, Lu Jingtong. Simultaneously, mocking laughter echoed around him. What could a grown man possibly want in a young lattice quarters at this hour? Surely, it must be for a rather unsavory purpose. A young lady? My dear brother, I fear you have misused that term. Lady Lin is but a decrepit and unrefined old woman. Perhaps Lu Huan has a peculiar taste. To him, an ugly and aged crone may very well appear as a beautiful maiden. Huh! The speakers were all scions of the Lu family, gathered around to revel in the spectacle. Meanwhile, the subject of their derision, Lady Lin, sat on the ground, dazed and disheveled, silent tears streaming down her face, as though she had endured a profound injustice. Her grotesque and aged visage would evoke disgust in any observer. In truth, the woman known as Lady Lin was no noble, she was merely a servant tasked with cleaning the toilets in the Lu household. Yet now, she had become the unwitting victim of Lu Huan's nighttime intrusion. Rage surged within Lu Huan that he desperately sought to retort and defend himself. Alas, his body had been rendered useless by Lu Jingtong, leaving him not only powerless but also denied the opportunity to voice any objections. All he could manage were guttural cries of indignation. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Lu Jingtong's eyes as he thundered once more, Lu Huan, since you choose not to defend yourself, I shall take that as an admission of guilt. Brazen wretch, Lu Huan, caught red-handed in Lady Lin's residence. The evidence is irrefutable. You shall face castration and skinning. Bring forth the instruments of punishment. Immediately, Lu Jingtong's subordinates brought forth the instruments of torment they had long prepared. The men present trembled at the sight of the implements, a mix of horror and dread washing over them. Such a lively commotion! At that moment, an arrogant young man, dressed flamboyantly, entered with a modestly clad woman on his arm. Young Master Lin. Lu Jingtong's eyes lit up at the sight of the young man, hastily rushing to him like a sycophant, whispering in a tone audible only to Lin Bai. Young Master Lin, everything is. Proceeding according to your instructions, Lu Huan is destined for ruin. Well done. Lin Bai nodded in satisfaction, giving Lu Jingtong a light pat on the shoulder before sauntering over to Lu Huan's side. He cast a glance at the instruments laid out beside them, shuddering slightly. Yet a flicker of exhilaration coursed through his eyes, a thrill of vengeance fulfilled. Then, drawing closer to Lu Huan, he whispered with a sinister grin, Lu Huan, don't you have a penchant for visiting the residence of the Holy Maiden Su? Allow me to indulge you. Compared to the Holy Maiden Su, the matron of the Lu family, who merely cleans the toilets, should offer you far more flavor and truly allow you to savor the experience. This is my carefully selected gift. No need to thank me. Lu Huan struggled desperately, his eyes radiating resentment. He could hardly believe that the one who would betray him was Lin Bai, the very person he had once considered his closest brother within the Heavenly Sword sect. Lu Huan's talent, while not the most exceptional in the sect, marked him as an ordinary outer disciple. However, as a transmigrator, he had been shaped by the waves of the internet in his past life, proficient in countless witty remarks. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he was quite popular among the girls of the Heavenly Sword sect. The Holy Maiden Su, mentioned by Lin Bai, referred to Su Shaowan, their sect's revered maiden. Su Shaowan was younger than them, embodying the vivacious spirit of youth. Thanks to Lu Huan's humor, he often accompanied her to the Holy Maiden's palace for leisure. Little did he anticipate that this friendship would become the catalyst for Lin Bai's betrayal. His return to the Lu family had been at Lin Bai's suggestion, yet he unwittingly stepped into a trap they had meticulously prepared. He could only lament his own blindness for not discerning Lin Bai's true nature sooner. At that moment, the unveiled woman who had been embraced by Lin Bai finally recognized the true visage of the so-called noble Lin and approached with a look of disdain and contempt. Brother Lin Bai, I never imagined Lu Huan had such tastes. Indeed, Ying, even I was taken aback that my former brother would stoop so low. Lin Bai quickly masked his true feelings, feigning a look of despair as he mimicked Lu Huan's plea for help. Alas, Lu, I truly regret this. Your actions are inexcusable, and even I find myself powerless to rescue you. Those who err must face their just deserts, he continued. But rest assured, if you survive the castration and flaying, I will ensure your life is spared and care for you in your old age. Brother Lin Bai, you are so kind. Despite Lu Huan's vile actions, you remain steadfast in your loyalty. The unveiled woman, Lu Ying, gazed at him with admiration. Huh, what can I say? Lu Huan is my brother, Lin Bai replied nonchalantly. Unable to refute Lin Bai's words, Lu Huan felt a wave of revulsion swelling within him, more intense than the disgrace he had endured from Lu Jingtong's slander or the invasion of Lin Bei's domain. He understood all too well the implications of Lin Bei's words, which clearly conveyed a dire warning. He should pray for a swift demise at the hands of the law, otherwise, Lin Bei would ensure that he experienced a life far worse than death. Wow, Lu Huan, how can you dare to look at brother Lin Bei with such resentment after he has treated you so well? I must have been blind to almost fall for you. Fortunately, brother Lin Bei rescued me just in time, preventing me from stepping into your fiery pit. Lu Ying suddenly exclaimed, her face brimming with relief. Upon hearing these words, Lu Huan felt a surge of regret. Lu Ying had previously been the most enthusiastic and spirited among the girls vying for his attention within the Tianjin sect. On one occasion, she had almost lured him into her innermost sanctuary. Yet, following that day, she had inexplicably vanished from his life at the time. Lu Huan believed that his rejection had caused her distress. In hindsight, it was clear that Lin Bei had secretly intervened, whisking Lu Ying away. How blind I was! If only I had discerned Lin Bei's true nature then, perhaps today's predicament could have been avoided. Lin Xiao, it is time for the punishment. At that moment, Lu Jingtong approached, offering a reminder. Very well. Lin Bei sighed dramatically, deliberately taking Lu Ying's delicate hand and turning his back, feigning a reluctance to witness his brother's suffering. He added, Lu brother, you must endure. I have already prepared healing elixirs. As long as you can withstand the two punishments, I will undoubtedly rescue you at the first opportunity. The sound of fabric tearing violently echoed in response, as Lu Jingtong forcefully ripped away Lu Huan's clothing. Simultaneously, a cold electronic voice resonated in Lu Huan's ear. System? Lu Huan was taken aback. After having traversed through realms for over a decade, the system had chosen this moment to activate. Nevertheless, he understood that now was not the time for contemplation. Signing in to secure his salvation was of paramount importance. Sign in. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully signed in. Reward. Indestructible Divine Body. Indestructible Divine Body enhances the physical defense to surpass 3 major stages of a master. 3 major stages of defense enhancement. A look of ecstasy spread across Lu Huan's face. His cultivation had already been rendered null by Lu Jingtong, reducing him to the status of an ordinary individual. Yet, the indestructible divine body granted him the defense of a third-tier foundation establishment realm expert. Such power was typically reserved for the core elders of the Tianjin sect. In the Tianhuang continent, cultivators were categorized into various stages: body refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit severing, body integration, and great ascension. The Tianjin sect reigned as the foremost sect in Qingyan County, boasting a membership of 100,000. However, the majority of outer disciples were confined to the first stage of body refinement. For instance, both he and Lin Bei had once been practitioners at the 8th level of body refinement. Yet, even so, the esteemed elder of the Lu family, Lu Jingtong, still clung to Lin Bei's coattails as the esteemed elder of the Lu family. He possessed merely the cultivation of the 6th level of body refinement. This starkly illustrates the feeble strength of the Lu clan. Yet, Lu Huan found himself perplexed. He was a disciple of the Lu family, while Lin Bei, an outsider, shared the same level of cultivation. Why then did Lu Jingtong choose to ally with an outsider to slander him? Unable to fathom this, Lu Huan dismissed the thoughts, for the truth would soon reveal itself. With the formidable defenses of a golden core realm expert, he deemed it impossible for the two inept individuals, Lu Jingtong and Lin Bei, to inflict harm upon him using mere ordinary implements of torture.Ha. Even if he were to lie here for a millennium, they could attempt every technique in their arsenal, yet it would still be a futile endeavor. Suddenly, a resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. A faint golden light enveloped Lu Huan's body. Observing the torture device in his hand, resembling a kitchen knife, he noticed it bore a significant gash. Lu Jingtong stood in stunned disbelief. Impossible! A wave of intense unease surged through Lu Jingtong. Gritting his teeth with a ferocious expression, he swung the torture device once more, desperately striking at Lu Huan. Strike after strike, clang, 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 bang, crack. At last, the torture device could no longer withstand the onslaught. After sustaining numerous gashes, it shattered, sending sharp fragments flying in all directions. With a sickening thud, the shards tore into Lu Jingtong, leaving bloody wounds across his body. Yet, he appeared oblivious, standing there in a daze. What is happening? Lin Bei, hearing a cacophony of clattering sounds behind him, anticipated the anguished cries of Lu Huan, but was met with silence. leaving him exceedingly dissatisfied. Turning around in confusion, he was greeted by the sight of an unscathed Lu Huan, who wore a mocking grin. "Lin Xiao, it appears your efforts are in vain." Snapping back to reality, Lu Jingtong cried out in despair. "This kid is utterly uncanny. I had clearly crippled his Dantian, yet he still wields his powers." Lu Huan's smile ignited Lin Bei's anger and humiliation. "Useless fool. Allow me to handle this." Lin Bei brandished his long sword, a standard issue from the Heavenly Sword sect, and lunged viciously at Lu Huan. Unfazed, Lu Huan effortlessly freed his hand from the chains and rested his head upon them. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out once more. Although the standard sword had reached the first tier, it was still merely a first-tier weapon wielded by Lin Bei, a fool. It could barely harm a body-refining cultivator of the 9th level, let alone someone like Lu Huan, who possessed an indestructible body. Bang! At last, the standard sword shattered under Lin Bei's relentless strikes. The destructive power of the first-tier artifact shards is truly terrifying. They shattered violently. One shard pierced directly through Lu Jingtong's chest, flying out for dozens of meters before finally embedding itself weakly into the surrounding wall, halting its momentum. Several other shards tore through Lin Bei's white robe, leaving several bloody gashes on his frail body. I could see that moment. Lu Ying, who had been facing away from Lu Huan, curiously turned her head. The scene before her caused her face to flush crimson, her eyes blankly fixated on a certain spot on the ground, her legs twitching uncontrollably before she collapsed. Lin Bei, already irate, followed Lu Ying's gaze. Feeling a surge of indignation, he internally compared his frustrations, and his eyes instantly turned a blood-red hue. "Damn it, impossible!" Lin Bei screamed in a fit of rage, instantly raising his fist and striking fiercely at the source of his humiliation. Fierce tiger fist. Roar! In his fury, Lin Bei unexpectedly grasped the essence of the fierce tiger fist. He instantly elevated his previously minor mastery of the technique to a grand accomplishment. His strength surged from a threefold enhancement of 10 bulls to a doubled enhancement of 15 bulls. A staggering force of 15,000 pounds was unleashed towards Lu Huan. With blood-red eyes, Lin Bei was astonished by this unexpected boon. "Lu Huan, let's see if you can survive this." Bang! Splurt! Indeed, 15 bulls of strength is formidable. Yet in comparison to the defensive capabilities of Lu Chen's Golden Core realm, such power was utterly insufficient. Moreover, it barely met the minimum threshold of the indestructible Bodis self-defense mechanism. When this force collided with Lu Huan, an even greater recoil emanated from him, countering the attack from the direction of the fierce tiger fist. Bang! Lin Bei's body was immediately propelled backward by this force, leaving a trail of blood mist in the air, reminiscent of a rainbow. Congratulations, Master, for vanquishing the enemy. Reward: 1 year of cultivation. 1 year of cultivation? Lu Huan was ecstatic. In the next moment, a massive surge of energy exploded within his body, instantly flooding his limbs and ultimately converging in his Dantian. Dantian recovery rate increased by 1%. What the hell? Defeating the enemy grants cultivation that can even repair a damaged Dantian. Lu Huan was even more exhilarated. Initially, he had been worried about the signing system's inefficacy, fearing that he would never obtain anything capable of repairing his Dantian. Now, it seemed all was well. As long as he possessed cultivation, his Dantian could recover. While the indestructible body allowed him to face Lin Bei and Lu Jingtong without fear, Lu Huan understood more clearly in this formidable world where strength reigns supreme. The defense of the core formation stage is utterly trivial. Should he fail to continue his ascent and be discovered as a worthless being devoid of cultivation, possessing merely the defense of the core formation stage, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous formidable individuals surpassing that level. Thus, the enhancement of his cultivation remains paramount. A spark of determination ignited in Lu Huan's eyes. He swiftly rose to his feet, tying the tattered remnants of his clothing, torn by Lu Jingtong, into a bow around his waist to shield his modesty. His gaze swept across all the disciples of the Lu family present. In his eyes, these individuals were clearly the sustenance for his rise. "Don't come any closer," Lu Jingtong stammered, watching Lu Huan approach with a slow, menacing gait, swallowing nervously as his legs turned to jelly, causing him to collapse to the ground, retreating in terror. With a cold expression, Lu Huan delivered a powerful kick, striking brutally between Lu Jingtong's legs. "I shall not tolerate your slander. Do you wish to castrate me as well? Allow me to grant you a taste of the excruciating sensation of despair." Crack. The crisp sound of cracking eggs resonated from Lu Jingtong's body. Lu Jingtong could hardly endure such excruciating pain. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted instantly. Congratulations, Master, for defeating the enemy. You are awarded 150 days of cultivation. The system's notification echoed, leaving Huan momentarily stunned. Soon after, a contemplative expression crossed his face as he pondered. Does this mean that the cultivation reward for defeating an enemy with lower cultivation than oneself is also calculated based on days? Then, Huan glanced around at the disciples of the Lu family, all of whom were of significantly lower cultivation than himself, a mere assembly of inept individuals. Yet, even the smallest mosquito leg is still flesh. Huan clenched his fist and charged forward, delivering a punch to each child in his path. In the courtyard of the Lu residence, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted, resembling a hauntingly beautiful dirge. Congratulations to the master. Indeed, compared to this mournful melody, Huan undoubtedly found the sound of the system notification ringing in her ears far more delightful. Over a dozen disciples of the Lu family, along with elder Lu Jing and Lu Ying, the woman perpetually lost in her fantasies, were present. After 2 years of diligent cultivation, Huan ultimately reaped the fruits of his labor. It is indeed a remarkable feat for so many to amass 2 years' worth of cultivation. What a gathering of incompetence! Huan sighed, only to realize that the sound escaping his lips was a series of ah. It was then that he understood his voice had also been damaged by Lu Jingtong. System, is there a way to restore my voice? Would deducting a year of cultivation allow for the recovery of my vocal cords? Can my cultivation still restore my voice? Huan's eyes sparkled with inspiration as a thought suddenly illuminated his mind. He eagerly inquired, does this mean that as long as one possesses cultivation, one can accomplish anything? Please explore this on your own, came the reply. It seems we have a little enthusiast here. Huan rolled her eyes, fully aware that the system was a foolish one, devoid of any intelligence. She could only respond with, repair successful. Huan eagerly opened his mouth and let out 2 more howls. Indeed, they were markedly different from the previous cries. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Jingtong, who had been knocked down by him and had now regained consciousness. Lu Jingtong, you old scoundrel. How dare you conspire with an outsider to slander me? The other members of the Lu family, who had also been defeated, wore expressions of complexity upon hearing Huan's words. Indeed, Huan has been wronged. In truth, from the very beginning, they harbored doubts about Huan's alleged nighttime intrusion into Lady Lin's chamber. What kind of person is Lady Lin? Those of us who have always dwelled within the Lu family are certainly aware. However, their hearts were consumed by envy and resentment towards Huan. Why was he permitted to join the Heavenly Sword sect while they remained confined to the Lu household? This burning jealousy clouded their judgment, rendering them complicit in Lu Jingtong's schemes. Huan couldn't be bothered with these people's thoughts. After venting his pent-up frustration through harsh words, he still felt unsettled. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he resolved to shatter Lu Jingtong's dantian as well, making him experience true despair. Stop. Just then, an angry shout erupted from the side. Huan merely chuckled darkly in response. Huan cast a glance at the newcomer, emitting a pronounced scoff, entirely dismissing their presence. Turning back once more, he mercilessly aimed for Lu Jingtong's dantian, poised to strike with great force. Yet, Lu Jingtong, as if he had spotted a lifeline, cried out desperately, Master, save me. Please, save me. The anguished cries of Lu Jingtong were abruptly silenced by a sudden sound, reminiscent of a tomato bursting. Huan, with a face full of helplessness, shrugged her shoulders and sighed, I forgot that I currently possess no cultivation, and thus cannot destroy my dantian. As a result, my power increased, yet I have vanished. The head of the Lu family, Lu Mingyuan, watched in horror as Lu Jingtong's abdomen was crushed into a pulp beneath Huan's foot, resulting in the instant demise of the already gravely injured Lu Jingong. Rage surged through him, threatening to shatter his very mind. Huan, how audacious you are. Lu Mingyuan stepped forward, and in an instant, the aura of the second-tier Foundation establishment realm surged forth from within him. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a fierce intent as he aimed a powerful strike at Huan's head. Bang! Puff! As Lu Mingyuan's fist made contact with Huan's body, a brilliant golden light erupted, sending Lu Mingyuan's form hurtling through the air. Much like Lin Bai before him, he released a mist of crimson as he collided with a distant building. With a thunderous crash, the entire structure succumbed to the impact, collapsing and burying Lu Mingyuan beneath its ruins. Congratulations to the master for triumphing over a formidable foe. A reward of 50 years of cultivation is granted. Lu Huan let out a hearty laugh and shouted towards the collapsed house. "Thank you, master." Restoration of the Dantian. The Dantian restoration reached 52%. With this progress, it appears that seeking formidable opponents is imperative to swiftly recover the Dantian and subsequently enhance my cultivation. Lu Huan glanced around the courtyard once more, only to suddenly realize that Lin Bai's presence had inexplicably vanished from the originally embedded wall. When did this fellow make his escape? Lu Huan felt a surge of anger. He had initially intended to completely eradicate Lin Bai. Such a wretch was simply unforgivable. Who would have thought that he would escape? Damn it. Possessing merely the Vajra body protection skill without any cultivation truly proved inadequate. He had failed to notice even this slight stir. Lu Huan cursed softly under his breath. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to venture into the mountains near the Lu family estate to hunt some demon beasts, aiming to thoroughly restore his Dantian. If fortune favors him, he might also regain his cultivation. Subsequently, he would hurry back to the Heavenly Sword sect. That scoundrel Lin Bai must have sneaked back to the sect. You wretched creature, do you think that by returning to the Heavenly Sword sect, you can evade disaster through the sect's regulations? Just wait. Once I return, I shall undoubtedly elevate the diamond body protection technique to a level capable of withstanding the formidable beings of the nascent soul realm. Lu Huan gritted his teeth and swore. After Lu Huan departed, a disheveled figure cautiously emerged from the ruins, casting a complex gaze in the direction of Lu Huan's departure, silently sighing. Lu Huan, do you truly believe that in this incident, Lin Bai is the sole mastermind behind the scenes? The Qingshan mountain range, the largest mountain range near Qingshan City, where the Lu family resides, is renowned for its abundant production of a third-tier spiritual plant known as Xianyu Qingmu. The century-old Xianyu Qingmu allows for the harvesting of its heartwood, which can be refined into the mirror-breaking pill, a vital elixir for advancing to the golden core realm. When Lu Huan arrived at the entrance of the Qingmu mountain range, he beheld a quaint little marketplace, constructed by a group of itinerant cultivators. Lu Huan paid no heed. Just as he was about to venture alone into the Qingshan mountains, a voice filled with curiosity suddenly pierced the air. Lu Huan? Lu Huan raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over. A charming young girl, dressed in a vibrant red outfit and sporting a bun hairstyle, stared at her with wide, sparkling eyes, incredulously. Saintess, what brings you here? Lu Huan was taken aback. The individual before him was none other than Su Shaowan, the saintess of the Heavenly Sword sect, the very person who had incited Lin Bai's animosity towards him. I have come for training, Su Shaowan declared, hands on her hips and her head held high, her face brimming with pride. Lu Huan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Although the Qingshan mountain range and the Heavenly Sword sect were both located in Qing'an County, the distance between them was such that even a cultivator at the core formation stage would require nearly 3 days of flight to reach it. While Su Shaowan was indeed the holy maiden of the Heavenly Sword sect, her current strength had only just attained the foundation establishment stage. The Qingshan mountain range was renowned for its Xianyu Qishu, but there were very few beasts capable of providing a trial suitable for someone of her caliber. Moreover, there were far more appropriate training grounds for someone of Su Shaowan's level in the vicinity of the Heavenly Sword sect. Noticing the skeptical expression on Lu Huan's face, Su Shaowan puffed up her cheeks adorably and huffed. Are you looking down on me again? I may be a foundation establishment cultivator, but does that mean I cannot venture into the Qingshan mountain range for training? Had Su Shaowan's eyes not betrayed a hint of guilt when she spoke, Lu Huan might have been inclined to believe her. Shaowan, who is this person? How dare he look down upon you, the holy maiden of the Heavenly Sword sect? Should I, your elder brother Feng, teach him a lesson? Just then, the young man who had been squatting beside Su Shaowan, examining the goods at a nearby stall, stood up. He regarded Lu Huan with an air of superiority. Zhou Xiaofeng, I warn you once more, do not call me Shaowan. You are certainly not my elder brother Feng. If it weren't for my uncle's request, I would have no desire to sneak away with you to such a distant place. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaofeng's words, a blaze of indignation erupted on Su Shaowan's fair face, and she sternly admonished him. However, as she concluded her sentence, she suddenly realized she had let something slip. Quickly, she adorably covered her rosy lips with her hand and looked at Lu Huan with a more anxious demeanor, cautiously inquiring, Lu Huan, you didn't hear anything, did you? Lu Huan rolled his eyes. Previously, he had entertained the thought of clinging to the leg of the saintess, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of success, and perhaps marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman, thus not wasting his opportunity to traverse to this world. However, Lin Bai's jealousy enlightened him to a profound realization. Women are often the source of calamity. With a system at his disposal, why squander time on romantic entanglements? As the saying goes, when the heart is free from the distractions of women, one can draw the sword with unparalleled prowess. Lu Huan waved his hand and continued deeper into the Qingmu mountain range. Rest assured, holy maiden, I have heard nothing and have not seen you today. Su Shaoan stared blankly at Lu Huan's departing figure, her sensitive heart as a young woman allowing her to keenly sense an undeniable truth. Lu Huan now seems to harbor some disdain for herself. Is it because of Zhou Xiaofeng? Su Shaoan's mood darkens further. Zhou Xiaofeng is an inner disciple from the 5th-ranked power, the True Fire Pavilion. The True Fire Pavilion holds the 5th rank, while their Sky Sword sect is only at the 7th. As a dignified saintess, she would not even qualify to enter the inner sanctum of the True Fire Pavilion. Of course, Su Shaoan is aware that she is still quite young, merely 15 years of age. She possesses confidence, with her innate talent. By the time she reaches Zhou Xiaofeng's age of over 20, it would be a matter of ease for her to become not only an inner disciple of the True Fire Pavilion, but also a core disciple or even an extraordinary prodigy. However, she is not there yet. The True Fire Pavilion is renowned for its mastery in artifact crafting. Her uncle is a peak Golden Core realm expert, who wishes to solicit the assistance of an elder from the True Fire Pavilion to forge a magical artifact. Regrettably, his requests have been met with indifference. In desperation, he resorts to the unconventional method of leveraging his niece to acquire the treasure. Su Shaoan is reluctant to comply, yet her father, mother, and other relatives have repeatedly urged her, emphasizing how their family could benefit if her uncle were to acquire a cherished artifact. Su Shaoan, still innocent and sheltered as the cherished jewel of her family and sect, has never endured any hardships or setbacks. She remains sensitive to her family's feelings. Even though she is unwilling in her heart, she ultimately concedes under pressure. This time, accompanying Zhou Xiaofeng to the Qingmu mountain range is ostensibly to assist him in gathering the precious wood essence of the Xian Yu Qingmu. However, the underlying motive is to cultivate a relationship with Zhou Xiaofeng, hoping to enlist his master's assistance. Though Zhou Xiaofeng is merely an inner disciple, his master, Master Qian Shushu, is one of the top 3 artifact masters in the True Fire Pavilion. With a cultivation level of the nascent soul realm and the prowess of a 4th-tier artifact master, he is regarded as an exceptionally gifted artisan in the realm of artifact crafting within the Tianwu Kingdom. Qingyan County is but a small locale within the Tianwu Kingdom, yet it holds the potential to ascend to the ranks of the top 100 artifact masters on the Tianwang continent. Those who achieve a place on such a list are invariably sought after by the major powers. Hence, Zhou Xiaofeng is bound to leverage his master's reputation, becoming a figure of interest in the eyes of many. The Su family's intention for Su Shaoan to cultivate a bond with Zhou Xiaofeng is not without strategic foresight. Should Su Shaoan truly develop a partnership with Zhou Xiaofeng, the benefits for the Su family would extend far beyond merely acquiring an artifact that could elevate their family's standing. It might very well lead them to soar to unprecedented heights. Certainly, these matters are to be addressed later. The Su family understands Su Xiaoan's character and has refrained from discussing these issues with her for the time being. Her innocence prevents her from contemplating such far-reaching implications. Otherwise, she would not have so readily acquiesced to the demands of her elders while simultaneously harboring discontent towards Zhou Xiaofeng's demeanor. Were it another girl, one who grasped the underlying reasons, she would likely have taken the initiative to draw closer by now. Wouldn't you agree, Lu Ying? Lu Huan was oblivious to these matters and was indifferent to them. Once he entered the Qingmu mountain range, his focus shifted entirely to the formidable beasts that inhabited this realm, particularly those whose strength surpassed his own prior cultivation level. His original cultivation was at the 8th layer of body refinement, which also served as the benchmark for system reward evaluations. Even though his current cultivation had been rendered null, leaving him devoid of any power, it wasn't long before a swarm of peak first-order blue steel ants came into view. The blue steel ants are characteristic creatures of the Qingmu mountain range, renowned for their strength and defense. However, being merely at the peak of the first order, they posed no threat to Lu Huan, who was protected by the indomitable diamond body technique. My little treasures, I have arrived. Lu Huan smiled gently and dashed forward. The territorial instinct of the steel ants was remarkably strong. Upon noticing Lu Huan's sudden advance, dozens of steel ants instantly lined up, resembling cavalry charging into battle. Rushing toward him, a swarm of these creatures, no larger than a fist, unexpectedly erupted with the ferocity of 1,000 troops in that moment. Clang, clang, clang. Thud, thud, thud. However, a series of resounding clashes soon followed. The impact of the steel ants collided with Lu Huan, triggering a retaliatory response from his indestructible body. An even greater force rebounded, sending the steel ants tumbling. In particular, those at the forefront were caught in a brutal onslaught, crushed into a mere puddle of pulp in an instant. Congratulations, Master, you have slain an enemy. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. Congratulations. The system notification rang out like a well-oiled machine, bringing a smile to Lu Huan's face. Without delay, he allocated this cultivation reward to the restoration of his Dantian. In less than a minute, the repair progress of his Dantian surged from 52 to 64. Yet, it must be noted that this was merely a restoration of his Dantian, not an enhancement of his cultivation or strength. Lu Huan did not feel overly joyous and continued with his actions. Half an hour later, dozens of steel ants were successfully countered. If this scene were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish many. How could a person whose Dantian was ruined manage to counter a swarm of steel ants, which would make even a second-tier foundation establishment practitioner retreat in fear? Who could possibly believe this? So many steel ants had been slain. Lu Huan has accumulated a total of 53 years of cultivation. This also signifies that Lu Huan's Dantian had been meticulously restored, and he had even gained an additional 5 years of cultivation. Aha! Overwhelmed by the revival of his Dantian, Lu Huan could not help but burst into hearty laughter, tears streaming down his face. Though merely a fleeting day had passed, the feeling of utter helplessness in the face of danger, devoid of any cultivation, was an experience he never wished to endure again in his lifetime. System. Exhaust all 5 years of cultivation. I yearn to elevate my prowess. Lu Huan clenched his fists, his expression resolute. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted within him, violently crashing through his limbs and bones. The excruciating pain contorted his features into a grimace. Gritting his teeth, he persevered with unwavering determination. If he could not endure this, what would it matter if he possessed a system? He would still be nothing but a helpless fool. After a few minutes, the pain subsided. Lu Huan opened his eyes, his clothes drenched in sweat, clinging to him uncomfortably. He soon found a nearby river and refreshed himself with a thorough wash, donning a new set of garments stored in his system space. This space was a standard feature of the system, although currently limited to a single cubic meter. It could be expanded by consuming cultivation resources in the future. Upon leaving the Lu residence, he had returned briefly to his home to gather essential items, placing them all within. Subsequently, Lu Huan began to assess his recent gains. The second level of body refinement. Lu Huan furrowed his brow. 5 years of cultivation had only elevated him to the second level of body refinement. After his reincarnation, he joined the Heavenly Sword sect at the tender age of 12. Now, at 18, over the span of 6 years, he had ascended from the entry-level second stage of body refinement to the 8th stage, a total of 6 levels gained. However, factoring in rest, tasks, and other distractions, the actual time he could devote to training might not exceed 2 years. Through sheer diligence, he had managed to improve 6 levels in just 2 years. Yet, using the system's cultivation, it had taken him 5 years to advance by merely 2 levels? This was simply inconceivable. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from a distance. A battle-scarred fire silver wolf, in a state of panic, charged forth. Upon spotting Lu Huan, a glimmer of ferocious killing intent ignited in its blood-red eyes. It abruptly lifted its front hooves, unleashing 2 fiery orbs that pounded toward Lu Huan with ferocity. The low, thunderous sound resonated against Lu Huan's chest, leaving him breathless. Instinctively, he raised his fist to counter the assault. A tremendous force, unlike anything Lu Huan had ever experienced, cascaded from his fist and crashed down upon the fire silver wolf. The wolf emitted a pained howl, hurtling backward, its crimson eyes reflecting disbelief. Clearly, it was unable to comprehend that a mere ant at the second level of body refinement could so easily send it, a second-tier beast, flying. With a resounding crash, the fire silver wolf collided with dozens of trees before finally crashing to the ground, lifeless. Its unblinking gaze remained fixed on Lu Huan's direction, brimming with shock, astonishment, and a tumult of rage. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a formidable foe. Reward, 50 years of cultivation. The system's notification chimed once more. Lu Huan, however, remained unfazed. He lowered his gaze to his clenched fist, his face a portrait of astonishment. He was certain that the power he had unleashed in that fleeting moment, despite being merely at the second level of body refinement, far surpassed the might he could have mustered at the 8th level of body refinement. Could it be that this is the true effect of the system's cultivation being exerted upon me? Lu Huan inhaled sharply, before he could attempt anything further. A sudden rush of wind accompanied by the fierce sound of the silver wolf charging towards him filled the air once more. Is it them? Lu Huan furrowed his brows in annoyance. Before his eyes stood Su Xiaowan and Zhou Xiaofeng, whom he had encountered earlier at the entrance. Lu Huan remained silent and turned to leave. Stop. Unfortunately, Lu Huan wished to maintain a low profile, yet someone was determined to thwart his intentions. Glancing at the lifeless body of the fire-silver wolf, Zhou Xiaofeng bellowed and rushed towards Lu Huan. Simultaneously, he coldly scoffed, "You wretched creature! Who gave you the audacity to slay the fire-silver wolf that I had my eyes on?" Zhou Xiaofeng was seething with rage. Although the fire-silver wolf was merely a second-tier beast, it possessed a unique ability to discern fire attribute materials within a certain range, materials that were highly coveted by weaponsmiths. He had been certain of his success. But now the fire-silver wolf lay lifeless. How could he not be enraged? "You wretched creature?" Lu Huan, who had initially intended to depart, felt a cold glint flash in his eyes upon hearing those words. With a stoic expression, he turned around. However, at that moment, Su Xiaowan suddenly leaped forward, her face flushed with anger as she scolded, "Zhou Xiaofeng, you are talking nonsense. Lu Huan only has the cultivation of the 8th level of body refinement. Even injured. The fire-silver wolf is a mid-tier second-tier beast. He could not possibly be responsible. Do not attempt to tarnish Lu Huan's name with your baseless accusations." Zhou Xiaofeng cast a disdainful glance at Su Xiaowan before shifting his cold gaze back to Lu Huan. "You have two choices. Compensate me with a fire-silver wolf or become my." A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lu Huan's eyes as he silently chanted, "System. Exhaust my 50 years of cultivation. I seek to elevate my power." An immense surge of energy, vastly greater than before, erupted from within Lu Huan's being. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, his expression tinged with disdain. He laughed heartily. "You still possess forbidden elixirs? I underestimated you, a mere second-tier body cultivator. But what of it? I am a prodigy at the pinnacle of foundation establishment." With a tone laden with contempt, Zhou Xiaofeng's actions belied his words. He deftly propelled himself forward, covering a distance of 10 meters with a light step, his fist raised menacingly as he unleashed a fearsome strike aimed at Lu Huan's chest. The spirit suppression fist, a violent shadow of his punch, descended like a meteor, exuding an aura of terror. Lu Huan remained motionless, seemingly petrified in the face of the impending 50 years of systematic cultivation. To onlookers, he appeared utterly stunned. The sycophants trailing behind Zhou Xiaofeng erupted in laughter, mocking, "Zhou Xiao, you are truly impressive. An ordinary move has left this trash utterly dumbfounded. It's hard to fathom where this waste, merely at the 2nd level of body refinement, found the audacity to provoke Zhou Xiao such a reckless pursuit of death." They relished the sight of these worthless individuals being obliterated by Zhou Xiao. The blood mist that filled the air resembling the most exquisite work of art in existence. However, Su Xiaowan was taken aback, not anticipating that Zhou Xiaofeng would indeed strike at Lu Huan. A flicker of shock passed across her beautiful visage, quickly replaced by a blaze of fury. With swift determination, she drew her long sword from her back, exclaiming, "Zhou Xiaofeng, how dare you? Cease this at once. If you dare to harm even a single hair on Lu Huan, I will ensure your demise." The young woman brandished her sword, launching an attack aimed at Zhou Xiaofeng's back. Get lost. Zhou Xiaofeng's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he let out a fierce roar. He unleashed a palm strike, and a pale blue spiritual energy coalesced into a powerful palm imprint that forcefully collided with Su Xiaowan's sword. Given her cultivation at the 1st level of foundation establishment, she was woefully outmatched by Zhou Xiaofeng, who stood at the pinnacle of that same stage. With a resounding crash, Su Xiaowan's sword was sent flying from her grasp. The impact of the palm strike propelled her body backward towards a massive tree. With a heart-wrenching crack, the tree, which would require several individuals to encircle, shattered upon impact. Su Xiaowan's petite figure collided with it, emitting a pained grunt as blood gushed from her lips. When she fell to the ground, she appeared quite wretched, with ghastly wounds and disheveled hair, resembling a beggar on the street. Yet, she paid no heed to her plight. Swiftly, she retrieved a small porcelain vial from her bosom, pouring the healing elixir into her mouth. Her pallid complexion instantly regained its rosy hue. Rising once more, she gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and charged at Zhou Xiaofeng once again. Though Su Xiaowan was naive, she was far from foolish. At this moment, She grasped that Zhou Xiaofeng's aggression towards Lu Huan was likely deeply intertwined with her own actions. This realization was one that her still innocent heart could scarcely bear. Above all, she could not permit Lu Huan to perish before her eyes due to this incident. Su Shaowan, do you truly wish for death? Zhou Xiaofeng, sensing the renewed assault from behind, was consumed by rage. Just as he prepared to retaliate, his sycophants finally reacted. The leader rushed towards Lu Huan, shouting, Zhou Xiao. This ungrateful wench, Su Shaowan, lacks understanding. You should personally teach her a lesson. We will handle this unworthy trash. A mere piece of garbage. I have already made my move. If this cannot be resolved swiftly, and it requires you sycophants to take action, where shall I place my dignity? Zhou Xiaofeng, upon hearing this, was filled with fury. Completely disregarding Lu Huan, he hastened his movements once more. With a swift motion, his fist cut through the air, creating a thunderous sonic boom. Finally, Zhou Xiaofeng's fist struck Lu Huan's chest. Not good. A sudden and intense sense of crisis surged within Zhou Xiaofeng. Instinctively, he turned to look. There, amidst a golden radiance, he beheld a pair of cold, indifferent eyes that pierced his very soul. There was no time for contemplation. A massive fist erupted from the golden light, its power surpassing that of Zhou Xiaofeng's strike by at least a factor of 2. Zhou Xiaofeng attempted to resist, but it was too late. In an instant, he felt tremendous force invade his body. The excruciating pain elicited a chilling scream from Zhou Xiaofeng. His body uncontrollably propelled backward, even more violently than when he had earlier sent Su Shaowan flying with a single blow. Zhou Xiaofeng's lackeys stood frozen, staring at Lu Huan in shock, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. Could they have made a mistake? How could it be that their esteemed Zhou Xiao was the one sent flying? Their Zhou Xiao was a pinnacle talent of the foundation establishment stage. And Lu Huan, was he not merely at the second level of body refinement? At that moment, several of the lackeys suddenly had a chilling realization. A shadow of death quickly enveloped their hearts. They turned to see Lu Huan's enigmatic smile locking eyes with them. One lackey, merely at the 8th level of body refinement, let out a horrified scream, his eyes rolling back as he fainted from sheer terror. Run! The others immediately decided to flee. However, in the next instant, darkness enveloped their vision, and their senses faded entirely. Lu Huan, having consumed 50 years of cultivation, ascended directly to the peak of body refinement. His strength exponentially increased. In terms of both power and speed, he was at least several dozen times stronger than before, rivaling even the mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. These lackeys, the strongest among them barely at the 2nd or 3rd level of foundation establishment, stood no chance against Lu Huan's speed. He dispatched them effortlessly, one punch for each unfortunate soul. Faced with such adversaries, Lu Huan showed no mercy whatsoever. How audacious of you! Soaring hundreds of meters away, Zhou Xiaofeng beheld the gruesome fates of his minions, leaving him utterly petrified. In the past, he had always gazed down upon the cultivators he had tormented from a position of superiority, embodying the role of the oppressor. Now, the roles had reversed, and Zhou Xiaofeng finally comprehended the terror that enveloped those cultivators in their final moments. No, I cannot perish. I am not one of those worthless beings. I am a prodigy of the true fire pavilion. How could I possibly meet my end here? Zhou Xiaofeng screamed in silent horror within his mind. Suddenly, realization struck him. He was a cultivator at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. He could fly. I can fly. I shall not die. With fervent determination, Zhou Xiaofeng summoned the spiritual energy within him, propelling his severely injured body into the air, erupting into a wild, maniacal laughter once more. Fly? Lu Huan cast a glance at the towering trees surrounding him. Without uttering a word, he charged forward, his unparalleled speed transforming his form into a fleeting shadow. In an instant, he reached the base of a large tree, bending his legs before leaping onto a branch more than 10 meters high. With a deft push off the branch, he propelled himself upward, raising his fist toward the airborne Zhou Xiaofeng. Sensing the imminent threat, Zhou Xiaofeng's heart raced. As a practitioner at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, the infusion of spiritual energy vastly enhanced his speed, far surpassing that of Lu Huan. With a whoosh, he ascended over 100 meters. Yet this time, he dared not linger. Lu Huan's unexpected actions repeatedly filled him with a profound sense of unease, instilling a fear that remaining in this place would ultimately lead to his demise at Lu Huan's hands. He felt akin to the wolf who, time and again, was vanquished by the cheerful sheep. In a frantic bid for escape, he exclaimed with fervor, Lu, just you wait. I shall surely bring about your end. As he watched Zhou Xiaofeng flee, vanishing in an instant from sight, Lu Huan grasped a sturdy branch, executing a few rotations before steadying himself. He gazed toward the spot where Zhou Xiaofeng had disappeared, a look of regret etched upon his face. What a pity, I let that brat slip away. So it is Zhou Xiaofeng from the True Fire Pavilion, is it? I shall remember you. Lu Huan leaped gracefully, descending from the treetop that stood several dozen meters high. Su Shaoan looked at Lu Huan with an expression of complete bewilderment, her eyes filled with astonishment. How could your strength be so formidable? Guess. Lu Huan smiled gently, extending his hand to lift Su Shaoan from the ground. Thank you for what you did just now. Although the situation was instigated by Su Shaoan, her willingness to bravely intervene in the face of the formidable Zhou Xiaofeng was commendable, even if her efforts proved to be of little consequence. Lu Huan felt quite touched. Swish, Su Shaoan's delicate face instantly turned a shade of crimson, and in indignation, she exclaimed, You must be mocking me. Absolutely not. Lu Huan solemnly shook his head and advised, Saintess, given your injuries, it would be prudent to return to the sect immediately for some quiet recuperation. Lingering ailments could lead to complications. I understand. Are you returning to the sect now? Su Shaoan inquired with a hopeful flutter of her eyelashes. I shall not be returning just yet. I wish to further hone my skills in the Qingmu mountain range. That makes sense. Su Shaoan responded with a hint of disappointment. Murmuring to herself, You've silently elevated your strength to such a formidable level, undoubtedly in preparation for the Luyin mountain relics in a month's time. Therefore, strive to achieve a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. Here are some spirit essence pills. Take them. I must take my leave now. The Luyin mountain relics? Lu Huan's eyes sparkled with realization. Had it not been for Su Xiaoan's reminder, he would have truly forgotten about this relic. The Luyin mountain relic is arguably the most anticipated event in Qingyan County of late. It is said to be a secret realm discovered by a fallen elder of the Yuaning realm, who left behind his legacy within its confines, hoping that future generations might uncover it. Thus, entry to this secret realm is restricted to those of the foundation establishment stage. Yet, despite numerous attempts to access it, no one has succeeded in finding the treasures within. However, the realm is known to harbor a wealth of precious herbs, particularly the elusive Liuxian grass, which is essential for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. This has drawn many practitioners of that level to explore the secret realm, making it the most coveted destination for them in Qingyan County. They do not necessarily seek the Elder's legacy. Rather, the prospect of obtaining Liuxian grass brings them considerable joy. Thank you for the reminder, Saintess. Please ensure your safety on your journey home. Lu Huan smiled faintly, eagerly dashing into the depths of the Qingmu Mountains. Are you really leaving just like that? Su Shaoan gazed at Lu Huan, who had vanished from her sight, her expression increasingly forlorn. Perhaps she believed he thought of her as a wicked woman for associating with someone like Zhou Xiaofeng. Alas, Su Shaoan sighed softly, turning away in silence, her silhouette appearing quite desolate. Yet, little did Su Shaoan know, Lu Huan's eagerness to depart stemmed from a desire to swiftly elevate his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. This would grant him the eligibility to participate in the Luyin mountain ruins. Once Lu Huan evaded Su Shaoan's gaze, he began to appraise his recent gains. Defeating Zhou Xiaofeng rewarded him with 100 years of cultivation. Additionally, vanquishing Zhou Xiaofeng's sycophants collectively granted him 3 more years. In total, that amounted to 103 years. System, deplete all these cultivation years for me. I yearn to further enhance my abilities. Lu Huan eagerly exclaimed, the enhancement failed. The master does not possess the body refinement realm's mirror shattering pill. Lu Huan was utterly bewildered. He had only heard that from the foundation establishment stage onwards, one required the mirror-breaking pill due to certain transformations in spiritual energy. However, he had never encountered the notion that one also needed the mirror-breaking pill to break through to the body refinement stage. This was perplexing. His current strength had already reached 10,000 newtons, making him 10 times more powerful than an average peak body refinement practitioner. Why then was the mirror-breaking pill still necessary? The mirror-breaking pill for the body refinement stage could assist the practitioner in expanding their dantian. Where could one possibly find such a pill? As soon as the system's response appeared, Lu Huan ceased any further discussion. The dantian held immense significance for cultivators. The difference between a bowl the size of a fist and a basin the size of a wash tub was profound in terms of capacity. He had the opportunity to acquire a basin-sized vessel. Lu Huan certainly looks down upon bowls that are merely the size of a fist. Please, master. Proceed to the Alchemy Pavilion of the Heavenly Sword Sect to sign in. Is this a return to the sect? Lu Huan wore a peculiar expression. Having just declined Su Xiaowan's proposal to visit the sect together, he found himself appearing at the sect shortly after. He feared she might misunderstand his actions. But what did it matter? Why should he be overly concerned about a woman's thoughts? Lu Huan muttered softly before turning and sprinting back in the direction he had come from. Su Xiaowan, whose injuries had yet to fully heal, moved at a sluggish pace. Suddenly, she sensed a violent aura, akin to a tornado, rushing past her. Turning her head in confusion, she beheld the chaotic beast path left behind by a third-tier demonic beast, the Qishu Iron Bull, executing its charge. Hiss, Su Xiaowan inhaled sharply. Her face betraying a look of terror, her breath caught in her throat for fear of attracting the attention of the Qishu Iron Bull. However, unbeknownst to her, a man who had been recklessly dashing forward finally arrived at the entrance of the Qishu mountain range. He halted, glancing back in puzzlement, as if he had just spotted an acquaintance. Lu Huan did not dwell on it for long. The allure of the system's check-in task was evidently far greater to him. After spending nearly half a day, he finally returned to the Tianjin sect. Within the sect, everything remained as it always was. Lu Huan smiled and walked directly towards the Alchemy Pavilion. Upon detecting a location available for check-in, the option to sign in appeared. Check-in. This was the moment he had been waiting for. How could he possibly miss it? With a successful check-in, the art of alchemy was activated. Lu Huan, puzzled, opened the attributes panel and indeed discovered that an additional interface had appeared on the previously rudimentary panel. Function, alchemy skill level, level 1 remarks, capable of refining all first-tier elixirs. With a thunderous impact, a torrent of vast information exploded in his mind. When he regained his senses, he realized he had absorbed nearly all known methods of refining first-tier elixirs in the Tianhuan continent. Upon further examination, he indeed found the existence of the body refinement realm's mirror-breaking pill, which required materials such as Qi Mu Vine, giant whale flower, and the inner core of a second-tier demon beast. Lu Huan widened his eyes. He had heard of the Qi Mu Vine and the giant whale flower. They were relatively common first-tier materials. Even if one were to purchase them, it would only require a few hundred spirit stones. However, a second-tier monster's inner core. Goodness, that was an entirely different matter. After all, the inner core of a monster was akin to the golden core of a human cultivator. For a human cultivator to possess a golden core, they must elevate their cultivation to the third tier of the golden core stage. By the same token, a monster must also advance to the third tier to possess a monster core. Although there were indeed rumors of second-tier monster inner cores existing, those were merely tales. Lu Huan had never. Just then, Lu Huan suddenly recalled a task that had once appeared in the mission pavilion of the Tianjin sect. With no time to ponder, he immediately sprinted towards the pavilion. The mission pavilion serves as a dedicated space for the Tianjin sect to issue various tasks, allowing disciples to earn contributions and resources for the sect. Contributions are held in high regard, particularly when a disciple seeks to advance their status. The requirements extend beyond mere cultivation. A specific level of contribution must also be achieved. This pavilion is the most bustling area of the Tianjin sect, frequented by outer disciples, inner disciples, and even core disciples. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally Lu Huan's turn. Eagerly, he inquired, Sister Yun, may I ask if the task previously issued by the sect regarding entering the Heaven's Dark Cave to locate the master of the cave is still available? Indeed, replied Sister Yun, an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect who had been engrossed in her work. Upon hearing Lu Huan's question, she instinctively began to respond but quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Raising her head in astonishment, she exclaimed, Lu Huan, are you out of your mind? The task of finding the master of the Heaven's Dark Cave is intended for core disciples at the peak of foundation establishment, or even elders in the early stages of core formation. Sister Yun, a devoted listener of Lu Huan's stories, was well aware of his capabilities. She certainly did not wish to see this charming and humorous disciple throw his life away. Her shock was so profound that her voice nearly drowned out the cacophony of the entire mission hall. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. The multitude of disciples surrounding Lu Huan widened their eyes in astonishment, questioning the identity of this audacious individual. Who was Lu Huan to dare undertake such a perilous task? Had they not heard Senior Sister Yun proclaim that he was courting death? He must be a brainless outer sect disciple, or perhaps a novice from the inner sect. The Black Sky Cave Master's task was notorious, having nearly claimed the life of manager Lu Qi, who was merely at the initial stage of core formation. How could a mere 8th-layer body refinement practitioner like him even contemplate accepting it? Eighth layer, indeed. Is it true that the outer sect disciples have grown so foolish? Who in their right mind would volunteer for the Black Sky Cave Master's task? Amidst the mocking and derision, an unkempt old man, resembling a beggar, suddenly burst forth from the rear of the mission hall. Upon recognizing the arrival, Senior Sister Yun's expression shifted to one of panic as she hastily rose to her feet, exclaiming, "Manager Lu, no one wishes to undertake this task. Manager Lu Huan intends to accept it." Simultaneously, a raucous voice emerged from the crowd, inquiring, "Who is Lu Huan?" Manager Lu promptly disregarded Senior Sister Yun, shifting his gaze toward the surrounding disciples. Senior Sister Yun's complexion turned ashen as she frantically gestured to Lu Huan, urging him not to reveal himself. After exchanging a reassuring glance with Sister Yun, Lu Huan stepped forward with a dignified demeanor and declared, "I am Lu Huan. You are the one to undertake the task of the Black Heaven Cave. Very well. I shall escort you there now." Manager Lu's eyes brightened as he grasped Lu Huan's hand and soared out the door. Sister Yun, overwhelmed with despair, collapsed into her chair, murmuring, "It's over, it's over. This insufferable brat. Why must he court disaster by accepting this task?" Growing increasingly irate, Sister Yun shouted furiously, her gaze sweeping the room. "Who the hell was it that spoke so carelessly? Step forward." Sister Yun was a Peak Foundation establishment disciple of the inner sect. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, she might have ascended to become a core disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. No one present dared to respond. The thought that it was Lu Huan who had helped her emerge from her past shadows only fueled her rage further. With a resounding bang, she struck the countertop before her. Crack! The counter instantly shattered into a pile of dust. Her icy glare swept over everyone in attendance. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, "I shall remember all of you. If anything happens to Lu Huan, you shall await your fate when I return." With that, Sister Yun transformed into a shadow and dashed out of the mission hall. She intended to follow them to the Black Heaven Cave and reclaim Lu Huan from Manager Lu's grasp. Unbeknownst to Lu Huan, who was being whisked away to the Black Heaven Cave by the Golden Core Realm Manager Lu, this very manager was the same Lu Qi who had narrowly escaped death in the Black Heaven Cave. With a cultivation level of the third layer of the Golden Core Realm, he ranked among the more formidable managers within the Heavenly Sword sect. No one was aware of the harrowing experiences he had endured within the Black Heaven Cave. Upon returning to the sect, he had become increasingly unhinged. Only when the title of the Black Heaven Cave Master was mentioned did he momentarily regain a semblance of normalcy. Being a prominent manager, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Sword sect were eager for Lu Qi to recover. They intentionally refrained from withdrawing this task from the mission board, hoping that someone might complete it and restore Lu Qi's sanity. However, no one anticipated that upon hearing the words Black Heaven Cave Master, Lu Qi would become even more deranged, completely disregarding Lu Huan's capabilities and sending him straight to the cave. Fortunately, this was a task that Lu Huan was fervently eager to accept, fully aware of the potential rewards. After all, the reward for this mission was the inner core of a second-tier demon beast. Had it been anyone else, they might have been terrified to the point of collapse. The Black Heaven Cave lies a considerable distance from the Heavenly Sword sect. Even Lu Qi, a steward of the core formation realm, took nearly half a day to finally arrive. True to its name, the Black Heaven Cave is shrouded in ominous clouds that obscure all light, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of night, profoundly oppressive. The true entrance to the Black Heaven Cave exudes a chilling, deathly black mist. For hundreds of miles in every direction, a profound silence reigns, devoid of any flora or fauna. Occasionally, one might catch sight of a few disheveled cultivators hastily emerging from the cave, all of whom, upon closer inspection, are at least of the core formation realm. "Let us proceed," Lu Qi exclaimed, descending at the entrance with Lu Huan, his eagerness palpable. "Steward Lu Qi, should you not offer me a word of caution?" Lu Huan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "A reminder? You are the one entering the Black Heaven Cave, not I. I kindly brought you here, and yet you still expect me to remind you?" Lu Qi responded with utmost seriousness, devoid of any trace of madness. Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback, casting a skeptical glance at Lu Qi before resolutely entering the depths of the Black Heaven Cave. This scene caught the attention of several practitioners who had just emerged from the cave in a state of disarray, exclaiming in astonishment, "What is happening? That fellow shows no signs of spiritual energy. Is he courting death by entering the Black Heaven Cave? Indeed, he is merely at the body refinement stage." Lu Qi replied nonchalantly, "Body refinement? To dare venture into the Black Heaven Cave? What audacity! Surely, his companions are leading him to his demise." remarked one practitioner at the 6th level of the core formation stage with a smirk. Demise? It serves you right for having explored the Black Heaven Cave numerous times without any discoveries. The greatest influence on practitioners within the cave is, in fact, the spiritual energy. Lu Qi sneered, settling down cross-legged. The greatest influence on practitioners is spiritual energy? Lu Qi's words sent a shiver through the group of practitioners, as if they had suddenly grasped a profound truth. One among them exclaimed, "Quickly, inform our disciples at the body refinement stage to come and explore the Black Heaven Cave. Perhaps they will uncover something valuable." "Are you truly foolish?" replied a practitioner clad in the same attire, who had been discreetly using a communication stone to contact their sect. Frustrated, he shouted, "Such crucial information should be kept secret to reap the benefits for ourselves, not broadcasted openly. Utterly ridiculous." The core formation practitioner was incensed, contemplating murderous intentions. The surrounding practitioners, who had yet to comprehend the situation, flashed grateful smiles towards the one who had shouted and began pulling out their communication stones to relay the message. However, they remained oblivious to the cold smile that crept onto Lu Qi's lips as he observed their reactions. Meanwhile, deep within the Black Heaven Cave, Lu Huan gazed around with curiosity. The illumination within the cave was surprisingly brighter than that outside. Although he had yet to condense spiritual energy and could not achieve true night vision, he could clearly see everything around him, as if enveloped in a misty mountain atmosphere. Puffs of black fog drifted past Lu Huan, some attempting to penetrate his body, only to be repelled by the protective barrier formed by his indestructible body. Lu Huan broke into a broad smile, feeling reassured, and confidently ventured deeper into the cavern. After advancing approximately a kilometer, the cave opened up dramatically. What was once a modest passage, merely 2 meters high and 3 meters wide, instantly transformed into an immense cavern. The ceiling soared beyond sight, and the depths seemed unfathomable, as if one had traversed the esophagus of a terrifying beast and arrived in its belly. Just then, a sharp, piercing shriek sliced through the air, hurtling towards Lu Huan. Lu Huan appeared oblivious to his surroundings, continuing on his path, approaching the 2 corpses and beginning to explore them. Along the way, Lu Huan had examined several corpses, all belonging to formidable cultivators at the core formation stage. He had amassed a considerable bounty, including various materials, techniques, and even spirit stones, which together were valued at over 10 million spirit stones. Additionally, he had acquired storage rings, though modest in size, merely 1 or 2 cubic units. Collectively, they were sufficient for Lu Huan to adorn all 10 fingers. Such a windfall was indeed a cause for celebration. One must ponder, which cultivator at the body refinement stage could ever boast such wealth? The sole lamentation was that the magical treasures on these core formation cultivators were all shattered, leaving him devoid of any useful artifacts. Lu Huan also discovered that the deeper he ventured into the Black Heaven Cave, the more formidable the fallen cultivators became. From the initial stage of the 1st level of the core formation, he now encountered those at the 7th level. With greater strength came more valuable treasures, particularly the 2 corpses he had recently unearthed, which had reached the 8th level of core formation. Beside one of them lay a dagger gleaming with a ghostly blue sheen, its condition remarkably pristine, utterly undamaged. It was undoubtedly a magical artifact, its rank inconsequential. To Lu Huan, the mere fact that it was intact constituted a significant gain. Just as Lu Huan bent down in delight to retrieve the dagger, a sharp whistling sound abruptly echoed behind him, crashing violently against the crown of his head. A resounding clang of metal reverberated through the air as the object collided with him. With a thunderous bang, it was sent hurtling towards the adjacent rock wall, forcibly creating a gaping hole over 10 meters wide and several dozen meters deep. At the bottom of this chasm lay a fist-sized skull, riddled with cracks. The faint, eerie green glow pulsating from its eye sockets flickered momentarily before extinguishing completely. Crack! In the next instant, the diminutive skull shattered, disintegrating into a fine powder. Strangely, it seemed as though all of this had no bearing on Lu Huan. He picked up the dagger from the ground, and the system kindly provided a notification. Artifact: Azure Jade Dagger Level. 2nd tier artifact, requires 1,000 cultivation points for advancement. Description: infused with Azure Jade poison, capable of easily corroding the defenses of cultivators below the 2nd tier. Indeed, it was a pristine magical artifact, albeit of only the 2nd tier. Lu Huan was exceedingly delighted. 2nd tier magical artifacts are typically reserved for cultivators at the core formation stage. As a mere body refinement stage practitioner, he could only wield the standardized long sword provided by the Heavenly Sword sect, known as a 1st tier weapon. In reality, it was scarcely superior to an ordinary mundane item. After all, to unleash the true potential of a magical artifact, one requires the infusion of spiritual energy. However, body refinement practitioners are devoid of such energy. Yet, the second-tier blue jade dagger was an exception. It possessed an inherent poison, known as blue Jean jade poison, a toxin of the second tier. Without an antidote, a body refinement cultivator would inevitably succumb to a gruesome demise within a day upon tasting blood. Even those at the foundation establishment stage, blessed with spiritual energy, could only endure for a maximum of 3 days. Satisfied with his acquisition, Huan carefully stored the blue jade dagger in a specialized storage ring and turned to glance behind him, recalling, something had attacked me just now. Huan turned around, gazing at the immense cavern that had materialized behind him. He was not oblivious to the assault launched by the diminutive skeleton. Rather, he possessed an unwavering confidence, assured that under the protection of the indestructible divine body, the little skeleton could inflict no harm upon him. Thus, he chose to disregard it. Now that he had acquired what he sought, it was only natural to investigate further. He stepped into the cave, feeling a sense of regret. Huan could only see a pile of powdered bones, transformed from the little skeleton. There were no further discoveries. It must be the handiwork of the unseen mastermind. Huan appeared contemplative, softly murmuring to herself as she gazed in the direction from which the little skeleton had shot forth, following the contours of the cave. It was a pitch-black expanse, devoid of any visible features. Huan paid no mind and strode purposefully in the opposite direction of the cave. Having arrived at the Black Heaven Cave, it was imperative to thoroughly investigate the circumstances here. While Huan was engrossed in his exploration, a considerable number of cultivators began to gather at the entrance of the cave. Unlike previous occasions, most of those present this time were at the body refinement stage. These individuals had hastened over at the behest of Lu Qi, being disciples from nearby sections. Naturally, their swift arrival was facilitated by elders from their respective sects, who were at the foundation establishment or even the core formation stage, accompanying them via flight. The crowd buzzed with chatter, creating a cacophony of voices. When Sister Yun arrived and beheld the multitude of body refinement cultivators at the Black Heaven Cave, her expression was one of astonishment. She questioned whether she had mistakenly come to the wrong location. How could a place like the Black Heaven Cave possibly attract such a large assembly of body refinement cultivators? Taking a moment to compose herself, she listened to the discussions around her and gradually pieced together the situation. Upon spotting Lu Qi seated nearby in meditation, she could no longer suppress her curiosity and dashed to his side, inquiring, "Manager Lu, is what they say true? Will body refinement cultivators really be safe entering the Black Heaven Cave? What is your connection with that lad that you followed him all this way from your sect?" Lu Qi opened his eyes, and a mischievous glint flickered within them as he teased, "Sister Yun, you seem quite flustered." Sister Yun's face flushed crimson as she stammered. "My relationship with Huan is nothing special. The only thing that could be deemed special is that he accompanied me through a difficult time, helping me emerge from the shadows. Without him, I might have perished." "Oh, so, he is your Dao partner, yet you claim he abandoned you afterward?" Lu Qi remarked with a knowing smile. "That's not it. My relationship with junior brother Huan is purely that of senior sister and junior brother. He is simply a humorous and sunny person, a true warm-hearted individual." Sister Yun struggled to articulate her feelings about Huan, and a sudden thought sprang to her mind, prompting her to exclaim, "Do you like him?" In an instant, Sister Yun's face blazed crimson. A wave of embarrassment surged through her as she stuttered, "No. That's not the case. If you truly do not harbor feelings for him, then why are you so concerned about him?" Lu Qi's expression soured, and with an air of indifference, he replied. At that moment, Lu Qi seemed to have returned to her usual self, shedding the erratic demeanor she exhibited at the Tianjin sect. However, her unpredictable nature appeared even more daunting to Sister Yun. Chastened by Lu Qi's reprimand, Sister Yun fell silent. "This matter does not concern you. Either remain here patiently outside the cave or return to the Tianjin sect." Lu Qi spoke coldly once more. However, these frigid words stirred a flicker of hope within Sister Yun's heart. She raised her head, gazing at Lu Qi with anticipation, exclaiming, "Manager Lu, do you mean to say that what they said is true? Junior brother Huan has indeed entered the Black Sky Cave and will be unharmed?" Lu Qi offered no response but merely lifted his head. His eyes, chillingly devoid of warmth yet brimming with emotion, met Sister Yun's for a fleeting moment. He then averted his gaze, closing his eyes and lapsing into silence. The exchange between Lu Qi and Sister Yun captured the attention of many onlookers, though Lu Qi remained reticent. His demeanor was perceived by the crowd as tacit approval. Consequently, numerous elders from various sects, hailing from the Foundation establishment and core formation realms, hastily resolved to summon the body-refining practitioners within their ranks to enter the Black Sky Cave without delay. In an instant, the crowd diminished significantly, with nearly several hundred body-refining cultivators venturing into the cave, unbeknownst to anyone, as these practitioners entered the Black Sky Cave. A smile, a sinister one, curved at the corners of Lu Chi's lips, exuding an almost mesmerizing charm. Meanwhile, deep within the Black Sky Cave, Lu Huan stumbled upon an extraordinary structure. An altar-like formation crafted from a multitude of skulls, each the size of a fist. Engraved upon the central ground of the altar were eerie blood-red inscriptions, radiating an unsettling aura. The mist that enveloped the entirety of the Black Sky Cave emanated from this very altar. What is this? Such a bizarre altar presented no clues, and Lu Huan hesitated to approach it recklessly. Instead, he meticulously observed the surroundings, hoping to unearth some insight. As he searched, he suddenly noticed that the mist pouring forth from the altar began to churn violently, akin to boiling water, transforming into sinuous black serpentine shadows that surged back toward the path he had traversed. A sense of unease clung to Lu Huan's heart. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Lu Huan abruptly stepped back, only to discover a complete skull had materialized in the very spot he had just occupied. The skull's arms were not those of a typical human skeleton, but rather two sides crafted from bone, resembling the forelimbs of a mantis. In this murky environment, they emitted an eerie, chilling glow. With a sudden whoosh, the creature launched an attack that failed to harm Lu Huan, clearly inciting great fury in the bizarre skeleton. From its hollow eye sockets flickered green flames, reminiscent of candlelight, which danced like the exhaust of nitrogen being expelled at high velocity, now igniting into a fierce blaze. With a swift motion, the skeleton swung its scythe-like arms once more, exuding an overwhelming force as it lunged toward Lu Huan. The clash echoed with a resonant clang. Lu Huan raised an eyebrow and took the initiative to engage. A crisp sound of explosion echoed. Lu Huan swiftly stepped back. Astonishment etched upon his face. To his shock, his indestructible golden body had been marred by the skeletal scythe, leaving a crack upon it. Goodness, this adversary possesses considerable strength. Could it be that he is a peak cultivator at the core formation stage? Lu Huan exclaimed in astonishment. He had now reached the pinnacle of body refinement, and the defensive capability of his indestructible divine body had correspondingly surged, enabling him to withstand the assaults of peak core formation experts. However, with just a single touch, the scythe of the skeleton had cleaved a fissure in his indestructible divine body. This feat could only be accomplished by a master at the zenith of core formation. Nevertheless, Lu Huan exhibited no fear. His proactive engagement served to assess the strength of the skeletal adversary. He now ascertained that, while the skeleton's assaults were undeniably formidable, rivaling those of a peak stage practitioner in the Foundation establishment realm, it was still within limits. In other words, although the skeleton's strikes could inflict fissures upon Lu Huan's indestructible body, shattering it remained an impossibility. Lu Huan can still rely on the indestructible body of the Vajra to withstand the attacks of the skeleton. Now, it is my turn. Lu Huan let out a cold laugh, gathering all his strength to strike towards the skeleton. With a resounding bang bang bang, a force equivalent to 10,000 newtons reverberated through the void, producing a series of terrifying sonic booms. The soul fire within the eye sockets of the skeleton flickered rapidly. Whether from fear or fury, it was uncertain. In the next moment, it turned and fled, clearly in fear. Boom. How could Lu Huan allow it to escape? Gritting his teeth, he stomped fiercely on the ground, the tremendous recoil propelling him toward the skeleton. With a resounding crack, his colossal fist, almost materialized with formidable energy, ruthlessly smashed into the third vertebra of the skeleton's back. The attack, striking with exceptional force, found the skeleton's defenses woefully inadequate, causing it to shatter into a cloud of powder. Congratulations, host, you have defeated the enemy. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. What the hell? The system's prompt left Lu Huan in a state of disbelief. He understood all too well what a year's worth of cultivation signified. It indicated that the enemy's cultivation was at a comparable level to his own. A peak physical refinement skeleton possessed strength rivaling that of a pinnacle core formation expert. This was utterly preposterous. Lu Huan found himself at a loss for words. Yet he overlooked the fact that he, too, possessed a peak cultivation of body refinement, coupled with a defense that rivaled that of a pinnacle golden core cultivator. Was this not rather unreasonable? What on earth was this? Just then, Lu Huan's gaze fell upon the ground, where a black crystal, no larger than a peppermint, lay. The moment he picked it up, a system prompt appeared once more. Black heavenly spirit crystal. This can aid body refinement cultivators in breaking through their power limits. But one must be cautious of the demonic energy within, which has a high probability of causing the cultivator to be influenced by this energy during the breakthrough, resulting in bouts of madness interspersed with moments of clarity. The instant Lu Huan beheld this object, the image of Lu Qi involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Wasn't Lu Qi the one who, after leaving the Black Heaven Cave, transformed into this state of alternating madness and lucidity? Could it be that he had also obtained a black heavenly spirit crystal and utilized it? Lu Huan shook his head, unable to fathom the answer. Suddenly, a thought surged through his mind, and he inquired, "System, can I utilize the system's cultivation to eliminate the side effects?" "Yes," it replied. "Will it consume a year's worth of system cultivation to eradicate the side effects of the black heavenly spirit crystal?" "Eradicate?" Lu Huan smiled faintly. "I knew it all along. With the system in place, these dangers can indeed be averted. After eliminating the side effects, the color of the black celestial crystal transformed from its original pitch black to a shade of gray. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Huan was able to fit it into her mouth. It possessed a subtle sweetness. Its texture was not as hard as it felt. Instead, it was soft, reminiscent of Su Gua milk candy. Soon, it transformed into a warm flow, coursing through Lu Huan's limbs and body. Her strength surged, augmenting by 2,000 newtons. Lu Huan widened his eyes in astonishment. Typically, the peak cultivation of physical refinement would yield a maximum strength of 1,000 newtons. Upon breaking through to the first layer of the foundation establishment stage, without the enhancement from techniques, one's intrinsic power could potentially reach 2,000 newtons. But now, a single piece of black heavenly spirit crystal could augment a cultivator's strength by 2,000 newtons? My heavens! If one were to possess a substantial quantity of black heavenly spirit crystals, could it not imply the mass production of cultivators at the first layer of the foundation establishment stage? Such power, it is simply unfathomable. Lu Huan eagerly cast his gaze towards the altar, fervently wishing for the appearance of another skeleton to vanquish. Perhaps sensing Lu Huan's thoughts, the master behind the altar was desperate to eliminate him and safeguard this secret. Alternatively, the annihilation of his subordinates may have incited the altar's master to wrath. Suddenly, dark tendrils of light surged from the center of the altar, transforming into a multitude of skeletons that encircled Lu Huan. "Come forth," he exclaimed. Lu Huan burst into laughter, swiftly springing into action. The strength of 12,000 bulls seemed to flow freely, as if it cost nothing. Even Lu Huan need not exert himself to the fullest, as long as he avoids the scythes wielded by these skeletal hands. Even a force of 2,000 newtons would suffice to reduce them to mere dust. Lu Huan swept through the newly emerged skeletons like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, effortlessly obliterating them in an instant. Not only did he acquire 10 black heavenly spirit crystals, but he also conveniently gained a decade's worth of system cultivation. "Continue. Do not cease." Lu Huan, with an air of dissatisfaction, extended a finger and provocatively gestured towards the altar. Finally, the master behind the altar spoke in anger. "Young man, do not overstep your bounds. Are you the lord of the Black Heaven Cave?" Upon hearing this voice, a smile crept across Lu Huan's face. He had sensed that something was amiss in this place. During his previous observations of the altar, he had noticed fresh traces of activity on the ground, suggesting that someone had been there not long before his arrival. However, he had traversed this path without encountering any forks, and apart from the long-fallen corpses of predecessors, he had seen no living soul. This was undoubtedly suspicious. Indeed, someone was hiding here. The suddenly emerging mysterious voice immediately refuted, "I am not." Lu Huan squinted his eyes, clenched his fists, and performed a warm-up gesture as if preparing to launch another assault. "Little brother, do not act rashly. What exactly do you intend to do?" The figure behind the scenes was flustered. "So, are you or are you not the master of the Black Sky Cave?" Lu Huan squinted, brandishing his fists in a menacing manner. "Yes, but also no." A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lu Huan's eyes. The true master of the Black Heaven Cave had long since perished. "In truth, I am but a fortunate rogue cultivator who, by happenstance, stumbled upon the Black Heaven Cave and obtained half of the Master's legacy." The individual behind the scenes was visibly shaken by Lu Huan's demeanor, hastily divulging his tale. It turned out that the master of the Black Heaven Cave was, in fact, a demon cultivator who met his demise here due to unforeseen circumstances. This individual, known as Yang Zhong, claimed that he had inadvertently entered the Black Heaven Cave while fleeing from pursuers, subsequently acquiring half of the Master's legacy. Why only half? You may wonder? This is not due to any inadequacy in Yang Zhong's strength or talent. On the contrary, his aptitude is remarkably suited for the Master's inheritance, as he too is a demon cultivator. This aligns perfectly with the first requisite of the Black Heaven Cave's legacy, which is an essential criterion. However, to attain the entirety of the Master's legacy, one must meet a far more stringent condition: the ability to transcend the physical limitations of the body in the refinement stage and possess a strength of 10,000 gene. It can be said that the vast majority of cultivators, upon reaching the pinnacle of the refinement stage with a strength of 1,000 gene, are eager to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Only by harnessing spiritual energy can one truly embark on the path of cultivation. A scant few, due to various fortuitous encounters, may possess several thousand gene of strength at the peak of the refinement stage, including those who wholeheartedly pursue this path. Nevertheless, Yang Zhong had never heard of anyone achieving a strength of 10,000 gene at the pinnacle of the refinement stage. The true master of the Black Heaven Cave was evidently aware of this. Hence, the legacy he left behind included a small concession. Any individual who meets the first condition and is suitable for his inheritance may accept half of it. Upon hearing Yang Zhong's explanation, Huan felt a hint of surprise. His strength had already reached 10,000 newtons. Does this mean he could inherit the legacy of the Dark Sky Master? However, this Dark Sky Master was a demonic cultivator. He himself was not a demonic cultivator. He could not even fulfill the first condition. Even if asked to transform into a demonic cultivator now, he would be quite reluctant. Furthermore, Huan did not completely trust Yang Zhong's words and casually inquired, "What is the purpose of this altar?" Yang Zhong hesitated for a moment but ultimately answered honestly, "It absorbs the essence and spirit of cultivators to condense the dark sky spirit crystal." Is your cultivation only at the body refinement stage? Huan immediately comprehended Yang Zhong's intentions and furrowed his brow. In order to obtain the legacy of the Dark Sky Cave Master, I have willingly forsaken my cultivation, embarking on a new path of training. I hope to transcend my physical limitations with the aid of the Dark Sky Spirit Crystal and acquire the entirety of the inheritance. Having articulated his thoughts, Yang Zhong no longer concealed his true intentions. Where is the legacy of the Dark Sky Cave Master? Please, allow me to see it. Huan fell silent for a moment before speaking. This altar is the legacy of the Lord of the Black Heaven. Simply standing upon it grants one the inheritance. You may give it a try, Yang Zhong said with a flattering tone. Are you truly so benevolent? Huan harbored deep suspicions regarding Yang Zhong's ulterior motives. Regardless, I am unable to obtain the complete inheritance for now. However, I am indeed the chief disciple of the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave. If you have truly acquired the Lord's inheritance, then we are akin to family. Yang Zhong chuckled. Yet, in truth, he would never disclose to Huan that the inheritance of the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave was not so easily attained. Those who failed to accept it faced a dead end. As the self-proclaimed chief disciple of the Black Heaven Cave, Yang Zhong had remained in hiding for many years, secretly tormenting and undermining other practitioners. Why should it ever be his turn to be bullied? Thus, he intended to utilize the Lord's inheritance to eliminate Huan, a plan he had devised from the very beginning. So, even if Huan uncovered his secret with the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave, what did it matter? It could not be taken away. Ultimately, under the influence of the Black Heaven altar, he would merely transform into a Black Heaven spirit crystal. The more Yang Zhong contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly anticipating Huan's ascent to the altar to immediately obtain the inheritance. However, Huan was no fool. How could he possibly trust someone who, even now, lurked in the shadows, unwilling to reveal his true identity as a demonic cultivator? I am not a demonic cultivator, and thus cannot accept the inheritance. Show me what you have received first. Huan spoke indifferently. Yang Zhong wore a perplexed expression. How did he encounter such a troublesome body refinement realm brat? Yang Zhong felt reluctant, yet upon witnessing Huan raise his arm once more, brandishing his fist as if preparing to strike the Black Heaven altar, he chose to bow his head. A jade slip, enveloped in demonic energy harnessed from the power of the Black Heaven altar, was presented before Huan. Both demonic energy and spiritual energy are forms of energy that practitioners can master only after advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Having forfeited his cultivation, Yang Zhong was now relegated to the body refinement realm and, therefore, could not wield demonic energy. System, perform a scan. Lu Huan silently instructed as he gazed at the jade slip flickering with dark light. Master, it would be more prudent to ascend the altar and sign in. The system quietly suggested. Why didn't you mention that this could be done here earlier? Lu Huan felt rather speechless. If he could sign in directly, why would he need to be so cautious? Special locations typically allowed for sign-ins, although the rewards remained uncertain. Lu Huan remained silent and did not touch the jade tablet, instead striding directly toward the altar. The ability to sign in signified safety. The system would provide appropriate protection at the moment of his registration. Even if there were issues with the altar, once he completed the sign-in, he could swiftly depart under the system's safeguard, ensuring no harm would come to him. Witnessing Lu Huan suddenly ascend the altar, Yang Zhong was left bewildered, internally lamenting, "Is this fellow out of his mind? Just moments ago, I humbly urged you to step onto the altar, and you refused. Now, when I present the jade tablet of inheritance before you, you choose to ascend the altar?" Nonetheless, this turn of events was not entirely unwelcome. The hands and feet within the jade tablet would at most infuse him with demonic energy, causing a measure of discomfort. But he could easily find a powerful individual to expunge the malevolent essence. However, now that he stood upon the altar, a sinister grin spread across Yang Zhong's face as he concealed himself within the altar's shadows. Prepare to meet your demise. Sign in. Upon successful registration, Lu Huan obtained the Black Sky Spirit Crystal Condensation Technique and the Demonic Wind Fist. Black Sky Spirit Crystal Condensation Technique. This method allows the practitioner to extract their essence, condensing the Black Sky Spirit Crystal without the need for the Black Sky Altar. Demonic Wind Fist. A third-tier technique that enhances strength by 50% upon initial mastery. Suitable for physical cultivation. The rewards from the sign-in left Lu Huan immensely gratified, particularly the Black Sky Spirit Crystal Condensation Technique, which was perfectly tailored for augmenting his power. The third-tier Demonic Wind Fist was a remarkable acquisition as well. Within the Heavenly Sword sect, third-tier techniques were typically reserved for elders, not merely due to high prerequisites, but because one must reach the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm to wield such techniques without risking depleting their spiritual energy to the point of death. Furthermore, the vast Heavenly Sword sect possessed only 6 tomes of third-tier techniques, while all others fell below that level. A single third-tier technique could suffice a practitioner all the way to the core formation and even the nascent soul realms. Is it not exhilarating? Indeed, it is utterly delightful. After completing the sign-in, Lu Huan hurriedly departed from the altar. Yang Zhong, witnessing Lu Huan's unscathed exit, was left utterly astonished. You were completely unharmed? Why would I be in any trouble?" Upon hearing this, Lu Huan realized that there was indeed an issue with the altar. He snorted coldly and inwardly muttered, "System, I wish to learn the Demon Wind Fist. Will this consume 1 year of my cultivation?" Learn. The consumption was successful, and the Demon Wind Fist was elevated to the beginner level. The next enhancement would require a decade of cultivation. Lu Huan was once again astonished by the system. Generally speaking, for practitioners to master any skill, even the most gifted among them require a certain duration to attain proficiency. This could range from a mere few hours to several years. Not to mention, for a third-tier skill, even the most talented individuals would need at least a year to begin. Yet here I am, able to elevate a third-tier skill to the entry level in an instant, simply by consuming the system's cultivation resources. TSK. Lu Huan could not help but click his tongue. With the system, he had truly saved a tremendous amount of time. Xiao Cheng's Demon Wind Fist could enhance Lu Huan's strength by 6,000 jin. Adding them together, it amounted to an astonishing 18,000 jin. Boom. In an instant, he comprehended the technique without a moment's hesitation and roared, "Demon Wind Fist." In that fleeting moment, a chilling wind surged forth, and a shadowy fist, akin to a ghostly apparition, surged toward the Black Heaven altar. Impossible. Yang Zhong, who had inherited half of the legacy, recognized the Demon Wind Fist immediately. He was utterly astounded to witness Lu Huan executing the technique. He could hardly believe that Lu Huan, who had not received the inheritance, could wield the Black Heaven Lord's martial arts. Unfortunately, no one could provide him with an answer to his bewilderment. With a resounding crash, the terrifying force of 18,000 jin struck the Black Heaven altar. The entire altar began to fracture, and the cave trembled violently. The ground cracked, and stones rained down from the mountaintop, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to maintain their footing. Pat, pat, pat. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the direction Lu Huan had come. Lu Huan turned with a puzzled expression to see a group of disheveled young cultivators rushing towards him. Aha, we have truly found it. Senior Lucci was right. The Black Heaven Cave cannot affect us, the body refinement practitioners. An altar. There is indeed an altar here. Are we finally on the verge of unraveling the mysteries of the Black Heaven Cave? Is it true that this place possesses the legacy of the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave? This group was none other than the body refinement practitioners from various sects who had entered the Black Heaven Cave after Lu Huan. They were rather fortunate. Had Lu Huan not acted beforehand to shatter the altar, waiting even a moment longer would have led to dire consequences. Even if the Black Heaven Cave could not influence these body refinement cultivators, the demonic energy within would certainly be beyond their capacity to withstand. Upon realizing the origins of these individuals, Lu Huan lost interest in them and once again swung his fists towards the Black Heaven altar. Despite the days of hardening his resolve, the terrifying force of 18,000 bulls only managed to create a few superficial cracks on the altar, failing to obliterate it in a single strike. It was noteworthy that the surrounding rock walls and ground had already collapsed significantly under the residual fury of his power. After finally uncovering the secret of the Black Heaven Cave, witnessing Lu Huan's violent assault on the altar, clearly intent on destroying it, stirred feelings of anger and frustration among the other body refinement cultivators. One among them, also at the pinnacle of body refinement, shouted vehemently, "What are you doing? Stop immediately. Mind your own business." Lu Huan cast a frigid glance at the man and continued his assault. "You're courting death." The cultivator at the pinnacle of body refinement, consumed by rage, exhibited a flicker of ferocious intent in his gaze. With a powerful push of his foot, his body shot forth like a cannonball unleashed, raising his clenched fist to strike mercilessly at Lu Huan's back. Heaven-shaking fist. A cultivator leaped into the air, uttering a low roar, as a resonant hum erupted from his being, reverberating through the atmosphere. His fist began to vibrate in an uncanny manner, distorting the surrounding void as if it were being manipulated by an unseen force. Those nearby, witnessing this spectacle, displayed expressions of astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "Could this be the perfected thunderous fist?" Gao Qi Dao, a remarkable prodigy of the Feishan sect, has truly proven his mettle. At the pinnacle of body refinement, he has remarkably elevated the second-tier martial technique, the thunderclap fist, to a minor completion. The shameless scoundrels of the heavenly sword sect are doomed. Xiao Cheng's sky-shattering fist can unleash a power comparable to that of the second layer of the foundation establishment realm. Lu Huan's actions rendered him the target of universal scorn. Everyone rejoiced at the prowess displayed by the cultivator named Gao Qi, as if by vanquishing Lu Huan, they would reap immense benefits. Yet, the reality is, Lu Huan stood still, disregarding the practitioner named Gao Qi, and continued to assault the Black Heaven altar with unwavering focus. Meanwhile, Gao Qi's fist, amidst the eager gazes of the onlookers, struck Lu Huan with a resounding clash akin to the clash of metal. Then, a tremendous backlash erupted from Lu Huan, propelling Gao Qi through the air with a cry of anguish, blood spewing from his mouth as he soared over the heads of the crowd, crashing into the rocky wall and leaving a gaping hole. The scene fell into an eerie silence, with everyone turning their terrified eyes towards Lu Huan, their hearts gripped by dread. Could it be false? Both at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, how could his defense be so formidable? Is this truly the legendary protective aura, capable of withstanding enemy attacks while countering them? Nonsense. Such a protective aura is typically reserved for those of the core formation realm. He is merely at the peak of body refinement. Could it be that this fellow is a body refiner? Only a body refiner could possess such formidable defense. Yet, even a body refiner, could one truly be so powerful? Doubt clouded the minds of all present. By the time they regained their composure, Lu Huan had utterly shattered the altar into mere dust, rendering it unrecognizable from its original form. Simultaneously, a small space revealed itself beneath the altar. Within it lay a figure shrouded in a black robe, obscured from view, and devoid of any signs of life. It must be the individual known as Yang Zhong. Lu Huan approached him, deftly searching his body until he discovered a storage ring, which he promptly kicked into his own embrace before turning to depart. The surrounding cultivators beheld this spectacle with wide eyes filled with covetous envy. Yet, an oppressive silence enveloped them all. They dared not express their anger or utter a word. Indeed, they did not even muster the courage to meet Lu Huan's gaze. As he passed by, his expression inscrutable, they instinctively parted to clear a path. They watched, powerless, as Lu Huan walked away from them. Is that all? Upon witnessing this, Lu Huan let out a disdainful cold laugh, leaving with a palpable air of mockery. After eliminating Yang Zhong, Lu Huan once again gained a year's worth of system cultivation. Clearly, this young Zhong was also a practitioner at the pinnacle of body refinement. As he departed, Lu Huan ultimately decided to take away the inheritance jade slip that Yang Zhong had previously presented. After expending a minimal amount of system cultivation, he dispelled the spiritual energy upon it. Upon examining its contents, he found that, aside from the demon Windfist, there was also a brief introduction regarding the Lord of the Black Sky Cavern. The information was largely consistent with what Yang Zhong had previously mentioned. It was sufficient for reporting. Lu Huan smiled faintly, engaging in a brief soliloquy before quickening his pace towards the exit of the Black Sky Cave. It would not be long before this place would succumb to complete collapse. Shortly after Lu Huan's departure, many individuals, lost in thought, followed suit. Yet, there were others who were exceedingly reluctant to leave. Their eyes reddened with fervor as they rushed towards the altar, now reduced to ruins, in search of something valuable. They were willing to engage in fierce confrontations with those around them, completely disregarding the camaraderie they had shared when Gao Qi had ambushed Lu Huan from behind. He's emerged. As Lu Huan approached the cave's mouth, the assembly of formidable figures gathered there erupted with excitement. Even Lu Qi, who had been seated cross-legged on the ground in meditation, opened his eyes to observe. Remarkably unscathed, Lu Qi's assertions were indeed substantiated. He had truly uncovered a flaw in the Black Sky Cave. One couldn't help but wonder if this young man had made any significant discoveries. Young man, do share what lies within the Black Sky Cave. As Lu Huan was encircled by the crowd, Lu Qi finally rose and approached him. Have you found anything? Yes. Excellent. Let us return to the sect. The exchange between Lu Qi and Lu Huan was astonishingly straightforward, so much so that the surrounding cultivators of the foundation establishment and core formation stages were left bewildered. Just as Lu Huan was about to depart with Lu Qi, one individual finally regained his senses. An elder named Zheng Jinwu, hailing from the mid-core formation stage of the Flying Mountain sect, suddenly lunged in front of the two, his face a mask of icy determination as he obstructed their path. You intend to leave? Let this young man divulge his findings from the Black Sky Cave, and we shall allow him to go. With that, Zheng Jinwu unleashed his mid-core formation aura, pressing down upon Lu Huan and Lu Qi. Zheng Jinwu, this is a disciple of our Sky Sword sect. Why should he reveal his discoveries to you? Do you truly believe that your mere mid-core formation cultivation can intimidate us? Lu Qi let out a low growl, his own body emanating a ferocious aura in retaliation. Boom. A surge of mid-core formation energy erupted from Lu Qi, colliding with the aura Zheng Jinwu had released, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Lu Qi had concealed his strength well. He too was of mid-core formation cultivation. This posed a significant dilemma. Relying solely on Zheng Jinwu would likely not suffice to detain Lu Qi and his companion. Difficult? They could simply allow them to depart now and later. We can send our elders to the Sky Sword sect directly. At that very moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the direction of the Black Sky Cave. Shortly after, several cultivators at the body refinement realm emerged from within. Upon grasping the situation before them, one immediately understood what had transpired and shouted urgently, "Esteemed seniors, you must intercept that wretched scoundrel from the Heavenly Sword sect." At the cavern's depths, he discovered an ancient altar and the remains of a venerable elder, then absconded with the elder's storage ring. That must surely be the legacy of the Black Sky Cave Master. In the abyss of the Dark Celestial Realm, it is astonishing to discover the existence of the Dark Celestial Lord. How audacious this little rascal is, daring to embrace the legacy of the Dark Celestial Lord before our very eyes, amidst such a multitude. Lu Qi, begone. This matter no longer concerns your Heavenly Sword sect. If you wish to avoid bringing calamity upon your sect, I advise you to surrender this young man at once. Upon hearing these words, several practitioners at the core formation stage glared with fury and exclaimed, "Elder Jing, you must stand up for senior brother Gao Qi. This ruthless individual has mercilessly taken the life of senior brother Gao Qi." A disciple of the Flying Mountain sect, at that moment, interjected with embellishment, saying, "What?" Zheng Jinwu was seething with fury, his hair standing on end as if bristling with rage. Gao Qi had been his most cherished disciple, one whom he had intended to formally accept as his personal protege upon the latter's breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm. Yet now, the young man lay dead in this very place. "You wretched little beast," he roared, his voice trembling with wrath. "How dare you harm my disciple? I shall have you buried alongside him." Zheng Jinwu roared furiously, raising his arm as his right palm shimmered with a golden radiance. Without the slightest mercy, he struck towards Lu Huan's chest in a lethal blow. Knowing that the inheritance of the Black Heaven Cave Master lay within a storage ring, Zheng Jinwu saw no reason to spare Lu Huan's life. Standing nearby, Lu Qi hesitated momentarily, appearing as though he intended to intervene and block Zheng Jinwu's attack, as if to save Lu Huan. Yet in truth, he focused entirely on defending himself before, a pained scream tore through the air. The residual force of Zheng Jinwu's palm strike sent Lu Qi flying backward. Lu Huan stood calmly, observing the situation before him with clarity. He noted Lu Qi's disguise, which did not escape his keen perception, prompting him to smirk. The legacy of a Dark Heaven sect master had compelled so many to cast aside their masks and reveal their true selves. Quite amusing indeed. Devil Wind Fist. With a mere thought, although the indestructible body could withstand Zheng Jinwu's assault, Lu Huan raised his fist, preparing to counterattack. Just then, a figure that Lu Huan had overlooked suddenly darted into his view, resolutely advancing towards Zheng Jinwu's golden giant palm. "Senior Sister Yin?" Lu Huan exclaimed in astonishment. What a foolish woman. Moved by deep emotions, Lu Huan paid little heed to the sudden appearance of Sister Yin, questioning whether her intentions were genuine or ulterior. With a fierce roar, he propelled himself forward, seizing Sister Yin by the shoulder and casting her aside. In a breathtaking maneuver, he rotated his body 180 degrees mid-air, allowing his back to collide forcefully with Zheng Jinwu's palm. The resounding clash of metal reverberated through the air. Immediately, a colossal circular shockwave erupted from the point of contact, surging outward with unbridled ferocity. The gathered alchemists, caught entirely off guard, could not evade the onslaught, resulting in a cacophony of anguished cries as they were hurled away. Zheng Jinwu, being at the forefront, bore the brunt of the impact, his indomitable body rebounding with tremendous force. He traced a perfect arc through the void, blood cascading from him as he crashed down upon a distant mountaintop, obliterating the towering peak into dust. At that moment, the system's notification echoed, congratulating the master on vanquishing a formidable foe and bestowing a reward of 100 years of cultivation. The promise of such formidable power brought a sardonic smile to Lu Huan's lips. Raising his gaze, his eyes glinting with a chilling brilliance, he surveyed the stunned cultivators before him, locking onto the individual who had previously insulted him as a mere beast. "Was it you who dared to scorn me?" With a resounding thud, his words hung in the air. Lu Huan's physique surged forth like a cannonball unleashed from its chamber, propelling him instantly to the side of a peak body refinement cultivator. Without the need for any elaborate techniques, he delivered a single, devastating punch. The feeble cultivator at the pinnacle of the body refinement stage stood no chance against Lu Huan's overwhelming strength, exceeding 10,000 kilograms. The impact resulted in an explosive obliteration, reducing the body to a splatter of crimson. "Congratulations to the master for vanquishing the foe. A reward of 1 year's cultivation has been granted," the system proclaimed, further illuminating Lu Huan's smile. Without a moment's hesitation, he blinked again, appearing beside yet another cultivator who had insulted him. This adversary was no ordinary foe, but a formidable opponent at the early stage of the core formation realm. Although Lu Huan possesses formidable strength, inflicting harm upon this initial stage Jedon cultivator is nearly an impossible endeavor. "You little beast, do you still wish to kill me?" the cultivator exclaimed, suddenly realizing the situation. "What if I do wish to kill you?" Lu Huan let out a cold snort and bellowed, "Demonic Wind Fist." Lu Huan unleashed a formidable punch, the ferocious force coalescing into a terrifying silhouette, seemingly intent on devouring the very heavens and earth. Everyone was left astounded. Was this young man out of his mind? How dared he initiate an assault against a formidable cultivator at the core formation stage? What could a mere body refinement practitioner possibly be thinking? Did he genuinely believe that obtaining the inheritance of the Black Sky Cave Master rendered him invincible? Such reckless audacity was truly unprecedented. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. His demise was all but assured, and when that time came, the inheritance of the Black Sky Cave Master would be within our grasp. The onlookers, stunned into silence, began to revel in their schadenfreude. No one believed that Lu Huan could inflict harm upon a core formation expert with his mere peak body refinement cultivation. However, Lu Huan's technique was undeniably terrifying. The core formation cultivator, seeing this, Lu Huan's eyes flickered with a hint of a smile. This was indeed his true objective. He was acutely aware that his current techniques would undoubtedly fail to inflict any harm on this core formation practitioner. Thus, he deliberately provoked his opponent into attacking, intending to utilize the rebound force of the indestructible body to vanquish him. It was akin to what had transpired with Zheng Jinwu earlier. The core formation expert also noticed the joy in Lu Huan's eyes. However, he dismissed it, thinking, as a formidable practitioner of the core formation stage, how could he be intimidated by a mere pinnacle body refinement practitioner? He paid no heed and continued his charge towards Lu Huan. The surrounding cultivators, however, wore expressions of bewilderment. What on earth was Zhou Feng up to? Why would a body refinement practitioner need to employ techniques? They chuckled, assuming he was merely frightened. For the Blood Cloud sect members were notoriously timid. Today was indeed an eye-opener. A core formation expert, seemingly intimidated by a body refinement practitioner. If this were to spread, it would surely bring laughter to many. Yet, in the next moment, every smile froze in place. One by one, they gaped in astonishment at Zhou Feng, who, like Zheng Jinwu, was sent hurtling backward, spitting blood, rendered speechless. The system's notification rang out as expected. Congratulations, host, for defeating a formidable foe. Reward, 80 years of cultivation. Lu Huan's lips curled into a faint, cold smile as his indifferent gaze swept across the surroundings. Is there anyone else? Lu Huan's words sent everyone retreating swiftly. Around Lu Huan, a vacuum of several hundred meters remained devoid of any presence. The defeat of Zheng Jinwu, a mid-stage core formation cultivator, at the hands of Lu Huan, a peak body refinement practitioner, could be perceived as an accident. However, when another early-stage core formation cultivator, Zhou Feng, similarly found himself unable to gain any advantage against Lu Huan, meeting the same fate, it became evident that Lu Huan, as a body refinement cultivator, defied the conventional understanding of such practitioners. No one is a fool. Yet, it was precisely due to Lu Huan's overwhelming display of power that a singular thought began to take shape in everyone's minds. Lu Huan's formidable strength must be closely tied to the legacy of the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave. In merely half a day since his entrance into the cave, he has already acquired the Lord's heritage, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his prowess. One cannot help but wonder how terrifying his power will become once he fully assimilates the entire legacy. If I were to attain the same inheritance from the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave, what might my own capabilities reach? The hearts of all present were ablaze with fervor. Although none dared to confront Lu Huan directly in that moment, they were backed by a powerful sect. If they united their efforts to pressure the Heavenly Sword sect, could they not compel them to relinquish the inheritance that Lu Huan had obtained? With this thought, excitement surged through everyone, who were eager to return to their sects and discuss strategies with their leaders on how best to collaborate in pressuring the Heavenly Sword sect. As they observed the absence of challengers willing to step forward, the anticipation only grew. Lu Huan chuckled softly and swiftly approached the side of Senior Sister Yun, whom he had inadvertently propelled away. To his astonishment, he discovered that she had succumbed to unconsciousness, with no choice but to cradle her in his arms. He made his way towards Lu Qi. Although Lu Qi's intentions were palpably ulterior, one cannot overlook the utility of a free tool. If he wished to return to the Heavenly Sword sect from this location, it would require at least 2 or 3 days, a rather exhausting endeavor. Manager Lu, let us return to the sect. Lu Huan spoke softly. All right. Lu Qi gazed at Lu Huan with a complex expression, clearly taken aback by how events had unfolded to this point. He wished to say something, yet could only silently sigh within. Grasping Lu Fan's collar as they soared toward the direction of the Heavenly Sword sect. Upon their return, Sister Yun awoke from Lu Huan's embrace. The moment she beheld Lu Huan, a trace of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Lu Huan, have you also perished? A layer of dark lines suddenly appeared on Lu Huan's forehead. Senior sister, do not speak nonsense. Neither of us has perished. We are presently en route back to our sect. Not dead. How could that be possible? That was a formidable nascent soul cultivator. We miraculously survived under their hands. Yun Shiji, her face filled with gratitude, turned to Lu Qi, who was carrying them through the skies, and said, was it Lu Qi who intervened once again? Lu Qi's lips twitched as he awkwardly replied, it has nothing to do with me. Lu Huan's strength far surpasses yours. The inheritance he acquired in the Dark Heaven Cave is quite extraordinary. Yun Shiji gazed at Lu Huan in astonishment, falling into a contemplative silence. Lu Huan did not deny the origins of the indestructible body. The explanation for its provenance remains elusive. However, it is quite convenient to conceal it under the legacy of the Master of the Black Sky. Nonetheless, judging from the reactions of these individuals, Lu Huan discovered that it seemed everyone was unaware of the Dark Abyss Lord's identity as a demonic cultivator. This appeared to be a fortunate circumstance. Although demonic cultivators are not necessarily evil practitioners, they are still subjected to considerable discrimination among the self-righteous sects like the Heavenly Sword sect. Thus, Lu Huan discreetly took out the jade slip, expending a modicum of system cultivation, and proceeded to amend certain records pertaining to the Lord of the Black Heaven within it. Although Lu Huan does not intend to relinquish the legacy of the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave, this matter pertains to the task he must complete. In due time, he merely needs to retain the content within this jade slip that introduces the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave, while also preserving the incomplete Demon Windfist for the purpose of task submission. An incomplete Demon Windfist will not significantly affect Lu Huan. Furthermore, it suffices to let others know that it is a third-tier technique. As for the remaining items, Lu Huan is certainly unwilling to part with them. Upon returning to the sect, Lu Huan expressed a faint word of gratitude and, alongside Senior Sister Yun, made their way towards the task pavilion. Lu Qi observed Lu Huan's retreating figure with a hint of dissatisfaction, snorting disdainfully. You think that by obtaining the legacy of the Dark Sky Cave Master, you can act arrogantly before me? Your inheritance will surely belong to me, for I am the one who, Senior Sister Yun. Could you kindly assist me in submitting the task related to the Dark Sky Cave Master? Upon returning to the task pavilion, Lu Huan handed a manipulated jade slip to Senior Sister Yun, smiling as he made his request. Senior Sister Yun discreetly glanced around and whispered, Lu Huan, does this contain the legacy of the Dark Sky Cave Master? If it does, I advise you to keep it. It would be best to forego this task. Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, Sister Yun, rest assured. The task requires knowledge of the situation regarding the Lord of the Black Sky Cave. And this jade slip contains the information about him. I see. Sister Yun exclaimed, her understanding dawning, and without questioning Lu Huan's words, she returned to the back of the counter to submit the task. Lu Huan and Senior Sister Yun returned discreetly, initially attracting little attention from the crowd. However, shortly after Senior Sister Yun submitted the task, a gasp echoed through the task hall. Has the mission of the Black Heaven Cave Master been completed? How could this be? Could it be that Lu Huan, that outer sect disciple, truly accomplished this task? Impossible. Lu Huan is merely a practitioner at the body refinement stage. How could he possibly fulfill the Black Heaven Cave Master's mission? Even Steward Lu Qi could not complete it. Look, isn't that Lu Huan? Someone finally spotted Lu Huan standing beside the counter, with Senior Sister Yun busily working behind it. Lu Huan, quickly tell us, what treasures lie within the Black Heaven Cave? Does the Black Heaven Cave Master truly exist? A disciple at the peak of the body refinement stage, who considered himself on friendly terms with Lu Huan, approached with a beaming smile and inquired playfully, if you're curious, why not go to the Black Heaven Cave and see for yourself? Lu Huan could not be bothered to pay any attention to this individual. His self-righteous demeanor was quite irksome to Lu Huan. As Lu Huan's words faded, an irate voice erupted, Lu Huan, what is your attitude? Senior brother Zhou Kai is personally addressing you. He is extending you a courtesy. Do not be so audacious as to take it for granted. Speak up at once, or I assure you, I possess numerous ways to make your life miserable. Make my life miserable? Lu Huan couldn't help but smile, casting a fleeting glance at the individual before him. This fellow was named Nixin. Previously, leveraging his cultivation at the 9th level of body refinement, he had exhibited an exceedingly arrogant demeanor within the outer sect. His favorite pastime was to assert his dominance, rallying a group around him and bullying those vulnerable, insignificant disciples to showcase his inflated sense of self-importance. However, when confronted by the inner sect disciples, he transformed into a figure of timidity, almost wishing to kneel and address certain individuals as his masters. Nevertheless, Lu Huan understood more clearly now. Nixin appeared exceedingly arrogant, but the true instigator of his behavior was the fellow named Zhou Kai, who bore the title of one of the 3 chief disciples from the outer sect. No matter how audacious Nixin might be, he remained merely an ordinary outer sect disciple. Without the backing of Zhou Kai, one of the esteemed 3 chief disciples, would he dare to act so brazenly? Having already defeated 2 formidable opponents at the core formation stage, Lu Huan had no time to engage with those of the body refinement stage. He impatiently declared, Zhou Kai, keep your dog in check, and do not disturb me. Upon hearing this, Nixin, filled with rage and humiliation, felt a surge of murderous intent erupt in his eyes. He brandished his fists and charged toward Lu Huan, exclaiming, Bastard, who are you calling? However, before he could finish his sentence, it transformed into a cry of anguish as he was sent flying. The surrounding disciples of the Tianjin sect looked on in astonishment, for they had not even perceived Lu Huan's movements before Nixin was cast aside. Such prowess sent shivers down their spines. Zhou Kai's eyes widened in shock, a chill coursing through him. Uncomfortably swallowing, he forced a smile and said, "Junior brother Lu, I sincerely apologize. It is indeed my fault for not managing this dog." Nixin. As Zhou Kai offered his apology, a trace of a sinister smile flickered in his eyes as he continued, however. "It seems that junior brother Lu has made significant gains in the Black Heaven Cave. Surely, you have not truly acquired the inheritance of the Black Heaven Cave Master. Previously, you possessed only the cultivation of the 8th level of body refinement, yet now you dispatch Nixin, who is at the 9th level, with such ease. Even I, at the pinnacle of body refinement, could not discern your movements. Truly impressive." Lu Huan gazed at Zhou Kai with a knowing expression, fully aware of his ulterior motives. It was evident that he sought to disseminate the news of his inheritance of the Black Sky Cave Master, intending to attract the attention of the inner disciples of the Sword of Heaven sect, thereby provoking them to suppress him. However, little did Zhou Kai realize that Lu Huan had never harbored any intention of concealing the fact that he had acquired the legacy of the Black Sky Cave Master. Moreover, the powers that had previously congregated outside the Black Sky Cave would undoubtedly not let the matter rest. They might still possess hidden agendas, and when the time came, the news of Lu Huan obtaining the inheritance of the Black Heaven Cave Master will inevitably spread. Those who are meant to come will still seek him out, unaffected by Zhou Kai's petty schemes. However, to be so easily deceived and to remain indifferent is evidently not in Lu Huan's nature. Moreover, Lu Huan suddenly recalled something. Previously, Lin Bai seemed to have willingly become a lackey for Zhou Kai. It remained uncertain whether his prior downfall was linked to Zhou Kai. Regardless, Lu Huan could not be bothered to ponder such connections. Even if there were none, it was still Zhou Kai's poor choice to have Lin Bai serve as his minion. Consequently, in a fit of indignation, Lu Huan approached Zhou Kai and, without hesitation, raised his arm and delivered a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed as Zhou Kai's right cheek rapidly swelled and turned a vivid red, clearly marked by the imprint of Lu Huan's hand. "Do you think you can scheme against me? You are not worthy." Zhou Kai's eyes blazed crimson in an instant. The pain on his face did not inflict substantial harm. However, being publicly humiliated struck a severe blow to his pride. As one of the 3 foremost disciples of the Tianjin sect, he had always been the one to bully others. How could he possibly accept being bullied himself? "Lu Huan, I will not let this go." Consumed by fury, Zhou Kai's reason was extinguished. He abruptly retrieved a crimson pill from his robes and swallowed it whole. Boom. In that moment, an aura befitting a Foundation Establishment cultivator erupted from Zhou Kai's being. The explosive spirit pill? Goodness. Zhou Kai actually resorted to using the forbidden explosive spirit pill? It was rumored that he had prepared this pill for the Luyin Mountain ruins, yet he chose to use it now? Lu Huan was surely doomed. He had been arrogant. But even with the inheritance of the Dark Sky Cave Master, he remained merely a body-refining realm cultivator. Zhou Kai, having consumed the explosive spirit pill, could rival a cultivator at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. He deserved it. If I were in Lu Huan's position, I would not only refrain from claiming the Dark Sky Cave Master's inheritance, but I would also remain discreet for a considerable time, enhancing my strength before emerging. The thought of the Dark Sky Cave Master's legacy being entrusted to such an irresponsible disciple was utterly disgraceful. Geniuses are invariably the subject of envy, particularly when they are still in the nascent stages of their brilliance. Should they falter midway, those who revel in their misfortune often outnumber those who lament their loss by an immeasurable margin. Moreover, it is worth noting that the individuals present are all outer sect disciples. What does it mean to be an outer sect disciple? In essence, it refers to a collective of individuals possessing merely mediocre talents, barely capable of cultivation, even with relentless effort. Their lifetime achievements are unlikely to surpass the realm of the ordinary. They find it particularly intolerable that Lu Huan, once an ordinary individual like themselves, has emerged from his sojourn as a figure they can only revere. They secretly wish for Lu Huan's immediate downfall. Thus, when they witnessed Zhou Kai suddenly consume the explosive spirit pill, forcibly elevating his cultivation to the Foundation Establishment stage with the intent to eliminate Lu Huan, they erupted in malicious glee, as if they could already envision Lu Huan meeting a tragic fate under Zhou Kai's onslaught. Their eyes gleamed with a pathological ecstasy. Yet, could the reality truly align with their malicious fantasies? Sister Yun, who harbored concerns for Lu Huan, lifted her head with indifference, casting a glance toward the scene beyond the counter. A flicker of disdain flashed in her beautiful phoenix eyes as she murmured, "Even those of the core formation stage have failed to gain any advantage against junior brother Lu. How could an outer sect disciple, who has forcibly augmented his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, possibly surpass them?" While her words held merit, Sister Yin pondered for a moment before rising and stepping out from behind the counter, seamlessly blending into the crowd. She resolved to intervene at the first sign of danger for Lu Huan. As for Zhou Kai, a person who regularly displayed unlikable traits and was self-destructive, held no concern for her. However, it became evident that Sister Yun's precautionary measures were unnecessary. Zhou Kai's prowess was utterly insignificant before Lu Huan. As he charged toward Lu Huan, the latter merely unleashed a nonchalant punch. With a resounding crash, the crowd stood in stunned silence as they beheld Zhou Kai's abdomen erupt in a spray of blood. His body was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against a wall reinforced with formations, before slowly sliding to the ground. Lu Huan's prowess has indeed reached astonishing heights. Previously, when it was mentioned that Lu Huan was an unassuming disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, one could only bow their head in shame and indignation. It became evident that it was not a matter of modesty on Lu Huan's part, but rather that his strength far exceeded the wildest imaginations of ordinary cultivators like themselves. Sister Yun, upon witnessing this, quietly returned to her station behind the counter, resuming her tasks. Shortly thereafter, a hurried inner sect disciple of the foundation establishment stage burst through the door, clutching a box. The peculiar atmosphere within the outer sect's task pavilion did not seem to faze him. To someone of his rank, merely observing an outer sect disciple felt like an affront to his dignity. Upon locating Sister Yun, he approached her eagerly, exclaiming, "Sister Yun, here's the second-tier demon beast core you requested. What on earth could an outer sect task require this for?" "Indeed," Sister Yun replied with a calm demeanor. "The task from the Dark Sky Cave Master has been completed." She understood that such news could not be concealed. It was better to disclose it openly. "Really? Is this for real? This ridiculous task has actually been accomplished by an outer sect disciple?" The foundation establishment disciple was taken aback, his face a picture of astonishment. He pressed on, "Sister Yun, who completed this task? Please introduce me. With such talent, why remain in the outer sect? You must invite them to join the inner sect at once. Must you always prattle on? As if I were unaware," Sister Yun retorted with an exasperated glare. Then called out to the distance, "Lu Huan, the second-tier demon beast core has arrived. Please come and collect it." "Thank you, sister." Lu Huan approached with a cheerful demeanor, collecting the demon pill resting on the counter into the confines of her system space. "Is that the outer sect disciple who accomplished the task of the Dark Sky Cave Master? Greetings, I am Wang Wei, an inner sect disciple with a cultivation level of the 5th layer of foundation establishment." As Wang Wei enthusiastically introduced himself, he regarded Lu Huan with a sense of curiosity, feeling an uncanny familiarity, as though he had encountered her before. How could she not seem familiar? Su Xiaowan's residence is indeed within the inner sect. Lu Huan frequently visited Su Xiaowan's residence to entertain her with jokes. Many inner disciples had encountered him. "Hello, I am Lu Huan. I have other matters to attend to. Let us converse another time." With the acquisition of a second-tier demon beast inner core, Lu Huan was eager to refine a breaking mirror pill and advance to the foundation establishment stage. "All right, you carry on." Wang Wei felt quite awkward. Although he sensed a disheartening disparity, he rationalized that it was natural for a gifted disciple like Lu Huan, capable of completing the task assigned by the Lord of the Dark Sky Cave, to look down upon an ordinary inner disciple like himself. Were he in Lu Huan's position, he would have likely acted even more arrogantly. After a moment of self-reassurance, Wang Wei prepared to take his leave. Just then, a group of disciples clad in the attire of the law enforcement hall of the Heavenly Sword sect rushed in. The leader was also an inner disciple at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. While he was merely at the 3rd level, he was still competent enough to handle certain infractions within the outer sect. "Oh, why is Sun Xiao here?" Wang Wei muttered to himself as he approached. "Sun Xiao, what has transpired in the outer sect that necessitated your presence?" "Captain, you are here too?" The leading disciple, at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, brightened at the sight of Wang Wei and greeted him with delight. Indeed, Wang Wei was also a disciple of the law enforcement hall, and he served as the captain of the team to which Sun Xiao belonged. However, of late, he had dedicated himself to the matters concerning the Luyan Mountain ruins, striving to enhance his cultivation before the ruins opened, and had delegated his authority to Sun Shao. Upon hearing Wang Wei's inquiry, Sun Shao promptly reported, "Captain, we just received a tip-off that a disciple from the outer sect has committed an assault, incapacitating the dantian of one of the 3 chief disciples, Zhou Kai. We came to investigate the situation." "Is that Zhou Kai?" Wang Wei suddenly recalled that the fleeting shadow he glimpsed upon entering was indeed Zhou Kai, one of the 3 chief disciples of the outer sect. Nevertheless, Wang Wei was indifferent to Zhou Kai's plight. As a member of the law enforcement hall, it was his responsibility to restrain disciples from engaging in private duels, let alone committing such a heinous act as crippling another's dantian. Immediately, Wang Wei snorted coldly and stated sternly, "What? Is there truly someone so deranged as to incapacitate their fellow disciple? This matter must be handled with utmost fairness." Ahem, just as Wang Wei was demonstrating his unwavering integrity, a sudden, urgent cough interrupted him. Upon hearing this abrupt sound, the words that had been poised on his lips abruptly ceased. Instinctively, he turned to see that the source of the cough was none other than Sister Yun. A flicker of realization crossed his mind, and his expression shifted to one of palpable awkwardness. Sister Yun's reaction undoubtedly conveyed to him that the individual responsible for incapacitating Zhou Kai was likely the recently departed Lu Huan. With a nervous gulp, Wang Wei swallowed hard, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. A glance around revealed his subordinate Sun Shao and a group of onlookers, the outer disciples, who were eagerly watching him. Particularly, the expressions of the outer disciples reflected a glimmer of anticipation, as if they were fervently wishing for him to issue a command to severely punish Lu Huan. Yet, the more he sensed this, the more he felt an unsettling disquiet. After a rapid contemplation, he resolutely declared, "This matter will be handled personally by your captain. First, take the victim for treatment. I will confront the perpetrator to ascertain what transpired." Brother Wang Wei is truly wise. Sun Shao immediately chimed in with sycophantic enthusiasm. Although the surrounding outer disciples sensed something amiss in Wang Wei's demeanor, they could not help but feel an inexplicable relief wash over them. Their faces alight with jubilation as they anticipated that Lu Huan would not escape unscathed this time. "Enough of this chatter. Can't you see the victim is in dire need? Hurry and take him for treatment." Wang Wei impatiently interrupted Sun Shao, inwardly lamenting, "What wisdom is this? Not only will this rascal attract considerable attention from the higher-ups after fulfilling the task for the Dark Sky Lord, but Sister Yun's attitude clearly suggests she does not wish for me to deal with him either. Sun Shao, why must you be so oblivious?" To maintain his faade, Wang Wei sighed inwardly before stepping out of the outer mission hall with a stern expression. No one could fathom the turmoil brewing within him at that moment. Wang Wei, just as he hesitated, uncertain of how to navigate this predicament, he suddenly heard Sister Yun's voice call from behind. "Sister Yun," he turned with a sense of relief and immediately began to vent his frustrations. "This Lu Huan is causing too much trouble. Even if he possesses considerable talent, he cannot be allowed to incapacitate fellow disciples in public. This puts me in a difficult position. There is nothing difficult about it. You are aware of Zhou Kai's character. This situation is of his own making and bears little relation to Lu Huan, aside from perhaps being a tad excessive in his actions." Sister Yun replied with a calm demeanor. "A tad excessive?" Wang Wei cast a peculiar glance at Sister Yun, unable to suppress a smile as he remarked, "Zhou Kai is indeed one of the 3 chief disciples of the outer sect. While his character leaves much to be desired, he ranks among the pinnacle of body-refining practitioners in the entirety of Qingyun County. To incapacitate his dantian, one would need a formidable opponent, at least someone in the late Foundation establishment stage. Regardless of Lu Huan's exceptional talent, he remains merely an outer sect disciple and has yet to reach the Foundation establishment realm. Surely, he could at least deliver a sound beating to Zhou Kai." He landed a single punch on him, and Zhou Kai had consumed an explosive spirit pill. A peak body-refining practitioner attacking a fellow disciple with such a pill. How can Lu Huan not be allowed to defend himself? Sister Yun squinted her eyes and spoke softly. "A single punch? And it was Zhou Kai who had taken the explosive spirit pill? Goodness, just how powerful is Lu Huan? I can't help but think I might not stand a chance against him." Wang Wei gasped, yet a smile crept onto his face. For Sister Yun's words had already instilled in him the belief that this affair was far from insurmountable. A single punch to shatter the dantian. And Zhou Kai had even consumed the explosive spirit pill. He was the one who instigated the conflict. This can only reflect his lack of skill. So why should Lu Huan be blamed for being too ruthless? Not long after, a notice issued by Wang Wei was posted at the entrance of the task pavilion. Upon reading the contents of the announcement, All the outer sect disciples felt as if they had swallowed half a fly. The message was straightforward enough for even a fool to comprehend. Essentially, after Wang Wei's investigation, it was revealed that Zhou Kai's condition was entirely self-inflicted and had nothing to do with Lu Huan. Therefore, Lu Huan would face no repercussions. Conversely, Zhou Kai, having provoked the situation yet proven inferior in skill, was consequently expelled from the Tianjin sect, never to be employed again. Lu Huan was, of course, unaware that while he was concocting his elixirs, a minor inconvenience had been effortlessly resolved by someone else without his intervention. At this moment, Lu Huan was in the alchemy pavilion of the outer disciples, concocting the breaking mirror pill. Without a furnace or spiritual fire, he had to rent a refining room, which provided both a furnace and earthly flames. By expending his cultivation resources to enhance his alchemical skills, Lu Huan seemed akin to a practitioner who had studied alchemy for over a decade. He possessed an intimate knowledge of crafting all first-tier elixirs. After nearly half an hour, the refining process came to an end. As he infused the final imprint into the pill, an overwhelming fragrance of medicinal herbs suddenly wafted through the air. How extraordinarily fragrant! Lu Huan was utterly astonished. Just as he was about to observe the progress of the alchemical concoction, a surge of resplendent violet light erupted from the cauldron, soaring skyward and permeating the alchemical chamber, culminating in a manifestation of ethereal violet clouds above the outer sect's alchemical hall. Such a remarkable phenomenon. Goodness! Someone has successfully crafted a perfect elixir. Is it possible? In this day and age, there exists an individual capable of producing a potion of such impeccable quality? Am I perhaps in the wrong place? Could it be that this is the inner sect's alchemical hall rather than the outer sect's? Even within the inner sect, over the years, no steward or elder of our heavenly sword sect has managed to refine a potion of perfect quality. I wonder what this elixir might be. I have heard that potions of perfect quality possess extraordinary effects. The violet clouds ignited a flurry of speculation among the numerous disciples in proximity to the alchemical hall. Alas, this is, after all, the outer sect's alchemical hall. Regardless of the cauldron or the earth fire, the quality is rather subpar. Within the heavenly sword sect, those proficient in alchemy invariably choose to conduct their craft within the inner sect's facilities. The ones present here are primarily outer sect disciples with a mere curiosity in alchemy. It is exceedingly rare for any high-ranking officials to be in attendance. The violet clouds lingered for the duration of a tea's brewing time before gradually dissipating. Meanwhile, Lu Huan, ensconced within the alchemical chamber, remained oblivious to these occurrences. Upon discovering 3 broken mirror pills within the cauldron, he became so apprehensively engrossed that he disregarded the happenings outside. The broken mirror pill is exceptionally unique, incomparable to any other elixir. From the knowledge he acquired through the system's inheritance of alchemical techniques, he understood that under normal circumstances, only a single pill could be produced in one refinement. The emergence of 3 at once filled him with trepidation, fearing that something might have gone awry. If the efficacy were compromised, it would all be in vain. Lu Huan took out the elixir, and the system's notification appeared before his eyes. Perfect body refining breakthrough pill, capable of instantly shattering the constraints of the body refining realm, elevating one's cultivation to the foundation establishment realm, simultaneously doubling the size of the Dantian, disregarding level restrictions. It can be utilized by all entities within the body refining and foundation establishment realms to enhance their fundamental strength. It may also serve as a substitute for the foundation establishment breakthrough pill, albeit with diminished efficacy. Hiss! Lu Huan inhaled sharply, taken aback. Have I truly concocted a pill of perfect quality, the mirror-shattering elixir? And its effects are astonishingly potent. Compared to an ordinary mirror-shattering elixir, it directly doubles the capacity of the Dantian. This equates to possessing more than double the spiritual energy of other cultivators. Spiritual energy is the cornerstone of a cultivator's future prowess. Thus, an abundance of it signifies greater strength. The prospect of a doubled Dantian is indeed exhilarating. However, Lu Huan understands more profoundly that the ability to transcend level restrictions and utilize all manner of spiritual objects from the body refinement and foundation establishment realms to enhance one's foundational strength is of paramount importance to him. Why is this so? The Black Heaven Spirit Crystal. This remarkable substance can augment the foundational power of body refinement cultivators. It is well known that Yang Zhong, in pursuit of the complete inheritance from the Lord of the Black Heaven, willingly expended his own resources to cultivate, only to reach a standstill at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, leveraging the power of the Black Heaven Spirit Crystal to enhance his foundational strength. What does this signify? The Black Heaven Spirit Crystal is a comprehension that can only be utilized within the body refinement realm. Lu Huan, having reaped the rewards of the third sign-in, acquired the method for condensing the Black Heavenly Spirit Crystal. If he were to choose to break through to the foundation establishment stage at this moment, it would mean relinquishing this formidable capability. He would miss the opportunity to enhance his foundational strength through the Black Heavenly Spirit Crystal. While it may seem that the essence of cultivation lies primarily in spiritual energy, once that energy is fully expended, formidable strength alone can adequately address numerous crises. Moreover, in certain extraordinary locales, there exist areas where spiritual energy is prohibited. In such instances, the magnitude of one's power assumes a crucial role. Excellent. Splendid. Amidst her joy, Lu Huan's gaze fell upon the final piece of the flawless quality breaking mirror Dan. Could this serve as a substitute for the foundational breaking mirror Dan? This indeed felt like having an advantageous trump card in advance. If, in the future, she truly finds herself unable to procure the materials for crafting the foundational breaking mirror Dan, this could suffice. For now, she would seek it out. If it proves elusive, she would address that when the time comes. Lu Huan felt an undeniable envy. The exquisite qualities of the perfect mirror shattering pill far surpass those of the ordinary kind. Why would one resort to the mundane version when the perfect one could be utilized? After all, I possess a system. How could I possibly be compared to an ordinary cultivator? Lu Huan murmured silently to himself, free from any lingering concerns. Lu Huan carefully stored away 2 of the mirror-shattering pills, then placed the remaining one directly into his mouth. Instantly, the violent medicinal effects erupted within his body like a raging flood bursting through a dam. The unrestrained force surged through his organs, limbs, and bones. With the most excruciating agony centered in his dantian, a pain akin to having one's soul torn apart. Caught off guard, Lu Huan let out a cry of anguish. But the next moment, Lu Huan gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain with unwavering resolve. His eyes widened, radiating a fierce determination that surged forth from within. How could I, Lu Huan, possibly falter under such trivial discomfort? The agony persisted for a full hour before finally receding like the ebbing tide. Lu Huan's clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat, resembling a drenched chicken. He gasped, collapsing onto the ground, his breaths heavy. As he gazed at the system interface, the displayed power indication elicited an uncontrollable laugh. Master, Lu Huan cultivation level, foundation establishment, first layer strength, 24,000 newtons, though it was merely a simple 3-line text. For Lu Huan, it represented a monumental breakthrough. Achieving the first layer of foundation establishment was sufficient for him to shed his identity as an outer disciple and ascend to the ranks of an inner disciple. It marked a definitive farewell to the self he had been prior to acquiring the system. With the system at his disposal, he was determined to embrace a new way of life. The enhancement of his strength adhered to the conventional norms, much like that of an ordinary cultivator. Upon breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, one typically experiences a direct doubling of their power. Lu Huan had not anticipated that. Having already possessed a strength equivalent to 12,000 bulls, he could still witness a direct doubling of this power. In retrospect, it seemed somewhat disadvantageous. However, the thought of utilizing the perfect mirror breaking pill, along with the Black Heavenly Spirit Crystal to elevate his foundational strength limit, rendered this minor setback entirely inconsequential. Upon inspecting his dantian, he found it indeed substantial. Yet, he remained uncertain about the extent of dantian capacity typically achieved by peak body refinement practitioners upon breaking through. As he had no means for comparison, he trusted that any future encounters with adversaries would naturally illuminate this aspect. Thus, he chose to disregard it for the time being, placing his faith in the system, which he believed would not deceive him regarding such matters. He proceeded to organize his gains. Lu Huan left the alchemy room with a sense of satisfaction, only to discover a throng of disciples gathered outside, clustered around an elder in the core formation stage. All eagerly vying to present their reports. Lu Huan had previously encountered the individual, Elder Jian Tong, an intersect elder specializing in alchemical studies at the Heavenly Sword Sect. Upon sighting Lu Huan, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, as both the elder in the core formation stage and the disciples gazed at Lu Huan with expressions of astonishment. Lu Huan could distinctly perceive the incredulous gaze of the elder in the core formation stage fixated upon him. Within the crowd, a murmur of hushed speculation arose. Is it really him? Surely not. He bears no semblance of one capable of refining a pill of perfect quality. Yet, apart from him, All others in the alchemy chamber have emerged, and no one else has stepped forth to claim such an achievement. Could it be that someone is masquerading as a fool to deceive the wise? What a preposterous notion. In this place, those who can concoct pills of flawless quality are assuredly of the highest caliber. Even the most impeccable first-grade pill cannot surpass the heavens. Amidst the fervent discussions among the disciples, the elder of the core formation stage concluded his scrutiny of Lu Huan. Reluctantly, he found himself compelled to accept the possibility that it was indeed Lu Huan who had crafted the perfect quality pill. What is your name? Are you an inner disciple or an outer disciple? Did you truly just refine a pill of perfect quality? Lu Huan might still choose to maintain a low profile, yet. At this moment, such discretion is entirely unnecessary. Having ascended to the first level of the foundation establishment realm, his indestructible body has been elevated accordingly, enabling him to withstand the assaults of nascent soul ancestors. Furthermore, the disciples are indeed correct. It is merely a perfect grade-breaking mirror pill of the first tier. Relatively speaking, it is not particularly attention-grabbing. Indeed, Lu Huan replied with a subtle nod, a confident smile gracing his lips. I report to Elder Jian that I, Lu Huan, have indeed refined a perfect grade-breaking mirror pill for the body refinement realm. With the aid of this pill, I have ascended to the foundation establishment realm. I should now be considered an inner sect disciple, correct? What? The news of a perfect grade-breaking mirror pill elicited a reaction from Elder Jian that completely took Lu Huan by surprise. Is it truly him? Our heavenly sword sect has unearthed a hidden dragon, the ability to refine a perfect grade-breaking mirror pill? My heavens, perfect grade pills are known to possess extraordinary effects. I wonder what the effects of this perfect grade-breaking mirror pill might be. Not only was Elder Jian's reaction intense, but the other disciples were equally exuberant. Their faces flushed with excitement. It seemed as though it was they, rather than Lu Huan, who had accomplished the feat of pill refinement. Why such an overwhelming response? Lu Huan was somewhat bewildered by the reactions of those around him, lost in his own thoughts when suddenly, the world before him darkened. Jian Tong leaped from the crowd, landing directly in front of him, fervently grasping his hands with an expression of intense eagerness. Her eyes sparkled with a fervent hope as she implored. Do you have the elixir? Quickly, show it to me, the flawless mirror-breaking pill? Is it true that such a perfect quality pill exists in this world? Observing Jian Tong's fervent excitement, Lu Huan was taken aback. Lu Huan felt a twinge of concern. Would this elder become overly excited, much like the celebrated Fan Jin, and meet an untimely demise? Lu Huan pondered for a moment. He still possessed 2 broken mirror pills. Even if he offered one, he would retain another as a trump card. With a cheerful demeanor, he produced one of the pills and presented it to Elder Jian. Elder Jian, this is a broken mirror pill of perfect quality. Is this truly a broken mirror pill of perfect quality? Elder Jian remarked, visibly impressed. The radiant surface, the perfectly round shape, and the rich, enticing aroma captured his attention. A glimmer of infatuation sparkled in his eyes, akin to a famished man who, after years of yearning, suddenly encounters a stunning beauty before him, filled with exhilaration. However, Lu Huan could not suppress an eye roll. What a load of nonsense about its radiant surface and alluring fragrance. The perfect quality broken mirror pill, once extracted from the alchemical furnace, had already lost its luster. The only commendable aspect was its spherical form. Everything else was mere exaggeration. Lu Huan, I shall take this pill back for further study. Once my research is complete, I will exchange it for you. However, I shall ensure your benefit as well. From this day forth, you shall be my closed-door disciple. Come to my cave dwelling to complete the disciple initiation ceremony. I must return to my studies now. With that, Elder Jian soared into the sky and vanished from sight. Lu Huan wore a bewildered expression, his heart brimming with disdain. Who would wish to become your closed-door disciple? If you were a master at the out-of-body or spirit-severing stage, I might begrudgingly consider being your apprentice. Yet you are merely at the core formation stage. You are only a mere level above me, and you cannot even breach my defenses. I have already refined pills of perfect quality, while you have failed to do so. What purpose would your mentorship serve? Lu Huan wore an expression of utter bewilderment, completely disregarding Jian Tong's words. Lu Huan remained indifferent. Yet that did not imply that the outer disciples surrounding him felt the same. Upon hearing Jian Tong's words, their eyes glistened with tears, their faces adorned with expressions of envy, jealousy, and resentment. As fervent alchemists within the Tianjin sect, what was their ultimate aspiration? Was it not to become disciples of Jian Tong? Yet now, Jian Tong had already accepted Lu Huan as his closed-door disciple. This signified that Jiantong would likely not take on any more students in the future, and their aspirations had now drifted far beyond their reach. Although they were consumed by envy and jealousy, those present possessed a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing that they could not compare to Lu Huan in terms of alchemical talent. Thus, they resolved to seek favor. In an instant, all the disciples surged towards Lu Huan, chattering excitedly. "Brother Lu, I too have a passion for alchemy. How about you come to my room tonight for some guidance? Brother, my sister is a mere 16, innocent and adorable, with a delicate grace. Please, offer her your guidance." "Brother Lu, would it bother you that I am male?" "It certainly would. It is imperative that it does. I am a man, and I favor women." Lu Huan was taken aback. Although he frequently encountered such scenes before the system was activated, when the young women from the Tianjin sect would often cling to him, requesting various anecdotes, those ladies were far more reserved than the group before him. After dismissing these individuals, Lu Huan approached without hesitation to the vicinity of his residence at Tianjin sect. "Here lies the abode of Lin Bai." Bang! Lu Huan wore a cold expression as he forcefully kicked open the wooden gate of Lin Bai's courtyard. The door shattered with a resounding crash. "Lu Huan, what are you doing?" At that moment, a passing outer disciple, noticing Lu Huan's furious demeanor, curiously inquired. "Seeking revenge." The disciple paused, momentarily taken aback, and murmured, "Aren't you and Lin Bai on good terms?" Observing the deepening gloom on Lu Huan's face due to his words, the disciple quickly retracted his statement, clarifying, "It seems Lin Bai was summoned by the third elder earlier and hasn't returned since. If you wish to seek vengeance, you will need to confront the third elder." "Third elder?" Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback. He had never heard Lin Bai mention any connection between himself and Zhao Mingji, the third elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Lu Huan pondered for a moment, silently reflecting, "What of the third elder? He is merely a cultivator at the core formation stage. I shall confront him." Having made his decision, Lu Huan smiled at the passing disciple. "Thank you, Dongzi." "No, it's nothing," Dongzi replied somewhat foolishly, watching Lu Huan suddenly turn and head towards the inner sect. For a brief moment, he was utterly bewildered. Is this fellow truly intending to seek vengeance on Lin Bai in front of the third elder? That is indeed audacious. Alas, it seems we shall lose yet another disciple from the outer sect. Dongzi shook his head, turning away with a look of regret. It was evident that he did not believe that Lu Huan, bold enough to venture into the third elder's territory to commit murder, would return alive. Before proceeding to the inner sect, Lu Huan made another visit to the mission hall. At this moment, Wang Wei's notification had yet to be issued. Some disciples within the mission chamber, upon seeing Lu Huan's audacity to reappear before them, could not help but ridicule him with scornful remarks. Lu Huan, feeling indifferent, sought out senior sister Yun and cheerfully said, "Senior sister, could you assist me in registering? I wish to become an inner disciple." Upon hearing this, senior sister Yun's expression transformed into one of delightful surprise. "Oh, really?" Lu Huan nodded. "Very well, I shall assist you with your registration at once. Achieving the foundation establishment stage will enable you to become an inner sect disciple, a steadfast rule of the Heavenly Sword sect. Sister Yun, there is no need for hesitation. I can facilitate the process." A nearby disciple, at the pinnacle of body refinement, spoke with evident envy. "Is it necessary to register an individual on the brink of death as an inner sect disciple? Sister Yun, why squander your efforts? On the brink of death? Are you referring to me?" Lu Huan tilted his head, gazing at the disciple who spoke, a look of displeasure etched across his face. "Are you also a sycophant of that good-for-nothing Zhou Kai?" Lu Huan believed the other party to be a sycophant of Zhou Kai. Having incapacitated Zhou Kai, he found himself at odds with these individuals, who were quite displeased. Yet, they showed no signs of learning from their mistakes and continued to taunt him recklessly. Upon observing Lu Huan's expression, Zhang Wang immediately surmised that Lu Huan had yet to be located by Wang Wei, and with a cold snort, remarked, "So you're still unaware? Haha, you have destroyed Zhou Kai's Dantian, thus violating the regulations of the Heavenly Sword sect. If you do not perish, then who shall?" As for this matter, Lu Huan suddenly realized, chuckling softly, and did not take it to heart. He did not believe he had erred in this matter. Provoking him while lacking the strength, only to be vanquished by his own hand, was entirely deserved. This is the harsh reality of the strength-respected Tianhuan continent, a rule he had come to accept. Lu Huan cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Wang, who reclined nonchalantly against the high counter, engaging in conversation with senior sister Yun. Entirely disregarding Jiang Wang's presence, Jiang Wang felt an overwhelming surge of anger. as one of the most formidable disciples at the pinnacle of the outer sect's body refinement realm. Second only to the three chief disciples, he believed that with Zokai's recent downfall, he was destined to ascend as one of the top three. Naturally, being among the foremost would necessitate his involvement in the affairs of the outer disciples to assert his authority. The thought of Lu Huan, a person marked for death by the sect's law enforcement pavilion, becoming the perfect target for him to demonstrate his newfound power was enticing. Thus, Jiang Wang set his sights on Lu Huan, yet he had not anticipated what would unfold next. Lu Huan's blatant disregard for him left him feeling profoundly humiliated. Fixating on Lu Huan's retreating figure, Jiang Wang gritted his teeth, his eyes radiating an intense venomous resentment. With a sudden shift in his gaze, he bellowed, "Lu Huan, I am unaware of the means by which you evaded senior brother Wang Wei's pursuit. However, now that you stand before us, we shall capture you and present you to senior brother Wang Wei for interrogation. Everyone, charge. He has just recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and his strength is unstable. This is our prime opportunity to avenge senior brother Zokai. Onward." Jiang Wang's unexpected outburst momentarily stunned Lu Huan, who rolled his eyes and remarked to Sister Yun, "Is this fellow a fool? Perhaps his intellect is rather lacking." Sister Yun smiled faintly, mirroring Lu Huan's indifference towards the outer sect disciples. When Lu Huan reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, he was capable of contending against formidable cultivators in the core formation realm. Now that he has advanced to the foundation establishment realm, his power has undoubtedly grown even more formidable. These outer disciples can still pose no trouble for Lu Huan. Hurry up and resolve this. I will take you into the inner sect. Sister Yin chuckled and urged him on. Understood. Lu Huan deliberately saluted with a bent leg, then swiftly turned and delivered a powerful punch. Jiang Wang had yet to react when an excruciating pain suddenly tore through his abdomen. Darkness enveloped him, and like Zokai, he violently collided with the wall, which had been arrayed with intricate formations. After crashing to the ground, a sound akin to a deflating balloon echoed in the air. The outer disciples, who had been swayed by Jiang Wang's instigation and were poised to take action, found themselves utterly stunned. This familiar scene evoked memories of the tragic fate of Zokai. Yet another one. This is truly a killer of the Dantian. One wrong word, and it renders a person incapacitated. Who would dare to approach now? All the outer disciples surrounding them were utterly demoralized. Lu Huan's prowess surpassed their wildest imaginations. They have finally come to this realization. Lu Huan was indeed not someone they could contend with. As for Lu Huan, he appeared somewhat embarrassed. The system notification indicating that he had gained 100 days of cultivation did little to alleviate his awkwardness. "Senior Sister Yun," he said, "I truly did not intend for this to happen. Do you believe me?" Lu Huan spoke softly, her voice filled with a hint of melancholy. Yun Shiji twitched at the corners of her mouth. She genuinely wished to place her trust in Lu Huan. Yet could the outer disciples present truly share her sentiment? It was evident that some had already taken to referring to Lu Huan as the Dantian killer. While such a title may carry an aura of intimidation, it certainly did not bestow a commendable reputation. Nevertheless, Yun Shiji waved her hand dismissively and remarked casually, "It's all right. Wang Wei can assist you in resolving this matter. After all, it was he who initiated the provocation. It has nothing to do with you." "Sister, what exactly is the situation with Wang Wei?" Lu Huan had not paid much attention to it, but upon hearing these words, he curiously inquired. "Wang Wei was a disciple of the law enforcement pavilion. After you departed, Senior Sister Yun briefly elucidated the events that transpired following Lu Huan's departure. Lu Huan nodded thoughtfully, feeling a sense of gratitude towards senior brother Wang Wei. "Let us proceed. I shall escort you to the inner sect." Sister Yun, indifferent to the chaos before her, completed the final procedure and handed the newly printed identity token of the inner disciples to Lu Huan. "Thank you." Lu Huan smiled as she stowed the token into her system space. Had it not been for her desire to participate in the Lu Yin mountain ruins, one must possess foundational cultivation and be recognized as a disciple of the sect to gain entry. Achieving the foundation establishment stage automatically grants one the status of an inner disciple within the Tianjin sect. Otherwise, Lu Huan would not care for such a title. It is no wonder that inner disciples look down upon their outer counterparts. The very grounds of the inner sect exude an air of grandeur that the outer sect lacks. Surrounded by ethereal mist and soaring spirit cranes, even the inner sanctum of a modest sect like Tianjin appears to be a realm of immortals. In stark contrast, the outer sect consists of 2 or 3 rather drab hills. Apart from the impressive structures such as the mission hall and the martial arts pavilion built by the sect, The remaining buildings are merely rudimentary wooden houses erected by the outer disciples themselves. Dilapidated and shabby, the disparity is glaring. One area resembles an affluent district, while the other resembles a slum. Although this is not Lu Huan's first visit to this place, he has always come as a mere guest. Now, as a disciple of the inner sect, he can be considered one of the masters here. Lu Huan, what brings you back here again? The Holy Maiden is currently not at the sect. Lu Huan had just landed on the grand square at the entrance of the inner sect disciples alongside senior Sister Yun when a rather annoying voice pierced through the air. Turning his head, he couldn't help but chuckle. The source of the voice was Yin Lei, whom he considered a half-friend. Previously, like Lu Huan, he had been an outer sect disciple and was his neighbor on the right. However, this fellow possessed remarkable talent and half a year ago broke through to the foundation establishment stage, ascending to the inner sect. After becoming an inner disciple, he secretly procured 2 body refinement pills from his own disciple benefits for Lu Huan. These pills, a low-grade elixir designed to enhance physical strength, were particularly suitable for cultivators at the body refinement stage. Nonetheless, this fellow had a sharp tongue and was not very likable. Previously, Lu Huan harbored a certain disdain for him due to this matter. However, in retrospect, although Yin Lei's words can be quite biting, they are undoubtedly preferable to the supposed brotherhood he once believed he shared with Lin Bai. Upon careful reflection, throughout all these years, he has not truly received anything of substantial value from Lin Bai. How utterly foolish I have been. Lu Huan could not help but feel a surge of emotion within. Reflecting on the past shared with Yin Lei, Lu Huan burst into laughter, deliberately boasting, I have now reached the foundation establishment stage. What reason do I have to be barred from entering the inner sect? Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise visibly sparkled in Yin Lei's eyes. Yet, he retorted with a venomous sneer, you? Ascending to the foundation establishment stage? What a ludicrous joke. Even if my son were to reach that level, you would still have no chance of doing so. Don't make me laugh. With your current disposition, even if I were to ascend, you might struggle to find a partner, let alone think about having a son. Lu Huan retorted without holding back, playfully slapping his own face and exclaiming, if you wish to find a partner, you must possess looks as handsome as mine. Upon hearing this, Yin Lei was rendered speechless, gazing at Lu Huan with a face full of melancholy. In terms of charm, he had never triumphed before Lu Huan. Those who wield sharp tongues often possess short memories. Otherwise, they would learn from their missteps and refrain from their acerbic remarks. After glaring at Lu Huan for less than a minute, Yin Lei seemed to forget the reason for his resentment and curiously inquired, have you truly advanced to the foundation establishment stage? Is there any doubt? Lu Huan pointed at Sister Yun. She was the one who brought me to register. Oh, I see, Sister Yun. Yin Lei then noticed Sister Yun, who was smiling and watching their playful banter, and quickly bowed in greeting. He then added with a cheeky grin, Sister Yun, such trivial matters need not require your personal attention. It's merely a matter of registering inner disciples. I could have taken Lu Huan myself. That would suffice. I have other matters to attend to, Sister Yun agreed readily, not overly concerned. She could distinctly sense the difference in Yin Lei's attitude towards Lu Huan compared to how others regarded him, which reassured her. The registration process for becoming an inner disciple was indeed significant, and Sister Yun had personally ensured its completion. The subsequent steps involved notifying the inner disciple hall to ensure that Lu Huan received his monthly benefits. Though Lu Huan, equipped with a system, found little value in such trivialities, he regarded it as merely procedural. Following Yin Lei, he effortlessly completed the registration process. Later, when it came to arranging accommodations, Yin Lei made a special request, ensuring that they became next-door neighbors once again. In his words, during my 6 months in the inner sect, the absence of a sparring partner left me feeling quite unwell. Now that Lu Huan has arrived, how could I possibly let go of this opportunity to have my favorite sparring companion? Deep down, Lu Huan understood that the rivalries within the inner sect were far more intense than those in the outer sect. Although Yin Lei had entered the inner sect 6 months prior, he had managed to establish his footing by choosing to be neighbors with Lu Huan. He aimed to provide support and shield him from the challenges typically faced by newcomers in the inner sect. Lu Huan was deeply moved. Not wishing to dampen Yin Lei's good intentions, she chose not to refuse. Yet, how could Yin Lei possibly comprehend that the present Lu Huan was no longer the naive person she once was? In truth, they were no longer inhabitants of the same world. After Yin Lei enthusiastically helped Lu Huan tidy up her residence, he brought forth a carefully selected fine wine and some exquisite spiritual fruits. He even took it upon himself to prepare a sumptuous feast, ensuring it was far from the realm of culinary disasters, as a gesture to welcome Lu Huan. This left Lu Huan, who was intent on seeking revenge against Lin Bai, without an opportunity to act on her plans. As they sat together, drinking and engaging in light-hearted banter, Yin Lei unexpectedly brought up the ruins of Luyin Mountain. Lu Huan, you must be aware of the Luyin Mountain ruins, correct? Indeed I am. Are you attending first? Lu Huan took a sip of wine and nodded, saying, Yin Lei, brimming with excitement, replied, initially, I had no intention of participating. Although the requirement to enter is merely the foundation establishment stage, as you can see from previous occasions. Whenever the Luyin Mountain opens, it is always crowded with numerous mid- and late-stage foundation establishment seniors. If I, a mere first-tier foundation establishment cultivator, were to go, I would simply be cannon fodder. What do you expect? Lu Huan wore an expression of exasperation. Things are different now. You have come as well. I thought we could team up, venture forth together to broaden our horizons, and lay some groundwork for the next expedition to the Luyin Mountain ruins. Wouldn't that be splendid? Yin Lei exclaimed, taking a hearty gulp of his drink, his face flushed from the spice, his eyes glimmering with excitement. It's certainly not out of the question. Lu Huan contemplated his purpose for entering the inner gate, which was to partake in the ruins of Luyin Mountain. Initially, he intended to embark on this journey alone. However, now that Yin Lei expressed his desire to team up, Lu Huan decided to bring him along for an effortless victory, thus repaying the favor of the 2 body-refining pills that Yin Lei had previously bestowed upon him. After all, Lu Huan faintly sensed that after participating in the ruins of Luyin Mountain, he would likely depart from the Heavenly Sword sect. Do you agree? Then I shall seek 3 more companions. Upon hearing Lu Huan's consent to his request for a team, Yin Lei joyfully leaped 3 feet into the air. What does it mean to seek 3 more companions? Lu Huan furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. He was amenable to lying down and winning alongside Yin Lei, but the prospect of bringing in 3 other unfamiliar teammates to reap the benefits was certainly unappealing. You are unaware? Yin Lei, taken aback, quickly clarified. The ruins of Luyin Mountain have always been trials based on teamwork. It is imperative to enter with 5 individuals. As for whether to continue in a group or to act independently thereafter, that is a matter of personal choice. What nonsensical regulation! Upon hearing these words, Lu Huan expressed her dissatisfaction with a curse. Yin Lei, noticing Lu Huan's genuine reluctance to team up with others, gritted his teeth and, feeling a pang of regret, said, This has been the rule since ancient times. The precise reasons elude me. If you truly do not wish to form a team with anyone, I shall venture to the task pavilion and spend money to acquire 3 tickets. Purchase tickets? Yin Lei nodded and promptly elaborated. Forming a 5-member team is no simple feat. Some individuals, being quite astute, choose to charge others for the opportunity to team up, catering to those eager to enter the Luyin Mountain ruins. At a cost of 100 spirit stones per person. At this juncture, Yin Lei's tone shifted to one of profound envy as he clicked his tongue, adding, There exists an even pricier option, specifically designed for the young masters and ladies of affluent families. They are escorted by seniors who have previously entered the Luyin Mountain ruins, allowing them to undergo trials themselves while simultaneously profiting from the spirit stones of those wealthy heirs. It is a win-win situation. Do you have any idea how many spirit stones such a method requires? I do not know. Lu Huan shook his head and raised his glass. Yin Lei, with a tone laden with envy, clinked glasses with Lu Huan and downed the exquisite wine in one gulp. With his eyes already clouded by inebriation, he raised a single finger, cursing animatedly, 10,000 spirit stones per person. Damn it, 10,000 spirit stones. That is the accumulation of 5 years of disciple benefits. Observing Yin Lei's cynical demeanor, Lu Huan felt a twinge of emotion. The Yin Lei of yore was certainly not like this. Though sharp-tongued, he was undeniably a spirited and ambitious young man. The transformation into his current state only serves to illustrate the ruthless nature of competition within the inner circle. He chose to continue accompanying Yin Lei in his drinking. Lu Huan was aware that in this state, even though Yin Lei was a foundational cultivator, he would soon succumb to intoxication. As expected, after another hour had passed, Yin Lei had slumped over the table, deep in slumber. After gently placing Yin Lei in his own bed, Lu Huan departed from his residence and made his way towards the cave dwelling of Elder Xiaomingji. Elder Xiaomingji's abode lay deep within the Tianjin sect, where the concentration of spiritual energy was doubly rich compared to that of the inner sect. It was said that beneath the mountain housing the cave was a low-grade spiritual vein. Under normal circumstances, entry for outsiders was strictly forbidden. Stop. Thus, upon reaching the foot of the mountain where Zhao Mingji's cave was located, two cold-faced guard disciples obstructed his path. What is it? Lu Huan inquired. May I ask if the outer sect disciple Lin Bai is present in Elder Zhao's cave? Lu Huan is currently unaware of certain circumstances. Although he possesses sufficient strength, he would not recklessly provoke an elder from the Heavenly Sword sect and maintains a relatively courteous demeanor. Are you Lu Huan? However, to his surprise, as soon as Lu Huan's words fell, one of the guards changed countenance and bellowed, "You, an outer sect disciple, have such audacity to intrude upon the inner sect and dare to approach the residence of the third elder. Speak, what are your intentions?" As he spoke, the guard swiftly directed his longsword towards Lu Huan's neck, a fierce glint of murderous intent igniting in his eyes, clearly intending to execute Lu Huan on the spot. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Lu Huan's eyes. Previously, he had speculated that after Lin Bai fled, he immediately sought refuge in the cave of the third elder, possibly suggesting that he was framed and that the third elder had a hand in it as well. However, upon careful reflection, Lu Huan realized that he was merely an ordinary outer sect disciple. Before acquiring the system, he was worlds apart from Zhao Mingji. If the third elder of the Tianjian sect truly wished to target him, there would be no need for such convoluted schemes. A mere pretext would suffice to make his life unbearable. Thus, he dismissed that notion. Yet now, witnessing the intense reaction of the third elder's guard disciple, that thought resurfaced in Lu Huan's mind. He was increasingly curious about the true nature of the betrayal by Lin Bai. Does this imply that Lin Bai is indeed within the confines of the third elder's cave? Lu Huan squinted, completely disregarding the guard disciple before him, who possessed at least the cultivation of the third level of foundation establishment. He raised a fist and struck with tremendous force. Bang! Despite the guard disciple being prepared for an attack, Lu Huan's power was simply overwhelming. Without any enhancement from martial arts, he unleashed a force of 24,000 joules. The merciless impact collided with the guard disciple, producing a terrifying roar. The guard cried out in agony as he was sent flying. Preposterous. The nearby guard, witnessing this, was infuriated and, wielding his longsword, shouted, "Clear wind sword technique. Kill." Amidst the chilling aura of impending death, a streak of azure sword light shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Lu Huan. Explode for me. Even though Lu Huan possessed the formidable golden body protection technique, allowing him to easily withstand the sword light, he still let out a growl, raising his fist once more to strike against the incoming blade. Pung! The fearsome sword light could not endure even for a second before erupting in a resounding explosion. Lu Huan's fist surged forward relentlessly, striking fiercely against the long sword held by the guard amid the shattering sword light. With a resounding crack, a multitude of fissures instantly appeared on the blade, which then exploded into a heap of worthless scrap. The guard disciple was left dumbfounded. He was a practitioner at the fourth level of the foundation establishment stage, wielding the clear wind sword technique capable of effortlessly slaying even fifth-level foundation establishment beasts. And yet, what was the outcome? Lu Huan unexpectedly obliterated it with a single punch, rendering even his longsword useless. This was not just any standard first-tier longsword from the Heavenly Sword sect. Rather, it was a blade he had painstakingly forged over several years. With the assistance of an elder from his sect, a sword that surpassed the standard one in power by a significant margin. Although it remained a first-tier weapon, it had already reached the pinnacle of that tier, rivaling some inferior second-tier artifacts. Yet, it could not withstand the might of Lu Huan's fist. What immense strength this was! A myriad of chaotic thoughts surged within the hearts of the guard disciples, their eyes betraying a look of terror. What should they do? Flee or continue to fight? Bang! In the next instant, with a decisive strike, Lu Huan made his choice. He could neither flee nor fight back. A painful scream escaped his lips as he was propelled backward, collapsing to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Congratulations, Master, for vanquishing the foe. Reward: 20 years of cultivation experience, X2. The system's accolades elicited a faint smile from Lu Huan. He then lifted his head, confidently making his way toward the cave dwelling on the mountain. The third elder was rather selfish. He had few direct disciples, but an abundance of disciples who provided free labor as guards. The distinction lay in the former requiring his active provision of resources and instruction, yielding stronger cultivation levels. The latter, however, relied solely on the benefits afforded by the sect, with levels comparable to those of ordinary inner disciples, the majority being at the early or mid stages of foundation establishment. Lu Huan advanced towards the entrance of the cave dwelling, having already dispatched over 10 guard disciples. With nearly 50 years of cultivation gained from the system, he finally encountered Yuan Hao, a direct disciple of the third elder, at the 7th level of foundation establishment. Who dares to act recklessly on the territory of our third elder? Yuan Hao, filled with rage, charged at Lu Huan without hesitation. His soaring figure exuded the fierce aura of a 7th level foundation establishment expert. The fiery energy radiating from him made his ascendant silhouette appear akin to an enraged firebird. In that instant, the temperature in the air surged dramatically, exceeding 100 degrees. The vegetation on the ground was instantly scorched to a fine powder. Phoenix Fire Fist. Yuan Hao's furious roar was punctuated by a sound reminiscent of a phoenix's cry. The fiery fist he unleashed coalesced in the void, forming a firebird that ferociously lunged toward Lu Huan. The residual force emitted by the firebird ruthlessly surged outward, impacting everything in its vicinity. Some of the guard disciples, nearly rendered unconscious by Lu Huan and stripped of their combat capabilities, faced even graver injuries or met their demise on the spot due to this onslaught. What a spectacle! They claimed to be intervening to stop Lu Huan, yet he had only incapacitated these individuals without taking their lives. In contrast, Yuan Hao, upon his entrance, had already killed several disciples from their branch with merely the aftermath of his technique. Such disregard for the lives of these guard disciples was astonishing. It was no surprise that he was a disciple of Zhao Mingji, having evidently absorbed his selfish and self-serving nature to the core. Lu Huan scoffed in derision. Faced with Yuan Hao's assault, he neither flinched nor evaded. His feet seemed to be equipped with springs, and with a gentle push, he soared into the air, actively propelling himself towards the oncoming firebird. Seeking death, Yuan Hao exclaimed, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. Although he could not discern Lu Huan's cultivation level, he possessed ample confidence that his strike would prevail. Lu Huan's demise was inevitable. The arrival of Yuan Hao had drawn the attention of many on the mountain. Yet none dared to confront Lu Huan directly. Instead, they leapt forth, emboldened by the spectacle before them. Witnessing Yuan Hao unleash such formidable techniques, they were convinced that Lu Huan's fate was sealed. They erupted into exuberant cheers. "Senior brother, you're incredible! Senior brother, eliminate this insolent brat. Skin him alive, extract his tendons, and then display him for all to see, so that they may understand the might of our 3 factions. How dare he disturb our mountain? He is simply courting death. Senior brother Yuan, do not be hasty in killing him. Incapacitate this wretch first, so we may relish in tormenting him ourselves." Among this throng were not only the direct disciples of the third elder, but also the guard disciples. Yet, the collective response was one of unbridled malice. No one cared about Lu Huan's purpose for ascending the mountain. Their singular desire was for Yuan Hao to brutally slay him. It seemed as though witnessing another's suffering was a source of perverse delight. If they were indeed the victims, their actions might be somewhat justifiable. However, the truth was that they were the genuine perpetrators. Lu Huan's ascent was solely to seek vengeance against Lin Bai. The individuals obstructing him, regardless of their hostile demeanor, were merely to be incapacitated. The true deaths would be at Yuan Hao's hands. Observing the reaction of this crowd, Lu Huan suddenly felt that his previous approach had been too lenient. System, expend 10 years of my cultivation. I wish to elevate the demonic wind fist to minor success. The system confirmed the consumption of cultivation successfully. The demonic wind fist advanced to minor success. Its power doubled. The upgrade of the technique by the system was remarkably swift, occurring in but an instant. Lu Huan felt as if a plethora of insights regarding the demon wind fist had manifested in his mind, akin to having devoted a decade to relentless training without sustenance. While it is said that for an ordinary individual, such an unwavering commitment to practice for 10 years could potentially lead to at least a minor mastery of a technique like the demon wind fist, let alone a significant accomplishment, this remains a rarity. Moreover, no one has ever truly managed to engage in such an arduous regimen of training without food or drink for an entire decade. Lu Huan did not truly spend such an extended period of time. In his perspective, the so-called system cultivation was akin to accumulating points. In an instant, he gained 10 years of insight. He felt no regret whatsoever. Demon Wind Fist. With a fierce roar, Lu Huan charged towards the silhouette of the firebird, suddenly unleashing a surge of black light that soared into the sky. This brilliance coalesced in the void, forming a gigantic phantom that exuded an imposing presence. The advancing firebird appeared momentarily daunted, pausing in its relentless assault before resuming its headlong rush towards Lu Huan. A resounding crash ensued as the black luminescence collided violently with the fiery specter. In the fleeting second before the shockwave erupted, time seemed to freeze for those gathered atop the mountain of the Third Elder, their eyes wide in astonishment as they gazed at the clash of two formidable forces. An inexplicable thought flickered through their minds. It seemed that senior brother Yuan Hao was destined to lose. The next moment, an explosion reverberated through the air. The crimson flames were rapidly engulfed by the overwhelming black light, consumed entirely. The firebird could not even maintain its form for a single second before being enveloped by the terrifying phantom of the demon wind fist, hurtling towards Yuan Hao. At that moment, he stood frozen in disbelief, utterly stunned by the spectacle unfolding before him. He could scarcely fathom how his once mighty technique had faltered so dramatically. As the black light loomed closer, threatening to envelop Yuan Hao, a sudden flurry of sound pierced the air from the direction of the Third Elder's cave. In an instant, a long sword, radiating a brilliance akin to a miniature sun, shot forth and pierced through the terrifying phantom of the demon wind fist. In the blink of an eye, the sword traversed the phantom's form hundreds of times, finally interrupting its momentum and causing it to explode in the void. The shockwave surged outward mercilessly, sweeping towards the surrounding disciples and guards. Once more, beams of light erupted from the direction of the Third Elder's cave, swiftly enveloping all his direct disciples to shield them from the impending chaos. However, the guards fared far worse, with none receiving such protection. One by one, they cried out in agony, either falling instantly or suffering grievous injuries, the scene unfolding with harrowing brutality. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Huan could not help but curl his lip in disdain. He discerned that the protective barrier Zhao Mingji had conjured was merely a commonplace spiritual energy shield. With his formidable strength as a cultivator at the late stage of the core formation realm, he could effortlessly safeguard all the disciples present. Yet, at this critical juncture, he remained as selfish and self-serving as ever, exhibiting utter disregard for the lives of the protective disciples, allowing so many to perish on the spot. Suddenly, a figure finally emerged from the cave, landing before Lu Huan. Observing the cracked ground beneath Zhao Mingji's feet, Lu Huan let out a cold laugh. Is this an attempt to intimidate? Master, swiftly eliminate this scoundrel. How dare he intrude upon our mountain? If word of this spreads, what remains of your esteemed reputation? Protected by the spiritual energy shield, Yuan Hao's expression transformed from one of fear to a venomous intent upon seeing Zhao Mingji's arrival. He shouted vehemently, Master, this scoundrel must be killed. Look at how many disciples he has slain on our mountain. This wretch has ruthlessly taken the lives of so many unfortunate disciples. Master, he must be dealt with. A group of privileged disciples, also shielded by the spiritual barrier, erupted into a chorus of bloodthirsty exclamations. They blatantly ignored the reality that the deaths of these protective disciples were, in fact, orchestrated by Zhao Mingji himself. Although there was some connection between him and Lu Huan, it was minimal. After all, had Zhao Mingji not intervened, Lu Huan's magic wind fist could have led to the downfall of Yuan Hao alone. However, it was Zhao Mingji's interference that unleashed a far more terrifying shockwave. If Zhao Mingji could summon a spiritual energy shield to protect his favored disciples, why could he not do the same for these guard disciples? This clearly demonstrates his disregard for those who toil for him without receiving any benefits in return. In other words, the plight of these guard disciples is entirely a consequence of Zhao Mingji's actions. Yet, Zhao Mingji's cherished disciples audaciously cast all blame upon Lu Huan. How shameless. But then again, are these not the worthy pupils that Zhao Mingji has raised? As Zhao Mingji's disciples awaited their master to help them reclaim their honor, a chilling reprimand erupted from his lips. Lu Huan, have you not caused enough trouble? A scene resembling a perplexed expression emerged in the minds of the crowd, even leaving Lu Huan somewhat astonished. Regardless of the circumstances, the deaths of so many on Zhao Mingji's territory are undeniably connected to Lu Huan. Yet, Zhao Mingji's current demeanor seems excessively ambiguous. With so many lives lost, is he truly not intent on holding anyone accountable? Or does he genuinely perceive the guard disciples as mere tools, devoid of humanity? Even if he regards them as expendable, the loss is still considerable. Were it Lu Huan in his position, he would certainly not dismiss it so lightly. What schemes is Zhao Mingji truly contemplating? Thoughts swirled within. Lu Huan immediately made a decision, and, with an impassive expression, stated, Elder 3, I trust you are already aware of my purpose in coming here. Hand over Lin Bai, and I shall take my leave. How dare you utter such nonsense? Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao erupted in fury, his face contorted with rage. Lu Huan, my master has shown you leniency, yet you still refuse to depart promptly and dare to make demands? Do you truly believe we cannot defeat you? This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. My master must have considered his talent commendable, and despite the loss of a few guards, our direct disciples remained unharmed, leading to thoughts of forgiveness. Yet he remains oblivious to the gravity of his situation and dares to make requests. How infuriating! Such filth does not deserve mercy. He must be eliminated. The direct disciples began to voice their discontent vociferously. Lu Huan's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he cast a glance at those who berated him as trash and beasts, etching their faces into his memory. His immediate objective was to locate Lin Bai, allowing his adversaries to revel in their arrogance for a time. Just as Zhao Mingji's most devoted disciples clamored incessantly, attempting to provoke Zhao Mingji into dealing with Lu Huan, he finally spoke again, surprisingly calm and composed. Impossible. Lin Bai has already become my direct disciple. I am aware of the previous events, and you, too, have not suffered any detriment. Rather, your strength has increased as a result. Shouldn't you express gratitude to Lin Bai instead of seeking vengeance? Let this matter rest. If you turn and leave now, I shall overlook the misdeeds you have committed in my branch. Zhao Mingji's disciples gazed at him in astonishment. They were bewildered. When had Zhao Mingji taken on another direct disciple? It was common knowledge that Zhao Mingji was quite adept at managing his affairs. Whenever he accepted a disciple, it was always a grand affair, requiring the presence of elders from other branches of the Tianjin sect to partake in a celebratory gathering. He would not accept anything lower than second tier. Naturally, these offerings never reached the hands of his direct disciples, but were instead claimed by Zhao Mingji, citing their insufficient cultivation levels as justification, thus filling his own coffers. Why, then, had he quietly accepted another disciple this time? Nonetheless, this was ultimately Zhao Mingji's prerogative, and his direct disciples dared not question him openly. Yet, their reactions did not escape Lu Huan's notice. He understood this was merely Zhao Mingji's pretext. With a cold snort, he stepped forward decisively. What if I refuse? Refuse? Zhao Mingji's eyes flashed with an impatient, murderous intent, his tone chillingly cold. Lu Huan, I am showing you leniency, and you must reciprocate. Otherwise, a furious snort erupted from him, accompanied by a violent shockwave that resonated from his mouth, spreading outward. The sound of bang, bang, bang reverberated as the surrounding peaks and structures were reduced to dust. Even Lu Huan felt a tumultuous surge within his body, a mouthful of blood rising in his throat, nearly spilling forth. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, forcefully swallowing the blood back down. The system activated once more, enhancing the Devil's Wind Fist, sacrificing 50 years of system cultivation. The Devil's Wind Fist reached perfection, tripling its power. In an instant, the experience of 50 years of fist training surged into Lu Huan's mind. One might question the utility of enhancing the Devil's Wind Fist at such a moment, rather than elevating his cultivation. However, the reality was that at the foundational stage, increasing one's cultivation would only yield a slight increase in power and a substantial boost in spiritual energy. Lu Huan had yet to master the techniques of spiritual energy. Even with his cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, his strength could not be significantly enhanced. It would be more prudent to focus on perfecting the Demon Wind Fist. Upon completing the training, Lu Huan gritted his teeth and shouted, "In that case, Elder San, I must take my leave." Immediately, his form transformed into a streak of black light, charging towards one of Zhao Mingji's favored disciples, the very individual who had previously berated him. Lu Huan, you possess great audacity. Zhao Mingji seethed with anger, unable to contain himself any longer. He summoned his second-tier magical artifact, the Shadow Sword, and roared, "Sword Shadow Slash." The Shadow Sword erupted in a brilliant azure light, instantaneously launching from Zhao Mingji's hand, manifesting 3 sword shadows, each one a blend of light and darkness, stacking upon one another as they hurtled towards Lu Huan. At this sight, Zhao Mingji's favored disciples completely disregarded their fear of Lu Huan, erupting into raucous laughter. Yuan Hao boasted with unrestrained arrogance, "Lu Huan, your demise is imminent. This is Master S' most potent technique, the 3rd-grade Sword Shadow Slash. Let us see how you evade death." Other disciples chimed in. "He has finished. This little wretch is finally meeting his end. Finally, we shall rid ourselves of this pest, and thereafter, we need not fear embarrassment when we venture outside." Yet, just as Zhao Mingji's disciples reveled in their anticipations, Lu Huan bellowed once more, disregarding Zhao Mingji's assault as he unleashed a punch towards his designated target. With the perfected demon wind fist, his speed intensified and his power surged. The tripled force augmented Lu Huan's strike to an astonishing 36,000 newtons. As his fist materialized, the void trembled slightly, as if on the verge of shattering. "Do you dare to resist?" Zhao Mingji exclaimed, astonished. However, he dismissed Lu Huan's strike. Brimming with confidence in his spiritual energy shield, he could not fathom that Lu Huan, who had previously only reached the body refinement stage, could breach his formidable protective barrier. The power of Lu Huan's strike indeed appeared formidable. However, he merely regarded it as a mere fade. Yet, in the next moment, the confidence etched upon Zhao Mingji's face evaporated entirely. The demon wind fist struck against his spiritual energy shield, which sustained itself for but a fleeting second before fissures violently erupted upon its surface. The young fool seeks death. Zhao Mingji's eyes widened with fury. This was his cherished disciple, nurtured through immense effort. Should he perish at Lu Huan's hands, the loss would render his heart anguished, transforming his gaze into a sea of crimson. Alas, Zhao Mingji was too late. After shattering his spiritual shield, the force of the demon wind fist did not relent. It continued its relentless assault. Even though this disciple possessed the cultivation of the 5th stage of foundation establishment, he was obliterated into a mist of blood under the terrifying pressure of 36,000 kilograms. Congratulations to the master for vanquishing a formidable foe, rewarding 20 years of cultivation. Shaun is dead. The disciples beside Zhao Mingji stared in a daze at the scene unfolding before them, utterly unable to fathom the reality of it. In the next instant, Yuan Hao, the strongest and quickest among them, wasted no time in fleeing desperately into the distance. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. I cannot remain here. My master is unreliable. I do not wish to perish. I must escape. Witnessing Lu Huan continue to disregard Zhao Mingji, once again pursuing Zhao Mingji's direct disciple. The target remained a disciple who had insulted him. This time, Zhao Mingji finally reacted, positioning himself directly in front of Lu Huan and thrusting his sword forward. The sound of clashing weapons resonated through the air. A brilliant golden radiance suddenly shimmered from Lu Huan's body. It was evident that Zhao Mingji possessed greater strength, the more formidable his power, the more intense the backlash from the indestructible divine body, consequently resulting in a more resplendent burst of light. Lu Huan had almost transformed into a blinding sun. With a resounding bang and a swift whoosh, the force of the recoil was intensified. Zhao Mingji, in his attempt to strike Lu Huan with a formidable technique, was utterly unprepared for the repercussions. The terrifying power surged back through his longsword, sending a jolt of excruciating pain coursing through his arm, causing the Mingjiang sword to be violently flung from his grasp. The relentless force continued to pour into his arm, inch by inch, leading to a catastrophic explosion of flesh. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Mingji's entire arm had vanished. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Huan surged forth once more, delivering a powerful punch towards the second target he had locked onto. With a resounding bang, Zhao Mingji's prized disciple could not withstand the force and erupted into a cloud of crimson mist, meeting a tragic demise on the spot. Congratulations, master. For vanquishing a formidable foe, you are rewarded with 20 years of cultivation. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Mingji stood frozen, staring blankly at the severed arm that continued to spurt blood, resembling a senile individual caught in a fit of bewilderment, his voice trembling with horror as he muttered, "Impossible. Could it be that this young man has truly discovered his father's legacy?" The very thought struck Lu Huan, who had been intent on continuing his pursuit, like a thunderclap reverberating through his mind, rendering him momentarily dazed and disoriented. For since his arrival in this world, Lu Huan's recollection of his father is exceedingly hazy. He can only remember that his father was a handsome and upright middle-aged man. All other memories have vanished. His father mysteriously disappeared when he was merely 2 years old. His mother, enduring the profound sorrow within her heart, cared for him until he turned 10. It was only after he entered the Tianjin sect that she ultimately succumbed to her grief and passed away. When Lu Huan returned to the Lu family home, he was unable to see his mother's final moments and was met only with a cold graveyard. This was arranged by his grandfather, Lu Tingyue. It can be said that without his grandfather's protection over the two of them, their fate would have been far different. The deranged individuals of the Lu family had long since taken action against them, leaving no room for the appearance of Lin Bai. It is lamentable that even his grandfather succumbed to mortality 5 years after he joined the Tianjin sect. It is, indeed, a rather tragic tale. However, at this juncture, Lu Huan had managed to establish a foothold within the Tianjin sect and had the opportunity to become an inner disciple of the Foundation establishment realm by the age of 20. Yet, despite this, there were still instances of elders conspiring with outsiders to conspire against him, a scion of the Lu family. Previously, he found it incomprehensible. He could have accepted it if the perpetrator had been someone more formidable than Lin Bai. Yet, it was precisely Lin Bai, who possessed the same level of cultivation as himself. Now, he finally grasped the situation. It turned out to be the credit of his father, whose visage had faded into a mere blur in his memory. Astonishingly, his father was indeed a significant figure of considerable repute. Had he known of his father's esteemed status earlier, it would have profoundly altered his perspective. Lu Huan might still feel a tinge of excitement. However, now that he possesses the system, his primary desire is to locate his father and uncover the reasons behind his disappearance, rather than to acquire any inheritance he may possess. With this thought in mind, Lu Huan suddenly stepped forward, appearing before Zhao Mingji, and coldly remarked, "Speak of all that you know regarding my father." Startled by Lu Huan's formidable strength, Zhao Mingji finally regained his composure and, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Lu Huan, if it were not for the inheritance of your unfortunate father, do you truly believe that this esteemed cultivator at the core formation stage could not teach a lesson to a mere Foundation establishment novice like you, and still dare to question me?" Lu Huan's condescending interrogation ignited a fierce wrath in Zhao Mingji. How could a man so selfish and obsessed with reputation accept such a challenge? Knowing the truth, he declared, "Today, I shall compel you to relinquish your inheritance." With a thunderous roar, Zhao Mingji prepared to launch another attack on Lu Huan when a sudden, urgent voice pierced the air from afar. "Stop." Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Mingji's expression darkened, while Lu Huan similarly felt discontent. The indestructible body had already attained the capacity to withstand assaults from formidable adversaries of the nascent soul realm. So what fear did he have of a mere Zhao Mingji? He even intended to utilize the recoil from the indestructible body to vanquish Zhao Mingji on the spot. However, the arrival of the newcomer thwarted his intentions. Did they not possess any discernment? Lu Huan silently complained in his heart as he turned his gaze towards the newcomer. The visitor was none other than Jian Chongsheng, the esteemed leader of their Tianjin sect. A name that exudes prestige, he was a strikingly handsome middle-aged man with formidable cultivation. Having reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage, in Qing'an County, he was regarded as the foremost figure beneath the formidable nascent soul elders. As Jian Chongsheng descended beside them, Zhao Mingji immediately seized the opportunity to cast blame, displaying an expression of grievance and indignation. Gritting his teeth in fury, he exclaimed, "Sectmaster, you must stand up for me. This wretched fellow is utterly insufferable. As a disciple of the Tianjin sect, he shows me, an elder, such blatant disrespect. He has brazenly slaughtered so many of my guard disciples right within my branch. Each of them was a precious life. Oh, now you acknowledge that these are lives?" Lu Huan wore a face full of sarcasm. Just moments ago, when taking action, you seemed to disregard the lives of these guard disciples. Now, facing Zhao Mingji's accusations, you play the victim. Lu Huan did not voice any denial. The current situation left him somewhat perplexed. He was uncertain whether Jian Chongsheng's sudden appearance was a blessing or a curse. Moreover, he felt that engaging in a contest of words in such matters held little significance. What he truly wished to comprehend was the purpose behind Jian Chongsheng's arrival. Get lost. To Lu Huan's astonishment, in the face of Zhao Mingji's accusation, Jian Chongsheng's expression darkened instantly. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "Useless fool. As an elder of the core formation stage, you cannot even contend with a mere outer disciple. What use is your cultivation? You might as well allow me to dispose of you directly." Zhao Mingji fell silent, his head drooping, his countenance marred by resentment. Upon hearing this, Lu Huan's brows suddenly furrowed in concern. Jian Chongsheng was clearly not a harbinger of goodwill. Although he appeared to be reprimanding Zhao Mingji, there was an unmistakable bias in his tone. Furthermore, Jian Chongsheng remained unaware that he had already been accepted as an inner sect disciple. Thus, his true intentions were directed towards the matter of the Heaven's Black Cave Master's legacy. Lu Huan instantly comprehended the origins of Jian Chongsheng. He discreetly took a step back, not out of a desire to flee, but rather to create a slight distance, allowing himself to observe Jian Chongsheng's subsequent performance. However, Jian Chongsheng, while seemingly fixated on Zhao Mingji, had actually been paying close attention to him all along. The moment Lu Huan made his move to retreat, Jian Chongsheng, mistaking his intention for an escape, abruptly shifted his gaze from Zhao Mingji, and, with a semblance of a smile, remarked, "You must have already discerned my origins, haven't you?" The disciple remained perplexed. Lu Huan maintained a composed demeanor, responding with an ambiguous smile. In Jian Changshan's eyes, a flicker of impatience was evident. His tone then turned frigid and authoritative. "You cannot safeguard that legacy. Surrender it, and the sect will spare your life." "Heh." Lu Huan smiled. "Truly." As the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, his commanding tone left no room for doubt and was undeniably irksome. Zhao Mingji suddenly lifted his head, casting a shocked glance at Jian Changshan. He was unaware that the inheritance Jian Changshan referred to was that of the Lord of the Black Sky Cave. He mistakenly believed it pertained to Lu Huan's father. This realization pierced Zhao Mingji's heart with anguish, making him regret his delayed actions. He had thought he alone was cognizant of this inheritance's existence, not realizing that this revelation was already common knowledge, with Jian Changshan personally intervening. What chance did he have left? However, Zhao Mingji soon remembered his esteemed position as an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Before him, Jian Changshan had solicited the inheritance from Lu Huan, undoubtedly indicating that there was still a possibility for him to obtain this legacy in the future. A radiant smile returned to Zhao Mingji's face as he could not help but sneer and urge, "Hurry up, you little brat. If you hand over the inheritance now, our Heavenly Sword sect can still protect you. But if you provoke the sect master, we can kill you and still acquire the inheritance. Then go ahead and make your move." Lu Huan playfully embraced her shoulders, a broad smile gracing her face. "Laugh all you want," Zhao Mingji exclaimed, raising his arm and delivering a fierce slap to Lu Huan's cheek. "Get lost." Lu Huan's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he swung his fist back towards Zhao Mingji's arm. Despite the protection of his indestructible body, he was unwilling to be struck in the face so casually. The nature of such an insult was far too severe. "Dare to fight back?" Zhao Mingji shouted angrily. His arm, which was aimed to slap, suddenly accelerated, striking swiftly towards Lu Huan's cheek. Bang! A cold smile adorned Lu Huan's face. Had he truly forgotten the lesson learned moments ago? A violent backlash surged forth from Lu Huan, striking Zhao Mingji's remaining arm, shattering it into a mist of crimson. A pained scream echoed once more. "Ah, it hurts. I'm dying. Congratulations, Master, for vanquishing a formidable foe. Reward, cultivation system enhancement of 1,100 years." The reward for overcoming Zhao Mingji had finally arrived. Standing aside, Jian Changshan, who had refrained from intervening, displayed a look of astonishment. He had held back to witness the audacity of Lu Huan, daring to retaliate against an attack from a core formation expert. He clearly observed the moment Zhao Mingji's assault collided with Lu Huan's fist. A radiant golden light emanated from Lu Huan. Subsequently, a backlash equal in force to Zhao Mingji's attack erupted from the golden glow. Could this Lord of the Black Heaven Cave be a master of body refinement? This was the formidable self-rebound that emerged from the pinnacle of several powerful body refinement techniques, surpassing the strength of protective auras by several times. Jian Changshan's eyes suddenly gleamed with fervor. Despite being the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect and a peak core formation expert, the sect was merely the foremost in Qingyan County. Not only in the vast Tianwang continent, but even within the Tianwu Kingdom, which encompassed Qingyan County, numerous sects surpassed the Heavenly Sword sect in strength. Jian Changshan had been stalled at the peak of core formation for far too long. If he did not break through soon, he might lose all hope in this lifetime. As the sect leader, he was burdened with too many sect affairs, hindering his cultivation pace. He needed to find an alternative path to achieve his breakthrough. The inheritance of the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave had now become his greatest hope. "This inheritance shall be mine." Jian Changshan's eyes sparkled with determination, and he was eager to act and seize it. However, upon witnessing Lu Huan's calm demeanor, he suddenly pondered whether the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave had anticipated the possibility of someone attempting to claim Lu Huan's inheritance, thus leaving behind a contingency for his disciple. No, he could not forcefully seize it. He must resort to cunning. With this thought, the coldness on Jian Changshan's face melted away, and he spoke amiably. "Lu Huan, you may have misunderstood. I do not intend for you to offer your inheritance without compensation. If you are willing to share your legacy, from this day forth, you shall be the holy son of our Heavenly Sword sect. You may cultivate as you wish, and we will nurture you as we would a saintess." Jian Changshan shook his head, continuing earnestly, "You may not be aware, but we have just received news that other sects in Qingyan County have united, seeking to force us to hand you over. However, if you become the holy son of our Heavenly Sword sect, We will do everything in our power to protect you. Otherwise, even if I, as the sect leader, am willing, do you think the other elders and disciples would share the same sentiment? Certainly not. Unless you can present the legacy of the Dark Sky Cave Master, demonstrating tangible benefits to them all. Lu Huan, I genuinely do this for your own good. Had it not been for Jian Changshan's initial coercive actions, perhaps under the earnest persuasion of another, they might have been willing to offer the legacy of the Dark Sky Cave Master. Unfortunately, Lu Huan is not that individual. Possessing an indestructible body, he sees no necessity to compromise in this matter. Even if the ancestral figure of the Tianjian sect were to intervene, he remains steadfast. For the ancestral figure of the Tianjian sect is merely at the third level of the nascent soul stage. Lu Huan is currently at the first level of the foundation establishment stage. With the recent defeat of Zhao Mingji, he has gained an additional 100 years of system cultivation, bringing his total to 265 years. Such an abundance of system cultivation is sufficient to elevate his prowess to the mid or even late stages of foundation establishment. At the third level of the nascent soul stage, should Lu Huan ascend 2 more tiers, he would be capable of withstanding any adversary's assault. What is there to fear? Lu Huanji smirked, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and mockingly glanced at Jian Changshan, saying, Master, do I appear to be a fool in your eyes? Certainly not. Jian Changshan quickly shook his head in response. Then that settles it. Lu Huan shrugged nonchalantly and said, I do not believe you. The smile on Jian Changshan's face abruptly froze, and a fierce killing intent erupted from his eyes. You have no choice but to believe me. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Surrender the inheritance, or I will imprison you forthwith. As he spoke, Jian Changshan suddenly broke into a sinister grin. Lu Huan, if my conjecture is correct, the inheritance you possess must pertain to body refinement techniques. Do you think I am unaware? When the body refinement techniques are cultivated to their utmost, they can deflect external attacks. As long as I do not strike you, a mere outer disciple, have no right to act arrogantly before me. Lu Huan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jian Changshan would uncover the weakness of the indestructible divine body so swiftly. Indeed, the indestructible divine body boasts formidable defenses and can retaliate autonomously. However, its most significant flaw lies in the necessity of enduring a formidable assault before it can counterattack. The strength of its retaliation is directly proportional to the intensity of the attack it receives. If one merely confines it without launching an assault, its greatest asset can indeed be rendered ineffective. The question, however, is, Lu Huan stood before Jian Changshan, unflinching in the face of danger. This was not merely due to his indestructible body. His true ace in the hole was, in fact, the system. Aha! Lu Huan couldn't help but chuckle. Master, you truly are unworthy of trust. A mere test, and your true nature is revealed. TSK, TSK. Moreover, Lu Huan blinked. And with a mocking tone in the face of Jian Changshan's frustrated gaze, she taunted, why not give it a try and see if you can truly imprison me? Spirit sealing seal. Jian Changshan let out a low roar, and suddenly, a massive seal resembling a jade stamp appeared in his hand, flinging it towards the void. The spirit sealing seal? Lu Huan gazed in astonishment at the seal. This was the sole 4th-tier magical artifact of their Tianjian sect, a treasure exclusively wielded by the sect leader. However, throughout history, previous leaders seldom employed it, as its usage demanded an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy. Typically, the leader of the Tianjin sect would be a peak-stage golden core expert. Forcing the use of the spirit restraining seal would nearly deplete the spiritual energy of such a formidable being. It was astonishing that Jian Changshan would resort to this at such a moment. His complexion turned ghostly pale, and signs of weakness radiated from him. Nevertheless, the spirit restraining seal was activated, soaring instantly above Lu Huan's head, emanating blinding brilliance that enveloped him entirely. In that fleeting instant, Lu Huan sensed that the spiritual energy within him had been completely sealed, halting its flow. Nevertheless, Lu Huan stretched his body, seemingly unaffected. Whether it was the indestructible body or the surging power within him, he appeared to remain unscathed. In other words, aside from the inability to harness spiritual energy, everything else was intact. Lu Huan remains the same Lu Huan. Moreover, up until now, Lu Huan has not mastered any spiritual energy techniques. Jian Changshan's move, when applied to him, is evidently a waste of spiritual energy. You little beast, I shall see how arrogant you remain now. Jian Changshan gasped heavily, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Master, please tell me this is not the end. Lu Huan extended his hand towards the forbidden spirit seal above his head and grasped at it. Stop. Jian Changsheng exclaimed in alarm, his voice a tempest of fury. You little beast, the forbidden spirit seal is not something you can touch at will. Swish. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Lu Huan's eyes as he swiftly seized the object in his grasp. In his heart, he silently murmured, System. Is it possible to erase the aura left by Jian Changsheng on the forbidden spirit seal and acknowledge me as its master? The system responded, indicating that by deducting 50 years of its cultivation, it could fulfill both of the master's requests. Lu Huan gazed at Jian Changsheng with a peculiar smile. In that moment, a surge of intense unease overwhelmed Jian Changsheng. He sensed that something was amiss. Suddenly, a pain akin to the tearing of his very soul erupted within his mind, causing him to uncontrollably spit out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling to an even ghastlier shade. To his increasing horror, he realized that his perception of the forbidden spirit seal had vanished entirely. Before him, he witnessed the forbidden spirit seal dissipate, only to be replaced by a mark the size of a fingernail on Lu Huan's arm. No, this is impossible. Jian Changsheng seethed with a mix of rage and despair. How could he not comprehend the implications of this mark? It was clear that Lu Huan had claimed the forbidden spirit seal as his own. But how could this be? As the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, he had wielded the forbidden spirit seal for many years, nurturing it within his dantian as prescribed by the ancestors. Yet, due to his cultivation level, he had remained unable to break through to the nascent soul stage, which rendered him incapable of establishing ownership over the seal. Consequently, like every previous sect master, he had to expend tenfold the spiritual energy to barely exert control over it, draining their internal energy in the process. But now, an outer sect disciple, devoid of any foundational cultivation, had not only forcibly seized the forbidden spirit seal from him, but had also managed to claim it as his own in an instant. Such an occurrence had never transpired in the long history of the Heavenly Sword sect and the forbidden spirit seal. Under different circumstances, Jian Changsheng would have felt exhilarated. This would signify that he had finally found a worthy successor, allowing him to prepare for the transfer of leadership while focusing on his own cultivation to break through to the nascent soul stage sooner. However, in this moment, fear consumed Jian Changsheng's heart. The forbidden spirit seal had failed to bind Lu Huan, instead being snatched away by him. This not only represented a dereliction of duty on Jian Changsheng's part as sect master, but also indicated a complete rift between him and Lu Huan. Given that he had exhausted all his spiritual energy by forcibly employing the forbidden spirit seal, he was now nothing more than a lamb at Lu Huan's mercy, ready for slaughter. Upon recognizing the master spirit seal, the energy within Lu Huan, which had been confined by the seal, was immediately liberated, joyfully coursing through his limbs and bones once more. Lu Huan smiled brightly at Jian Changsheng and cheerfully said, Master, thank you. Such a powerful magical treasure. And you have gifted it to me? I am truly grateful. Lu Huan's gratitude incited Jian Changsheng to spew forth another mouthful of blood and fury. You insolent child. Do not dare to insult me, he exclaimed. Hiki. Lu Huan grinned, completely disregarding Jian Changsheng's fury as he summoned the forbidden spirit seal once more, playfully toying with it in his hands. Master, would you like to experience the sensation of being bound by the spirit? No, please don't. A look of sheer terror flashed in Jian Changsheng's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled into the distance. Seal. Lu Huan swiftly unleashed the forbidden spirit seal in his hand, moving with a speed that surpassed even that of Jian Changsheng when he forcibly exerted control. The seal seemed to teleport almost instantaneously, appearing directly above Jian Changsheng and descending with a radiant glow. Jian Changsheng's body, propelled forward, crashed to the ground and, utilizing his prostate as a brake, skidded over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. The scene was one of utter devastation. Jian Changsheng released a roar of discontent. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences that awaited him as the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Having his spiritual energy sealed, the internal competition among peers was one thing. However, the collaboration of other sects in Qingyan County, spurred by the legacy of the Black Heaven Cave Master, was an entirely different matter. He, as a sect leader devoid of spiritual energy, stood no chance against such formidable opposition. Congratulations, Master, on vanquishing a formidable adversary. The reward system grants you a cultivation bonus of 100 years. The 50 years of cultivation recently expended will be doubled in return. The task of the tool has concluded. The system's reward brought a smile to Lu Huan's face. However, he found it perplexing that, like Zhao Mingji, he too received a reward of 100 years of cultivation. Curiosity arose within him as he pondered, system. How precisely is the cultivation reward allocated? Why do the rewards for peak and late stages of the core formation realm appear to be equivalent? The system offered no direct reply but conveyed pertinent information that surfaced within Lu Huan's mind. Upon reviewing it, Lu Huan finally comprehended the situation. To put it succinctly, he had reached the maximum limit for rewards. The cultivation bestowed by the system currently caps at a mere century. The reward mechanism appears to function as follows. For those below the protagonist, the system grants 1 year of cultivation for each year below, calculated in days. For those on par with the protagonist, the reward is 1 year of cultivation. For those surpassing the protagonist, within the same minor stage, the reward is 10 years. For one minor stage higher, 20 years. For 2 minor stages higher, 50 years. And for 3 minor stages higher, equivalent to 1 major stage, the reward is a century. Yet the maximum remains capped at 100 years. This outlines the general reward principles, while the specifics of the system's rewards may be even more nuanced. Lu Huan had decided to disregard it. Just as he was about to close the system panel, he suddenly discovered an additional interface for a magical artifact. Upon clicking, an introduction to the Spirit Binding Seal appeared. Spirit Binding Seal, a 4th-tier magical artifact capable of sealing the spiritual energy within all practitioners, including those at the nascent soul stage, rendering them unable to employ energy-based techniques. The energy consumption doubles with each additional target. Moreover, what thrilled Lu Huan the most was that with a mere accumulation of 1,000 years of system cultivation, he could elevate the Spirit Binding Seal to a 5th-tier artifact. Incredible! This essentially meant that Lu Huan could utilize the Spirit Binding Seal continuously. In future battles, he would simply need to employ the Spirit Binding Seal to restrict his enemy's spiritual energy, forcing them to engage him in close combat using only their physical strength. With his indestructible body, his defenses were formidable. Who could possibly breach them? This limitation only applied to practitioners whose cultivation did not exceed 3 major stages above his own. It seemed rather exhilarating. Lu Huan chuckled softly, and the expression on his face instantaneously transformed into one of joy. Observing Jian Chaoxing's woeful appearance, he felt a surge of elation, for even though Jian Chaoxing, this pawn, had fulfilled his purpose and could no longer bestow upon Lu Huan any rewards for his cultivation, his spirits remained buoyant. At this moment, Lu Huan harbored no intentions of taking his life. Indeed, he would never concede to such a thought. He understood that, in comparison to directly slaying Jian Chaoxing, who, despite lacking cultivation, held the title of a sect leader and was soon to face countless formidable adversaries, a death at this juncture would result in a far more tragic fate. Threatening me? How dare you insult me as a mere wretch? I shall make your existence a living torment. I am eager to witness whether Jian Chaoxing possesses the audacity and courage he displayed when he sought to intimidate me, enough to choose self-destruction. After Lu Huan swiftly incapacitated Jian Chaoxing with a kick, he quickly employed the technique of condensing the black celestial spirit crystal, utilizing the corpses of the surrounding guardian disciples to form the crystals. Only then did he soar towards Zhao Mingji's cave dwelling, mindful of his original purpose for this visit. Upon locating Lin Bai, Lu Huan could not suppress a chuckle. Among Zhao Mingji's direct disciples, 3 individuals seemed to adhere too fervently to the notion that the most perilous places are often the safest. Rather than retreating from the Third Elder's faction, they had taken refuge within Zhao Mingji's cave, where they found Lin Bai and were administering a severe punishment. How were they punishing him? With 3 sharp daggers, 1 for each of them. They bound Lin Bai to a wooden board, methodically skinning him as one would carve meat from a roasted lamb. When Lu Huan arrived, he was already missing a leg and an arm, howling in profound anguish. Yet, the 3 esteemed disciples of Zhao Mingji felt their wrath was insufficiently quenched. Sensing that Lin Bai was on the verge of succumbing, they promptly thrust a healing elixir into his mouth to sustain his life. Should he lapse into unconsciousness, they would employ spiritual energy to pierce his consciousness, awakening him in an instant. This scene felt eerily familiar. Was it Lu Huan who fell into Lin Bai's trap, coerced into breaking into Lady Lin's chamber, facing the punishment arranged by Lu Jingtong? However, Lu Huan did not savor this fate. Instead, it was Lin Bai who personally experienced it. Lin Bai? Could this be considered the wheel of karma? Lu Huan could not help but burst into laughter. The 3 direct disciples of Zhao Mingji, who were currently venting their excitement, were instantly startled by Lu Huan's voice, causing them to shudder. The daggers in their hands fell to the ground, their bodies stiffening on the spot. Do not stop. I am very pleased with your efforts. Upon witnessing this, Lu Huan laughed once more. The three stood frozen, unable to discern whether Lu Huan's words were genuine or fabricated. They remained rooted in place, paralyzed by regret and indignation, cursing Zhao Mingji for his unreliability as they realized they had indeed been led into Lu Huan's lair. Lu Huan, save me. I was wrong. I truly recognize my errors. I beseech you, command them to cease. Do not proceed any further. I was coerced into this. It was the third elder who compelled me. Lin Bai, upon hearing Lu Huan's voice, felt as though he had encountered a celestial melody. He abruptly lifted his head, filled with joy and desperation, seeking salvation. Lu Huan, however, paid no heed. What are you all waiting for? Do you truly wish for me to take action myself? As soon as Lu Huan's words fell, the three direct disciples of Zhao Mingji simultaneously bent down to retrieve their daggers. Their faces contorted with a menacing expression as they resumed their actions. The excruciating pain caused Lin Bai to scream once more, leaving him devoid of the strength to call for help. Although Lu Huan regarded Lin Bai as nothing more than a mere jester, unworthy of further attention, the mere thought of allowing such a fool to persist in existence was unsettling. Observing Lin Bai's imminent demise was profoundly distressing. Lu Huan approached to resolve the matter. The outcome was precisely as he had anticipated. This individual had previously bestowed upon him a reward for his cultivation, and now, even with the potential for murder, there was not a single day's reward to be found. With a regretful pout, Lu Huan immediately directed his gaze towards Zhao Mingji's three direct disciples. Where is your master? We have no idea. The disciples of Zhao Mingji appeared utterly bewildered. Weren't you just outside fighting? If you don't know, how could we possibly be aware? This statement, after several exchanges of glances among the disciples, remained unspoken. They had failed to locate Zhao Mingji. Lu Huan felt a tinge of regret. After effortlessly incapacitating several disciples of Zhao Mingji and acquiring 30 years' worth of systematic cultivation, he turned away from Zhao Mingji's cavern. Glancing at the system interface, he noted that he possessed an impressive 345 years of cultivation power. This accumulation should suffice for Lu Huan to elevate his prowess to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Indeed, it was not entirely out of reach to transcend into the core formation realm. However, there lingered a sense of hesitation. Lu Huan contemplated for a moment and decided not to expend his system cultivation on mere enhancement of his abilities. Given the current circumstances, his foundational level of cultivation was sufficient for the time being. By refraining from advancing his cultivation, he could potentially exploit a system bug. If he were to challenge all the inner disciples of the Tianjian sect, he could amass at least 10,000 years' worth of system cultivation. However, should he elevate his cultivation at this moment, he would forfeit the opportunity to acquire such a substantial amount of system cultivation. He then returned to his residence. Lu Huan promptly extracted the black celestial crystals he had previously acquired, placing them into his mouth to enhance his foundational strength. Though his cultivation could not be advanced, his prowess must not stagnate. With a total of 13 black celestial crystals, Lu Huan's foundational strength surged by an additional 10,000 newtons. Not achieving the ultimate 2,600 newtons in one fell swoop did not dishearten him. After all, these crystals were forged from the vitality and spirit of a group of guardian disciples, and their efficacy may not have been optimal. Moreover, it is also possible that he had consumed an excessive quantity of black celestial crystals in a short span, leading to some nutrients being undigested and consequently lost. Lu Huan did not feel any regret, as long as the existence of the black sky spirit crystal condensation method remained. And as long as his body had not reached the usage limit of the black sky spirit crystal, this minor waste was of no consequence. He could feel within him the formidable strength of 34,000 jin. Lu Huan chuckled softly. It had taken him more than a day to digest over a dozen black celestial crystals. After such a lengthy period, Yin Lei's intoxication had likely worn off. Just as he contemplated going to check, Yin Lei's voice echoed from outside. Lu Huan, it's already well past noon, and you're still asleep? Hurry up and come out to cultivate. Lu Huan, with a sullen expression, pushed open the door and sneered. I witnessed all of someone's reactions yesterday. Shall I spread the word and let everyone know about the disgraceful demeanor of a dignified foundation establishment cultivator when intoxicated? Get lost. Yin Lei shot Lu Huan a glance. Chuckling, hurry up, I'll take you to the technique pavilion. Every newly admitted disciple is permitted to select 2 spiritual techniques from the pavilion, one for gathering spiritual energy to enhance cultivation and the other for combat skills. All right. A glimmer of realization sparked in Lu Huan's eyes. Indeed, he found himself lacking in spiritual techniques. Whether it be methods for gathering spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation or martial arts for combat, the absence was palpable. Although he no longer relied on spiritual techniques to augment the quantity of his spiritual energy, it was impractical to depend solely on the system's cultivation or medicinal pills for replenishment after each expenditure. For practitioners, even those who are affluent and do not lack in medicinal resources would opt to utilize techniques to restore their depleting spiritual energy, provided they are not in a state of crisis. Furthermore, utilizing the system's cultivation to increase the spiritual energy within the dantian presented a particularly significant concern for Huan. For instance, if one were to set the upper limit of spiritual energy within a typical foundation establishment stage practitioner at a mere 100, the upper limit of Huan's spiritual energy is remarkably elevated, as his dantian is twice as powerful as that of an ordinary foundational cultivator, reaching a total of 200. Other cultivators, during their training, have the capacity to continuously expand their dantian, in addition to the fixed increase that occurs with each breakthrough. The overall upper limit for an ordinary cultivator after a breakthrough might amount to 100, the base, plus 20, the increase during cultivation, plus 100, the constant increment from the breakthrough, resulting in a total of 220. Whereas Huan, he can only accumulate 200, basic, plus 100, the constant increment from breakthroughs, totaling 300. Although this amount surpasses that of an ordinary cultivator, he is nonetheless at a disadvantage, lacking the additional increments gained during the cultivation process. He has remained stagnant, while others continue to progress with each training session. Eventually, there will come a day when they catch up to him and surpass him. Huan cannot guarantee that every time he breaks through a significant stage, he can rely on the mirror-breaking pill to bridge the gap. The spiritual energy techniques of the Heavenly Sword sect may not be exceptionally outstanding, yet during the cultivation process, it is indeed possible to enhance the capacity of the dantian, thereby increasing the upper limits of the cultivation process. Huan was determined not to miss out. "Let us depart," Huan urged. He was entirely undeterred by the tumult he had caused yesterday in Zhao Mingji's cave. Nor did he hesitate to continue residing within the Heavenly Sword sect after sealing the spiritual energy of the sect leader, Jin Chongsheng, with the restricting spirit seal. As long as those ancient ancestors at the nascent soul stage remained in seclusion, he would find safety within the confines of the Heavenly Sword sect. Furthermore, Huan was well aware that the ancestor at the nascent soul stage was preparing to emerge. For a sect like the Tianjin sect, this was no trivial matter. As long as he retained sufficient cultivation level within the system, he could force a breakthrough when the ancestors stood before him. Although the outcome might be somewhat chaotic, Huan believed it was still preferable to the array of mere tools wandering within the Tianjin sect, and thus, it was something he could easily overlook. On the way to the scripture pavilion, Yanlei incessantly regaled him with details about the inner sect, factions, intrigues, and so forth. Huan harbored no discontent, understanding that the other party acted with his best interests in mind, and thus listened quietly. After much effort, they finally arrived at the scripture pavilion designated for the inner disciples. Huan took the initiative to speak. "Lazy, thank you. I will go in first to seek the cultivation method. We can chat once I acquire it. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. Remember my words. Do not be swayed by Elder Yu of the Technique Pavilion into choosing the Heavenly Sword Spirit method. Although it is a third-tier cultivation technique, it is said to be a fragmented text, and no one has ever succeeded in its cultivation," Yanlei reminded solemnly. Huan nodded subtly and smiled, assuring, "Rest assured. I understand." After saying this, he fell silent. Huan held his identification token and made his way towards the Pavilion of Techniques. At the entrance stood a steward at the early stage of the core formation realm, rather than the elder mentioned by Yanlei. After casting a glance at Huan's token, the steward said coldly, "You are aware of the rules, I presume? One cultivator, one technique. Do not attempt any tricks. Be cautious, lest you find yourself expelled from the sect at the very threshold." "I understand," Huan replied. Huan paid no heed to the steward's indifferent demeanor. Earlier, Yanlei had mentioned that this individual's partner had eloped with another man over a decade ago, leaving him in perpetual solitude. A pitiable soul indeed. Upon entering the Pavilion of Techniques, a profound sense of solemnity enveloped him. Within Huan's heart, an instinctive sense of reverence arose. Surrounding him were numerous disciples, all quietly examining the jade slips on the shelves. Those permitted entry into this sanctum were all disciples at the foundation establishment stage, possessing spiritual consciousness. By merely placing the jade slips against their minds, they could glean the contents within. However, under ordinary circumstances, they could only perceive the overarching principles. Once they determined which cultivation method to pursue, they would return to the entrance and inform the indifferent steward of their choice. Only then would the steward unveil the complete cultivation method. This practice serves to prevent disciples from wavering in their commitment. Cultivating a technique is inherently a time-consuming endeavor. For the majority, it often requires several months or even years to grasp the fundamentals, let alone advance further. In other words, while the gatekeeper of the cultivation pavilion may appear exceedingly aloof, his approach is, in truth, intended for the benefit of the sect's disciples. The sect likely believes that his seemingly unapproachable demeanor is best suited for this role, allowing the full value of the remaining resources to be realized. Alas, how pitiable! After silently expressing her grievances, Huan immediately began her search for the so-called flawed cultivation technique, the heavenly sword spirit decision. If one is to cultivate, one must undoubtedly pursue the finest. While others require time to practice the heavenly sword spirit decision, Huan only needed to expend his system cultivation. Thus, he eagerly anticipated whether he could utilize the system's prowess to cultivate this unique technique that others could not. As Huan searched high and low for the so-called heavenly sword spirit method, a voice unexpectedly echoed in his ear. Huan was taken aback and hurriedly glanced around. "Do not search any longer. I am not here. If you wish to seek the celestial sword spirit technique, proceed to the second floor of the scripture pavilion." The voice resonated once more. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Without a moment's hesitation, Huan ascended towards the second floor of the pavilion of techniques. He harbored a faint suspicion in his heart. The sudden voice that had echoed was likely that of Elder Yu, whom Yen Lei had mentioned. Approaching the entrance to the staircase leading to the second floor, he prepared to continue his journey. Huan observed a barrier at the entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped through it. Huan distinctly sensed a slight resistance, though it was not formidable. With a gentle exertion of effort, he effortlessly passed through. However, with his passage through the barrier, a sudden sound akin to shattering glass resonated behind him. Huan turned his head and was astonished to discover that the barrier had shattered. The sudden sound attracted the attention of the disciples quietly studying their techniques nearby. Many of them frowned, their faces reflecting dissatisfaction as they gazed over. When they noticed the situation before them, they were left in a state of shock. What in the world is happening? How could the protective array on the second floor suddenly break? Could that young man possibly be responsible? What a ridiculous thought. That formation is designed to prevent all cultivators below the foundation establishment stage from intruding. He is so young. Do not tell me he has already reached the foundation establishment stage, since the formation is meant to deter those below that level, and it has now shattered upon his approach. He must not be at the foundation establishment stage, but rather at the late foundation establishment stage, or even the peak of it. Late foundation establishment, or peak? That seems implausible. Such cultivation is reserved for core disciples. I know the core disciples of Tianjin sect, and I have never seen him before. Just as the crowd was engaged in heated discussions, a cold, furious voice echoed from the entrance. What is happening? Loud noise and fighting are prohibited within the technique pavilion. Do you all wish to have your cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect? The crowd rolled their eyes in response. Huan followed the sound, and the speaker was none other than the pitiful steward, Hua, standing at the entrance. He felt too lethargic to even scoff at the situation. Furthermore, there was a prohibition against loud noise. The combined voices of all present could not rival the volume of this one individual. The others were expressions of disbelief. Yet, given Hua's position, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Hua's gaze swept towards Huan as he bellowed once more. "What business do you, a mere neophyte, have on the second floor?" The surrounding disciples were taken aback by Hua's words. A mere neophyte? What nonsense is this? How could a newly admitted disciple possibly breach the protective formation on the second floor? This fellow, is he truly that formidable? Surely. It must be that the formation malfunctioned at the very moment he happened to be nearby, inadvertently shattering it. Oh dear, this is quite a disaster. Although everyone understood that he could not possess the strength to dismantle the formation, it was undeniable that it had been broken due to his presence. And now he would be liable for reparations. Huan, upon overhearing the discussions among the group, immediately felt a flicker of doubt in his gaze. He cast a perplexed glance towards the second floor. The voice that had urged him to ascend had vanished entirely. Could it be? Had he inadvertently become a scapegoat? Was the owner of that voice, having disrupted the formation, now attempting to implicate him? What on earth was happening? Shouldn't that person be Elder Yu from the Pavilion of Techniques? Lu Huan furrowed his brows, disregarding Inhua's furious reprimands and the surrounding disciples' discussions. He abruptly accelerated and charged towards the second floor. Regardless of whether he would take the blame, having ascended the staircase, he felt compelled to explore the second floor. How audacious! How dare he disregard me? Inhua, witnessing this, was filled with rage. His body suddenly propelled forward, transforming into a shadowy specter that swiftly darted towards the staircase. After all, he was a cultivator at the core formation stage, and his speed far surpassed that of Lu Huan. However, just as Inhua was about to seize Lu Huan, the latter had already set foot on the second floor. Ding! A notification detected a sign-in location. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. He sensed the radiant presence of Inhua approaching from behind. Lu Huan had no time to ponder why sign-in was possible here and hurriedly opted to check in. Simultaneously, Lu Huan felt his collar being grasped. As he was lifted from behind, he had trespassed into the second floor of the Technique Pavilion, signaling the disruption of its formations, disregarding the orders of the steward. Having violated the sect's regulations, he was immediately stripped of his cultivation, ordered to compensate 1,000,000 spirit stones, and expelled from the sect. The cold and merciless voice resonated from Inhua's lips. Lu Huan, however, remained indifferent, for his attention was entirely focused on the rewards of the system's sign-in. Congratulations, Master, on the successful sign-in. The reward is the Supreme Foundation Establishment Technique. The Supreme Foundation Establishment Technique comprises 9 layers, each layer representing a level of the heavens. When cultivated to its utmost limit, it can expand the Dantian tenfold. Hiss. Lu Huan inhaled sharply, a chill running through him. What he desperately needed was a technique for cultivating spiritual energy. To his astonishment, the system promptly provided him with one, a formidable method that promised to expand his Dantian tenfold upon completion. Such a technique was unheard of in his previous encounters. For cultivators, a method for cultivating spiritual energy is of paramount importance, almost universally pursued by those who can harness it. Only those unable to cultivate spiritual energy, relegated to the path of physical refinement, would forego such an essential practice. Consequently, renowned techniques have become coveted treasures, eagerly sought after by many. Even the legendary 9-rank spiritual cultivation techniques merely allow a practitioner to enhance their Dantian fivefold. Yet, here was the Supreme Foundation Establishment Technique, claiming a tenfold increase. Its very name suggests it is tailored for those in the Foundation Establishment stage. The so-called 9-rank techniques, on the other hand, enable practitioners to continue their cultivation journey, reaching their limits before achieving that fivefold enhancement. This limit varies according to individual talent. It could manifest at the Foundation Establishment stage, but may also extend to the Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and even higher realms such as the out-of-body and spirit-severing stages. In comparison, the Supreme Foundation Establishment Technique stands as a paragon of power, truly deserving of its exalted title. It undoubtedly surpasses the pinnacle of 9-rank techniques found on the Celestial Desolation continent, hinting at something divine or celestial in nature. Lu Huan was also uncertain. The system had provided no introduction. Yet, he understood that once he mastered this particular technique, he would, at the foundational stage, once again create a vast chasm between himself and any other practitioner, even those so-called prodigies of the sacred lands. Bang! Just as Lu Huan reveled in the excitement of his sign-in rewards, Inhua seized him and returned to the first floor. In front of numerous disciples gathered there, he publicly announced his punishment of Lu Huan, simultaneously using this as a cautionary example for others. Clenching his fist, he launched a powerful strike toward Lu Huan's abdomen. However, it was well known that Lu Huan's indestructible body has now developed the capacity to withstand the assaults of a first-tier nascent soul elder. In contrast, Inhua is merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core, or perhaps one could say at the nascent stage of core formation. In an instant, Lu Huan activated the self-rebound mechanism of his indestructible body. A tremendous force erupted violently from Lu Huan, surging back towards Inhua. Poof! Inhua, taken aback, never anticipated that a disciple newly admitted to the inner sect at the first tier of Foundation establishment could possess such formidable offensive power. He was utterly unprepared for the onslaught. In a fleeting moment, he was sent hurtling backward, demolishing dozens of bookshelves along the way, before crashing into the wall of the martial arts pavilion, leaving behind a gaping hole as he flew out. Good heavens! The formation on the first floor was shattered by Lu Huan's might. The disciples present were left astonished. Lu Huan was also reminded by the system awakening in a state of bewilderment after receiving a century's worth of system cultivation rewards. Upon surveying the chaotic surroundings, he contemplated the implications of the century's worth of system cultivation rewards. Lu Huan felt a fresh wave of sympathy for Yin Hua in his heart. How could he be unaware that this was Yin Hua's assault on him, which had resulted in a self-rebound from the indestructible divine body, causing him to be sent flying? He shook his head. Lu Huan said little more and, once again under the astonished and bewildered gazes of numerous disciples, ascended to the second floor. He had indeed found the cultivation technique for harnessing spiritual energy. However, he had yet to uncover the techniques for utilizing spiritual energy itself. As Lu Huan's figure vanished from the sight of the disciples, they erupted once more into astonished exclamations. Who on earth is this individual? Truly remarkable. Even the steward, Yin Hua, was inexplicably sent flying by him. It felt as though that fellow hadn't even lifted a finger, and it was Yin Hua who propelled himself outward. Did I also witness it this way? Could it be that he possesses an extraordinarily powerful defensive artifact? I have never heard of any protective talisman capable of enabling a foundational cultivator to remain stationary while repelling a core formation expert. Regardless of whether this individual wields formidable defensive artifacts or possesses innate strength, he is undoubtedly doomed. Indeed, he is destined for dire consequences, having violated sect regulations. The elders and the sect leader will certainly not pardon him. Amidst the discussions, the disciples' attitudes shifted from astonishment to schadenfreude. It is evident that in a world where strength reigns supreme, it is prudent to progress methodically, revealing one's genius persona from the outset, leaving ordinary disciples in awe and perpetually respectful. Otherwise, a sudden rise to prominence will only incite jealousy. Once more, he returned to the second floor. Lu Huan gazed at the drastically diminished number, reduced to a mere fraction. There were only a few desolate spaces among the shelves, evoking a sense of melancholy. This is the Heavenly Sword Sect, a place where the strength has waned to the extent that there are only a few hundred management members within the sect, and the collection of cultivation methods available for the elders is insufficient, totaling less than 100 volumes. This includes both spiritual cultivation techniques and combat skills. It is truly inadequate, failing to provide even 2 distinct volumes per individual. How lamentable! Lu Huan let out a sigh of exasperation and began to search. But at that moment, Lu Huan distinctly sensed a feeling of being watched from the corner of the room. He abruptly turned his head to look. The vast 2-story space remained devoid of any presence. In the corner, he discerned no sign of a room's existence. It was inconceivable that someone could be hiding there, monitoring his situation with their spiritual awareness. Therefore, he inquired, "Elder Yu?" Lu Huan recalled the sudden voice that had resonated in his ear while he was on the first floor. Lost in thought, he suddenly called out. There was no response. Lu Huan smiled ambiguously. "Elder Yu, there's no need to hide. I know it's you. Since you summoned me here, you must have the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique prepared. Present it, if you will. Who exactly are you?" A voice filled with resignation echoed in response. Lu Huan continued to sense the gaze upon him, and suddenly, the void flickered, revealing the figure of an elderly man before his eyes. Was it invisibility or a formation? Lu Huan mumbled, "The formation. How could I, an elder in the late stage of foundation establishment, possibly cultivate an invisibility technique?" Yushan replied, his face marred by frustration. A venerable elder of the late foundation establishment stage appeared so meek before Lu Huan, far more subdued than the cold and aloof steward Yin Hua, which was indeed quite perplexing. However, after a moment's contemplation, Lu Huan understood the situation. It seemed that Elder Yu had witnessed the scene where Yin Hua attempted to attack him, only to be repelled by a counterforce. Uncertain of Lu Huan's true capabilities, he hesitated to act recklessly. What about the technique? Upon realizing the truth, Lu Huan asked candidly, "Little one, although I cannot discern the depths of your cultivation, you must be at the foundation establishment stage. As a seasoned elder who has reached the core formation stage, do you not think it appropriate to show some respect to your seniors?" Yushan, increasingly vexed, began to complain. "In the presence of one who has deliberately sought to ensnare me, my restraint in not taking direct action should be seen as a courtesy." Lu Huan let out a cold laugh, clenching his fist. "Isn't it enough to call you Elder Yu? I do not wish to engage in idle chatter. Present to me the Tianjian spirit technique. Hand it over," he demanded. "A fragmented technique that no one has cultivated, even if it is of the 3rd rank, would hardly garner any interest. Otherwise, why would Yushan go to such lengths to entice the newly arrived disciples into selecting this particular method? It is merely an experiment to see if anyone can successfully cultivate this technique. Young man, should you truly master the Tianjin spirit technique, I shall grant you one request. Yushan remarked, a hint of anticipation in his voice as he handed over the technique. Lu Huan is the first foundation-building cultivator he cannot fathom after so many years of cultivation. In his youth, he had ventured beyond the Tianjin sect for training. Although he had not encountered the most exceptional talents, he had met many individuals. However, among these, he could assert that none could compare to Lu Huan. After years of studying the Tianjin spirit technique, he had become somewhat obsessed. He no longer cared about Lu Huan's identity. If the other party could truly master the Tianjin spirit technique and fulfill his long-held aspiration, he would willingly sacrifice everything. Upon hearing Yushan's words, Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback and silently inquired, System, what level of system cultivation is required to practice the Tianjin spirit technique? Would mastering a 5th-grade sword technique consume 500 years of system cultivation to perfect the skill? The system did not directly answer Lu Huan's question, but instead posed an inquiry. 5th-grade sword technique? Lu Huan was quite astonished. Within the Tianjin sect, whether among the esteemed sect master and elders or the junior disciples, it was commonly believed that the Tianjin spirit technique was merely a 3rd-tier martial art, and an incomplete one at that. Yet now, the system revealed to Lu Huan that it was not a mere 3rd-tier technique, but rather a 5th-tier swordsmanship. Consumption was indeed imperative. Lu Huan spoke with impatience. The system's cultivation level is insufficient. Please continue to strive, master, to enhance the system's cultivation. However, the system's cold notification left Lu Huan momentarily stunned, prompting a bitter smile. He cast a glance at his current cultivation level, which stood at a mere 445 years, still 55 years short of the required 500. How vexing, Lu Huan muttered in frustration, casting a glance towards the distant Yushan. With a raised brow, he remarked with a smile, Elder Yu, if you wish to uncover the secrets of the heavenly sword spirit technique, why not strike me with all your might? Do you take me for a fool? Yushan retorted instinctively, his voice laced with caution. Although I am a late-stage golden core cultivator, significantly more formidable than Inhua. Should Inhua unleash his full power against you while you remain unscathed, he would surely be sent flying in an instant. I would undoubtedly prove no match for you. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Upon hearing this, Lu Huan immediately discerned the reason for Yushan's earnestness. With a chuckle, he inquired, do you truly wish to uncover the secret of the celestial sword spirit art? Yushan's eyes suddenly ignited with a brilliant gleam at this question. Strike me with a single blow, and I shall reveal it to you. Lu Huan said faintly, all right, this is what you said. I shall give it my all today. Yushan gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, his body transforming into a streak of golden light as he charged directly at Lu Huan. However, Lu Huan could distinctly sense a hidden presence approaching from behind him. You old fool, trying to pull a fast one. Lu Huan stood still, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, the clash of metal echoed from behind him. A long sword collided with his body, generating a surge of golden energy that forcefully sent the sword flying away. The blade pierced through the 2nd floor of the martial arts pavilion, vanishing into the array-covered wall. At that very moment, Yushan, who had been rushing towards Lu Huan, abruptly halted, his form transforming into golden light, suspended momentarily in midair before retreating to his original position. When Yushan reappeared, he bore a look of lingering fear, yet his eyes sparkled with triumphant glee. Young man, I knew you were extraordinary. The technique I just employed was the 2nd-tier sword art, the diamond sword technique, and yet you effortlessly defended against it and even countered. Had I struck you with my bare hands, it would have been me flying away. Yushan laughed heartily, continuing, I followed your instructions and attacked you. Now, you can divulge the secrets of the celestial sword spirit technique, can't you? You are fully aware of my true intentions, yet you insist on playing such tricks. Lu Huan let out a cold snort and turned to descend the stairs. As she walked, she waved her hand and remarked, since Elder Yu refuses to cooperate, I regret to inform you that the secret of the heavenly sword spirit technique no longer concerns you. You are not permitted to leave. Yushan was taken aback, and upon hearing Lu Huan's words, he felt an ominous premonition. Lu Huan was not jesting. If he truly allowed Lu Huan to depart from his presence today, he might never again have the opportunity to uncover the secrets of the heavenly sword spirit technique in his lifetime. Lu Huan paid no heed to Yushan's calls and descended leisurely downstairs. Lu Huan. Just as he reached the ground floor, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. He turned to see none other than Wang Wei. However, Wang Wei was not the leader of the group. Standing before him was a woman with a frosty demeanor. Lu Huan recognized her as Mo Mingjiao, the chief steward of the law enforcement pavilion of the Heavenly Sword sect, and also one of the 3 prodigies of their sect. Mo Mingjiao was considered a former holy maiden, slightly older than the disciples of their generation, yet still in her 20s. Why was she regarded as the holy maiden? Because prior to Su Xiaowan's emergence, the Heavenly Sword sect had never truly produced a holy maiden. It was only when Su Xiaowan showcased her extraordinary swordsmanship talent that all the elders acknowledged her as the hope for the sect's resurgence, thus designating her as the Holy Maiden. In other words, although Mo Mingjiao was one of the 3 prodigies, her talent paled in comparison to Su Xiaowan's. Nevertheless, being over a decade older than Lu Huan and Su Xiaowan, and having attained the first level of the core formation stage, she was entirely qualified to serve as a steward. This was why, despite being one of the 3 prodigies, she also held the position of steward within the Heavenly Sword sect. After all, according to regulations, no matter how strong a prodigy, they would always rank lower than a steward in terms of status, even though it was understood that those who became prodigies were destined to become elders. As long as they did not meet an untimely demise, such was the rule. It was she who had just sent steward Inhua flying. Upon seeing Lu Huan, a disciple at the foundation establishment stage immediately pointed at him with an expression of excitement, exclaiming as if reveling in the misfortune of a powerful disciple about to fall from grace. Wang Wei, hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching as he internally criticized Lu Huan for being a troublemaker. Yet he quickly retorted, "Senior sister, there must be some misunderstanding. Brother Wang Wei, as a captain of the law enforcement pavilion, how can you be so biased?" Steward Inhua clearly stated that Lu Huan violated sect rules, necessitating the nullification of his cultivation, a compensation of 100,000 spirit stones, and his expulsion from the sect. It was his refusal to comply with such punishment that led him to assault Steward Inhua. "This is something we all witnessed," exclaimed the inner sect disciple, his face contorted with righteous indignation as he took the moral high ground. Lu Huan looked at the inner disciple who was incessantly reporting him, seemingly wishing for his immediate demise at the hands of Mo Mingjiao, with a sense of bewilderment. "Do I harbor any enmity towards you?" Lu Huan regarded Mo Mingjiao with indifference and asked bluntly, "As a disciple, I cannot tolerate your blatant violation of the sect's rules and your malicious assault on the steward. Is there a problem with that?" Si Junqiao stood tall and proud, adopting the demeanor of a self-proclaimed champion of justice, speaking condescendingly. However, in that moment, as he spoke, he instinctively shifted closer to Mo Mingjiao, inadvertently revealing a glimmer of fear and trepidation in his eyes. Lu Huan might have believed that he was indeed the type of disciple who held the sect's regulations in high regard, honest, obstinate, and the epitome of a good student in the eyes of their teacher. Yet now, Lu Huan understood the truth. This fellow, to put it plainly, merely sought to impress Mo Mingjiao, yearning for her attention. Lu Huan had never been one to thwart romantic pursuits. After all, had he not engaged in various flirtations within the Heavenly Sword sect before activating the system? However, deliberately stepping on another's position to gain favor was a different matter altogether. Lu Huan simply cannot allow this. Whoosh. Lu Huan let out a derisive cold laugh, stepping forward without any hesitation towards Si Junqiao. Impudent. Upon witnessing this, Mo Mingjiao's eyes glinted with a chill as she swiftly positioned herself in front of Si Junqiao. Lu Huan cast a glance at Mo Mingjiao, his expression dripping with derision. "Mo, do you truly believe such trivial tricks could deceive you?" He pondered his intentions, fully aware of them. "Yet you have erred. I hope you do not remain unrepentant and continue down this misguided path." Mo Mingjiao retorted with a frosty demeanor, her voice sharp with reprimand. "Whether right or wrong is inconsequential. What I know is that no one can exploit me and depart unscathed." Lu Huan chuckled softly before suddenly erupting forth, her body propelling towards Mo Mingjiao like a cannonball. In Mo Mingjiao's large, expressive eyes, a flicker of anger ignited as she waved her sleeve, unleashing torrents of azure energy directed at Lu Huan's chest. Manager Mo is formidable. Crush this rule-breaking intruder. Si Junqiao, witnessing the scene, was overwhelmed with joy, standing proudly behind Mo Mingjiao and cheering triumphantly. Bang, bang, bang. The energy collided violently with Lu Huan's chest, erupting into a dazzling display of azure brilliance, reminiscent of fireworks cascading across the sky. Just as many anticipated Lu Huan's imminent demise at the hands of Mo Mingjiao, a voice filled with indignation pierced the air. "Let go. Manager Mo, I did not intend this." Lu Huan discreetly squeezed twice before withdrawing his right hand, murmuring to himself. It looks mediocre, yet the tactile sensation is surprisingly pleasant. Lu Huan, you seek your own demise. A flush of humiliation and anger instantly surged onto Imo Mingjiao's face. As if a mere touch could draw forth blood. Suddenly, her body trembled violently, and the distinct imprint on the mountain peak vanished without a trace. Almost all the disciples stood behind Imo Mingjiao, having failed to catch sight of where Lu Huan's hand had actually landed. However, upon overhearing the conversation between Lu Huan and Imo Mingjiao, their imaginations began to run wild. In Si Junchao's eyes, a glint of venomous resentment sparkled, filled with jealousy, as he wished fervently to tear Lu Huan to shreds. Lu Huan, you seek death. Imo Guanshi is my goddess. You, a mere beast. How dare you lay a hand on her? Die. You must perish. Alas, Si Junchao could only silently roar in impotent fury within his heart, utterly afraid to express it outwardly. A coward. Although Lu Huan was unaware of his thoughts, he could discern some of them from the murderous glint in his eyes. He deliberately flashed a smile at Si Junchao and once again charged towards Imo Mingjiao. His initial intention was to leverage Imo Mingjiao's strength to acquire the necessary system cultivation for perfecting the heavenly sword spirit art. However, an unforeseen incident occurred. He could only command the indestructible body of Vidra to defend without retaliating. Indeed, while the indestructible body of Vidra had the capacity for autonomous counterattacks, if Lu Huan deemed it unnecessary, no retaliation would ensue. Otherwise, Imo Mingjiao would not merely be standing there, panting in embarrassment, while the little rabbit bounced around. She would have already been sent flying, her fate uncertain. Coming again, as Imo Mingjiao saw Lu Huan charging at her once more. A sudden flashback surged through her mind, recalling the electric shock-like tremor she felt upon being touched by Lu Huan. Fear gripped her, and she instinctively sidestepped. Although Imo Mingjiao merely shifted slightly to the side, that single movement completely exposed Si Junchao to Lu Huan's advance. Lu Huan paid no mind, and after casting a peculiar, cold smile at Si Junchao, he suddenly raised his fist and shouted, "Demon Wind Fist!" with a thunderous roar. A terrifying shadow of his fist surged towards Si Junchao's chest, like a tempest unleashed. The minor success of the Demon Wind Fist effectively doubled Lu Huan's already formidable strength, reaching an astounding 64,000 newtons. The surrounding disciples felt a violent tremor in their hearts, as if they were on the verge of exploding, their faces turning pale as they retreated hastily. In the next moment, the previously arrogant Si Junchao was utterly obliterated into a mist of blood by Lu Huan's hand. Congratulations, Master, for vanquishing the enemy. Reward: 10 years of cultivation in the system. Cease this at once. Everyone stop. At that moment, a voice filled with urgency resounded from the stairway on the second floor. Yushan appeared before the crowd, his face etched with anxiety. Upon witnessing Yushan's arrival, not only the ordinary disciples in the distance, but even Imo Mingjiao's gaze emanated a hint of dissatisfaction. Here was the elder of the scripture pavilion, who typically secluded himself on the second floor for meditation. Lu Huan had just descended from the second floor. Can you truly claim ignorance of the happenings below? Yet, you chose to come down neither early nor late, but precisely after Lu Huan had asserted his authority. What exactly are your intentions? Imo Mingjiao nearly laid bare her dissatisfaction for Yushan to see. However, Yushan was indifferent to the reaction of a mere junior disciple. He hurried to Lu Huan's side and exclaimed, "Please don't be in such a rush to leave. I will acquiesce to all your demands. Let us discuss this further upstairs. Shall we?" As Yushan's words echoed in the air, astonishment swept over all present. How could they fail to perceive the subtle plea entwined within Yushan's utterance? It is too late. Lu Huan cast a fleeting glance at Yushan, showing him not an ounce of regard. Gulp. Lu Huan's reaction astounded everyone. Surely, this must be a dream. No matter how formidable Lu Huan's abilities may be, he is merely a newly initiated disciple at the first stage of foundation establishment. Who are you, Yushan? I am an elder of the martial arts pavilion of the Heavenly Sword sect, and simultaneously one of the 5 most powerful elders within the sect. I represent the dignity of the Heavenly Sword sect. Yet now, you, who embody that dignity, have lost all sense of shame, begging a disciple whose cultivation is vastly inferior to yours. What exactly did Lu Huan do? A tide of endless confusion and curiosity surged in the hearts of the crowd. Yushan truly seemed to have lost all sense of shame. He disregarded the impact of his actions on the many disciples present today and bluntly implored, "Lu Huan, consider this a plea from me. If you can truly cultivate the heavenly sword spirit technique, I will agree to anything you ask of me. With a thunderous boom, Yushan's words detonated in the ears of the assembly. Everyone felt their minds buzzing, questioning if they had misheard. The heavenly sword spirit technique. Wasn't that merely a fragmented third-tier cultivation method? It was inconceivable that anyone could successfully cultivate it. Could Lu Huan truly be capable? Had Elder Yu truly lost his mind? Over the years, how many disciples had he deceived into wasting their time on the heavenly sword spirit technique? And now he was sacrificing his own dignity for Lu Huan's cultivation? What a disgrace! Such an elder was of no use to them. He had brought shame upon the heavenly sword sect. In Mo Mingjiao's large, curious eyes, indignation was supplanted by intrigue, prompting her to ask, Lu Huan, can you truly cultivate the heavenly sword spirit technique? Indeed, the heavenly sword spirit technique is cultivable. Hearing the mocking voices of the surrounding disciples, Lu Huan deliberately smiled and responded, I aim to provoke you. If you have the courage, come and take action. Only if you dare to strike can I harvest a wealth of system cultivation, allowing me to cultivate the heavenly sword spirit technique. Hurry, make your move. Alas, this group had already witnessed Lu Huan's prowess. While they may have dared to mock him, they did so under the assumption that Mo Mingjiao would certainly protect them from harm. However, after witnessing Siju and Chao being decisively slain by Lu Huan in front of Mo Mingjiao, no matter how much they yearned to uncover the secrets of the heavenly sword spirit technique from Lu Huan, they were utterly deterred from taking action. A bunch of cowards. Upon witnessing this, Lu Huan let out a cold snort, filled with disappointment, and strode towards the entrance of the mission hall. Elder Yu, something is amiss. Just then, a panicked cry, as urgent as a fire at one's brow, burst forth from outside the mission hall. Lu Huan furrowed her brow and focused her gaze. A young cultivator, drenched in blood and clad in the attire of an outer sect disciple, burst into the mission pavilion. Upon seeing Yushan, he immediately shouted. The combined forces of Feishan sect, Linghua sect, and Shuayan pavilion, among 10 other sects, have arrived at the foot of our Tianjin sect and are ruthlessly slaughtering our outer disciples. What? Upon hearing the words of the outer disciple, a wave of fury surged among the crowd. What audacity did the ruffians of Feishan sect possess to dare attack our Tianjin sect? The despicable Linghua sect, notorious for ambushing our disciples, had now brazenly launched an open assault. How could esteemed sects like Feishan and Linghua conspire with the vile Shuayan pavilion? In stark contrast to the common disciples, whose faces contorted with rage and indignation, the group led by Mo Mingjiao from the law enforcement pavilion exhibited a commendable response. A fierce aura of murderous intent emanated from each of them. Without uttering a word, they drew forth their respective treasures and, under Mo Mingjiao's leadership, charged decisively towards the entrance of the mission pavilion. Yushan, too, was similarly motivated. Faced with such a dire crisis, he momentarily set aside his yearning for the Tianjin spirit technique and, with fierce determination, shattered the rooftop of the pavilion before soaring towards the foot of the mountain. If this predicament originated from my actions, then it is I who shall resolve it. Lu Huan smiled faintly as she approached the entrance of the mission pavilion. She beheld several representatives of the elders stationed atop the branches of the mountain of the Tianjin sect, all of whom surged forth with fierce, murderous intent toward the foot of the mountain. In addition to these elders, tens of thousands of inner disciples soared from various directions into the sky, their killing intent soaring skyward. This overwhelming aura of malice coalesced in the air above the Tianjin sect, forming a blood-red mass reminiscent of a thunderous calamity, instilling a sense of dread. Indeed, the Tianjin sect still harbors commendable disciples. Lu Huan sighed and, with a swift motion, surged forward, charging down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, chaos reigned. A coalition force, vastly outnumbering the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, had already engaged in fierce combat with them. The terrifying sounds of explosions and the piercing cries of anguish intertwined at this moment, forming a poignant battle anthem. Lu Huan wasted no time and plunged directly into the crowd. With every sight of an individual who was not a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, he unleashed a powerful punch. The sound of bang 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 resonated, further adding a sense of desolation to a world already shrouded in bloodshed. Lu Huan silenced the system's notification sound. In that moment, the sound ceased to bring him any joy. He was acutely aware that he was now a disciple of the Tianjin sect, regardless of whether he would still be a disciple after this battle concluded. He had indeed spent many years within the sect. Without the Tianjin sect, he might have long perished at the hands of certain ill-intentioned individuals from the Lu family. Thus, for the sake of the Tianjin sect, he resolved to engage in this final battle. In the face of this inexplicable conflict, every disciple of the Tianjin sect resembled a valiant warrior, recklessly devoted to safeguarding their homeland, offering their last drop of blood. Time trickled by, and at the foot of the entire Tianjin sect, the ground was awash with blood. Originally, there were millions of cultivators. Now, only a mere fraction remained. The allied forces seemed utterly terrified, huddling together, vigilantly watching the disciples of the Tianjin sect. Similarly, the disciples of the Tianjin sect clustered together, both sides locked in a tense standoff. What was most astonishing was that the disciples of the Tianjin sect, who had not engaged in many battles, had suffered relatively minor losses. This left Lu Huan utterly astounded by the unfolding scene. However, he was even more taken aback when he opened the system notifications and discovered, to his dismay, that his cultivation level remained at 455 years. Without it, Lu Huan furrowed his brow, silently inquiring within his mind, "System, what on earth is happening?" The system remained silent. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Huan grasped the answer. A boisterous laugh echoed through the heavens and the earth. "Jian Changsheng, I have united my forces to present you with a welcoming gift from the Tianjin sect. Are you pleased? You are Yuan Qingfeng, the sect master of Feishan sect?" The elder Wei Huangji of the Tianjin sect suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Is this an illusion?" Truly, as expected of the esteemed elder of the Tianjin sect, his reaction was swift. However, the owner of the laughter, Yuan Qingfeng, suddenly spoke with a sinister tone. "If your Tianjin sect does not obediently surrender the people, do not blame us for turning everything within this illusion into reality." What a treacherous scheme. Upon hearing this, Lu Huan's face was filled with frustration. It was all in vain. He had been deeply moved by witnessing the valiant struggle of so many disciples from the Tianjin sect. Yet, it turned out that everything he saw was merely an illusion. Although the coalition's intent was ostensibly to intimidate the Tianjin sect, their true aim was likely to deplete the spirit of its disciples. Even if the sentiments were genuine, how many could still fight with the same fervor as before? The initial surge of energy inevitably wanes, as the saying goes, once vigorous, then diminished, and finally exhausted. This is precisely the essence of the matter. Setting aside the emotional toll, even in terms of physical stamina, Lu Huan himself felt considerably fatigued, rendering him incapable of sustaining high-intensity combat. What could be said for the ordinary individuals? Damn it! Lu Huan let out another low growl, settling into a cross-legged position to commence his cultivation of the Supreme Foundation Establishment technique, aiming to restore his vitality. He was acutely aware that soon he would be the focal point of the unfolding events. At that moment, as Lu Huan began to recuperate, Wei Huangji, the Grand Elder of the Tianjin sect, furrowed his brow, gazing quizzically at the newcomer. He inquired, "Friend Yuan, what is it that you wish us to surrender to the Tianjin sect?" Wei Huangji's words caused Yuan Qifeng, who was suspended in midair, to momentarily pause, before huffing coldly, "The one who has received the inheritance of the Dark Heaven Cave Master." "Lu Huan, what did you say? Is there truly an inheritance from the Dark Heaven Cave Master? And who exactly is this Lu Huan? I have no knowledge of him." The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, unaware of the situation. Even Wei Huangji, the Grand Elder, was oblivious to the news regarding Lu Huan's acquisition of the Dark Heaven Cave Master's legacy. In comparison to the vast number of disciples within the Tianjin sect, those who were truly aware of this information were lamentably few, particularly among the higher echelons, where certain individuals deliberately concealed the truth, preventing the news from circulating throughout the sect. "Do you dare to mock me, Wei Huangji, as the Grand Elder of the Tianjin sect? How could you possibly be ignorant of such critical information?" Yuan Qingfeng's frustration boiled over. Yet, Wei Huangji felt equally aggrieved. He was perplexed as to why he, a figure of such significance within the sect, had not been informed of this crucial news. As a master of illusion from Qingyan County, Yuan Qingfeng possessed a keen perception. He realized that Wei Huangji was indeed not deceiving him. He genuinely had no knowledge of the inheritance from the Dark Heaven Cave Master. This revelation incensed Yuan Qifeng further, leading him to bellow in fury. "Where is Jian Changsheng? Where has he vanished? Has he already claimed the Dark Heaven Cave Master's inheritance and abandoned all the disciples of the Tianjin sect to retreat into seclusion for cultivation?" At that moment, Yuan Qingfeng felt a sense of frustration akin to that of the disciples of the Tianjin sect. Just as his emotions had reached a crescendo, brimming with anticipation for a fruitful outcome, he was met with the shocking realization that they were entirely unaware of the object of his desire. Master. Wei Huangji turned to look around, indeed failing to spot Jin Chongsheng. Anger etched across his features. He shared Yuan Qingfeng's suspicions. The reason for their ignorance regarding the inheritance of the Dark Heaven Cave Master was likely that Jin Chongsheng had discreetly secured it for himself, concealing it from all the higher-ups of the Tianjin sect. Otherwise, how could he, a Grand Elder second only to Jin Chongsheng, be so woefully uninformed that he had to learn of such vital news from adversaries? Jin Chongsheng. Wei Huangji let out a long, anguished howl, filled with both fury and resignation as he gazed skyward. He was acutely aware that the arrival of Yuan Qingfeng and his cohort posed a significant threat. Should they find him lacking, the surreal events that had transpired in the illusion could very well manifest into a grim reality. If he had garnered any advantage, he might have accepted his fate willingly, even if it meant facing imminent death at their hands. However, the crux of the matter was that he had gained nothing, yet found himself cornered in such a dire predicament. This unbearable sense of humiliation would haunt Wei Huangji beyond his final breath. Unbeknownst to him, an elder standing nearby, along with several stewards and a few upright disciples, exhibited peculiar expressions. Their gazes converged upon a particular individual, filled with hesitation. The Grand Elder, Lu Huan, was present. At that moment, amid the throng of inner disciples, a voice laden with resentment abruptly pierced the air. In unison, all eyes instinctively followed the direction indicated by this disciple's finger. Sigh. Lu Huan sighed deeply. He was acutely aware that he would inevitably be exposed. However, the prospect of being revealed so soon, without having regained much strength, left him feeling utterly helpless. Particularly now, he realized that even with the indomitable body he possessed, he was not invincible. Previously, he had failed to perceive the illusions that assailed him, and the primary assault of all illusions was directed at the soul. Presently, he lacked any means to defend against such spiritual attacks. If he were to be targeted and find himself ensnared once more in a phantasm, he would undoubtedly face grave troubles. Lu Huan rose quietly, his body still diligently operating the supreme foundation establishment technique to restore his strength. With a cold demeanor, he spoke. Indeed, I am Lu Huan. Have you truly acquired the legacy of the Black Sky Cave Master? Wei Huangji inquired eagerly. Lu Huan. Surrender the legacy of the Black Sky Cave Master, and I shall overlook the matter of you killing my disciples from the Feishan sect. Yuan Qifeng exclaimed, his eyes brightening with anticipation. Lu Huan merely cast a cursory glance at the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect surrounding him. Most were engulfed in animosity and envy. The elder remarked, Lu Huan has deceived us all, deliberately concealing the acquisition of the Dark Sky Cave Master's inheritance, thus bringing such grave trouble upon our sect. He is a sinner to the Heavenly Sword sect and must be surrendered to atone for his misdeeds. Once again, a disciple who revealed Lu Huan's identity, akin to the former Shijun Chao, stood upon the moral high ground to admonish him. This proclamation instantly resonated with numerous disciples within the Heavenly Sword sect. Perhaps they were simply intimidated by the coalition led by Yuan Qifeng, unwilling to endure another spectacle akin to the one they had witnessed in the illusion. For they all understood that, in their current state, confronting the coalition directly would lead only to their demise. Lu Huan must be expelled. A person like him had no right to remain in the Heavenly Sword sect. Sacrificing him could potentially save the entire sect. Elder, do not make a foolish decision. Upon hearing the words of the surrounding disciples, Wei Huangji wore a conflicted expression. It was not that he was incapable of making a decision. His heart had already clarified that surrendering Lu Huan was indeed the most prudent course of action. Yet, as the elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, he would be compelled to betray a disciple for the sake of personal gain. Should such news spread, what face would he have left? At that moment, Yuan Qingfeng suddenly broke into a sinister grin and declared, Wei Huangji, if you allow me to take Lu Huan, I would not mind sharing the Dark Sky Cave Master's inheritance with you once I obtain it. This statement fell upon Wei Huangji like the final straw that broke the camel's back. What was the value of face? If he could acquire the Dark Sky Cave Master's inheritance and enhance his strength, he could silence all the gossipers. Wei Huangji abruptly lifted his head, gazing intently at Lu Huan, and with a tone fraught with concern, he implored, Lu Huan, the inheritance of the Dark Sky Cave Master is not something you ought to hoard for yourself. Surrender it now, lest you attract even more formidable foes from beyond Qing'an County. You will have no choices left then. We are all doing this for your own good. Indeed. The outcome unfolded as anticipated. Lu Huan chuckled softly and suddenly spoke. Do you know why Jian Changsheng has not appeared? Upon hearing this, Yuan Qingfeng immediately became anxious and hurriedly inquired, "Are you suggesting that Jian Changsheng has already seized the legacy?" "No," Lu Huan replied honestly in front of so many people. He scorned the idea of using such a falsehood to evade the impending calamity. Moreover, the current situation was not necessarily a fatal crisis for him. A hint of mockery appeared on Lu Huan's face. Previously, Jian Changsheng had uttered the very same words to me, and now he has become a mere shadow of his former self. With that, the words hung in the air. Lu Huan suddenly summoned the Forbidden Spirit Seal and bellowed, "Seal!" The mere mention of the Forbidden Spirit Seal sent Wei Huangji and Yuan Qingfeng into a state of panic. Instinctively, they contemplated fleeing. They were all too aware of the formidable power the seal possessed. Yet, in the next moment, they halted in their tracks, exchanging glances and casting a derisive look at Lu Huan. Yuan Qingfeng, with an air of disdain, remarked, "Lu Huan, do you fancy yourself the master of the Heavenly Sword sect? Do you think a mere imitation of the Forbidden Spirit Seal will intimidate me? By all means, give it a try." Lu Huan broke into a smile, and suddenly, a beam of golden light erupted from appearing above Yuan Qingfeng's head like an opened umbrella, enveloping him completely. Yuan Qingfeng, with a face full of disdain, brazenly declared, "Let us give it a try. I'm not afraid." Yet, before he could finish his words, a terrified scream escaped his lips. Instantly, his body, suspended in midair, plummeted to the ground like a startled bird, leaving everyone in stunned silence. With a resounding crash, Yuan Qingfeng's body struck the earth, creating a massive crater. A piercing wail emanated from the pit. Nevertheless, Yuan Qingfeng was, after all, a formidable figure at the peak of the core formation stage. His physical resilience was sufficient to withstand the fall from several hundred meters without meeting the fate of an ordinary person. Witnessing Yuan Qingfeng's dire state, Wei Huangji felt a sudden tremor of fear wash over him, prompting an instinctual urge to flee. Yet, at that very moment, the Forbidden Spirit Seal in Lu Huan's hand emitted a radiant beam of light once more, enveloping him. In contrast, Wei Huangji, deprived of spiritual energy, turned ashen-faced. He finally came to believe that the Forbidden Spirit Seal wielded by Lu Huan was indeed the authentic treasure of their Tianjin sect. However, Wei Huangji could not fathom how this disciple of the Foundation establishment stage could possess and recognize the seal, a privilege typically reserved for the sect master. As the Grand Elder of the Tianjin sect, he was acutely aware of the distinction between the Forbidden Spirit Seal under Lu Huan's control and that under Jian Changsheng's command. The former exuded a significantly greater power, yet the strength of the one who wielded it was considerably inferior to that of Jian Changsheng. This could only imply one undeniable truth. Unbeknownst to the venerable elder, Lu Huan not only acquired the Forbidden Spirit Seal but also managed to conceal it. "Jian Changsheng, what foolish deeds have you committed behind my back?" Wei Huangji let out a roar of indignation, a mouthful of blood surging from his throat, and with a tilt of his head, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Congratulations, master, for triumphing over formidable foes. The reward of 200 years of cultivation from the system arrives belatedly." 655 years of system cultivation. Lu Huan's face radiated with happiness. In that instant, he silently uttered in his heart, "System, perfect the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique." 500 years of system cultivation was successfully deducted, and the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique was restored. So soon? Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded. Cultivation. After deducting 10 years of cultivation, the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique has been successfully completed, and he has now reached the initial stage. Lu Huan instantly felt a surge of enlightenment regarding the cultivation of the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique within his mind. However, upon discerning the contents clearly, Lu Huan felt quite helpless. The Heavenly Sword Spirit technique was indeed a 5th-grade cultivation method. With his current spiritual energy, which was twice as potent as that of an ordinary practitioner, he could barely utilize it twice. However, this was sufficient for him to confront the troubles at hand. After Lu Huan subdued the two most formidable individuals present, the majority of the disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect were left pale with fright. Particularly, the inner sect disciple Zhang Yi, who had exposed Lu Huan, displayed a glimmer of despair in his eyes. He realized that his fate was sealed. In truth, it was indeed so. Lu Huan may spare others, but he will never, under any circumstances, forgive him. Lu Huan is indifferent to the collapse of any persona. He is a man who repays grievances tenfold. Whoever provokes him, whoever incites his displeasure, will undoubtedly not find respite. Who dares to cause turmoil in our heavenly sword sect? Yet, at this very moment, a furious roar suddenly reverberated from the depths of the sect. In that instant, a series of thunderous booms echoed through the void. A figure, exuding an aura of terror, materialized in the air. The ancestor of the spirit sword has arrived. Upon hearing this voice, the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Sword sect displayed expressions of ecstatic joy, erupting into jubilant cheers. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, a sense of relief washing over him. He thought to himself, with the ancestor here, surely he would not meet his end. However, just then, he suddenly heard a familiar low growl approaching from afar. Demonic Wind Fist. Turning to look, he was met with the terrifying assault of the demonic wind fist. How could he dare? A reluctant yet shocked thought lingered in Zhang Yi's mind, before he was obliterated into a mist of blood by the demonic wind fist. How audacious! To kill in front of me. The ancestor of the spirit sword, witnessing this, was consumed by rage. Even before he could approach, a towering inferno surged towards Lu Huan. In the midst of it all, one could faintly discern a long sword, shrouded in flames, as if it aimed to cleave the very heavens and earth in two. Lu Huan stood expressionless, seemingly rendered speechless by shock. Yet, in truth, a mocking cold smile flickered in his eyes. This venerable ancestor of the spirit sword, even as a former outer disciple, was a figure he had heard of. He was the previous Grand Elder, who, after a decade of service, retreated to the forbidden grounds of the Tianjin sect for cultivation. He was the true pillar of support for the Tianjin sect. However, the cultivation level of the spirit sword ancestor was merely at the first stage of the nascent soul realm. The techniques he unleashed were insufficient to breach the defenses of Lu Huan's indestructible body, rendering them incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Lu Huan was naturally unafraid. He could even utilize the counterattack of the indestructible body to slay the spirit sword ancestor. However, just as Lu Huan anticipated this moment, a sudden exclamation rang out. Ancestor. No. The Saintess? Lu Huan turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, only to discover that it was unexpectedly Su Shaoan who had spoken. Ancestor. Do not take action. Even more astonishing to Lu Huan was that at the very moment Su Shaoan opened her mouth, Yushan leaped forth to intervene. As the formidable attack from the spirit sword ancestor was about to descend upon Lu Huan, at that critical last second, a sword enveloped in flames suddenly sliced through the air, tracing a vast arc before crashing into a distant mountain peak. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very earth. Following the violent tremors, the towering mountain, which soared over 1,000 meters, vanished from sight. The spirit sword ancestor coldly regarded the suddenly intervening Su Shaoan and Yushan, demanding, "Give me a reason." Su Shaoan's face flushed crimson, her words faltering as she struggled to respond. In contrast, Yushan, after casting a puzzled glance at Su Shaoan, immediately began to explain, Ancestor, Lu Huan is capable of cultivating the heavenly sword spirit technique. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed the icy visage of the spirit sword ancestor, who suddenly turned his gaze upon Lu Huan, scrutinizing him with a piercing look before shifting back to Yushan, snorting disdainfully, Nonsense. What connection does this boy have with you? After years of research on the heavenly sword spirit technique, I am certain that this incomplete method cannot be cultivated unless repaired. Yet you are telling me that someone has succeeded in practicing this flawed technique? Moreover, a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Ancestor, it is true, Yushan implored urgently. I can assure you that Lu Huan truly possesses the ability to cultivate the heavenly sword spirit technique. You are aware that I have also studied this technique for many years. I would never lie about such a matter. Lu Huan gazed at Yushan with a playful expression, neither fully smiling nor frowning. He had just perfected the celestial sword spirit technique and had mastered it. Yushan was undoubtedly unaware of this, yet he still spoke as he did, clearly influenced by Lu Huan's earlier confidence. In other words, Yushan's sudden interjection to halt the celestial sword ancestor was a gamble. The disciples of the celestial sword sect could not help but murmur amongst themselves. What nonsense is this? The ancestor has made it abundantly clear that the celestial sword spirit technique must be repaired before one can cultivate it. If the celestial sword ancestor cannot restore it, how can Lu Huan, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, hope to succeed? Elder, you must be out of his mind. Even if he wishes to defend Lu Huan, there is no need to resort to such flimsy excuses. To deceive the celestial sword ancestor for the sake of one individual is truly absurd. Could it be that Lu Huan is Elder Yu's illegitimate child? Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths, risking the ancestor's wrath to protect Lu Huan? I am now even more curious as to why the Saintess has also suddenly spoken up to defend Lu Huan. The discussions among the crowd ignited a sense of profound dissatisfaction on the face of the celestial sword ancestor. He felt increasingly convinced that Yushan was deceiving him. With a cold snort, he summoned his fire cloud sword once more and launched an attack at Lu Huan. Elder, Yushan and Su Shaoan urgently called out, attempting to stop the celestial sword ancestor. Begone! The celestial sword ancestor bellowed as the fire cloud sword radiated a blazing light in the void. If you dare obstruct me again, I shall slay you all. This artifact seems rather impressive. Upon seeing the reappearance of the fire cloud sword, a flicker of excitement crossed Lu Huan's face. It was the second most powerful artifact within their celestial sword sect, surpassed only by the forbidden spirit seal. However, it was not a relic passed down through generations. Rather, it was something the celestial sword ancestor had discovered during his youth while venturing out for training. Reportedly unearthed from the ruins of an unknown, mysterious powerhouse. Originally, the celestial sword ancestor's talent was not particularly remarkable. It was only after acquiring this fire cloud sword that he specialized in fire attribute swordsmanship, rapidly enhancing his strength and ultimately ascending to the position of the previous Grand Elder of the celestial sword sect. If only the celestial sword ancestor could render a fair and just judgment regarding this matter, even if it meant facing some form of punishment. Lu Huan remained indifferent. However, the issue arose when the revered sword ancestor, without any distinction or consideration, sought to execute him on the spot. In Lu Huan's heart, a myriad of thoughts inevitably arose. Reflecting upon the recently acquired celestial sword spirit technique she had just mastered, Lu Huan realized that he seemed to be in urgent need of a longsword. How about this one? Kill. With that thought in mind, Lu Huan no longer stood idly by, awaiting the retaliation of the indomitable divine body. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, he unleashed a thunderous roar and charged towards the fire cloud sword wielded by the ancestor of Spirit Sword. Lu Huan, have you lost your mind? Yushan exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury and despair etched across his face. He believed that if Lu Huan did not resist, he could still intercept the ancestor of Spirit Sword. But now, Lu Huan audaciously dared to counterattack the Spirit Sword ancestor. A formidable figure in the nascent soul realm, an act that was nothing short of reckless. The disciples of the heavenly sword sect surrounding them were rendered speechless, utterly astonished by the spectacle. Preposterous! The Spirit Sword ancestor exclaimed, his fury escalating. He felt that, as the former Grand Elder of the heavenly sword sect and now an ancestor of the nascent soul realm, he deserved to eliminate a disciple of the sect without resistance. That disciple ought to stand obediently in place, even harboring a sense of gratitude. Lu Huan's defiance struck him like a slap in the face. In his eyes, an even more ferocious intent to kill erupted. The flames enveloping the fire cloud sword surged once more, as if seeking to engulf the entire Sky Sword sect. They coalesced into a roaring fire dragon, crashing down upon Lu Huan. With a resounding clash, the sound of clashing weapons reverberated through the air. Suddenly, a dazzling golden radiance, akin to the brilliance of 1,000 Buddhas, erupted from Lu Huan's body, confronting a roaring fire dragon. Neither party was willing to yield. The two forces were evenly matched. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed through the crowd. The elder of the Spirit Sword sect, his face a mask of disbelief, rubbed his eyes in utter incredulity, questioning the reality of the scene unfolding before him. After all, he was an elder at the nascent soul stage. In a fit of rage, the full might of his sword strike was unexpectedly thwarted by Lu Huan. At that moment, as the indomitable divine body clashed with the fire dragon, Lu Huan once again summoned the forbidden spirit seal, casting it towards the elder of the Spirit Sword sect. With his current strength, he could still manage to exhaust a significant portion of his spiritual energy to seal away this formidable nascent soul practitioner. The forbidden spirit seal burst forth in ethereal glimmers, swiftly manifesting above the elder's head like an unfurling umbrella, enveloping him within its grasp. With a frozen expression, the elder of the Spirit Sword sect, much like Yuan Qi foam before him, emitted a terrified cry as he plummeted towards the ground. What on earth was happening? How could Lu Huan, who was clearly only at the foundation establishment stage, possibly wield the forbidden spirit seal to imprison the elder of the Spirit Sword sect? A practitioner of the nascent soul stage? It must be a fabrication. When had the forbidden spirit seal acquired such formidable power? Previously, when Jian Changxing wielded it, he could barely manage to seal a nascent soul practitioner for a fleeting moment. A complete sealing was utterly impossible. The high-ranking members of the Tianjin sect stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. The forbidden spirit seal held by Lu Huan starkly contrasts with the one they had envisioned. Had they known from the outset that the forbidden spirit seal possessed such formidable power, it would have been inconceivable to allow the sect leader, Jian Chongqing, to monopolize it. After all, the ancestor of the spirit sword is a formidable figure at the nascent soul stage, his physical prowess far surpassing that of Yuan Qifeng. After plummeting from several hundred meters in the air, he adeptly regained control of his body, employing several buffering maneuvers, and tumbled clumsily on the ground, rising to his feet, dust-covered and disheveled. The forbidden spirit seal is actually in your possession. The ancestor of the spirit sword gazed up at Lu Huan, roaring in fury. Jian Chongqing gave it to me. Lu Huan gazed down from his elevated position at the venerable spirit sword ancestor, a hint of playful amusement gracing his features. The nascent soul realm, not only within Qingyan County but throughout the entirety of Tianwu country, signifies a formidable power. Remarkably, he had managed to reduce an ancestor of the nascent soul realm to such a state of disarray, relying solely on his foundation establishment cultivation. Within Lu Huan's heart, an overwhelming sense of pride burgeoned. Nonsense! How could Jian Chongqing possibly be you? What do you intend to do? The elder of the spirit sword bellowed with indignation, his beard bristling. Yet, at that very moment, he suddenly realized that Lu Huan's gaze was fixated on his fire cloud sword. The spiritual energy had been sealed. Although the elder of the spirit sword had already claimed the fire cloud sword as his own, summoning the sword that lay upon the ground was not a swift endeavor. By the time he comprehended the situation, it was too late. Lu Huan had already grasped the fire cloud sword in his hand. Observing the peculiar smile on Lu Huan's face, the spirit sword ancestor felt a surge of intense unease within. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, the spirit sword ancestor knelt on the ground and proclaimed loudly, "The spirit sealing token is the proof of the leader of our heavenly sword sect. Since Lu Huan has obtained the spirit sealing token and recognized it as his own, it signifies that from this day forth, he shall be the leader of our heavenly sword sect. I, Spirit Sword, pay my respects to the sect leader." The spirit sword ancestor bowed deeply. The disciples and higher-ups of the heavenly sword sect exchanged bewildered glances. No one anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Just a moment ago, the spirit sword ancestor had harbored intentions to eliminate Lu Huan, yet in the next instant, he was kneeling before him, honoring Lu Huan as the new leader of the heavenly sword sect, even if it were true that Lu Huan had recognized the spirit sealing token. According to the established customs, he indeed had the qualifications to become the sect leader. However, the issue lay in the fact that, following the sect's regulations, an ancestral figure such as the spirit sword ancestor had no obligation to pay such homage to the sect leader. Yet, as several senior members of the heavenly sword sect, who were close to the spirit sword ancestor, observed him discreetly raising his head, his face filled with a pleading expression directed at Lu Huan, specifically at the fire cloud sword in Lu Huan's possession, they suddenly comprehended the reason behind the spirit sword ancestor's overwhelming reaction. After all, the rise of the spirit sword ancestor to his current stature was intricately tied to the fire cloud sword. How could Jian Chongqing have casually handed the spirit sealing token to Lu Huan, allowing him to successfully recognize it in such a short span of time? It was evident to anyone with sense that Lu Huan must have seized the spirit sealing token from Jian Chongqing. The fact that Jian Chongqing had been sealed by Lu Huan's spiritual energy served as further proof. Otherwise, if Jian Chongqing had indeed willingly surrendered the spirit sealing token to Lu Huan, only to be subsequently sealed by him, it would be utterly reprehensible. In truth, based on Lu Huan's various reactions, it was clear to all that his character was not that of an ungrateful scoundrel. Thus, this also elucidated why the spirit sword ancestor so readily acknowledged Lu Huan as the sect leader of the heavenly sword sect and performed such a profound act of reverence. He feared that Lu Huan possessed the capability to seize the fire cloud sword during the time he remained sealed and powerless. Lu Huan could not help but let out a cold laugh. How could he be unaware of the thoughts of the grandmaster of the spirit sword, the sect leader of the heavenly sword sect? Whoever wishes to assume that role may do so. He certainly had no intention of taking it upon himself. System. Eradicate the aura of the spirit sword from the fire cloud sword and establish ownership. How much system cultivation is required? 130 years. Is it truly that fortuitous? Lu Huan raised an eyebrow, observing the meager 15 years of system cultivation remaining after the deduction of 130 years of mastery. Feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, go ahead and deduct. As soon as Lu Huan's words fell, the venerable Ling Jian, kneeling on the ground, suddenly spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion instantly growing pallid. You. The venerable Ling Jian's expression shifted dramatically. Within his heart, he could no longer sense the presence of the Huan sword, which filled him with a blend of shock and fury. He longed to unleash a thunderous roar to express his indignation and resentment. Yet, the memory of his sealed spiritual energy and the loss of the Huan sword, which constituted the majority of his combat prowess, weighed heavily on his mind. With a final, anguished gasp, the venerable Ling Jian could no longer contain himself and, with a face full of despair, coughed up another mouthful of blood, ultimately collapsing into unconsciousness. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing a formidable foe. Reward: 100 years of cultivation. Observing his cultivation level restored to over 100 years. Lu Huan grinned towards the direction of the venerable Ling Jian and murmured, "O venerable Ling Jian, you are too gracious. To bestow upon me the Huan sword is one thing, but to grant me such a wealth of cultivation is truly remarkable. I am deeply grateful." With that, he concluded. Lu Huan withdrew the fire cloud sword into his body, gazing pensively at the disciples of the Sword of Heaven below. He was acutely aware of the current predicament. It had become nearly impossible for him to remain with the Sword of Heaven. Initially, he had hoped to form a small team with Yin Lei and others to explore the ruins of Luin Mountain, but that aspiration now felt utterly unattainable. He cast a silent glance towards Yin Lei's dwelling, whispering a quiet farewell in his heart, before turning his attention away from the other disciples of the Sword of Heaven, preparing to depart. However, Lu Huan had overlooked a crucial detail. The reason he and so many disciples of the Sword of Heaven had fallen victim to Yuan Qingfeng's illusion was due to the combined efforts of several other factions from Qingyan County, who had encircled the Sword of Heaven with a formation. Although the means by which they had executed this covert maneuver eluded him, the formation remained intact. Despite Yuan Qingfeng's cultivation being sealed and his combat capability rendered null, Lu Huan wished to depart, yet he must first unravel the formation. The formation, indeed. Lu Huan sensed the presence of the formation and, after a moment of contemplation, summoned the fire cloud sword once more. Heavenly Sword Spirit Technique. With a thunderous roar, a dragon's cry erupted from the fire cloud sword. In an instant, a colossal golden-red dragon, emanating a more terrifying pressure than the fire dragon conjured by the ancestral spirit sword, materialized from thin air and surged toward the formation. With a resounding crack, the golden-red radiance exploded, shrouding the heavens and the earth, reminiscent of a vibrant sunset that illuminated the entire void in splendid hues. The formation, crafted by a group of golden core cultivators, was no match for the Heavenly Sword Spirit Technique. As the golden-red light spread, a series of crisp shattering sounds resonated. In the next moment, the formation was utterly obliterated. The surging shockwave ruthlessly swept out in all directions, particularly towards the allied forces outside the formation. They had long been prepared, waiting for Yuan Qingfeng's command to charge into the formation and massacre the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. They were resolute in their intention. Even if the Heavenly Sword Sect surrendered Lu Huan, they would not spare them. After all, this was the prime opportunity to annihilate the Heavenly Sword Sect, the foremost sect of Qingyan County. The next chance to find a pretext to unite would not come so easily. Thus, they remained in close proximity to the formation. The continuous chime of the system notifications finally resonated in Lu Huan's ears. Before the previous alert had concluded, the next one immediately materialized. Lu Huan was apprehensive that the system might suddenly crash as the alert tone persisted for nearly half a minute before finally ceasing. Upon glancing at the system interface, a 5-digit number, 12653, caught his eye, plunging him into ecstasy. 12,653 years of system cultivation. Goodness, this is quite remarkable. This is a significant breakthrough. Lu Huan could not help but chuckle. However, upon sensing the emptiness of the spiritual energy within him, he quickly regained his composure. With over 10,000 levels of system cultivation, even if all were of the same cultivation level as his own, yielding merely 1 year of cultivation for each reward, it would amount to just over 10,000 individuals. How many members are there in a coalition formed by more than a dozen united forces? No fewer than 200,000. As Lu Huan gazed upon the crowd, his heart ached profoundly. Why? He had the opportunity to amass a system cultivation of millions, even tens of millions of years, an unparalleled advantage. Yet, due to the consecutive use of the Forbidden Spirit Seal and the Heavenly Sword Spirit Art, his internal energy was nearly depleted. He could only covet from a distance. No, he could not afford to linger. He had to seize the moment to escape. Otherwise, if so many individuals were to notice him and once again set up formations to ensnare him, Even the illusion of 1,000 years of cultivation would not guarantee his escape from such a trap. Previously, he had witnessed the formidable powers of the Heavenly Sword sect being subdued one after another, showcasing their might. Yet, in the final moments, he found himself imprisoned. That would be a monumental joke. Simultaneously, the emergence of the Heavenly Sword spirit art brought countless tears to the eyes of the higher echelons within the Heavenly Sword sect. The name Heavenly Sword sect itself signified the profound importance of the Heavenly Sword spirit art to the sect. It was said that the founding ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sect received a legacy from an entity known as the Heavenly Sword Elder, which led to the establishment of the sect. The most crucial technique among them was this Heavenly Sword spirit art. It was rumored that mastering this art could elevate the Heavenly Sword sect to become the most formidable force within the Tianwu realm. However, throughout the years, generations within the sect had strived to unravel its mysteries, yet the truth remained elusive. Now, it had been successfully cultivated by someone. Hurry. Pay respects to the sect master. The Heavenly Sword Elder had indeed possessed foresight, recognizing Lu Huan's formidable prowess in advance. In my opinion, it was Elder Yu who displayed greater prescience. Without him, the Heavenly Sword Elder would not have been aware of Lu Huan's success in mastering the Heavenly Sword spirit art. An increasing number of high-ranking members, faces alight with joy, looked upon Lu Huan and, emulating the posture of the Heavenly Sword Elder, knelt before him, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect master." However, for the other disciples, their understanding of the Heavenly Sword spirit art was superficial. Many had been compelled by Elder Yu to squander time learning the art, fostering resentment towards it. Now, the one who had mastered the Heavenly Sword spirit art was merely a newly initiated Foundation Establishment disciple. Their hearts brimmed with defiance. Even though this Foundation Establishment disciple had subdued Yuan Qingfeng at the pinnacle of the core formation stage, and the Heavenly Sword Elder of the nascent soul stage before their very eyes, they remained unconvinced. In essence, it was simply a case of envy towards other successes. What are you all staring at? Quickly kneel and pay your respects to Sect Master Lu. Observing the disciples around him, who stood foolishly in place, showing no intent to move, Yushan erupted in furious reprimand. Simultaneously, he unleashed his oppressive aura, attempting to subdue the surrounding disciples. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were filled with reluctance, yet faced with the overwhelming pressure from an elder at the core formation stage. They lacked the formidable strength of Lu Huan to withstand such intimidation. One by one, they knelt upon the ground. Outside the formation, cultivators from various allied factions exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. However, no one seemed to care. The group of sect leaders, hailing from different powers, locked eyes and suddenly bellowed, "Kill." Yet at that moment, a voice filled with terror erupted from within the formation. "Disciples of the Flying Mountain sect, immediately withdraw from the allied forces and return to your sect." The speaker was none other than Yuan Qifeng, the sect leader of the Flying Mountain sect. Having previously fainted, he had regained consciousness just in time to witness Lu Huan executing the Celestial Sword Spirit technique, shattering the formation. The sheer might of it instilled profound fear in him. He understood well that although the allied forces were numerous, none of them possessed a nascent soul ancestor this time. Should Lu Huan strike again, the casualties would be catastrophic. Yuan Qingfeng was determined not to allow the disciples of the Flying Mountain sect to wade through this murky water any longer. Yuan Qingfeng's declaration left the other sect leaders and elders in stunned silence. The Flying Mountain sect had been a principal instigator in this alliance, and now, one of the initiators was choosing to withdraw. This sparked a wave of doubt and concern among them, particularly as many glanced towards the Heavenly Sword sect. Noticing the disciples and higher-ups bowing in reverence towards a singular direction, their expressions filled with profound awe. Could it be that a nascent soul ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sect had made an appearance? As the crowd remained in confusion, Yuan Qingfeng finally managed to drag his battered body from the pit. My goodness, what had happened to sect leader Yuan? This was disastrous. Surely, the nascent soul ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sect had revealed themselves. How could they have come without bringing a nascent soul ancestor, which I had suggested? This was a dire predicament. I had suspected that the formation had shattered due to the intervention of the Heavenly Sword sect's nascent soul ancestor. What are we still doing here? We must flee. In the united faction, some individuals reacted swifter than the disciples of the Flying Mountain sect, frantically breaking away from the group and fleeing into the distance. Emotions are inherently contagious. Upon witnessing one's escape, the others could no longer withstand their mounting dread and turned to hastily flee as well. In an instant, the coalition of over 1 million individuals scattered like wild horses released from their restraints. Moments later, Only a dozen or so leaders and elders remained in place, exchanging glances filled with intense reluctance. They were acutely aware that this was a rare opportunity to eradicate the Heavenly Sword sect from Qingyun County. If they missed it, they might never have another chance to launch an attack against the Heavenly Sword sect in their lifetimes. Yet, now their disciples had all fled. With merely a handful of core cultivators present, it was impossible for them to confront the Heavenly Sword sect. In fact, they risked incurring the sect's wrath because of today's events. Should they retreat or fight? The minds of the group were in turmoil. Yuan Qifeng, you were truly a calamity. Someone complained, casting a discontented glance at Yuan Qifeng. A calamity? Yuan Qifeng gritted his teeth as he shot a furious look at Lu Huan, exclaiming, "Someone from the Heavenly Sword sect has successfully cultivated the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique. I am saving you." With that, Yuan Qifeng hastily urged two elders from the Flying Mountain sect to escort him away from the scene. Upon hearing this, the core cultivators present were left dumbfounded. Someone within the Heavenly Sword sect had successfully mastered the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique? How could that be? Wasn't it said that this technique was utterly impossible to cultivate? The reputation of the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique resonated not only within the Heavenly Sword sect, but throughout all of Qingyun County. This was one of the reasons other sects held the Heavenly Sword sect in such high regard. Kill. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from the direction of the Heavenly Sword sect. Yushan and his companions abruptly rose, emanating a murderous aura as they summoned their respective magical treasures to assault the fleeing individuals. Run. The unexpected turn of events left the high-ranking members from various sects feeling unsettled. Upon hearing the cacophony of battle, they abandoned all rational thought and, without hesitation, mirrored the flight of their already escaped disciples, turning to flee in panic. Yushan and his group pursued for over 100 kilometers, injuring more than a dozen individuals before they finally came to a halt, coldly watching as the group vanished from sight. The leader had truly foreseen the situation. These individuals genuinely dared not retaliate. Yushan burst into the elder beside him, chuckled heartily, offering his praises. A group of individuals returned to the sect, laughter echoing around them, just as they intended to seek out Lu Huan to report their situation. They were taken aback to discover that Lu Huan was nowhere to be found. Indeed, it was Lu Huan who had urged them to strike against the dozens of core formation masters from the allied forces. Otherwise, how could they, with fewer than 10 members, have dared to pursue such formidable opponents? Had the ancestor of the spirit sword not been sealed of his spiritual energy, they would have felt emboldened. Even if the ancestor were merely at the first level of the nascent soul stage, he would still have been enough to intimidate the many core formation experts of the allied forces. Alas, while you were engaged in the pursuit of these individuals, the sect master had flown away in the opposite direction. Upon hearing Yushan's furious shout, an inner sect disciple, feeling aggrieved, remarked, "He flew away?" What could the sect master be planning? Could it be that he experienced some enlightenment and is now seeking a place to enter seclusion for cultivation? Glancing in the direction opposite to where Lu Huan had departed, Yushan pondered aloud, it must be so. The sect master just employed the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique. And surely he has gained some insight and is now seeking a secluded place to absorb his realizations. Another elder nodded in agreement. Hearing the elder's discussions, the surrounding disciples were left bewildered. After exchanging glances, one could not help but voice, "Elders, could it be that the sect master has fled?" Fled? Nonsense. Yushan retorted angrily, coldly stating, "He is the sect master of our Heavenly Sword sect. Why would he flee?" Although the sect master has successfully cultivated the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique, his cultivation is still at the foundation establishment stage. Remaining within the sect to cultivate and benefit from the resources is far more comfortable than departing to become a loose cultivator. Only a fool would choose to flee. Unfortunately, Yushan remained unaware that Lu Huan was indeed the very fool he spoke of. Lu Huan is not truly foolish. He simply possesses a clear understanding of his circumstances. Given his current situation, it is evident that remaining in the Heavenly Sword sect is ill-advised. Although he has sealed the ancient ancestor of the Spirit Sword, who is at the first level of the nascent soul realm, with the Forbidden Spirit seal, Lu Huan's concerns do not lie with him. What truly troubles Lu Huan is another figure, the legendary martial sword ancestor, who is said to have reached the third level of the nascent soul realm several centuries ago. It remains uncertain what his cultivation level is now, and if he were to emerge, it would pose a significant threat. Lu Huan's continued presence at the Tianjian sect was evidently a chance for others, akin to a fish caught in a net. Moreover, Whether it was regarding the Tianjin spiritual decision or the news of his acceptance of the Dark Heaven Cave Masteress legacy, it would soon echo throughout the entire Qingyan County, perhaps even beyond its borders. At that point, should formidable beings arise that even the indestructible body of the Vajra could not withstand, it would indeed spell genuine trouble. However, the crux of the matter lay in the issue of the diminishing system cultivation. As the esteemed leader of the Tianjin sect, he found himself repeatedly seeking sparring matches with disciples and elders. This might have been acceptable once or twice, but as it became a pattern, it was inevitable that suspicions would arise regarding his capabilities, given that his time at the Tianjin sect had already been fraught with dissatisfaction. Remaining there would only hinder his future cultivation. Thus, without hesitation, Lu Huan seized the opportunity before him and departed from the Tianjin sect. In truth, Lu Huan's decision was undoubtedly the most prudent. Shortly after his departure from the Heavenly Sword sect, two formidable experts from the Blood Demon sect, both at the out-of-body stage, unexpectedly approached the sect, demanding the legacy of the Black Heaven Master. The very name of the Blood Demon sect suggests it is far from a reputable orthodox faction. In truth, this sect shares a significant connection with the Black Heaven Master. Furthermore, it was only after the arrival of these two out-of-body elders from the Blood Demon sect that Lu Huan's concern, the venerable Wu Jian, indeed emerged. Upon his arrival, he demonstrated an overwhelming presence. Although he had only attained the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, an increase of a mere level since several centuries ago, he had remarkably comprehended the essence of the sword. He forcefully repelled two formidable experts from the Blood Demon sect who were at the out-of-body stage. After dispelling these adversaries, Wu Jian issued a decree: Lu Huan must be retrieved at all costs. Whether it be the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique, the Forbidden Spirit seal representing the Heavenly Sword sect, or the Fire Cloud sword belonging to the Spirit Sword ancestor, all must be returned to their rightful owner. Such treasures were certainly not meant for a mere Foundation establishment novice like him to possess. However, Wu Jian did not deliver an ultimatum. He informed all members of the Heavenly Sword sect that if Lu Huan were to return and express a willingness to become the sect leader, he could retain everything except for the Fire Cloud sword. Naturally, these matters were beyond Lu Huan's comprehension, as he had already departed from the Heavenly Sword sect. Even if he were aware, he would scoff at the notion. Such powerful figures would never be so easily persuaded. The idea of him returning? Perhaps in another life. After leaving the Heavenly Sword sect, Lu Huan sought a relatively secure location to fully recuperate his depleted energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he expended a century's worth of cultivation to elevate his own prowess. Having already departed from the Heavenly Sword sect, it was no longer necessary to maintain his cultivation at the first level of the Foundation establishment stage. With a resounding bang, the 100 years of systematic cultivation surged forth, and the Supreme Foundation establishment technique commenced its operation. Lu Huan's cultivation ascended effortlessly, akin to quenching one's thirst. Foundation establishment, 2nd level. Foundation establishment, 3rd level. Poof! Lu Huan suddenly felt as if something within him had exploded, causing a sharp pang of pain. However, the sensation was fleeting. By the time he regained his composure, his cultivation had ascended to the 4th level of Foundation establishment. Remarkably, his dantian had also doubled in size. Yet, the century's worth of cultivation from the system had been completely consumed. Could it be that this unparalleled Foundation establishment technique is truly so formidable? Lu Huan was both astonished and elated. Without employing the Supreme Foundation establishment technique, he was still able to harness the system's cultivation to elevate his own prowess. A century's worth of system cultivation could potentially elevate Lu Huan's abilities directly to the 6th or even 7th level of Foundation establishment. However, upon utilizing the Supreme Foundation establishment technique, he had only ascended to the 4th level of Foundation establishment. The sole advantage was that the capacity of his dantian had doubled once more. Not only that, Lu Huan distinctly sensed that his internal organs had been refined anew, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of both his physical strength and power, which had doubled. In contrast, other cultivators, upon reaching the Foundation establishment stage, could only experience an increase in spiritual energy and an expansion of their dantian, with strength limited to a mere 1,000 jin. However, for Lu Huan, merely advancing to the 4th level of the Foundation establishment stage had resulted in a staggering increase in strength from 32,000 jin to 64,000 jin. This level of physical power was beyond what even the peak cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage could possess. Of course, Peak cultivators could unleash such formidable power when employing spiritual energy techniques. The elevation of his abilities filled Lu Huan with joy. Yet upon gazing at the system interface displaying the remaining 553 years of system cultivation, he was suddenly engulfed by a wave of melancholy. To realize that 100 years of system cultivation could only elevate him to the 4th level of foundation establishment made him ponder whether the 10,000 years of system cultivation would suffice for him to reach the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Lu Huan restrained the impulse within his heart, refraining from immediately expending the remaining system cultivation to enhance his own abilities. After casting a glance in a certain direction, he soared toward a nearby city. Half a day later, Lu Huan descended near a city known as Qingyang City, and, amidst the throngs of people, ventured into the bustling urban center. Qingyang City is regarded as the largest city in proximity to the Heavenly Sword sect, yet it does not fall under its jurisdiction. The most prominent family within the city, the Zhao clan, holds dominion over the lifeblood of the entire metropolis. Lu Huan strolled leisurely to the entrance of the Zhao residence. Without a glance at the 2 foundation building guards stationed there, he coldly inquired, "Has Zhao Mingji returned?" Impudent. Who is this insolent brat daring to address Lord Zhao so casually? The guard on the left, infuriated, swiftly aimed his spear at Lu Huan, launching an attack. With a resounding clang, the spear struck Lu Huan, producing a disconcerting clash of metal. Amidst the flickering golden light, Lu Huan grinned and abruptly lifted his foot to deliver a powerful kick. With a thud, the guard, caught off guard, let out a pained cry as he was sent hurtling backward. His body collided with the sturdy red ironwood door, resulting in a sharp crack, and astonishingly, he perished on impact. Cough, cough. Lu Huan raised an eyebrow, casting an apologetic glance at another guard. My apologies, I exerted too much force. I did not expect your comrade to be so feeble. You, who exactly are you? The remaining guard, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, trembling in fear. Do not be afraid. Just tell me if Zhao Mingji is returned, and I assure you, I will not harm you. Lu Huan blinked and endeavored to present an innocuous smile. I'm back. However, such a smile only intensified the guard's terror. After hurriedly responding, his eyes rolled back, and he promptly fainted. Surely, it can't be that severe. Lu Huan pursed her lips and shook her head in resignation. She paid no further attention to the 2 guards and stepped over the 5-inch high threshold, entering the Zhao residence. Lu Huan's arrival in Qingyang City was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had previously heard within the sect that the 3rd elder of the Tianjin sect, Zhao Mingji, hailed from the Zhao family of Qingyang City. With the assistance of the Zhao family, he swiftly established himself within the Tianjin sect, ultimately rising to the position of 3rd elder. This was in reference to the matters concerning his father that Zhao Mingji had mentioned earlier. Lu Huan is still quite concerned. Although he is a transmigrator, the issue lies in the fact that he arrived in this world as a newborn infant. This should be classified as a direct embodiment rather than a soul transfer, shouldn't it? He cannot help but care. Who are you? Lu Huan brazenly entered the Zhao family mansion, attracting considerable attention. A young man adorned in splendid attire furrowed his brow and emerged, his face contorted with hostility as he inquired, "Where is Zhao Mingji?" Lu Huan cast a fleeting glance at the other party, his steps light and airy, revealing a cultivation level that merely reached the pinnacle of body refinement, seemingly a spoiled scion. This insolent wretch seeks his demise, daring to address my second uncle by name. Someone, eliminate him at once. Zhao Cheng commanded coldly, waving his hand without hesitation. Dear child, violence is not suited for you. Instead of meddling in affairs that do not concern you, why not continue to charm your lady friends and pursue your romantic interests? Surely that would be far more delightful? Lu Huan shook his head, sighing with a look of helplessness. Suddenly, a maid from the Zhao family, upon hearing his words, completely overlooked the tense situation before her and burst into laughter. However, in the next instant, she quickly realized the gravity of the moment. Her expression turning to one of sheer terror as she knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, pleading for mercy. Second young master, spare me, a lowly servant. Zhao Cheng let out a cold snort, not allowing her to finish her plea, his face displaying a murderous intent as he commanded, kill her. Without hesitation, a guard rushed towards the maid, raising his long knife and bringing it down towards her delicate neck. Bang! Lu Huan let out a sigh. With a flick of his finger, a brilliant azure energy orb shot forth from his fingertip, colliding with the guard's long knife and sending both the man and the weapon hurtling away. Although Lu Huan is not a virtuous individual, he is certainly not a ruthless tyrant who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. The maid in question is evidently ensnared by his circumstances, thus suffering this misfortune. He genuinely cannot bear to witness someone being brutally slain before his very eyes. Congratulations to the host for overcoming a formidable foe. A reward of 1 year of cultivation is granted. Meanwhile, several other guards have already begun to converge upon Lu Huan. Kill him. You lot. Seize this wretched person. Grant him a swift death. If he resists, I shall ensure he experiences a fate worse than death. Zhao Cheng commanded with a sinister expression, resembling a deranged individual, directing the surrounding maids. Upon receiving the order, the maids exchanged glances, fully aware of Zhao Cheng's monstrous nature. If they did not comply, they alone would bear the dire consequences. Bang, bang, bang. However, Lu Huan is not one of those ordinary individuals whom Zhao Cheng had previously bullied. The moment his command was issued, Lu Huan's body sprang into action with startling swiftness. Before the several Zhao family guards, their faces twisted in sinister grins. Could make a move, he had already taken the initiative. With a punch for each opponent, he held nothing back. These enforcers of injustice, under the overwhelming force equivalent to 64,000 bulls, were violently obliterated. Congratulations, Master, for vanquishing a formidable foe. Reward system grants 5 times 10 years of cultivation. Upon hearing the explosive sound, Zhao Cheng turned with confusion, his eyes widening in terror as he instinctively lifted his leg, intent on fleeing into the distance. Dare you run? Lu Huan let out a cold snort and unleashed a powerful punch. Demonic wind fist. The shadow of his fist, akin to a ghostly apparition, ruthlessly struck towards Zhao Cheng's back. Just at that moment, a piercing shriek assailed from the side. Amidst the fiery chaos, a series of blazing red palm prints collided with the demonic wind fist, resonating with thunderous explosive sounds. Although the attack did not obliterate the demonic wind fist outright, it succeeded in redirecting its trajectory, causing it to crash into a nearby building. With a resounding crash, a beautifully crafted 2-story building was instantly erased, leaving behind a massive crater with a diameter of several hundred meters. If someone were to gaze down from above at that moment, they would clearly see that the crater resembled a colossal fist imprint. Who dares disrupt my Zhao family's peace? An elderly man in gray rushed over, his aura brimming with murderous intent as he bellowed in fury. Great uncle, save me. Quickly, eliminate this little beast. Zhao Cheng exclaimed, his face alight with surprise upon seeing the elder. He lunged towards the old man, shouting fervently. Once he finally reached the elder's side, Zhao Cheng felt a surge of confidence, defiantly taunting Lu Huan. You wretched creature, this is our Zhao family as territory. Do you think you can kill me so easily? Ha! If it weren't for the Zhao family, I wouldn't even be here. Lu Huan wore an expression of indifference, showing no concern for Zhao Cheng's provocation, after all. The old man was merely a practitioner at the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Zhao Mingyuan, however, watched Lu Huan with a wary gaze. He was not the useless Zhao Cheng. From the previous exchanges, he had discerned that Lu Huan's strength was certainly on par with his own. Moreover, the audacity of the opponent to enter their Zhao family alone suggested that he must possess some hidden trump cards. It was unbelievable otherwise. Who might you be? What brings you to our Zhao family? Zhao Mingyuan inquired cautiously. Great uncle, why waste words with him? Just kill him. He nearly took my life moments ago. Zhao Cheng, upon hearing this, cast a resentful glance at Zhao Mingyuan. Lu Huan was uncertain whether Zhao Mingyuan had noticed Zhao Cheng's gaze, but he certainly had. This revelation left him utterly astonished. Goodness, this fellow possesses quite the audacity. Despite still relying on the protection of this esteemed elder, he dared to harbor such resentment towards him? Did he not fear that Zhao Mingyuan would simply throw in the towel? Hand over Zhao Mingji. Although Lu Huan internally scoffed at the situation, he maintained a cheerful demeanor and remarked, So you are the Lu Huan from the Heavenly Sword sect? Upon hearing Lu Huan's words, Zhao Mingyuan's expression momentarily froze, only to be replaced by a look of sheer ecstasy as he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha! You tread the path of heaven yet refuse to walk it, and boldly enter the gates of hell. Our Zhao family has been at a loss for where to find you, and here you are, audacious enough to come to us. Quickly, surrender your father's legacy, and we shall spare your life. In an instant, Zhao Mingyuan forgot his previous anxieties, his face contorted with greed as he roared. So, you are indeed aware of my father's affairs. Lu Huan grinned, but his expression suddenly darkened. Demonic wind fist. You dare to strike again. Flame spirit palm. Boy, you are doomed. My granduncle is a formidable master at the pinnacle of the core formation stage. How dare you engage him in combat? Ha ha. In Zhao Cheng's eyes, A gleam of vindictive joy shone forth, as if he could already envision Lu Huan being annihilated by Zhao Mingyu's single blow. However, in the next moment, when the demonic wind fist collided head-on with Zhao Mingyuan's flame spirit palm, the smile on Zhao Cheng's face vanished, and he cried out in terror, "Impossible! My granduncle's power is immense. How could you possibly be his match? This must be a deception. Zhao Cheng, summon help." Upon witnessing his technique being shattered by Lu Huan's punch, Zhao Mingyuan also sensed that something was amiss and urgently shouted at Zhao Cheng. Yet, Zhao Cheng seemed paralyzed by fear, collapsing onto the ground, repeatedly murmuring, "This is false, it has to be false." He was oblivious to Zhao Mingyuan's calls. "Incompetent fool!" Zhao Mingyuan roared in rage, unleashing another attack aimed at a tall building at the center of the Zhao family estate. Heh, is he planning to demolish the house? Shall I lend a hand? Lu Huan could not help but chuckle. Although the Zhao family was not small, the commotion caused by his battle with Zhao Mingyuan was indeed substantial. The fact that no one had appeared after such a long time compelled Zhao Mingyuan to take the initiative to attack the Zhao family's premises in a bid to summon others to intervene. It must be said, the Zhao family truly exemplified the adage, "Those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door." Zhao Mingji was a selfish and self-serving individual. Now, with intruders at their doorstep, the members of the family remained conspicuously absent, utterly unwilling to show their faces. Was this not a perilous gamble? Boom. This had no effect on Lu Huan. He raised his fist once more, striking violently towards Zhao Mingyuan. Zhao Mingyuan, in a desperate attempt to counter, unleashed his techniques. However, faced with Lu Huan's fist, imbued with such immense power, he found himself unable to withstand the blow, letting out a piercing scream as he was sent flying. "Ah, no, don't come any closer." At that moment, Zhao Cheng finally regained his senses, retreating in sheer terror. His eyes betrayed an expression of disbelief. He could hardly accept that a young man, who appeared even younger than himself, had managed to defeat his granduncle, who was at the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Lu Huan, indifferent to the stunned Zhao Cheng, approached the dazed Zhao Mingyuan with a smile. Observing the same look of horror and disbelief on his face as Zhao Cheng's, a hint of disdainful amusement curled at the corners of her lips. "Reveal everything you know about my father." Lu Huan, with an air of superiority, pressed for answers. "If you wish to know about your father's whereabouts, I shall inform you." At that moment, a chilling and sinister laugh unexpectedly resonated from behind Lu Huan, echoing in the silence. Lu Huan was taken aback, instinctively turning to look back. A middle-aged man, dressed in a rather effeminate manner, had appeared behind him at a distance of no more than 3 meters, seemingly out of nowhere. A peak nascent soul expert. The system promptly issued a warning. Lu Huan felt a surge of anxiety within, yet her expression remained remarkably composed. "Who are you?" she inquired. "I am the esteemed Elder Qiao Yu of the Blood Demon sect," the middle-aged man replied with a cheerful smile. "I have never heard of you." Lu Huan was utterly bewildered. After traversing through the years, his understanding of certain sects was confined solely to Qingyan County. Beyond the borders of Qingyan County, his knowledge was alarmingly scant. Moreover, a sect boasting a pinnacle Yuanying realm powerhouse could undoubtedly not originate from their humble Qingyan County. Had Lu Huan been aware that shortly after his departure from the Heavenly Sword sect, there were formidable beings from the Blood Demon sect at the out-of-body realm, seeking him out at the Heavenly Sword sect for the legacy of the Black Heaven Cave Master, his perception of the Blood Demon sect would likely have been considerably elevated. "Do you truly possess information regarding my father?" Lu Huan inquired once more, yet inwardly he had already adopted a vigilant stance. Having prepared both the Forbidden Spirit Seal and the Fire Cloud Sword, Qiao Yu revealed a smile that was more enchanting than any woman's, and softly spoke, "Your father is Lu Guangqi, famously known as the Mad Dragon Sword Master." Upon hearing the name Lu Guangqi, it was as if something within Lu Huan's mind detonated, leaving him in a state of dizzying bewilderment. In that fleeting moment, memories buried deep within his consciousness, long neglected for countless years, surged forth like a tidal wave. However, these recollections were merely fragmented remnants from his infancy, too disjointed to form a coherent narrative. Yet, from these scattered fragments, Lu Huan finally recalled the visage of his father and confirmed that his father's name was indeed Lu Guangqi. Lu Huan suppressed the excitement within him, casting a calm gaze towards Qiao Yu. And then, Qiao Yu halted her narration upon mentioning the Mad Dragon Sword Master, leaving the subsequent tale untold. And then, a ghostly smile graced Qiao Yu's fair cheeks. "If you are willing to join our Blood Demon sect, I might just reveal to you further information regarding your father." "Join the Blood Demon sect?" Lu Huan furrowed her brows. Tell me the reason. We also wish to obtain your father's legacy. Xiao Yu candidly revealed his intentions to Lu Huan without any pretense. Impossible. Lu Huan shook his head and said, I have nearly forgotten what my father looks like. How could there be any legacy from him? Just because it is not present now does not mean it will remain absent in the future, Xiao Yu remarked. Her smile ambiguous. In Lu Huan's eyes, a glimmer of insight suddenly ignited. He vaguely surmised something. You of the Blood Demon sect have obtained my father's legacy. Yet you require my bloodline to unlock its true potential? Lu Huan widened his eyes. You are quite astute. Xiao Yu once again giggled like a woman, thus. By joining the Blood Demon sect, you could acquire your father's legacy. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to inherit the title of the Mad Dragon Sword Master. That is my father's legacy. I am not worthy to make decisions for him. Lu Huan pondered for a moment, then shook his head in refusal. Do you not desire your father's legacy? Do you not wish to become the revered sword master of Tianwu Kingdom? In your eyes, does our esteemed third-tier power, the Blood Demon sect, pale in comparison to the insignificant Tianjin sect? Xiao Yu's voice grew increasingly gentle, evoking within Lu Huan an inexplicable sensation, as if delicate hands were softly caressing him. Deep within his heart, a persistent voice urged him that, given his current circumstances, joining the Blood Demon sect would be the most prudent choice. Do not hesitate any longer. Embrace this opportunity. Lu Huan felt a sudden haze enveloping his mind. Abruptly, a chilling sensation erupted from the depths of his consciousness, bringing him back to clarity in an instant. However, at that moment, Xiao Yu, with a look of delight, burst into hearty laughter and exclaimed, It is wonderful that you have consented. Now let us proceed to the Blood Demon sect. Consent? What have I consented to? Lu Huan shuddered, a mix of surprise and anger washing over him. Xiao Yu, with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, covered her mouth and chuckled. You have already consented to join our Blood Demon sect. What is this? The esteemed son of the Mad Dragon Sword Master dares to go back on his word? Lu Huan felt a sudden chill. You are lying. Did you just use an illusion on me? You manipulated me. Lu Huan was taken aback, completely forgetting the promise he had just made. What on earth is happening with the system? Lu Huan felt a twinge of anxiety as he silently yelled within. The system, however, remained unresponsive. Yet, before Lu Huan's eyes, a display screen materialized, showcasing the scene in which he had just been ensnared by an illusion. The imagery within the frame revealed. Lu Huan's eyes were clouded with confusion, clearly indicating an abnormal state. Xiao Yu had urged him to join the Blood Demon sect. After a moment of internal struggle, he responded flatly, Very well, I shall join the Blood Demon sect. Subsequently, the scene shifted to Lu Huan regaining consciousness. Phew. Upon witnessing this, Lu Huan let out a sigh of relief. If the mere acknowledgement of joining the Blood Demon sect did not expose the other secrets hidden within him, then there was nothing to be overly concerned about. However, Lu Huan furrowed his brow once more. He had initially believed that with the acquisition of the indestructible divine body, he would truly be able to confront any opponent with a cultivation level not exceeding 3 ranks below his own, including the Martial Emperor. However, it has now become apparent that he harbors a significant and perilous weakness. This weakness lies in his complete inability to resist mental attacks. Whether it was the previous Yuan Chi Feng or the current Xiao Yu, both of their mental assaults had ensnared him. So, do you agree or not? Xiao Yu inquired again, an expression of mild astonishment flickering in her eyes. Clearly, she had not anticipated that her mental attack would only manage to daze Lu Huan for such a brief moment. It is worth noting that a practitioner of the same nascent soul realm as her could easily confound an opponent for nearly the duration of an incense stick. Very well. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Huan nodded in agreement. However, you must assure me that from this point forward, neither you nor anyone from the Blood Demon sect shall employ any form of mental assault against me. Lu Huan gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Rest assured. Since you have chosen to join the Blood Demon sect, I shall certainly not resort to such means against a fellow disciple. Xiao Yu replied with a gentle smile. Huh. Upon hearing this, Lu Huan also let out a sigh of relief. Although he was aware that one could not fully trust the words of such a person, he felt reassured by the fact that this individual had made a promise to him. For the time being, he believed he would not be subjected to any mental assaults. With that thought, he began to relax. Lu Huan cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Yu, unable to suppress the question, Are you a man or a woman? Xiao Yu, with a furrowed brow, retorted, I am purely a man. A man? Cough, cough. I am unequivocally a man. Xiao Yu's face flushed crimson, and she erupted into a fit of coughing, exclaiming in indignation, You insolent wretch. If it weren't for your father's reputation, I would have dealt with you already. Then you may certainly try. Lu Huan chuckled lightly, nonchalantly responding, It was evident to Qiaoyu that the living Lu Huan represented a crucial asset in obtaining Lu Guangqi's legacy. Should he perish, he would possess no worth whatsoever. Even in the face of such blatant provocation, he ultimately opted to snort coldly, his expression filled with indignation as he declared, "You must return to the Blood Demon sect with me now." "No way." Lu Huan shook his head resolutely. A glimmer of cold light flickered in the enchanting eyes of the cunning fox spirit. "You dare to toy with me? I shall partake in the ruins of Luyin Mountain. And once I finish this endeavor, I will naturally report to the Blood Demon sect. By the way, you must provide me with a map, lest I find myself lost along the way." Lu Huan spoke with an air of nonchalance. Qiaoyu narrowed her eyes and fixed her gaze on Lu Huan for a moment before retrieving 2 jade slips from her pocket and tossing them to him. One of these slips contained a map leading to the Blood Demon sect, while the other housed a cultivation technique for refining one's spirit. Should you manage to reach the core formation stage before embarking on your journey to the Blood Demon sect, you may cultivate this technique. Lu Huan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Qiaoyu's unexpected trust in her, so generously bestowing upon her a technique for cultivating the spirit. However, upon further reflection, Lu Huan suddenly realized that Qiaoyu's actions were likely due to the importance of his father's legacy, which surpassed all else. His eyes darted around. Lu Huan carefully stored away 2 jade slips, and with a subtle glance towards a certain direction, calmly declared, "I must kill Zhao Mingji. Impossible, he is one of mine. His troubles with you are also under my directive." Qiaoyu resolutely rejected. "What if I am left with no choice but to kill him?" Lu Huan's expression was solemn as he maintained a dignified gaze, unwavering yet respectful, locking eyes with Qiaoyu. "It is absolutely impossible," Qiaoyu affirmed once more. Lu Huan refrained from further discourse, charging directly to the right. Just moments ago, when he had acquired the jade slip, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse of Zhao Mingji's figure flickering through a second-floor window of a nearby building. With a resounding thud, Qiaoyu evidently discerned Lu Huan's intentions. In a sudden burst, her form transformed into a radiant crimson light, furiously positioning herself before Lu Huan. With deliberate emphasis, she declared, "I have stated unequivocally, it is impossible. He must perish." After a nonchalant response, Lu Huan suddenly raised his fist and launched an attack towards Qiaoyu. Impudence. Qiaoyu, filled with anger and humiliation, threw out his sleeve, and a blood-red light instantaneously formed a shield before him, blocking Lu Huan's punch. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of even greater fury as he realized that he had been outsmarted by Lu Huan. Just as Lu Huan swung his fist in attack, a seal appeared behind him. "Seal." Simultaneously, Qiaoyu heard Lu Huan's mocking voice ringing in his ears. In the next instant, he felt the spiritual energy within him being sealed by Lu Huan. The spirit-sealing seal? How could the spirit-sealing seal of the Heavenly Sword sect be in your possession? Qiaoyu was utterly astonished. Whoosh. Lu Huan remained silent. At that moment, the fire cloud sword hovered above his head, radiating a brilliant blaze as it shot forth towards the building where Zhao Mingji resided. "You dare, you brat." Qiaoyu's eyes narrowed with fury as he roared in anger. However, sealed of his spiritual energy, he could only swing his fists, relying on the strength of his physical form to launch an attack against Lu Huan in a futile attempt to thwart the impending strike. Although Qiaoyu was a formidable Peak Yuan Ing realm expert, the power of his physical form paled in comparison to that of Lu Huan. Demonic Wind Fist. Lu Huan did not flinch. Undeterred, he raised his fist once more and struck towards Qiaoyu. The strength of 128,000 bulls erupted forth. With a resounding crash, the furious force unleashed a mushroom cloud resembling a nuclear explosion from the point of impact, where their fists collided, soaring skyward like a roaring dragon, shaking the very foundations of the world. Lu Huan stepped back 3 paces. Qiaoyu retreated a single step, yet his countenance bore an expression of helplessness and resentment. For the fire cloud sword, which Lu Huan commanded, had now descended upon the edifice where Zhao Mingji resided. A blazing sword beam, vast as the sky, instantaneously pierced through the entire structure. The searing flames, accompanied by the razor-sharp sword light, mercilessly obliterated everything within the building. Qiaoyu witnessed, with his own eyes, the harrowing image of Zhao Mingji's terrified pleas for salvation. However, he could only watch helplessly, powerless to intervene. Ultimately, Zhao Mingji was torn asunder by the sword beam, reduced to mere fragments, and subsequently consumed by the scorching flames, reduced to ashes. He was dead beyond resurrection. Congratulations, Master, on vanquishing a formidable foe. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. Very well, splendid indeed. Xiao Yu glared at Lu Huan with malevolent fury, exclaiming in exasperation, "You are the first to dare defy my command, and to slay one of my own before my very eyes. Splendid indeed. And then what?" Lu Huan leisurely stored the fire cloud sword and the forbidden spirit seal within his body, gazing at Xiao Yu with a smile that belied the strange glimmer in his eyes. A moment of hesitation flickered in his heart as he contemplated whether to seize this opportunity to eliminate Xiao Yu. However, after a brief reflection, he dismissed the thought. Deep within him lingered a sense of unease. He felt that although Xiao Yu was sealed by the forbidden spirit seal, such confinement could not last indefinitely. Humph. True to his instincts, Xiao Yu erupted in fury, his voice booming once more as his body radiated a blood-red luminescence. Seemingly a deliberate reminder to Lu Huan that complete subjugation was beyond his reach. Boom. In an instant, Xiao Yu soared into the sky, a thunderous resonance echoing in Lu Huan's ears. "Kid, remember your words. I shall await you at the Blood Demon sect, should you dare not to come." Before he could finish, or rather, before he could utter the remainder of his threat, Xiao Yu's figure vanished from Lu Huan's sight. Lu Huan remained silent, squinting at the spot where Xiao Yu had vanished for a considerable time before finally murmuring, "Indeed, given my current cultivation level, it is utterly impossible to completely seal the spiritual energy of a pinnacle nascent soul expert." Then, he pondered whether the seals within the bodies of the Sword Ancestor and Jin Changsheng could be swiftly undone with the assistance of a formidable ally. After musing for a moment, Lu Huan snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting towards the petrified Zhao Cheng in the distance. A trace of disdainful coldness curled at the corners of his lips. Such a scourge need not continue to exist in this world. Bang! Lu Huan approached Zhao Cheng and delivered a powerful punch. "Congratulations, Master, for vanquishing the enemy. Reward system grants you 1 day of cultivation." 1 day? Lu Huan's lips twitched in exasperation, utterly speechless. It was unclear whether Zhao Cheng was simply incompetent or if the system was deliberately mocking him. How utterly ironic. He could not be bothered to ponder further. Lu Huan once again approached the unconscious Zhao Mingyuan and swiftly dealt with him. Since he was an adversary, and not in the dire straits he had faced at the Heavenly Sword sect, where his body was so fatigued that even fleeing had become an arduous task. Had Lu Huan possessed the capacity for combat at that time, he would have undoubtedly spared no one, just as he was doing now, eradicating all in his path. After resolving matters concerning the Zhao family, Lu Huan has temporarily resolved a significant concern. Silently departing from the Zhao family, he merged into the bustling crowd of Qingyang City. Unbeknownst to anyone, this seemingly handsome and youthful young man had nearly eradicated the formidable forces of the local tyrannical family. The Zhao family held dominion over Qingyang City, their estate occupying nearly 1/20th of the vast area inhabited by millions. Situated at the fringes, the city had witnessed several tremendous roars, alongside soaring sword lights and fiery explosions, piquing the curiosity of other powerful factions. However, due to the Zhao family's esteemed position, none dared to approach during the fierce battle. After a considerable wait, sensing the cessation of hostilities, a few pinnacle-stage alchemists and early-stage nascent soul cultivators cautiously approached the Zhao estate. From a distance, they beheld the once resplendent and palace-like mansion now reduced to a scene of utter devastation, resembling a mere ruin. The disciples of the Zhao family, faces etched with despair, were led by the family head as they began the arduous task of cleaning up. It became abundantly clear what calamity had befallen the Zhao family. The gathered crowd could not suppress their gloating remarks. What a misfortune for the Zhao family, to be brought to such a state. I wonder how many of their high-ranking members perished this time. Perhaps we have a chance now. We ought to express our gratitude to this mysterious powerhouse. Amidst the thronging streets filled with spectators outside the Zhao family estate, the subject of their discussions was leisurely strolling by. Suddenly, a particular establishment caught Lu Huan's attention, a crafting shop operated by the True Fire Pavilion. The shop's insignia reminded him of Shou Xiaofeng, prompting a smile to grace his face as he made his way inside. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a sign-in location. Would you like to sign in?" Upon entering the shop, the sudden notification from the system momentarily stunned Lu Huan, before he broke into a grin and exclaimed, "Sign in." With the sign-in complete, congratulations to the host for acquiring the art of crafting. Lu Huan opened the system interface. Indeed, beneath the alchemy interface, a forging interface appeared. Upon inspection, It bore similarities to the alchemy interface. Function: forging technique level. Level 1 node. Capable of forging all first-tier magical treasures. Furthermore, akin to alchemy. Elevating the forging technique to level 2 requires merely a decade of system cultivation. It was utterly inexpensive. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Huan simultaneously elevated both his weapon forging and alchemy skills to level 2, dedicating 20 years of systematic cultivation. Observing that advancing to level 3 would only require an additional 50 years thereafter, Lu Huan, without a trace of hesitation, expended a century's worth of system cultivation to elevate both skills to level 3. With a resounding boom, he advanced his craftsmanship in both weapon forging and alchemy to the 3rd tier. A torrent of immense information suddenly erupted in Lu Huan's mind. The intense pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Although the sensation lasted but a fleeting moment, it was enough for blood to stream from his 7 orifices, rendering him a pitiful sight. This sight startled a young attendant who had approached with the intention of offering a warm introduction, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. A look of suspicion crossed his face, as if he were contemplating whether this individual was feigning illness in an attempt to extort from the true fire pavilion. As Lu Huan regained his composure, he caught sight of the attendant's peculiar expression and, taken aback, glanced at the copper mirror nearby, which reflected a visage that startled him. In a flurry, he gathered his spiritual energy to cleanse the disarray from his face, and, maintaining an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Please proceed with the introduction." "Sir, are you all right?" The attendant inquired with evident trepidation after a brief moment of hesitation. "I am fine. Just introduce yourself promptly and dispense with the unnecessary chatter." "Very well. I shall introduce myself," the attendant replied with a begrudging smile, explaining, "Our True Fire Pavilion is the largest weapon forging establishment in Qingyan County, affiliated with the True Fire Pavilion of the Tianwu Kingdom. Whatever treasure you wish to forge, as long as you provide the requisite materials, we can create it for you. Furthermore, our True Fire Pavilion offers forging rooms, available for a mere 100 spirit stones per day, allowing any craftsman to experience the formidable capabilities of our forging facilities." Upon hearing this, Lu Huan's interest was piqued. Lu Huan's eyes lit up with curiosity as he inquired, "Are you able to provide a forging room? Please arrange one for me. I wish to give it a try." Upon hearing Lu Huan's words, the attendant raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming rather peculiar. Although the True Fire Pavilion indeed offered such a service, it had been many years since anyone had taken advantage of it, for everyone understood that a so-called forging room was nothing more than a trap. While 100 spirit stones may not seem excessive for those establishments specializing in forging rooms, the True Fire Pavilion's only advantage lay in the potency of its geothermal flames. As for the materials for forging, they were predominantly inferior, mundane-grade substances. With such low-tier materials, it would be exceedingly difficult to craft even a first-tier magical artifact, rendering any hope of enhancing one's forging skills utterly futile. Nevertheless, Lu Huan was willing to fall into the trap, and the attendant had no intention of dissuading him. The fee for the forging room was 100 per day, from which he would earn a generous commission. This would constitute nearly a month's worth of his earnings. "Esteemed guest, this way please." The attendant's face instantly lit up with the expression of a predator seizing its prey, eagerly leading Lu Huan towards the forging room. Lu Huan cast a perplexed glance at the young attendant. Although he felt a sense of confusion, he did not dwell on it too much. The business of renting the refining rooms at the True Fire Pavilion had long dwindled. The once constructed refining rooms now lay in a state of disrepair. At first glance, they resembled dilapidated wooden shacks, with even places where the wind could seep through. Through these ragged openings, one could clearly observe the conditions inside the refining rooms. It was astonishing that such a rundown establishment still commanded a fee of 100 spirit stones per day. Lu Huan furrowed his brow. "My lord, there are things you may not be aware of. This place may seem dilapidated, but the geothermal resources it offers are unparalleled by any other establishment." The young attendant spoke with utmost seriousness. "Moreover, today is indeed fortunate for you, my lord, as your timing is quite fortuitous. At any other moment, there would be no vacant rooms available." The attendant, upon hearing Lu Huan's initial words, recognized him as a novice, unaware of the market for crafting rooms. He harbored no expectations of Lu Huan returning a second time. If he could deceive him once, he would seize the opportunity without hesitation, employing every flattery at his disposal. Lu Huan was not particularly concerned about the state of the forging room. His primary intention was to assess his own proficiency in the art of crafting. 100 spirit stones was hardly a substantial amount. After all, He had scavenged quite a bit when he departed from the Zhao family. Even though he had come to the realization that he might have been taken advantage of, he remained indifferent. Very well. He produced 100 spirit stones and handed them to the attendant, then strode directly into the forging room. The attendant, gleefully accepting the spirit stones, stood at the entrance of the forging room, grinning foolishly. Lu Huan vaguely heard laughter emanating from behind him. His gaze swept across the situation within the refining chamber, and he couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Do you think I've been deceived? I shall ensure that you all understand who, in truth, has been ensnared. Lu Huan arrived at the corner of the other party's materials. There lay a heap of mundane materials. Having already absorbed the knowledge of forging at the first, second, and third levels, Lu Huan naturally recognized these materials. However, he soon discovered a remarkable item among them. He picked up a stone resembling a taro. Its exterior a pristine white, embedded within it were numerous small black dots the size of sesame seeds. Lu Huan emerged once more from the refining chamber. Is there any more of this iron gold stone? Bring me a larger quantity. Certainly, esteemed sir. Whatever amount you desire, our true fire pavilion can provide. And all at no charge. The attendant, glancing at the materials in Lu Huan's possession, nodded eagerly. This iron gold stone was remarkably inexpensive. A single spirit stone could procure a quantity equivalent to several houses. This was not due to an abundance of supply, but rather the opposite. Its yield was quite low. Even the branch of True Fire Pavilion in Qingyang City possessed very limited amounts. However, their elder in charge of refining had conducted numerous experiments, discovering that the black particles within the iron gold stone severely impacted the refining process. Even when crafting mundane items, it could result in exceedingly fragile products, susceptible to being easily shattered by a practitioner at the body refinement stage. Nevertheless, this material had its merits. Its challenging refinement process made it particularly suitable for novices looking to enhance their skills with refining materials. For a craftsman, mastering the art of refining materials was essential and fundamental, a foundation that must be firmly established. This lad possesses some discernment, recognizing the value of this material. The attendant muttered, proceeding to the storeroom to relay the request to the overseer. Upon hearing the news, the overseer could not help but tease the attendant, Josie. You're in for a big win today. You must treat us tonight. Of course, of course. The overseer smirked, raising an eyebrow. Thank you, overseer. Don't forget. I'll be treating you to drinks tonight. The attendant called out as he returned with all the iron gold stone, presenting it to Lu Huan. Here's the iron gold stone you requested, esteemed sir. Is there anything else you require? Upon examining the iron gold stone, which amounted to roughly 5 or 6 cubic units, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Huan's eyes. Just set it down there. If I need anything else, I shall let you know. Very well, esteemed sir. I shall wait outside. Just call for me if you require anything. With that, the attendant happily departed from the refining chamber, standing guard outside, feeling quite proud of himself. This truly is a lucrative opportunity. I must ensure to attend to it properly. However, unbeknownst to him, after his exit, Lu Huan wore a mocking smile. Iron goldstone? This is a precious material capable of extracting the 6th-tier material, black cloud gold. It appears that your true fire pavilion is of rather limited caliber. In the 3rd-tier refining knowledge that Lu Huan had acquired, methods for extracting black cloud gold from iron goldstone were detailed. In other words, any 3rd-tier craftsman could extract black cloud gold from this material. And Zhou Xiaofeng's master, Qian Shu, was a 5th-tier craftsman. It is truly regrettable that they failed to recognize the exquisite value before them, inadvertently overlooking such a remarkable treasure. The so-called black cloud gold is, in fact, merely the small black particles within iron pyrite. Lu Huan cast a glance at the young attendant outside, then proceeded directly to the forge. He began to toss chunks of iron ore into the furnace. The earth fire provided by the True Fire Pavilion was indeed remarkable. In the blink of an eye, a piece of the iron ore melded, with the black cloud gold resembling tiny sesame seeds, suspended upon a pool of white liquid. Next came the crux of the matter: how to integrate the seemingly separated black cloud gold and iron ore and truly extract them. Lu Huan, guided by the memories etched in his mind, meticulously constructed the connection points, gradually facilitating the separation. This marked his inaugural foray into the art of refining. Despite having absorbed the memories, he operated with the finesse of a seasoned 3rd-tier alchemist, honed by decades of practice. Both the knowledge residing in his mind and the dexterity of his hands displayed remarkable proficiency. Nevertheless, in order to successfully extract the black cloud gold, he remained exceedingly cautious. At long last, The first minuscule grain of black cloud gold was completely separated from the iron goldstone solution, successfully retrieved by Lu Huan. Splendid. Lu Huan chuckled heartily. With newfound experience, the subsequent pace quickened remarkably, taking less than an hour. Lu Huan extracted all the black cloud gold from these several cubic iron ores, ultimately yielding a piece the size of a fist. This substantial chunk of black cloud gold, when placed in the open, would be valued at no less than several tens of millions of spirit stones, making it over 10 times more expensive than the average 6th-tier material. The rarity of black cloud gold is remarkable. Most are oblivious to its origins. Typically, locations where black cloud gold is discovered also harbor iron ores, leading some to mistakenly believe that black cloud gold is merely a byproduct of iron ore. Many have ridiculed the notion that such a prestigious 6th-tier refining material could be an accessory mineral of an inconsequential stone. Yet, they remain unaware that the true process of obtaining black cloud gold is through its extraction from iron ores. Upon acquiring such a substantial piece of black cloud gold, Lu Huan promptly stored it in the system space. At present, with his refining level only at the 3rd rank, he had no use for this piece of black cloud gold. He cast another glance at the materials in the corner. After pondering for a moment, Lu Huan discerned precisely what artifact he intended to forge. The rhythmic clinking of metal resonated from the artifact room. The curious attendant at the entrance peered through the drafty crevice into the chamber, muttering to himself, "This fellow's skills are utterly inadequate. After all this time, he is merely refining materials? Is he just beginning to forge?" Having expressed his disdainful thoughts, the attendant turned away in boredom. He believed that with such limited abilities, Lu Huan would hardly have any further requirements. The mere iron and precious stones he possessed would suffice to occupy him for an entire day. However, the attendant failed to notice that after his departure, the clinking sounds from the artifact room came to an abrupt halt. Lu Huan's attention was captivated by the volcano before him. "System, can this geothermal energy truly be harnessed?" Lu Huan inquired eagerly. In truth, Lu Huan had already received a notification from the system. The geothermal fire here could be absorbed by expending system cultivation points. However, at that time, the attendant had been guarding outside, and Lu Huan, concerned that excessive movement might provoke unnecessary trouble, refrained from taking action. Should he expend 500 system cultivation points to extract the spiritual fire from the Earth's core? Extract. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Huan readily agreed. Extraction successful. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the Earth Heart Flame. Earth Heart Flame, ranked 98th on the Spirit Fire list, a bloom worth several tens of millions of spirit stones, capable of enhancing the efficacy of refining. Worth several tens of millions? Lu Huan gazed in astonishment at the fist-sized crimson flame that had suddenly appeared in his hand. So, with a mere 100 spirit stones, I have acquired a treasure worth millions from the True Fire Pavilion? Hee. Lu Huan couldn't help but burst into laughter. So, who exactly has suffered a loss? Damn it, why on earth did Shui shut off the spirit fire for me? At that moment, a furious roar suddenly erupted from the nearby forging room. Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback. The voice struck a familiar chord within him, yet feeling guilty, he hastily glanced into the furnace. After he extracted the earthly heart flame, the flames within indeed began to cool down, losing their warmth. Guingfei, get the hell out here. Who gave you the audacity to extinguish the earthly heart flame? I was in the midst of refining a 3rd-tier magic item. Without the flames, the materials worth countless spirit stones are rendered utterly useless. Damn it, Guingfei, do you even want to continue this? If not, then get lost. In an instant, a cacophony of anguished roars erupted in succession. Lu Huan blinked and angrily shouted, "Innkeeper, where are you? Get out here. I paid 100 spirit stones to reserve the forging room for an entire day, so why has the fire suddenly gone out?" Lu Huan, while bellowing in rage, feigned an expression of profound indignation, forcefully kicking open the door of the refining room and storming out, grumbling incessantly. The rendered refining room, along with the alchemy chambers where other alchemists from the True Fire Pavilion worked, all resided within the same courtyard. The other alchemists, grumbling themselves, had already emerged ahead of schedule. Upon seeing Lu Huan, this group of alchemists from the True Fire Pavilion paused momentarily, and then, as if coming to a realization, they rolled their eyes and cast derisive glances at Lu Huan, before directing their ire once more towards the steward named Guingfei. In their view, despite the loss incurred by Lu Huan, it amounts merely to 100 spirit stones for the rental of the refining chamber. In stark contrast, their losses range in the hundreds of thousands, even millions of spirit stones, a discrepancy far too vast to overlook. Furthermore, They are acutely aware of the dubious reputation of the refining chambers that leads to the outside world. Thus, Lu Huan is but a hapless lamb ensnared in a trap. Acknowledging his status as a victim, he ought to possess the self-awareness befitting his predicament. This trivial loss should not be a cause for disgraceful lamentation before them. Soon, a middle-aged man of the core formation stage hurriedly approached from a nearby shop, his countenance betraying his distress. He addressed the assembled masters, stating, "Esteemed sirs, please remain calm. I have discerned the situation. The Earth-Heart spiritual flame from our Qingyang City branch has exhausted its energy, which is why it has extinguished. I assure you, it was not I who extinguished the earthly fire." This middle-aged man, evidently the target of the refining master's ire, was Guing Fei. Upon hearing his words, the alchemists present were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of incredulity, which soon morphed into even more vehement accusations. Exhausted energy? What utter nonsense! The Earth-Heart spiritual flame that was sent to our Qingyang City branch merely half a year ago should, under normal circumstances, last at least a century without depleting its energy. How can you claim it has run out in just 6 months? Guing Fei, I suspect you have embezzled some of this flame and sold it off. Otherwise, how could it have depleted so swiftly? Do not treat us as fools, Gu. If you had offered a different excuse, I might have been inclined to believe you. Exhausted spiritual energy? That is sheer drivel. The group of alchemists remained resolutely unconvinced by Guing Fei's explanation. His complexion grew increasingly grim. The true fire pavilion is renowned for its mastery in refining, and the status of alchemists within its ranks is exceedingly elevated. Although he is a steward of the core formation stage, possessing a cultivation level superior to many present, he found himself compelled to bow to their wrath, unable to risk offending them further. Feeling immensely frustrated, Guing Fei could neither clarify nor defend himself adequately. With a stern expression, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Esteemed sirs, if you do not believe me, you may report today's incident to the sect, and they will undoubtedly dispatch someone to investigate. The truth will inevitably come to light. As for the losses you have incurred today, our Qingyang City branch will certainly provide compensation. If this is still insufficient, I shall have nothing more to say." "And what of my losses?" Lu Huan raised an eyebrow and suddenly exclaimed, "Of course there will be compensation." Guing Fei instinctively responded, but then looked at Lu Huan with a hint of confusion, wondering, "Who are you?" "I am a guest renting the forging room of your true fire pavilion. Is there a problem?" Lu Huan deliberately adopted an arrogant demeanor, coldly huffing with an air of defiance. Guing Fei, with a peculiar expression, inquired, "Is there an issue with the one costing 100 spirit stones per day?" Lu Huan inquired, "My apologies, esteemed guest. You may collect 100 spirit stones at the front desk shortly, and then you are free to depart." Guing Fei, with a touch of impatience, waved his hand, urging, "That is satisfactory. It seems your true fire pavilion still possesses some repute." Lu Huan then feigned a look of great satisfaction, nodding slightly as he strode past a group of blacksmiths and Guing Fei, making his way toward the shop ahead. Halt. Just at that moment, Lu Huan had just heard a voice that felt strangely familiar, suddenly resounding. Lu Huan turned around and couldn't help but smile. A familiar figure emerged from a room dedicated to refining tools. Could it be none other than his friend Shou? "What brings you here?" Before the other party could respond, Lu Huan suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed with a laugh, "Oh, how could I have forgotten? It is only natural for you to appear here as a disciple of the true fire pavilion. How dare you show your face before me?" Zhou Xiaofeng bellowed, his face twisted with rage. "Guing Fei, restrain this wretched creature." Lu Huan stood right beside Guing Fei. Without a moment's hesitation, Guing Fei intervened to block Lu Huan. This was Zhou Xiao's order. He dared not disobey. Yet, Guing Fei did not regard Lu Huan with any seriousness. In his eyes, Lu Huan was merely an insignificant ant, unaware of the reasons for offending Zhou Xiaofeng. Before a formidable cultivator of the core formation stage, he could hardly make a move. With a casual sweep of his hand, he reached for Lu Huan's neck, not sparing him a second glance. Slap. Lu Huan rolled her eyes, swiftly extending her right palm to strike Guing Fei's approaching hand. The sharp sound of the slap echoed, and in an instant, Guing Fei's hand was sent flying. The tremendous force propelled him several meters sideways, causing him to stumble before he could regain his balance. "Goodness, such immense strength!" Guing Fei exclaimed in astonishment, casting a quick glance at Lu Huan. However, he did not dwell on it too much, attributing it merely to his own carelessness. With a decisive push of his foot, Guing Fei launched himself once more. Resembling a great rock in flight, transforming his palm into a claw as he aimed to grasp Lu Huan's neck once again. Demonic Wind Fist. Lu Huan raised his fist and took the initiative to strike. The terrifying shadow of his punch caused the group of artifact refiners present to change their expressions drastically, scattering in all directions. Zhou Xiaofeng was no exception. After retreating to a safe distance, he gazed at Lu Huan with a look of astonishment and disbelief in his eyes. This is impossible. He recalled their last encounter when Lu Huan was merely a worthless body-refining stage cultivator. How could such a short time later his strength have escalated to such terrifying heights? Could it be that the fiery silver wolf was indeed slain by him? Unthinkable. Absolutely unthinkable. That wretched Su Shaowan, the saintess of the Heavenly Sword sect, did not possess such formidable power. How could an ordinary disciple like him achieve such strength? Just then, the shadow of the demon wind fist finally collided with Guing Fei. Guing Fei, a formidable figure at the core formation stage, let out a piercing scream as he was sent flying towards the storefront in front of the True Fire Pavilion. The immense force infused by the demon wind fist unleashed its wrath upon the building upon impact, leading to a cacophony of explosions. In an instant, the well-decorated building of the True Fire Pavilion in Qingyang City collapsed under the relentless assault. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Xiaofeng and the numerous artifact refiners from the True Fire Pavilion stood in stunned silence. If he recalled correctly, the formation on our Qingyang City Branch S building should be capable of withstanding attacks from peak core formation cultivators, right? Yet, the power of that boy S punch had reached the level of a peak core formation expert? This was unfathomable. Who exactly is this kid? How can he possess such overwhelming strength? Zhou Xiaofeng was incensed by the astonished inquiries of the surrounding refiners. How would I know? He felt as though these refiners were mocking him with their insinuations. Zhou Xiaofeng, how dare you provoke such a formidable figure? Do you not know the meaning of danger? How could he have caused the building to collapse? At that moment, Zhou Xiaofeng suddenly heard Lu Huan's voice, tinged with helplessness. His heart skipped a beat as he looked up, only to find Lu Huan intentionally gazing at him. What are you planning? Zhou Xiaofeng felt a surge of fear. Retreating 2 steps in trepidation, and with a show of bravado, he threatened, Lu Huan, I advise you not to become complacent. Although your strength does seem formidable, you are certainly no match for a nascent soul stage expert. My master is a 6th-level nascent soul cultivator. I suggest you carefully consider the consequences before making a move. Lu Huan remained silent, approaching Zhou Xiaofeng with a smile. The artisans who had previously gathered around Zhou Xiaofeng scattered once more, leaving him isolated in place. Zhou Xiaofeng yearned to retreat further, yet behind him lay an impassable corner. There was no escape. Consider the consequences? Lu Huan raised an eyebrow and smiled, extending her hand to playfully slap Zhou Xiaofeng's face a few times, teasingly asking, What do you think? How should I consider the consequences? Zhou Xiaofeng, however, was far too panicked to contemplate Lu Huan's query. As she reached towards him, he was already paralyzed with fear, his eyes tightly shut, trembling like a wretched rat caught in a storm, cowering in the corner and pleading for mercy. Please, don't kill me. Lu Huan felt a twinge of regret. If only this world possessed devices akin to cameras, capturing the scene of Zhou Xiaofeng begging for mercy before him and disseminating it across forums. This individual would undoubtedly achieve instantaneous fame throughout the vast expanse of the Tianhuan continent. Wait, that is not right. Utilizing the techniques of artifact refining, it seems entirely feasible to forge a magical tool endowed with the functionalities of a camera or even a video recorder. Perhaps this is worth exploring in the future. As the thought suddenly surfaced in Lu Huan's mind, she cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Xiaofeng and impatiently remarked, Young Master Zhou, what on earth are you doing? I merely wish to reclaim my 100 spirit stones. I assure you, there is no ulterior motive. Here, take it all. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaofeng's eyes widened in surprise, akin to a drowning man catching sight of a lifeline. Ecstatic, he swiftly removed his storage ring and hurled it towards Lu Huan. Thud. Lu Huan did not go to meet him. His expression darkened as he commanded, kneel down and pick it up, then hand it to me. With a thud. Zhou Xiaofeng seemed to forget the meaning of dignity. Without hesitation, he bent his legs and knelt before Lu Huan. Resembling a dog as he retrieved his storage ring from the ground, cautiously lifting it above his head to present it to Lu Huan. He performed admirably. Lu Huan burst into laughter, casually erasing the soul mark from Zhou Xiaofeng's storage ring, retrieving a spirit stone and tossing it at Zhou's feet. Plop. A gift for you. Thank you for your generous bestowal, my lord. In a desperate bid for survival, Zhou Xiaofeng truly set aside his dignity, shamelessly expressing his gratitude with a sycophantic demeanor. The blacksmiths from the True Fire Pavilion, witnessing this scene from a distance, fell into a contemplative silence. So much joy? Then let me bestow upon you another token. Lu Huan laughed heartily and delivered a swift kick towards Zhou Xiaofeng. Bang! The smile on Zhou Xiaofeng's face faltered, and in a state of panic, he attempted to flee. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Lu Huan's foot struck his abdomen. A resounding crack echoed from within Zhou Xiaofeng's body. Lu Huan muttered in bewilderment, "What the hell? Is this kid doing it on purpose? Does he really want to further enhance my reputation as the Donqian killer? The reality is just this coincidental." Lu Huan initially intended to send Zhou Xiaofeng flying with a kick, followed by a taunt. "Aren't you supposed to be able to fly? Let me help you soar." This was a phrase Zhou Xiaofeng had uttered during his previous escape. Yet, who could have anticipated that the young man would rise abruptly after being struck by Lu Huan's flying kick? Not only did he rise, but he also inexplicably positioned his dantian closer to Lu Huan's incoming foot. Consequently, Zhou Xiaofeng's dantian shattered on the spot. Lu Huan vowed that he had no intention of crippling Zhou Xiaofeng's dantian. No, Zhou Xiaofeng, realizing the shattering of his dantian, let out a furious roar of unwillingness before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. "Congratulations, master, on defeating a formidable foe. Reward: 50 years of cultivation." The system's notification suddenly reminded Lu Huan of something. He shifted his gaze towards the ruins of the Jinhua Pavilion branch. What about that fellow, Guingfei? Has he fled? Or is he merely feigning death? The absence of any system alerts indicated that he must be safe. Lu Huan murmured to himself as he made his way toward the ruins. In this regard, he found the system's prompts to be absolutely remarkable. There exists a distinction between killing and defeating. It also clearly informed him whether the enemy had genuinely been vanquished or was merely feigning death. After all, the absence of a prompt unequivocally indicated that the opponent was merely pretending. He stepped into the ruins. Lu Huan swiftly located Guingfei, who was feigning unconsciousness. A smile spread across his face once more. Everyone else was aware that, given the chance, they would hastily flee. Yet here he was, genuinely pretending to be lifeless. Did he truly believe that Lu Huan was blind and unable to discern his charade? Bang! Since you wish to put on a fade, I shall indulge you. Lu Huan once again leapt into the air, delivering a kick aimed at Guingfei. Don't. Guingfei distinctly sensed Lu Huan's presence beside him. As he opened his eyes, he intended to roll over and, emulating Zhou Xiaofeng, plead for mercy on his knees before Lu Huan. Unfortunately, he had not finished his sentence. Lu Huan delivered another kick to his abdomen. The dantian shattered, and the sound of further cracking resonated within him as he watched Guingfei fly backward. A dark line appeared on Lu Huan's forehead. He understood that Guingfei had not only suffered a shattered dantian from his kick, but it was likely that his golden elixir had also been irreparably damaged. You all did this on purpose, didn't you? You won't be satisfied until I truly become a dantian killer, will you? Lu Huan let out a reluctant roar, feeling a surge of frustration. However, upon hearing the notification of an increase of 100 in system cultivation power, a smile once again graced his face. Ah, let it be. The dantian assassin shall remain the dantian assassin. After all, what harm is there in reaping the rewards of system cultivation? Lu Huan glanced around before retreating to the previous refining room, randomly entering a forging chamber that he had not rented himself. Ah, he exclaimed, surveying the forging table within the room. With a satisfied nod, he noted, "What a surprise, it is a third-tier refining table. Quite impressive indeed. I'll take it." He then stored the refining table in his system space. Lu Huan once again departed from the refining chamber, hastening towards a nearby structure. He observed a considerable gathering of cultivators in the vicinity. Judging by their attire, they were indeed individuals from the True Fire Pavilion's refining shop, fervently vying for something. Through a narrow crack, Lu Huan caught a glimpse of several collapsed shelves, indicating that this must be a warehouse. Upon arriving at the edifice's entrance, Lu Huan was indeed certain that this was the warehouse of the True Fire Pavilion's forging shop. The individuals frantically seizing the items inside were, without a doubt, associated with the True Fire Pavilion's forging establishment. Why not benefit yourselves, if not me? Lu Huan broke into a grin as he dashed into the warehouse, indiscriminately tossing everything he laid his eyes upon into the system space. The ample capacity of the space left him unperturbed by the thought of exceeding its limits. The members of the True Fire Pavilion stood in astonishment. While they too engaged in looting, their approach was far more calculated, targeting only items in abundance that would not draw undue attention. Even if they were to be pursued later, they would manage to return with 1 or 2 items. Adamantly denying their actions, leaving the true fire pavilion powerless to retaliate. Yet, Lu Huan was an entirely different matter. It was akin to plucking feathers from a passing goose. Anything that fell under his gaze was destined to vanish without a trace. A group of stunned True Fire Pavilion personnel finally regained their composure, with one member furiously bellowing, "Stop! Cease this at once! Who the hell are you?" Lu Huan's hands moved incessantly as he cast a fleeting glance at the individual, who was donned an attire identical to that of Guang Fei. It was reasonable to surmise that he too held a position of managerial significance. Lu Huan paid him no heed, merely offering a fleeting smile before continuing with his own endeavors. The figure in question was none other than Zhao Zhong, the warehouse steward whom the waiter had encountered during his trip to the storeroom. Seeing that Lu Huan completely disregarded him, Zhao Zhong was consumed by rage. In a sudden flourish, a dagger materialized in his hand, aimed directly at Lu Huan. As a steward of the True Fire Pavilion, Zhao Zhong was indeed a formidable cultivator at the core formation stage. 7 ghosts kill, he bellowed, infusing the dagger with ethereal energy that shimmered with a ghastly luminescence. Any ordinary Foundation establishment practitioner would have been utterly terrified at the sight. Get lost. Sensing the murderous intent approaching from behind, Lu Huan turned with impatience and unleashed a powerful punch, directly meeting the oncoming dagger. Zhao Zhong, witnessing this, wore a feral grin. His furious eyes gleamed with a twisted excitement. How dare a mere Foundation establishment cultivator confront him, a wielder of a second-tier magical artifact, with nothing but his physical prowess? It was tantamount to seeking death. Zhao Zhong envisioned Lu Huan's fist being pierced by his dagger, his own energy surging into Lu Huan, resulting in an explosive demise for the latter. However, in the next moment, a sharp, resonant clash echoed through the air. The second-tier magical dagger struck Lu Huan's fist, as if it had collided with a 4th or 5th-tier defensive artifact. Not only did Lu Huan remain unscathed, but Zhao Zhong found himself reeling from a tremendous backlash. The dagger in his grasp erupted, unleashing an overwhelming force that surged back into his arm, fragmenting it inch by inch. "Ah!" Zhao Zhong screamed in agony, unable to fathom how the scene he had envisioned for Lu Huan had instead unfolded upon himself. To his astonishment, the terrifying force that had shattered his arm suddenly coalesced, like an arrow, and surged into his body. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Zhong's form disintegrated, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. System experience increased by 100. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Huan scoffed. "System, are you getting lazy now? Not even a congratulatory word from me." Lu Huan, the downfall of Zhao Zhong instilled terror among the assembled disciples of the True Fire Pavilion. After exchanging a glance, they dared not step forward to avenge Zhao Zhong, and promptly scattered in disarray. The more astute among them seized the opportunity to hastily gather the items they had previously hesitated to take, stuffing them into their storage rings. Perhaps they believed that with Lu Huan as the scapegoat, whatever they managed to abscond with could ultimately be attributed to him. In response to this, even if Lu Huan were to witness it, he would be indifferent. The items taken by these individuals pale in comparison to what he has acquired, differing by countless magnitudes. By the time Lu Huan departed from the True Fire Pavilion, the losses incurred by the pavilion had surged to an astounding 1 billion. Such formidable powers are truly remarkable. Even a mere branch's weaponry workshop possesses nearly 1 billion worth of goods in stock, trading 100 spirit stones for a staggering return of over 10 billion. It seems rather impressive indeed. Lu Huan chuckled softly, choosing to disregard the matter entirely. The 100 spirit stones for renting the refining chamber had already been returned to him 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, by Zhou Xiaofeng. As a disciple of monetary affairs, the quantity of spirit stones within his storage ring was far from negligible. After departing from Qingyang City, Lu Huan leisurely made his way towards the ruins of Luyin Mountain. As he calculated the time, he realized that he would arrive just in time for the opening of the Luyin Mountain ruins. Time slipped by swiftly, and over 10 days had passed. Lu Huan approached the ruins of Luyin Mountain with the leisurely grace of a young master on a spring outing. The ruins of Luyin Mountain were indeed the most captivating relics in Qingyang County. Although these ruins could only be opened once every few decades to a century, they had long since become the epicenter of Qingyang County. Countless factions within the region had established their branches here, and over time, this place transformed into a city that bore little resemblance to a traditional urban landscape. At that moment, a murmur of conversation reached Lu Huan's ears, piquing his curiosity. He turned to glance in the direction of a notice board, where a throng of young disciples from various factions had gathered. Amidst the chatter, he could faintly discern his own name. Has a bounty been issued for me? The thought flashed through Lu Huan's mind as he squeezed closer to the notice board, intrigued. Sure enough, 2 wanted posters featuring his likeness were affixed to the board, one from the True Fire Pavilion and the other from the Heavenly Sword Sect. The illustrations were rather abstract, to say the least. Lu Huan showed no fear of the wanted notice. Instead, she began to vent her frustrations passionately. Who could blame her? It is baffling that both the True Fire Pavilion and the Heavenly Sword Sect, one being the foremost sect in Xingyan County and the other a 5th-tier power, are incapable of producing a clear likeness. As soon as Lu Huan's words fell, a chubby fellow standing beside him couldn't help but voice his criticism. While speaking, he turned to glance at Lu Huan. Oh! Upon seeing Lu Huan's expression, the chubby man paused for a moment, then looked back at the wanted poster on the bulletin board. After making a comparison, he couldn't help but chuckle. My friend, although this portrait is rather abstract, if one were to compare it closely, it bears a striking resemblance to you. I must say it is indeed true. Lu Huan nodded solemnly. Upon overhearing their conversation, others turned to observe. Oh, it truly resembles him. What is going on with the True Fire Pavilion and the Heavenly Sword Sect? 2 formidable factions have issued a bounty, and yet it seems rather trivial to find someone who bears such a resemblance. With such a sketch, it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Let us disperse. It is highly unlikely that we will locate the individual. Although most people instinctively felt that Lu Huan, due to his calm demeanor, was likely not the person sought in the bounty, a few could not help but chuckle and inquire, Haha, my friend, could this person possibly be you? As Lu Huan was about to candidly nod in acknowledgement, the chubby fellow beside him scoffed. What utter nonsense. This man, Lu Huan, is indeed on the wanted list of both the Heavenly Sword Sect and the True Fire Pavilion. If I were him, I would have fled long ago. How could he so brazenly appear on Lu'in Mountain? Isn't that akin to walking into a trap? Lu Huan cast a peculiar glance at the chubby boy and could not help but exclaim, what if it truly is me? Don't be ridiculous. The chubby boy laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. If you were the one on the wanted poster, I would eat the notice right now. Then go ahead and eat it. Lu Huan truly wished to voice this sentiment. However, upon reflecting that the chubby boy was, in a sense, advocating for him, he opted for silence. Meanwhile, the onlookers, after the chubby boy's humorous interjection, became increasingly skeptical that Lu Huan was indeed the individual sought in the wanted notice. Thus, a group of individuals, in the presence of Lu Huan himself, continued to discuss the details of the wanted notice, their words betraying a hint of envy. After all, this was the first instance in Xingyan County's history where a foundation-building cultivator was pursued by 2 formidable factions. The attendees, all of whom were foundation-building cultivators themselves, found themselves pondering not the folly of offending 2 powerful factions, but rather the sheer audacity of Lu Huan, who had dared to provoke 2 major forces yet remained at large, prompting these factions to resort to issuing a wanted notice. Lu Huan wore a puzzled expression, reminiscent of a black question mark. Are the interests of today's youth truly so peculiar? Friend, are you also here to participate in the Lu'in Mountain ruins? The chubby boy suddenly inquired. Is there truly anything else one could be doing at Lu'in Mountain? Lu Huan asked with a smile. All by yourself? The chubby boy's eyes lit up at the prospect of being alone, even if just for the moment. Wonderful, he exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Would you like to join our team? No fee required. What a curious character this chubby boy is, either remarkably carefree or perhaps harboring ulterior motives. In the depths of Lu Huan's eyes, a flicker of doubt passed by, but soon she smiled and replied, that sounds good. After all, one must form a team to enter the Lu'in Mountain ruins. I've been worried about finding a group. How many people do you have now? 3, and with you. That makes 4. We just need to find one more person, and we can enter the Lu'in Mountain ruins. The chubby boy was exceedingly excited, grabbing Lu Huan's arm and laughing heartily. Come on, let me introduce you to the other 2 teammates. The chubby boy was simply too enthusiastic. Lu Huan instinctively felt that he had recognized his identity. Just moments ago, he had been putting on an act in front of that crowd, attempting to monopolize the attention. However, once Lu Huan was brought to a restaurant, he became certain that this little chubby fellow genuinely sought to introduce him to his teammates, for the reason that Lu Huan initially believed that the chubby fellow intended to treat him to a meal. However, he soon approached a busy young waiter, exclaiming with excitement, Josie, I have found our 4th teammate. The young waiter, known as Josie, abruptly turned around, gazing at Lu Huan and his companion, and exuberantly inquired, Fatty, from where did you deceive find this new teammate? Josie, in a moment of indiscretion, revealed the truth. The chubby fellow's expression darkened instantaneously. Lu Huan felt quite speechless. Deceive? After casting a fierce glare at Josie, the chubby fellow steeled himself and resolved to speak the truth to Lu Huan. My friend, do not take offense. Josie is simply blunt and outspoken. In fact, you should have noticed that our team is merely a haphazard assembly. We truly lack the funds to hire someone to guide us into the Luyan Mountain. Are you all solitary cultivators? Lu Huan indeed noticed it, and this realization left him quite astonished. The stout fellow hung his head in a somewhat despondent manner. Wasn't it necessary to enter the Luyan Mountain ruins under the auspices of a sect disciple? This would depend on another teammate of ours. I assure you, that teammate is not only a stunning beauty, but is also rumored to be a disciple of the 6th grade power, the Fire Phoenix Palace. The portly lad suddenly became animated. Isn't she from Qingyan County? He inquired. The most formidable force in Qingyan County is the Tianjian sect, which is merely a 7th grade power. Clearly, a 6th grade power is not from Qingyan County. The stout fellow chuckled lewdly once more, and then began to explain in a hushed tone. It turned out that he and the boatman had never intended to enter the Luyan Mountain ruins. They were simply opportunistic wanderers in this city. By chance, the boatman, working as a waiter in a tavern, encountered Qi Xingyue from the Fire Phoenix Palace. For reasons unknown, Qi Xingyue invited the boatman to enter the Luyan Mountain ruins and entrusted him with the task of assembling a team. Thus, this small party came into existence. After listening to the boatman's explanation, Lu Huan was increasingly perplexed. A disciple from a 6th-tier force, and a stunning beauty at that, had arrived in Qingyan County with the intention of participating in the Luyan Mountain ruins. Surely, a mere utterance from her would elicit countless invitations from the elite disciples of various factions in Qingyan County. Yet, she inexplicably chose to approach the humble boatman. It couldn't possibly be a tale of a rich and beautiful woman falling for a poor young man, could it? Such stories were not unheard of. Yet Lu Huan found it rather implausible. After some deliberation, Lu Huan contemplated that since forming a team was merely a means to enter Luyan Mountain, he might as well take it one step at a time. After all, given his current predicament of being pursued by 2 factions, even hiring individuals to join his party might prove futile. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that the elusive female companion, who had yet to make an appearance, shared a similar plight? What had become of that teammate? Lu Huan raised his eyebrows sharply and smiled, saying, I too wish to meet her. She is in seclusion, preparing to break through to a higher realm before entering the Luyan Mountain. Once she does, her chances of discovering valuable treasures will significantly increase, the boatman quickly explained. I see. So, unless she achieves her breakthrough or the relics of Luyan Mountain are revealed, I have no way of meeting this teammate? Lu Huan smiled thoughtfully. It can be said so. Josie felt a bit awkward. Fearing that Lu Huan might refuse to team up because of this matter, he hastily added, my friend, there are only a few days left until the opening of the Luyan Mountain ruins. Those who needed to form teams have already done so. What remains are those who require a considerable sum of money. At the very least, it costs several hundred spirit stones, and for those seeking assistance from companions, it may even require tens of thousands of spirit stones. To pursue the Luyan Mountain ruins, it truly seems unnecessary to incur such exorbitant expenses. Indeed. The chubby fellow nodded vigorously in agreement. Although the Luyan Mountain ruins are a secret realm long anticipated by numerous factions in our Qingyan County, the truth is that after so many years, if there were truly any legacies as the legends claim, they would have been discovered long ago. It wouldn't be our turn. Under normal circumstances, the average yield for cultivators entering the Luyan Mountain ruins hovers around 8,000 to 10,000 spirit stones. Rather than spending tens of thousands to acquire a mere few thousand spirit stones, it would be far better to join our team and enter for free. Upon hearing their words, Lu Huan couldn't help but sigh. Truly, these two who linger in the depths of the lower realms possess an astoundingly narrow perspective. They seem entirely oblivious to the concept of inheritance, focusing solely on immediate gains. If every individual who ventures into the ruins of Luyan Mountain harbors the same mindset, then the day of true revelation for the Luyan Mountain ruins shall never arrive. Inheritance. Even the legacy of an ancient Yuaning master cannot be so easily obtained. However, the outlook of the chubby boy and the rower is quite fitting for Lu Huan. His sole objective is to enter the Luyan Mountain ruins, without any expectations of assistance from his companions, especially since Lu Huan has a faint intuition that once he steps into the ruins, he will undoubtedly be able to leverage the system to sign in once again. If signing in is indeed possible, then acquiring valuable treasures is assured. Thus, the need for his companion's assistance diminishes even further. Therefore, Lu Huan feigned a look of deep contemplation, hesitating for quite some time before finally gritting his teeth and nodding. Very well. You make a valid point. I shall join your ranks. Yea. The rotund man and the boatman erupted into cheers upon hearing his words. Waiter, bring us some wine. Just then, another patron called for the boatman. He quickly responded and then leaned in to whisper to Lu Huan and the rotund man. You, my stout friend, take this esteemed companion to my lodgings and wait for me. Once I finish my tasks, I will take leave to join you. All right, hurry along now. Don't let your master catch you and dock your spirit stones. The stout man nodded in agreement, offering a resentful reminder. Off I go, the boatman said as he turned to leave. The stout man promptly took Lu Huan and exited the tavern. As they departed, Lu Huan continued to smacking her lips, casting a glance at the delectable dishes on the tables of other patrons, feeling a twinge of regret. How she longed to indulge. Once we emerge from the ruins of Luyin Mountain, we shall have spirit stones to feast here. For now, however, it is best not to dwell on it. The chubby boy, noticing Lu Huan's longing gaze, sighed in resignation. Why not? Lu Huan was taken aback. The meals here casually cost over 100 spirit stones, and a pot of ling wei required as much as 500 spirit stones. We currently do not possess such a wealth of spirit stones. Once we emerge and, if fortune smiles upon us and we manage to earn a few thousand spirit stones, I shall certainly treat you to a sumptuous feast. The chubby boy declared with great bravado. Lu Huan immediately realized that the chubby boy regarded him as a destitute wanderer like themselves. Gazing upon the myriad resources within the system space, valued at over 1 billion, along with several million spirit stones, he fell into a moment of contemplation. He pondered whether he should treat the chubby boy and his companions to a meal. The chubby boy's character was quite amiable, reminiscent of Yen Lei. Yet, the mere thought of Yen Lei, Lu Huan fell into silence once more. He had originally promised Yen Lei to visit the ruins of Luyin Mountain together, but a series of unforeseen events had transpired. When he departed from the Tianjin sect, he had not even had the chance to bid farewell to Yen Lei. He felt a twinge of guilt towards this friend. Lazy, if there is an opportunity to meet again, I shall make it up to you. Feeling somewhat despondent, Lu Huan dismissed the idea of treating the chubby boy to a meal and silently followed him towards the boatman's residence. However, upon arriving at the boatman's dwelling, the atmosphere shifted. Lu Huan was still taken aback. He realized that he had underestimated the plight of these lowly cultivators. Despite both being foundation-building practitioners, their dwelling was a dilapidated house abandoned for who knows how many years. Even so, the chubby man entered the house with utmost caution, fearful of being seen by others. Make yourself comfortable. Upon entering the room, Lu Huan fell into a deeper silence, while the rotund fellow wore a carefree smile. Lu Huan silently glanced around. The room, completely sealed off, was shrouded in darkness, impenetrable to ordinary individuals. Only they, the cultivators of the foundation establishment realm, possess the ability to see in the dark, allowing them to discern their surroundings clearly. Apart from a few mats woven from cattails, there was nothing else. Did the ferryman reside here regularly? Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback, his voice low as he inquired. Well, it's merely a place for cultivation, a meditation mat suffices. What need have we for anything else? Let me tell you, back in the day, my companion and I fought fiercely against over a dozen mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators to seize this location. The chubby boy laughed with immense pride, utterly oblivious to the somber mood enveloping Lu Huan at that moment. Subsequently, Lu Huan and the chubby boy engaged in extensive conversation, gaining profound insights. Both he and Zhou Zi were orphans, having forged a bond since childhood while struggling for survival. By mere chance, they encountered a cultivator slain by a demonic beast, from whom they acquired a cultivation technique that propelled them to their current state. They had contemplated joining a sect, yet due to various circumstances, they were unable to enlist in the same one simultaneously. After years of companionship, the prospect of separation was intolerable for them. Consequently, they resolved to forego sect affiliation. In their own words, there were countless rogue cultivators in this world living freely, and they too could embrace such a life. However, Lu Huan later discovered the underlying reason. The chubby boy had a physical ailment that precluded him from joining a sect. Zhou Zi, on the other hand, had the potential to join, yet his talent was not particularly remarkable. Regardless of the sect, there were rules stipulating that new recruits could not descend the mountain for several years. The chubby boy could not remain within the sect, and Zhou Zi, concerned for his friend, relinquished the idea of joining to stay by his side. Soon, Josie returned from his outing. After a brief exchange among the three, Lu Huan expressed his intention to venture out. The chubby boy and Josie, aware that this was Lu Huan's inaugural visit to Luyan Mountain, eagerly offered to guide him. Under the chubby boy's direction, Lu Huan explored the Luyan Mountain encampment, ultimately arriving at the largest market. Here, shops established by all factions in Qingyan County congregated, alongside numerous stalls run by rogue cultivators. Suddenly, Lu Huan paused in front of a stall. The vendor, a sprightly young man, brightened at Lu Huan's arrival and enticingly explained, "Young sir, we have just received a fresh shipment of various beast eggs, each available for selection at the price of 100 spirit stones. There lies a chance to acquire a fourth-tier beast elixir worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. These so-called blind eggs are akin to mystery boxes. Until the beast eggs are hatched, no one can ascertain what creatures dwell within them. Such activities are exceedingly popular in the Tianhuang continent. There are tales of blind eggs costing not only 100, but even hundreds of thousands or millions for a single chance. However, these blind eggs are primarily organized by powerful factions or major trading companies, incorporating a degree of gambling, yet they often come with a safety net. It is reminiscent of certain promotional systems offered by well-known companies. Even in loss, one seems to incur no significant detriment. This has captivated countless cultivators. As for the blind eggs offered by the vendor before Lu Huan, priced at 100 each, they are the most basic tier of such offerings that he has encountered. Is there a safety net involved? Lu Huan raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile, "Brother, do not indulge in such folly. This fellow is nothing but a deceitful charlatan. The beast eggs he offers are merely lifeless shells scavenged from the vicinity of Luyan Mountain, none of them viable." Upon hearing this, the stout man seized Lu Huan's arm, his expression one of indignation. Alas, the young stall owner's countenance darkened instantly. "You little rascal! How dare you speak such nonsense? I am a respectable businessman. How could I possibly engage in such acts?" As he spoke, the young stall owner hastily turned to Lu Huan and insisted, "Young brother, do not heed this rotund child's fabrications. Inquire around. Am I, Shaochen, the sort of person to behave thus? Therefore, is there a guarantee?" Lu Huan smiled silently, gazing lightly at the young stall owner, and inquired, Shaochen's smile faltered momentarily, and he awkwardly replied, "Young brother, is this your first time playing with blind eggs? If you were to speak of blind eggs priced above 10,000, offering a guarantee would be acceptable. But where is it that one can find them for a mere 100 each, yet still receive a guarantee?" Lu Huan chuckled softly. "So, your family must run a pig farm, right? What is a pig farm?" Shaochen looked utterly bewildered. "It's nothing." Lu Huan waved his hand and glanced at the dozens of nearly identical beast eggs on the stall. This was a characteristic of the blind eggs. A collection of seemingly similar beast eggs was displayed together. Unless they were hatched, it was nearly impossible for anyone, including the proprietor, to discern the contents within these eggs. It is precisely this mechanism that sustains the activity, akin to the allure of gambling on stones. As for the so-called safety net, it entails that customers must purchase a sufficient quantity or value of blind eggs, after which the proprietor retrieves a beast egg of a predetermined level that has been previously examined. Typically, these beast eggs are acquired by practitioners venturing into the lairs of certain beasts or are eggs marked by distinctive characteristics of specific beasts. However, this only assures that the egg contains a beast of that kind. The quality of the creature that hatches remains an enigma. In most cases, the contracted beasts of practitioners are no less than third-tier beasts. Even with the so-called safety net in place, it is often met with disdain, as such guarantees tend to involve only first- or second-tier beasts, which hold little significance. This is why the young stall owner asserted that blind eggs priced below 10,000 spirit stones could not possibly come with any safety guarantee. Yet, for others, without hatching the blind eggs, it remains an impossibility to uncover what lies within. Where's Lu Huan? He is indispensable to the system. A single glance reveals the attributes of dozens of monster eggs displayed before Lu Huan's eyes. Among them lies a lifeless egg, seemingly containing a pitiable first-tier creature. How fortunate. This one is a delightful second-tier gem. Another lifeless egg. Wow, a stroke of luck indeed. Possessing it would make you the most dazzling figure on the street. A golden legend. Lu Huan suddenly paused at the stall because he inadvertently caught sight of it and the system's notification appeared, manifesting as a shimmering golden light in his eyes. 100 spirit stones, is it? I shall take this egg. Lu Huan grew weary of toying with the stall owner. Xiao Chun, and cradled the golden legendary beast egg in his hands. Surely, there was no guaranteed outcome. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he eagerly interjected, "Bro." The stout man furrowed his brow, gazing sorrowfully at the 100 spirit stones now in Xiao Chen's possession, as if a piece of flesh had been severed from him. "Since my brother wishes to indulge in this venture, let him have his experience. Consider it a lesson learned." Zhou Zi sighed, obstructing the stout man's attempt to thwart Lu Huan's actions, and cast a fierce glare at Xiao Chen, coldly remarking, "You had better pray that the egg we purchased is not a stillborn. Otherwise, do not blame me for dismantling your stall." "Heh," Xiao Chen scoffed, having already secured the payment. "Your name is Zhou Zi, if I recall correctly. You work as a lackey at the Fragrant Pavilion, right? You, a lowly wretch, dare to threaten my stall." Xiao Chen's words were unmistakably a declaration to the three of them. "Indeed, you are correct. I am selling nothing but a stillborn egg. What do you plan to do about it?" "Xiao, you are truly courting death." The stout man seethed with rage, raising his fist to strike Xiao Chen, only to be halted by Lu Huan's intervention. "Calm down, my friend. The egg has yet to hatch. Who can truly ascertain what lies within?" Although he possessed the strength to effortlessly deal with the stall owner, the thought of Xiao Chen witnessing what he presumed to be a stillborn egg hatching into something extraordinary would undoubtedly be a far more excruciating experience than simply ending his life. "My brother, how can you still hope for something valuable inside? Did you not grasp the implications of this fellow's words? He is clearly indicating that this egg is indeed a stillborn." The stout man, filled with indignation, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Do not rush." Lu Huan smiled faintly, pricking his finger to let his blood drip onto the egg. This was yet another distinctive feature of the blind egg. Once the blood was shed, it could immediately hatch most of the non-dead beast eggs. If it was something he desired, it would undoubtedly bring immense joy. However, if it was not to his liking, he could instantly dissolve the contract, suffering only a slight mental strain, which could easily be remedied with a brief rest or some cultivation. The impact was minimal. With a crisp sound akin to shattering glass, Lu Huan's blood fell upon the beast egg. Alive? It was indeed alive. The chubby man and the boatman wore expressions of utter astonishment, which quickly morphed into exuberance. Though they were yet unaware of the nature of the hatching beast, they knew it was certainly not a dead egg. The anticipation was a promising sign. In contrast, Xiao Chen appeared somewhat displeased, snorting, "Kid, see? I told you. The eggs I sell are definitely not dead." As soon as Xiao Chen's words echoed, the creature within the blind egg finally revealed itself to the onlookers. At that moment, a blinding flame surged skyward from the egg, engulfing the surroundings. Those standing nearby, including Xiao Chen and the chubby man, were instantly struck by a terrifying pressure that turned their faces pale. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it possibly be a Luyin spirit bird?" Xiao Chen was the first to react, a glimmer of greed igniting in his eyes. The Luyin spirit bird, known to inhabit the vicinity of the Luyin mountain ruins, was a highly renowned fourth-tier beast, valued not merely in the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, but in the millions. The soaring flames had already piqued the curiosity of nearby cultivators, drawing them closer. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, astonishment and envy rippled through the crowd. "Good heavens! This young brother is incredibly lucky to have hatched a Luyin spirit bird from 101 blind eggs. Is this real? Could it be a scam? I recall that most of the beast eggs this kid sold were dead. Don't you think that this fortunate lad looks a bit familiar? Brother, we must leave at once." The stout fellow and the boatman suddenly came to a realization. They swiftly grasped Lu Huan and rushed towards the outskirts of the market. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Chen's gaze flickered with an even more venomous resentment. However, aware of the throngs of cultivators surrounding them and recognizing the identity of the boatman, he felt no apprehension about their escape. He resolved to secure the current business opportunity before contemplating the matter of the Luyin spirit bird. In the ensuing days, Lu Huan remained in the company of the stout fellow and the boatman. It was difficult to determine whether to label them as oblivious or astute. After their previous escapade of dragging Lu Huan away from the market, they navigated cautiously, avoiding crowds, and upon returning to their training grounds, they urged Lu Huan to swiftly cultivate a bond with the newly hatched spirit beast. It was essential for a freshly hatched creature to spend some time in solitude with its master to ensure optimal cooperation in battle. Despite their meticulousness, they had astonishingly failed to inquire about Lu Huan's name, treating him as a distressed wandering cultivator and extending him exceptional care. Lu Huan did not proactively inquire about their full names. Instead, the chubby one and the boater referred to them by their nicknames. Later, Lu Huan posed the question of why this was the case. The response from the chubby boy enlightened Lu Huan, with your ragged attire reminiscent of a beggar, and the faint traces of blood discernible upon you, coupled with the evident fact that you appear to be 5 or 6 years younger than us. We can't help but feel a sense of kinship. Having traversed a similar path ourselves, it is only natural for us to look after you. At last, Lu Huan comprehended the situation at hand. It turned out that during his battle within the illusion at the Heavenly Sword sect, the tattered state of his garments was not a result of an adversary's attack, but rather a consequence of his own exhaustion, inadvertently causing the damage. This misunderstanding was perpetuated by the little chubby fellow and Josie. Finally, the day arrived for the opening of the Luyin Mountain ruins. The city adjacent to Luyin Mountain grew increasingly vibrant and bustling. 2 days prior, Josie had secured a leave of absence, and early in the morning, he eagerly roused Lu Huan and the chubby fellow from their cultivation, exclaiming, "Hurry, let us make our way to the entrance of the Luyin Mountain ruins." What of the other teammate? Lu Huan had long been intrigued by this mysterious teammate. Surely, they could not enter the Luyin Mountain ruins without meeting at least once. She reached out to contact the last member of their team, planning to rendezvous at the entrance. Josie chuckled upon hearing this. The previously frowning chubby boy suddenly beamed with delight. "Josie, you've been quite secretive. I was just pondering where to find the last teammate. Surely, we can't resort to paying for one. To my surprise, this teammate is able to assist us in our search." Josie scratched his head and replied, "Initially, I had already advanced a portion of the reward to the shopkeeper, thinking that if we couldn't find anyone today, I would have to pay for a companion. Who would have thought that last night, my friend Xian would suddenly inform me she would bring the final teammate today? It certainly saves us some trouble. Then let us proceed to the Luyin Mountain ruins." The chubby boy exclaimed joyfully as he led the way out of the hidden training ground. While he was filled with excitement within the training area, he remained cautious upon leaving, as if fearful of being seen. Nevertheless, as the trio exited the dilapidated building, they were met with a scornful taunt from nearby. "Chubby, you really intend to participate in the Luyin Mountain ruins? I advise you to abandon such delusions. With your caliber, entering the Luyin Mountain ruins would be akin to courting death. You could never acquire any resources." "Hey, Pang, do you want another beating?" growled the chubby boy, clenching his fists as he turned to glare at a group of individuals emerging from a dilapidated courtyard several meters away. Lu Huan recognized these individuals. They belonged to another group of rogue cultivators who had previously clashed with the chubby boy and his companions over the coveted training ground. The leader of this group, named Pang Hong, was a burly man, resembling a minotaur. However, he was far from simple-minded. He was exceedingly cunning. Had it not been for his inferior strength compared to the chubby boy and Josie, he would have long ago employed various treacherous tactics to drive them out from the vicinity of the Luyin Mountain ruins, leading them either to their downfall or forcing them to abandon this place and continue their tumultuous lives. In recent days, encounters with this group had become increasingly common. Each time, Lu Huan yearned to take action, yet he was always thwarted by the rotund figure behind him, who shielded him as if guarding a precious treasure, leaving him with no opportunity to strike. This left Lu Huan in a state of bemused exasperation. After all, he was someone capable of standing against practitioners at the nascent soul stage, yet here he was, being protected by a mere initial stage foundation establishment cultivator. Truly, what a ridiculous situation. Pang Hong gritted his teeth, his face a mask of fury. You arrogant fool. I'm not afraid to tell you that I too will participate in the Luyin Mountain ruins. You had best pray that we do not cross paths there, for I will surely have my revenge." "Revenge?" A glint of coldness suddenly flashed in the eyes of the rotund man and the boatman. Without further ado, they charged forward. Lu Huan was filled with joy. After days of verbal sparring, she could finally take direct action. Whoosh! Lu Huan arrived ahead of others. Compared to the hefty man and the boatman, he swiftly reached Pang Hong's side and delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, Pang Hong, a cultivator at the second level of the foundation establishment stage, found his strength inferior to that of Lu Huan. In an instant, his body exploded like a ripe watermelon, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. System cultivation increased by 100 days. Lu Huan completely disregarded the system notification ringing in his ears, exhilaratedly waving his fists as he charged towards the sycophants surrounding Pang Hong. With a sudden screech, the rotund man and the boatman came to an abrupt halt, their faces displaying a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. They could distinctly hear the nervous gulping sounds emanating from their opponent, a clear indication of his shock. "Boatman, surely I am not mistaken. This lad possesses an astonishing level of strength. Where on earth did you unearth such a treasure? We are bound to strike it rich." The rotund man found himself at a loss for words. In the fleeting moment of their exchange, Pang Hong's small team of 6 was utterly decimated, each member obliterated into a mist of crimson by a single blow from Lu Huan. "Rotund fellow, boatman, why are you standing there in a daze? Quickly, come and loot the corpses," Lu Huan reminded them. "Oh," the stout man and the boatman exchanged glances, casting aside a flicker of doubt, and excitedly rushed to Lu Huan's side, beginning their search for treasures amidst the pool of blood. Unfortunately, Pang Hong and his companions, much like them, were mere itinerant cultivators dwelling at the lowest rungs of this world. Although they often behaved like ruffians, bullying those as pitiable as themselves, the scant resources they had pilfered were insufficient for their own needs, let alone to spare for others. Ultimately, the trio managed to uncover precisely 100 spirit stones, along with a peculiar token. The 100 spirit stones were, in fact, their entry fee for the Luyin Mountain ruins. The stout man and the boatman gazed at the spirit stones with beaming faces, murmuring about how they should be divided. Lu Huan's attention was captivated by the peculiar token before him. What could it possibly be? The token resembled the identity insignia of a disciple from a certain sect. Yet, it bore no discernible marks to indicate its affiliation, merely adorned with a unique pattern along its edge, more akin to decorative embellishment than identification. Perhaps it was an unmarked primitive token, yet to be inscribed with its emblem. Lu Huan mused over the spirit stones. Having single-handedly dealt with so many adversaries and secured a substantial reward, if he and Zhou could each claim 10 spirit stones, that should suffice, shouldn't it? The initially boisterous figure now approached the matter with caution, his gaze betraying a glimmer of anticipation at the mention of their share of spirit stones. Lu Huan initially intended for the chubby man and the boatman to accept all the spirit stones, as he truly had no need for those few dozen stones. However, upon reflecting on the characters of the chubby man and the boatman, he promptly altered his stance and smiled, saying, "All right then, let us distribute them as you suggested." "Haha, thank you." The chubby man and the boatman exchanged glances, sighed in relief, and erupted into hearty laughter. At that moment, the boatman suddenly glanced at the token in Lu Huan's hand, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "That token in your hand. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before." "Where?" Lu Huan raised her eyebrows in curiosity and inquired, "I can't recall at the moment. However, I am certain that I have indeed seen it somewhere." Josie replied with unwavering confidence. "All right then." Lu Huan was left in a state of bemusement. He had assumed that Josie might possess some insight, only to be met with silence. If he couldn't recall it, so be it. Lu Huan did not ponder much and casually placed the token into the system's space, smiling as he said, "Let us head to the ruins of Luyin Mountain." At this moment, Lu Huan finds himself in a city that lies in close proximity to the ruins of Luyin Mountain, with a straight-line distance not exceeding 10 kilometers. Standing amidst the dilapidated courtyard of the hefty companions, he can discern the distant silhouette of Luyin Mountain. Towering into the clouds, Luyin Mountain resembles a colossal crimson crystal, radiating brilliance akin to an erupting volcano. It presents a strikingly beautiful sight. Upon departing from the gathering place, Lu Huan and his companions arrive at the true base of Luyin Mountain, where a multitude of cultivators has long since congregated. Most of them have gathered in units representing their respective factions, each choosing a designated area to assemble, quietly awaiting the unveiling of the Luyin Mountain ruins. Lu Huan gazed into the distance. At the edge of the crowd, an abrupt formation stood erect. Lu Huan was aware that once the ruins were activated, cultivators would be required to form teams of no fewer than 5 individuals to traverse this place. Upon witnessing the formation, he was struck by its significance. Lu Huan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he murmured to himself, "It is said that the requirement for forming a team stems from a collective discussion among the various factions of Qingyan County. Beyond merely enhancing the survival rates of their disciples within the ruins of Luyin Mountain, it also serves the purpose of collecting entrance fees. With so many cultivators present, at a fee of 20 spirit stones per individual, the total would amount to no less than several million spirit stones in revenue. Surely, there are no Yuan Ing realm ancestors present, right?" Lu Huan was brimming with anticipation. Just then, a melodious chirp resonated from his embrace, followed by the emergence of a vibrant red bird's head. This little creature was none other than the golden legendary 4th-tier demon beast, the Luyin spirit bird, which Lu Huan had acquired from the blind egg he purchased earlier. "What are you up to, little one?" Lu Huan gazed at the spontaneously emerging Lu Yin spirit bird and inquired with a smile, "Chirp, chirp." The Lu Yin spirit bird softly called towards the direction of Lu Yin Mountain. "Are you suggesting that you possess a means to enter there in advance?" Lu Huan was taken aback momentarily, yet he harbored no skepticism. He understood that the Lu Yin spirit bird was indeed one of the most renowned mythical beasts in the vicinity of Lu Yin Mountain, known for its elusive nature. To be precise, although this creature had gained considerable fame throughout Lu Yin Mountain and many had glimpsed its form, no one truly knew the location of its lair. Thus, even if it were genuinely from the ruins of Lu Yin Mountain, Lu Huan would find it unremarkable. "Fatty, please wait here for a moment. I see an acquaintance and wish to greet them." Lu Huan concocted an excuse and departed from the crowd with the Lu Yin spirit bird, following the creature's guidance. Lu Huan arrived at a location several mountain peaks away from the gathering of people and beheld a small waterfall. Beneath the waterfall, there lay a crystal-clear pool, seemingly bottomless. "Is this the place?" Lu Huan pointed at the clear pool, his confusion deepening. Could this place truly allow the luminous flame spirit bird to pass through? With a splash, the luminous flame spirit bird did not respond to Lu Huan's inquiry, but rather broke free from his embrace and dove directly into the clear waters. Why the haste? Upon witnessing this, Lu Huan, filled with exasperation, cursed under his breath and promptly leaped down. Upon entering the crystal-clear pool, Lu Huan was taken aback to find the Lu Yin spirit bird not far from him, enveloped in a layer of transparent dark red bubbles. The water in the clear pond did not dampen the downy feathers that had just hatched. Upon seeing its master, Lu Huan, the Lu Yin spirit bird uttered no words, instead plunging downward towards the depths of the pond, as agile as a torpedo launched into the depths. Lu Huan had no choice but to grit his teeth and hastily give chase. The waterfall outside appeared modest in size, yet the depth of the clear pool seemed unfathomable. Lu Huan had followed the Lu Yin spirit bird as it descended for several thousand meters, yet the bottom remained elusive. However, the Lu Yin spirit bird suddenly came to a halt. Lu Huan faintly sensed a current flowing from the direction of the waterfall on his right. Sure enough, the Lu Yuan spirit bird stirred once more, gliding toward the oncoming tide. Lu Huan continued to follow. After a few minutes, a dilapidated entrance came into view. This entrance was exceedingly concealed. In this profound darkness, one could not see their own hand before their face. Not only would it be difficult for Lu Huan, a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, but even a powerful being at the core formation stage would likely struggle to discern anything. This was due to the presence of unique energies within the water, which not only affected the cultivator's vision, but also had a profound impact on their spiritual sense. Lu Huan felt as if his spiritual perception had completely failed in this place. He continued to advance along the passageway. Lu Huan suddenly realized that the diamond body protection technique had activated on its own, enveloping him in a dim golden glow. In the pitch-black corridor, he resembled a firefly in the night, shimmering with light. Those who did not pay close attention would surely mistake him for the Lu Yin spirit bird. Surrounded by fiery red bubbles, while he was encased in golden orbs. Wait, Lu Huan suddenly grasped the situation. The indestructible diamond body could not manifest spontaneously. It would only activate in response to an attack or threat. Was there danger lurking in the surroundings? Lu Huan cast a vigilant glance around, realizing that without spiritual perception, her vision was severely impaired, making it truly difficult to discern anything. However, she noticed that the luminous flame spirit bird continued to swim forward, seemingly unfazed by its surroundings. Lu Huan could only grit his teeth and cautiously continue to follow. He was filled with apprehension along the way. However, to his utter dismay, he ultimately realized that no danger had manifested at all. He was led by the Lu Yin spirit bird to a desiccated cave. Within the cave lay an ancient relic. System. Is it possible to sign in? Upon seeing the relic, Lu Huan instinctively thought of the system and hurriedly inquired. Sign in not possible. The system responded indifferently. Very well. Lu Huan was not overly disheartened. He wandered around the ruins and soon realized that what lay before him was merely an ordinary dark chamber, ravaged and far from remarkable. Chirp, chirp. The fiery spirit bird flitted around the chamber before suddenly launching itself like a cannonball towards the ground. Had this foolish bird lost its mind? Lu Huan blinked and promptly stepped back, evading the impact of the shockwave and debris generated by the explosion. Only then did she approach the crater created by the collision of the Lu Yin spirit bird, peering curiously into its depths. What is this? Gazing into the pit below, something emerged, leaving Lu Huan utterly bewildered. A delicate pattern unfolded before her eyes. A formation, perhaps? Lu Huan murmured softly to himself, observing as the fiery spirit bird relentlessly pecked at a depression at the center of the intricate design with its sharp beak. Lu Huan made a comparison and discovered that the indentation could easily accommodate 2 spirit stones. Immediately, Lu Huan leaped into the pit, retrieving 2 spirit stones and placing them into the intricate design. The Luyin spirit bird, upon witnessing this, immediately emitted a joyful chirp, its call resonating with a distinct frequency. Just then, a deep, resonant hum arose from the exquisite pattern beneath their feet, reminiscent of a machine being activated. Indeed, it is a formation. Lu Huan instinctively murmured a phrase, and in the next moment, a profound sense of dizziness enveloped him entirely. The sensation of vertigo did not linger for long. Lu Huan immediately regained consciousness. Upon further inspection of his surroundings, he discovered that he was no longer in the previous pit and dark chamber, but rather beside a flowing river. Above the river, a suspension bridge, several hundred meters in length, spanned across to either side. This so-called river was, in fact, not a true river, but a torrent of lava surging from west to east. It was situated at an astonishing height of several hundred meters above the ground. Curious, Lu Huan approached nearby, eager to peer closer, but the Luyin spirit bird reacted as if faced with a formidable foe, chattering anxiously as it pushed Lu Huan away from the perilous flow of molten lava. Hearing the bird's frantic warnings, Lu Huan realized the grave danger that the lava river posed, and it was prudent to maintain a safe distance. At that moment, a first-tier spirit fire bird flew by from a distance, merely passing through. The Luyin spirit bird sprang into action, opening its beak to unleash a torrent of liquid crystal light that surged forth towards the spirit fire bird. Newly hatched, the Luyin spirit bird, though classified as a 4th-tier beast, had yet to reach that level of maturity, currently only standing at 2nd tier. Nevertheless, subduing a spirit fire bird was still within its capabilities. After capturing the spirit fire bird, the Luyin spirit bird wasted no time in hurling it towards the expanse above the lava river, propelled by inertia. Regardless of whether the spirit firebird could fly, it would at least be flung several meters away before descending. However, in a tragic turn of events, the spirit firebird arced directly towards the lava river, plummeting into its depths. It flapped its wings frantically, emitting terrified cries as it struggled to ascend. Yet, an unseen force from the molten river seemed to relentlessly draw it downwards. Ultimately, the spirit firebird was mercilessly engulfed by the lava, instantaneously transforming into ash. Merging with the molten flow, Lu Huan is not a fool. In an instant, he comprehended the situation of the magma river. It was evident that within the magma river, there existed a mysterious force capable of drawing everything that passed through this place into the molten depths. Lu Huan glanced around and spotted a stone that matched his physique. He effortlessly lifted it and hurled it towards the opposite bank of the river. Under normal circumstances, this stone, weighing merely 1 or 2 tons, would have easily landed on the far side of the lava river. However, in this instance, much like the spirit firebird, the stone plunged immediately upon entering the lava river region. It barely soared a few meters before plummeting into the molten stream, vanishing from sight. Thus, in order to reach the opposite bank, the suspension bridge stood as the sole passage. But what lay beyond that bank? Lu Huan furrowed his brow, gazing across the expanse. A colossal unknown phantom loomed between heaven and earth, emanating an overwhelming pressure. At first glance, it resembled a towering giant. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a divine phoenix, obscuring the sun with its wings. In truth, Lu Huan was aware that this phenomenon was the manifestation of the formidable aura left by the powerful beings within the ruins of Luyin Mountain. An extraordinary spectacle born from the accumulation of energy in the void over an extended period. This conclusion was drawn by the predecessors who had previously ventured into the Luyin Mountain ruins. They too had aspired to chase after this enigmatic silhouette. Regrettably, even as the ruins of Luyin Mountain were about to close, they were unable to draw any nearer, no matter how far they had initially seen it. After a month of pursuit, it remained as distant as ever. Thus, the aforementioned conclusion was reached. Lu Huan entered the ruins of Luyin Mountain for the first time, possessing only a limited understanding of the surroundings. Upon witnessing the ethereal figure, memories of certain rumors he had previously heard surfaced in his mind, prompting his gaze to return to the suspension bridge before him. Suddenly, a mischievous smile graced the corners of Lu Huan's lips. After casting a furtive glance at the teleportation array beside the bridge, he discreetly tampered with the suspension bridge and subsequently activated the teleportation array once more. As anticipated, The teleportation array whirred to life, transporting him back to the secluded chamber of the clear pool, retracing his steps. When Lu Huan returned to the entrance of the Luyin mountain ruins, everyone was still anxiously waiting. "Brother, where have you been? Why did you take so long?" When Lu Huan found the fatty and the boatman, he noticed the presence of an additional man and woman beside them. The team was complete. However, upon seeing the hostile expressions on the faces of fatty and the boatman directed at the man, Lu Huan sensed that there was more to the situation than met the eye. As he approached a few steps closer, his gaze fell upon the woman. She was stunningly beautiful, with an alluring figure. Her entire form seemed to be entwined in a fiery red ribbon. The areas that required modesty were impeccably concealed, while the parts that did not were unabashedly revealed. Amidst the delicate interplay of concealment and revelation, she exuded an irresistible charm, perpetually drawing the attention of the men around her. She resembled a siren. Beside this enchanting figure stood a man, whose cold demeanor could not mask his arrogance, and whose eyes radiated a disdainful contempt for all. "Are you our final teammate?" he scoffed, regarding Lu Huan with an air of superiority. "Fatty, what is going on?" Lu Huan furrowed his brows, showing no regard for the man's authority, and inquired of the hefty fellow with a sense of bewilderment. "This guy has been watching you for ages without making a move, and now he's taken it upon himself to hire a teammate, intending to oust you." The portly man and the boatman glared at the man with indignation, gritting their teeth. "Having invested my money, I naturally hold the reins of this team. Should you too persist in your prattle, I shall expel you as well." The man regarded the portly fellow and the boatman with disdain, scoffing coldly before turning his gaze to the enchanting woman, stating, "Yao Yao, what sort of worthless teammates have you found? If it weren't for you, how could I, Duan Wuqing, possibly associate with such inept individuals?" Upon hearing this, the boatman's expression darkened to the utmost degree. Fixing a resolute gaze upon the enchanting woman, he declared, "Jiang Daoyu, if that is the case, then we shall not impede your endeavors. The hefty fellow and I will withdraw from the team. Then do so promptly. I was already lamenting the embarrassment of being in a team with you, and it would save me the trouble of taking matters into my own hands." Duan Wuqing urged with delight. "Because of him?" The enchanting woman, Jiang Yao, finally changed her countenance. Her alluring eyes glanced at Lu Huan, revealing a hint of discontent. Before adopting a condescending tone as she said, "I shall grant you 10,000 spirit stones. Go find someone else to form a team." Lu Huan raised his eyebrows, unable to suppress a chuckle. Since preparing to participate in this ancient site, myriad events had transpired, compelling him to part ways with his companions time and again. He felt as though he and the Luyin mountain relic were destined to clash. "Laughing at me, are you? What is the matter? Do you think 10,000 spirit stones are insufficient? Here, take another 10,000 and be gone." Duan Wuqing, with evident impatience, produced a sum of 10,000 spirit stones and hurled them directly at Lu Huan. The seemingly casual toss, however, was laced with a palpable aura of spiritual energy enveloping the stones. Should Lu Huan dare to reach out, this energy would erupt instantaneously. If Lu Huan were merely an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, he would either be obliterated or left severely incapacitated. Perhaps Duan Wuqing believed his prowess to be so formidable that he need not conceal it. Lu Huan and his companions could not discern it. Yet, he truly underestimated Lu Huan. Swish! Lu Huan refrained from idle chatter, swiftly positioning himself between the rotund man and the boatman, raising his fist with fervor and striking towards Duan Wuqing. The spirit stones enveloping Duan Wuqing, infused with spiritual energy, erupted in a violent explosion. Jiang Yao and Duan Wuqing's expressions shifted dramatically as they recoiled in fear. Yet, amidst the chaos of the blast, a fist, burgeoning in size, cleaved through the shockwave with relentless fury, descending upon Duan Wuqing. "Ah!" Duan Wuqing let out a wretched cry, his body soaring into the sky like a missile released from its chamber. "Are you Lu Huan?" Jiang Yao exclaimed, retreating 2 steps in terror. Lu Huan." The rotund man and the boatman were already rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before them. They were acutely aware of Duan Wuqing's prowess, a formidable presence in the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Just as he had stated, he ought not to have been present here. Yet, for Jiang Yao's sake, he had resolved to seal his cultivation by special means at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, accompanying Jiang Yao into this ordeal. However, such a decision was intended for the moment of entry, as he still retained his strength in the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. And yet, a practitioner of the initial stage of the Golden Core realm had been sent flying by a single strike from his own brother? They were left astounded, caught in a whirlwind of disbelief. In that moment, the name Lu Huan resonated in the air. Recently, due to the issuance of 2 warrants, Lu Huan's name had already echoed throughout the Luyan Mountain. Not only the rotund fellow and the ferryman, but also a multitude of cultivators nearby cast their gazes in unison towards him. Many among them exhibited glimmers of anticipation in their eyes, seemingly eager to discern what extraordinary prowess could lead both the Heavenly Sword sect and the True Fire Pavilion to pursue him so fervently. Fairy, could you enlighten me as to why you are so intent on making the ferryman your ally? What ulterior motives do you harbor? Confronted with the revelation of his identity, Lu Huan remained unflustered, exuding a tranquil demeanor, unperturbed by the thought that anyone around could apprehend him. What does that have to do with you? A flicker of panic darted across Jiang Yao's eyes before she swiftly regained her composure, feigning calmness as she retorted, "You seem to be feeling guilty. It appears there is indeed something amiss." Lu Huan's smile blossomed even more as she turned to the dazed boatman beside her and inquired, "Boatman, do you wish to know about this woman?" Before Lu Huan could finish speaking, Zhou Zi suddenly reacted, pointing at Jiang Yao with a complex expression and said, "I just recalled that the unique token we obtained from that fellow Peng Hong is identical to the one she possesses. Could it be that Peng Hong was specifically placed by her to monitor you?" Lu Huan casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao's expression abruptly transformed into one of terror, and without a moment's hesitation, she took flight like a mighty rock soaring into the distance. Still attempting to flee, in the corner of his eye, Lu Huan caught sight of Jiang Yao fleeing, a glimmer of delight flashing across his gaze. With a swift motion, he summoned the Fire Cloud Sword, directing it towards the direction of Jiang Yao's escape. Heavenly Sword Spirit Technique. A resounding explosion echoed as the sword's brilliance illuminated the sky, seemingly intent on tearing the void apart, appearing above the heads of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Amidst the fearful yet curious gazes of the crowd, the attack surged towards Jiang Yao. Feeling the impending sword light behind her, Jiang Yao's complexion darkened further. Suddenly, her body erupted in a surge of fiery brilliance, accelerating once more as she fled into the distance. Boom! At that very moment, the Heavenly Sword Spirit Technique appeared to be drawn by some unseen force, slightly altering its trajectory and fortuitously colliding with the formation at the entrance of the Luyan Mountain ruins. A terrifying sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In the chaos, the formation and the surrounding area for several kilometers were violently torn apart by the Fire Cloud Sword, leaving behind an unfathomable sword scar that extended towards the Luyan Mountain ruins. Crack! Suddenly, a thunderous cracking sound erupted from the summit of Luyan Mountain, visible even from the city below, resembling a colossal crystal. Following this, a spine-chilling fissure, like lightning, split the mountain in two from top to bottom, coinciding with the ground fissure created by the Heavenly Sword Spirit Technique. Those who missed the preceding spectacle might instinctively believe that a single sword strike had transformed the Luyan Mountain ruins into what lay before them. The atmosphere was undeniably eerie, leaving everyone in a state of shock. After a considerable pause, someone in the crowd abruptly exclaimed, "What the hell? Can the Luyan Mountain ruins still be accessed? It's all well and good to boast, but it seems the entrance to the ruins has been completely destroyed. How can we enter now? Truly, my idol, this sword strike is astonishingly powerful. While access to the ruins may be impossible, witnessing such a move from their idol was worth a lifetime." A tidal wave of discussions erupted, swiftly spreading through the crowd. Amidst the clamor, several peak golden core cultivators surged from the throng, surrounding Lu Huan. "Lu Huan, how dare you show such blatant disrespect to the heavens by damaging the Luyan Mountain ruins? You must answer for this today. Regardless of how you have provoked the True Fire Pavilion and the Heavenly Sword sect, your actions have wrought destruction upon the Luyan Mountain ruins, and you must compensate every person present." As a multitude of individuals glared at Lu Huan, a few formidable cultivators at the core formation stage gazed upon him with fervent admiration. They surged forth from the crowd, positioning themselves protectively behind Lu Huan, their faces alight with fierce determination as they directed their ire towards those demanding compensation from him. "Let anyone dare to harm our esteemed leader," one of them declared passionately. "Fear not, Master, I have come to your rescue." Yushan bellowed at the opposing core formation cultivators, then turned to Lu Huan, brimming with self-assurance. Bowing and scraping in a display of obsequiousness, the onlookers stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding scene. How had he suddenly become the leader? What had happened to the bounty on his head? Lu Huan gazed at Yushan with a similarly enigmatic expression. A late-stage core formation cultivator scoffed. Huan. When did your heavenly sword sect fall to such a level that a foundation establishment practitioner could become your sect leader? Huan snorted disdainfully, asserting, how we conduct our affairs in the heavenly sword sect is of no concern to you. Huan, you ought to weigh your words carefully. Are you truly prepared to oppose all factions in Qing'an County? The core formation cultivator's countenance darkened instantly, roaring in fury. Heh, Huan retorted with another sneer. So what? Our heavenly sword sect has faced threats from you before. Have you forgotten the last joint expedition? With that, Huan's gaze abruptly fixed on a particular individual among the group of core formation experts, coldly stating, Elder Wang, how has your sect leader been faring lately? We're leaving. Elder Wang, targeted by Huan's stare and a member of the Flying Mountain sect, heard this remark and his expression soured to its utmost. After casting a fierce glare at Huan, he turned away without hesitation. Following Elder Wang's departure, accompanied by 3 other core formation cultivators from the Flying Mountain sect, more of the suspended core formation experts silently departed. Moments later, only 10 remained among the opposing core formation cultivators. These were the elders from factions that had not participated in the previous joint expedition against the Heavenly Sword sect. Naturally, the embarrassing incident of the failed expedition was not widely publicized, leaving them unaware of what had transpired that day. They had merely heard that this group ultimately met with failure, and had once mocked them for attempting to confront the Heavenly Sword sect without bringing along their nascent soul ancestors. Wasn't he that laughable? They believed the failure of the joint expedition was due to the emergence of the Heavenly Sword sect's nascent soul ancestor, who had driven them away. However, now the nascent soul ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sect was absent, and collectively, the number of their core formation cultivators far exceeded that of the Heavenly Sword sect by more than tenfold. They could easily intimidate the Heavenly Sword sect. Yet, as soon as Huan spoke, the cultivators who had participated in the joint expedition began to withdraw, leaving only a few behind, which instilled a sense of unease among them. Notably, many observed that as the core formation experts departed, they cast wary glances at Huan. Considering that Huan, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, had ascended to the position of sect leader in the Heavenly Sword sect, it was hard to believe that nothing unusual was afoot. Reflecting on this, the leader, Leng Wu, softened his tone slightly, adopting a more conciliatory demeanor as he inquired, Elder Yu, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to inquire whether the destruction of the entrance to the Lu Yin Mountain ruins, caused by your sect's leader, will result in an inability to access the ruins, and if so, who shall bear this loss? After all, for so many years, no one has obtained the legacy within. It could very well be a fabrication. What significant loss could there possibly be? Huan responded with indifference. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lang Wu, his lips twitching, and his expression darkened further. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the cultivators preparing to enter the Lu Yin mountain ruins. Noticing their expressions sour in response to Huan's remarks, he suddenly erupted into laughter. Yet, his smile bore an insidious quality. Elder Yu, this matter cannot simply be dismissed as you suggest. While we, the cultivators at the core formation stage, may not particularly care for a mere ruin, do you truly believe these young foundation establishment practitioners can afford to disregard it? Is it really acceptable to resolve this so easily? Lang Wu bellowed deliberately, his voice resonating throughout the gathering of cultivators. The scene fell silent for a moment. The disciples from the Zixing Pavilion, where Lang Wu was situated, were the first to react, voicing their outrage with fervent cries. No, it is unacceptable. Each shout of indignation ignited like a fuse to gunpowder, swiftly spreading through the crowd. It cannot be. The desperate roars erupted from the foundation establishment practitioners present, their furious voices soaring into the heavens, reverberating like thunder and shaking the very core of the onlookers. Huan's countenance turned grim. In his attempt to temporarily shield Huan, he had indeed overlooked this pressing issue, focusing solely on dismissing the core formation elders, believing those young foundation establishment practitioners would not dare to revolt. However, now, due to Leng Wu's deliberate provocation, the situation had escalated beyond his control. Master, what shall we do now? Huan murmured to Huan, his head filled with concern. Huan scoffed. Elder Yu, were you not brimming with confidence when you stepped forward to rescue me? Do continue with your efforts. Huan had long declared that he would not ascend to the position of the sect leader of the Tianjin sect. He was aware that Huan's sudden appearance was not born out of genuine concern for his safety. Rather, it was merely a quest for the Tianjin Lingjue and the Forbidden Spirit Seal. Upon hearing this, Huan felt a wave of grievance wash over him. Just as he was about to speak, he witnessed Lu Huan summon the forbidden spirit seal. A flicker of excitement lit up Yushan's eyes, prompting him to refrain from speaking, his face brimming with anticipation. The forbidden spirit seal, renowned in Qingyan County, was a treasure of great repute. Even Cold Wu recognized it immediately, exclaiming in astonishment, "The forbidden spirit seal is actually in your possession? Have you truly become the sect leader of the Tianjin sect?" Lu Huan did not indulge in idle chatter. He promptly unleashed the binding spirit seal, hurling it towards Lung Wu. Hee, Yushan chuckled wickedly. Even their revered spirit sword ancestor could not withstand the confinement of the binding spirit seal. How could a late-stage core formation cultivator like Lung Wu hope to resist it? Yushan could not help but glance at Lu Huan, silently marveling. Truly, he is the son of Lu Guangqi, displaying the same ruthless disposition as his father. When provoked, he does not hesitate to employ extreme measures to set an example. Initially unaware of Lu Huan's background, Yushan's understanding deepened when the emergence of the nascent soul third-layer sword ancestor freed the spirit sword ancestor and Jian Changxing from their sealed energies, during which Lu Guangqi's name was mentioned. It dawned on him that Lu Huan was indeed the offspring of the Mad Dragon Sword Sovereign. This revelation clarified why Lu Huan could cultivate the heavenly sword spirit technique. As the illustrious son of the Mad Dragon Sword Sovereign, it was only natural that he inherited Lu Guangqi's formidable swordsmanship talent. Mastering a third-grade sword technique was hardly surprising. However, had Yushan known that the heavenly sword spirit technique was not merely a third-grade technique, but rather a fifth-grade one, his astonishment would have escalated further. "Child, do you seek death?" Long Wu, oblivious to these intricacies yet aware of the binding spirit seal's might, was incensed to see a mere foundation establishment cultivator like Lu Huan daring to attack him. Clang. A late-stage core formation cultivator could not hope to stand against Lu Huan. Enraged, Lang Wu summoned his magical artifact, but as he prepared to retaliate, he felt his internal spiritual energy completely sealed, rendering him powerless. Not only was he unable to wield his artifact against Lu Huan, but even maintaining levitation had become impossible. Long Wu, succumbing to the same fate as Yuan Qifeng and the others, let out a piercing scream as he plummeted towards the ground. TSK, Yushan had anticipated this scenario, grinning with malicious delight as he mocked, "Oh, fellow Taoist Long, what has befallen you? Why can you no longer fly? You are a core formation expert, after all." The individuals who had initially stood beside Lung Wu instantly became vigilant, their gazes darting nervously towards Lu Huan. "Do I still need to take responsibility for this?" Lu Huan smiled gently at the group of people. Like a set of rattling drums, they hurriedly shook their heads, their faces adorned with terror. They had long heard of the infamous forbidden spirit seal, and with the bold cold crow leading the way, they dared not utter a word at this moment. Upon witnessing this, Lu Huan's face broke into a faint smile. With a peculiar glimmer in his eyes, he articulated his thoughts. In truth, the destruction of the entrance to the Luyin mountain ruins was not intentional. However, it was merely a coincidence that I happened to know of another passage that grants access to the Luyin mountain ruins. What? As Lu Huan's words fell, the assembly of core formation realm experts was left in stunned silence, particularly the individuals from the Heavenly Sword sect, including Yushan. They had never anticipated that Lu Huan possessed knowledge of an alternate passageway into the Luyin mountain ruins. However, if Lu Huan truly held such information, why unveil it at this moment? Would it not have been more prudent to allow the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect to enjoy it exclusively? The other sect's powerful figures, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Yushan's mind, eagerly inquired, "Lord Lu, is your statement indeed true? We are immensely grateful for such valuable information. You are truly remarkable, Lord Lu. I shall refer to you as please, do not be overly excited." Lu Huan's smile appeared increasingly enigmatic. "It is said that to gain entry into the Luyin mountain ruins, one must pay an admission fee. Rest assured, Master Lu, since you have discovered this new entrance, the collection of the ticket fees will undoubtedly fall to you. Indeed, according to the rules, this is certainly the case. You need not worry, we shall not take a single coin from the ticket fees." The group of core formation experts before him seemed to overlook the true entrance to the ruins, which had been destroyed by Lu Huan, and instead were expressions of sycophantic flattery. Witnessing this scene, Lu Huan's smile grew brighter as she gently waved her hand and remarked, "The ticket fee alone is certainly insufficient. You sects must contribute a portion of the opening costs. It need not be excessive. A mere 1 million spirit stones from each sect will suffice." As Lu Huan's words fell, an immediate wave of discontent arose. 1 million spirit stones? Surely, this is excessive. Just from the ticket fees alone, Sect Master Lu, you stand to gain several million spirit stones. Now, to demand an additional 1 million spirit stones from each sect? Sect Master Lu, are you not being a tad too avaricious? Avaricious? Lu Huan crossed his arms and remarked with an air of indifference. The opportunity has been presented to you, and if you choose to disregard it, that is of no consequence to me. After all, is there truly such a thing as a free lunch? Is 1 million spirit stones a substantial amount? Our Heavenly Sword sect expends over 10 million spirit stones annually on our distinguished disciples. He boasted. You are required to contribute as well. Lu Huan did not show the slightest regard for Yushan. Upon hearing this, she immediately interjected. Ah? Yushan was taken aback, momentarily stunned, as if he had suddenly grasped something profound. He promptly nodded, saying, Understood, Sect Master. When we return to the sect, we shall present you with 1 million spirit stones. You are absolutely correct. This passage was discovered by you alone and does not represent our Heavenly Sword sect. Even we must, of course, offer our due tribute. Lu Huan and Yushan performed in a dramatic duet, leaving a group of core formation experts nearby utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? However, upon further reflection on Yushan's words, they began to perceive a semblance of reason. After all, it was a privately discovered passageway that was now being offered to the public. Shouldn't he, the discoverer, be allowed to earn some compensation to support their household? Thus, they acquiesced. Indeed, Yushan's argument held merit. The sum of 1 million spirit stones was but a fraction of the annual expenditure incurred by any sect on their outstanding disciples. The Tianjin sect, eager to gain access to the Luyin mountain relic through Lu Huan's channel, willingly offered payment. The external sects felt somewhat embarrassed to withhold their contributions. Consequently, several sects with amicable ties to the Tianjin sect opted to pay the required fee. Just then, a feeble voice interjected. Are you not concerned that the entrance to the Luyin mountain relic has not been damaged and may still be reopened? The speaker was none other than the spirit-locked Long Wu. Upon hearing Lang Wu's words, the core formation experts who were poised to pay the spirit stones hesitated abruptly. Mind your own business. Before Lu Huan could finish speaking, Yushan erupted in a furious roar, suddenly summoning a long sword that lunged towards the cold raven with lethal intent. With its spiritual energy sealed, the cold raven stood no chance against Yushan's assault. In an instant, it was pierced through, falling lifelessly to the ground. What a nuisance! Upon witnessing this, Lu Huan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of rage. A notification echoed in his ears, indicating a loss of a century's worth of cultivation. Master, he exclaimed, I simply found him too bothersome. Lu Huan's furious rebuke startled Yushan, who, with a face filled with terror, began to explain himself. Lu Huan wore a grim expression, and after issuing another sharp reprimand, he inadvertently reminded, Go, inform the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect to prepare their tickets. Shortly, I shall lead them to the passage. The entrance to the Luyin mountain ruins may still be opened. Entering in advance will undoubtedly yield greater benefits. Yes, Sect Master. Yushan and his companions were elated and promptly turned to soar towards the direction of the Heavenly Sword sect disciples. After Yushan and the others departed, the group of Foundation establishment experts, who were prepared to pay, approached Lu Huan with obsequious expressions, inquiring in a hushed tone, Sect Master Lu, is it true that the passage you discovered allows for early entry into the Luyin mountain ruins? If there were no chance of early entry, why would I ask you to spend an additional 1 million spirit stones? Lu Huan retorted. So it turns out that the esteemed Master Lu has considered this matter in such a manner. We have indeed underestimated your noble intentions. With that, the formidable cultivator of the Golden Core realm promptly retrieved 1 million spirit stones from his storage ring and placed them before Lu Huan. Observing this, the other sect leaders, unwilling to be outdone, eagerly scrambled to present their contributions to Lu Huan. In the blink of an eye, Lu Huan's fortune amounted to a staggering 12 million spirit stones, a sum sufficient for an outstanding disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. It would take a millennium of abstinence from sustenance and the accumulation of sect benefits to amass such a wealth of spirit stones. Of course, this is predicated on the condition that one can endure for such a long time. Standing behind Lu Huan, the portly man and the boatman gazed at the vast array of spirit stones, their eyes glistening with envy. They had never laid eyes on such a treasure before in their lifetimes. Despite their envy, there was no trace of greed in the gazes of the boatman and the portly man. Prepare yourselves, we shall depart together. As Lu Huan turned his head, he chanced upon the sight of the two individuals, and he nodded with great satisfaction. Their character truly befitted the bond of brothers and close friends. undoubtedly surpassing that of Lin Bai in terms of camaraderie. Alas, with the revelation of his own identity, it would be nearly impossible to maintain the kind of relationship cultivated over the past few days. Master Lu, may we also enter? The portly man and the boatman exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Lu Huan's words. Sigh. Lu Huan sighed, fully aware that the outcome would unfold in this manner. Why not? Thank you, Master Lu. Master Lu is truly remarkable. The stout man and the boatman exclaimed in unison. Before long, the formidable leaders of the Heavenly Sword sect and other sects that had paid their dues appeared behind Lu Huan, accompanied by their respective disciples. A glance revealed that, on average, each sect had brought around 50,000 individuals, culminating in nearly 700,000 in total. Each ticket cost 20 spirit stones. Lu Huan is able to once again amass 14 million spirit stones. Master, this is the ticket fee for the disciples. Please accept it. Yushan displayed remarkable foresight. When gathering the disciples, he proactively collected their ticket fees in advance. The other powerful sect members, eager to adapt, swiftly followed suit, voluntarily assisting in the early collection of the disciples' ticket fees, dutifully delivering them into Lu Huan's hands. The spirit stones now total 14 million. Lu Huan's smile grew more pronounced, and her expression increasingly took on a bizarre and cold demeanor. In her heart, she secretly mused, Hee, little brother Ma, you ought to be grateful to me. Soon I shall cultivate a new faction of your followers upon the desolate expanse of the Tianhuan continent. Master Lu, what about the wandering cultivators? A stout individual suddenly interjected, noting the presence of several such practitioners among the assembly. Wandering cultivators, you say? Why not inquire if they would be inclined to enter Luyin Mountain ahead of schedule? The admission fee remains a mere 20 spirit stones per person. Lu Huan pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to grant the scattered cultivators an opportunity. He then reminded them, by the way, let them supervise each other. If they discover that someone among them is a disciple of a certain faction present, they should inform me at once. There will be a reward for the informant. Understood. The corpulent man and the boatman promptly sprang into action. Soon, they returned to Lu Huan's side, accompanied by several thousand individuals, their arms laden with a substantial quantity of spiritual stones. Lu Huan, accompanied by his subordinates, momentarily refrained from further conversation and led the way towards the concealed passage. As for the other sects that had not paid, he deemed them unworthy of his attention. The elders of those who had settled their dues would undoubtedly take action to impede any attempts at free entry, just as Lu Huan had anticipated. As he and his team soared towards the hidden entrance, the sects that had paid, including the Heavenly Sword sect, automatically stationed at least 3 formidable golden core cultivators each. In total, there were around 30 to 40 golden core experts, their gazes fixed intently on the remaining group of practitioners. Although no one spoke, they formed a line, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled fear among the others. Under such circumstances, who would dare to follow them? On the other side, Lu Huan led the team. Encountering no unforeseen circumstances, the hundreds of thousands of foundational realm cultivators followed Lu Huan into the ruins of Luyin Mountain. From the moment they approached the entrance, they were struck by the terrifying nature of the Little Horse Brothers premium system. Each activation of the teleportation array required 2 spirit stones. Lu Huan was not so benevolent as to provide each of them with the spirit stones necessary to activate the teleportation array. Moreover, for this group of disciples, 2 spirit stones held little significance. Surely, they would not fall out with Lu Huan over such a trivial matter. Thus, this group of individuals reluctantly embarked on the path of financial investment. Many cultivators present were not newcomers to the Luyin Mountain ruins. Upon entering the ruins via the teleportation array, the environment around them elicited expressions of sheer ecstasy from those familiar with the place, who could not help but exclaim in excitement, Indeed, it is the Luyin Mountain ruins. Master Lu is truly my idol. He has not deceived us. This must be the fabled Lost Canyon within the Luyin Mountain ruins. Beyond this point, it is said one enters the heart of Luyin Mountain. Those 20 tickets were not given in vain. We have struck it rich. Within the Luyin Mountain ruins, there exists a formidable pressure from powerful beings. Those lacking strength could only wander the outskirts, unable to obtain significant resources, let alone inherit any legacies. Yet, now that they had directly arrived at the central area, they had the opportunity to attain such inheritances. The fervent discussions among the crowd brought an almost uncontrollable smile to Lu Huan's face. Unable to contain their excitement, someone quickly cast a glance around before dashing towards the sole bridge leading into the central area. However, just at that moment, a shrill cry resounded from the bridge. A Luyin spirit bird, enveloped in fiery red bubbles, obstructed their path with an imposing aura that suggested it could single-handedly hold back a multitude. Luyin Spirit Bird? It turned out that the Luyin Spirit Bird truly was the divine bird of Luyin Mountain. What luck! I am destined to strike it rich. Encountering such a treasure upon entry, I must form a contract. Before this peak foundation establishment cultivator could finish his thought, he was suddenly struck and sent flying by an attack from the Luyin Spirit Bird. System cultivation level increased by 50 years. In an instant, the prompt from the system echoed in Lu Huan's ears. Indeed, this Luyin Spirit Bird was none other than the one Lu Huan had left behind. His initial intention was to lure a few cultivators into this place and then have the Luyin Spirit Bird block the soul path forward, collecting a toll for passage. It was also a second wave of the Krypton Gold system initiated by Brother Ma. However, the unforeseen events that transpired left him astonished. Before any toll had been paid, he had already amassed over 20 million spirit stones. As for the Luyin Spirit Bird's ability to effortlessly strike back a peak foundation establishment cultivator, that was a result of Lu Huan sacrificing a millennium's worth of system cultivation to elevate the Luyin Spirit Bird from its juvenile phase to maturity, instantly advancing it to the third tier. A third-tier demon beast is equivalent to a human cultivator at the core formation stage. In a relic where core formation cultivators cannot enter, a third-tier demon beast reigns supreme. The cultivators present, aside from the corpulent one and the boatman, vaguely sensed a connection between the Luyin Spirit Bird and Lu Huan. The others were utterly oblivious, as they witnessed the effortless defeat of the peak foundation establishment cultivator. The remaining individuals felt a shiver run down their spines, all simultaneously turning their gazes toward Lu Huan. Why are you all looking at me? Don't ask. I too am unaware that a Luyin Spirit Bird is blocking the way. However, Lu Huan analyzed seriously. It seems that this Luyin Spirit Bird harbors no ill intentions. It merely prevents us from crossing the suspension bridge. Perhaps we must find something to offer it in order to gain passage. Chirp, chirp. The Luyin Spirit Bird immediately responded with a joyful call. Indeed, it appears to be the case. What do you require? Lu Huan feigned excitement and inquired. Chirp, chirp. The Luyin Spirit Bird emitted another call, and suddenly a spirit stone appeared in its grasp. Do you require a spirit stone? Goodness, as a beast. What need do you have for a spirit stone? Lu Huan roared in fury, confronting the formidable spirit bird, Luyin. The onlookers, filled with admiration and deep emotion, recognized that Lu Huan was bravely standing against a third-tier beast not for himself, but for their sake. You wretched creature, I shall not grant you any spirit stones today. Not when it concerns my fellow human beings. With a face full of fury, Lu Huan brandished the forbidden spirit seal and shouted as he hurled it towards the Luyin Spirit Bird. Goodness, there was truly no need for Master Lu to act so recklessly. Even if that foolish bird desired spirit stones, it likely would not demand much. There was no necessity to offend it on our behalf. A third-tier monster, particularly the Luyin Spirit Bird, even Master Lu might not stand a chance against it. Master Lu is so domineering. I could not help but wish to bear his offspring. Following Master Lu indeed brings an overwhelming sense of security. Why am I not a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect? Lu Huan's actions immediately elicited a chorus of astonished gasps. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, with heads held high and expressions brimming with pride, basked in the admiration of their peers. The envy and jealousy radiating from disciples of other sects caused them to completely overlook the earlier scene where they had pressured Lu Huan to leave in the face of the united team. At this moment, they were united in a singular thought. Having a master like Lu Huan certainly seemed quite advantageous. Bang! Just as the crowd gasped in awe, the luminous flame spirit bird emitted a disdainful cry. Its body, initially no larger than a soccer ball, suddenly expanded dramatically. With wings unfurled, it stretched an impressive 5 to 6 meters in length, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. An intense blaze radiated from its entire being, instilling a sense of terror. It then flapped its wings with force, unleashing a violent whirlwind of flames that struck the spirit-binding seal. Before the seal could even be activated, it was instantly sent flying by the fiery tempest, hurtling directly toward Lu Huan's chest. Puff! Lu Huan spat a mouthful of fresh blood, his expression waning as he was sent hurtling into the distance. A mixture of shock and fury etched upon his face. A peak third-tier beast? Damn it! How could it be a peak third-tier monster? I refuse to accept this. With a heart-wrenching roar, Lu Huan once again unleashed a torrent of blood, colliding violently against a barren stone mountain. With a thunderous crash, the seemingly impenetrable rock could not withstand the force of his impact, shattering into countless fragments. The debris erupted forth like a relentless barrage from a machine gun, mercilessly tearing through the surroundings, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. The scene before everyone left them utterly stupefied, a flicker of fear igniting within their hearts. How could this be? The formidable strength of Lord Lu is such that he cannot contend with the fiery spirit bird? Surely, we cannot meet our demise here. Suddenly, a graceful and petite figure soared from the crowd, darting towards the large crater where Lu Huan had fallen. Josie and the plump fellow were abruptly roused, rushing forward. What brings this young lady here? Amidst the thick fog, Lu Huan furrowed his brow upon seeing Su Shaoan charging towards him. Assessing his predicament, he swiftly dissipated the protective barrier of the indestructible body, scooping up a handful of dust from the ground and applying it to himself. In an instant, Lu Huan transformed into a beggar. Ah, this will suffice. Lu Huan continued to lie on the ground, feigning a state of weakness. After a moment, Lu Huan distinctly sensed a familiar fragrance wafting towards him. Subsequently, his body was enveloped in someone's embrace, and his head inadvertently bumped against a solid surface, causing an unexpected twinge of pain. Poor little girl. Lu Huan silently complained in her heart as she opened her weary eyes to gaze at the girl holding her. Quickly, consume these medicinal pills. Your injuries are far too severe. Su Shaoan's fair and delicate visage was now etched with concern. Upon noticing Lu Huan's awakening, she promptly retrieved several small porcelain vials, hastily extracting numerous pills from within and pressing them into Lu Huan's mouth. Lu Huan woo-woo. It's all right, just take the elixirs, and everything will be fine. Su Shaoan comforted her while firmly pressing Lu Huan's mouth, forcefully stuffing more than 10 elixirs into her mouth. Lu Huan's body stirred slightly. Yet the young girl tightened her embrace anxiously, causing her head to strike against something hard once more. The pain was excruciating. Lu Huan's heart was filled with resentment. Little girl, even if your family is affluent, there is no need to construct an airport so formidable. What is it? Is your family's airport designed to accommodate spaceships? Lu Huan hastily chewed and swallowed the healing elixir. Consisting solely of restorative properties, its consumption bore no adverse effects upon him. He sprang up from the ground, striking a pose to showcase his muscles, and exclaimed, "Saintess, your elixir is remarkably effective. Behold, all my injuries have vanished without a trace. Thank goodness. You were far too reckless just now." That was a peak-tier third-grade Luoyan spirit bird, no less formidable than a Yuanying ancestor. It's merely a handful of spirit stones. We are certainly capable of affording that. Su Shaoan, as always, spoke in a tone far beyond her years, imparting wisdom to Lu Huan. This was a habit formed during their previous visit to the Saintess Palace, where Lu Huan, lacking any system, endeavored to win the favor of the esteemed Saintess. In retrospect, his efforts to ingratiate himself were indeed fruitful. However, it must be noted that this young lady hails from an exceedingly affluent family. Lu Huan's gaze inadvertently swept towards a certain direction, and he let out a silent sigh. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from afar. He quickly donned a facade of bravado and said, "Saintess, while your words hold merit, our entry into the Luoyan mountain ruins has already granted us a ticket. Are the spirit stones of us cultivators so easily obtained? I simply refuse to accept that. It is nothing but a foolish bird. What need does it have for spirit stones?" Su Shaoan, observing Lu Huan's demeanor, felt a surge of emotion within her heart. Silently reflecting, Lu Huan has become remarkably powerful, yet he remains true to his original aspirations, embodying the same fervor and ambition as before. Such steadfastness is truly rare. Though Su Shaoan harbored these thoughts internally, she did not express them overtly. Instead, a hint of playful reproach, reminiscent of a woman's affectionate exasperation towards her man, graced her lips. This is his domain. What harm is there in offering a few spirit stones? We are hardly in need of such trifles. Lu Huan was unaware of Su Shaoan's inner thoughts. Yet, this was precisely the attitude he desired. Ideally, he wished for all present to share the same sentiment. With a raised brow, he observed figures emerging from the dissipating smoke and sighed. So be it. My strength is still insufficient. Otherwise, how could this foolish bird behave so arrogantly? I wonder how many spirit stones it requires for us to approach. Su Shaoan was once again moved. A glimmer of tears distinctly sparkled in her eyes. The few figures rushing over were similarly touched by Lu Huan's fearless spirit in coming forth for them. They halted, mouths agape, clearly wishing to express something. However, overcome by emotion, they stood nearby, teary-eyed and at a loss for words, unable to articulate their feelings. Sainus, help me rise. I yearn to discover just how many spirit stones this foolish bird truly demands. Lu Huan trembled, placing a hand upon Su Xiaowan's shoulder. Su Xiaowan, seemingly oblivious to Lu Huan's gesture, silently assisted her in rising from the ground, unperturbed by any perceived offense. To the bridge. Lu Huan spoke with an unusual determination. Su Xiaowan was taken aback and immediately signaled a disciple from the Tianjin sect in the distance. The disciple, quick-witted, rushed towards the Luoyin spirit bird, producing spirit stones. 1, 2, 5, 10. With repeated attempts, it was only when he presented 20 stones that the Luoyin spirit bird gracefully leaped aside, no longer obstructing the way of the Tianjin disciple. The disciple shouted in excitement, "Holy Maiden, we have succeeded. Just 20 spirit stones. With this, we can cross the suspension bridge." Many, upon hearing that merely 20 spirit stones were sufficient to cross the bridge, could not help but display expressions of exhilaration. They did not perceive this number as excessive. In comparison to the treasures they could reap from the Luoyin mountain, this amount was insignificant. However, just as the crowd was eagerly preparing to gather funds for the passage, a furious roar erupted. "Foolish bird, how dare you demand so much? I will not relent." Everyone turned, astonished, towards Lu Huan. They watched as he, dragging his injured body, charged furiously at the Luoyin spirit bird, seemingly ready to fight to the end. Among the crowd, some individuals whom Lu Huan did not even recognize finally spoke up. "Sectmaster Lu, there is no need for this. 20 spirit stones is a trivial sum. We can afford it." "Indeed, Sectmaster Lu, we are grateful for your support. 20 spirit stones is not a burden. Please do not let such a trivial matter cause you further harm. Sectmaster Lu, we truly appreciate your assistance. Yet it is unnecessary." Su Xiaowan, however, had no time for such discussions. The supportive gesture she had extended towards Lu Huan transformed into a full embrace. Her face filled with fury as she exclaimed, "Lu Huan, I understand your desire to aid everyone, but we must also consider our own well-being. You are already so injured. What more do you wish to achieve?" Lu Huan stood there, seemingly entranced, as if struck dumb by Su Xiaowan's words. Those nearby began to urge Lu Huan to reconsider. Yet a greater number approached the suspension bridge, gazing at Lu Huan with expressions of gratitude. Clutching spirit stones, they willingly paid the toll, then paused on the opposite side, silently observing Lu Huan. No one departed immediately after crossing the bridge, nor did anyone harbor ill intentions. They simply watched in silence, as if waiting for Lu Huan to join them before they would leave, ready to compete fairly with him in the ruins of Luoyin Mountain. Lu Huan's eyes brimmed with tears, his entire body trembling, as if he were profoundly moved by the cultivators before him, left in a state of bewilderment. Yet, who could fathom that at this very moment, his heart was bursting with joy? For he had just acquired 12 million spirit stones. Could this be deemed deceitful? Lu Huan's actions were hardly consequential. In the brutal realm of cultivation, he merely allowed these sheltered blossoms to experience, albeit briefly, the harshness of the world. Each individual incurred a loss of 20 spirit stones. Particularly poignant was the cost of a life. Those who entered, as long as they weren't cursed by the most abysmal luck, would likely find their outcomes aligned with the estimations made by the rotund fellow and the ferryman. On average, each person would depart with no less than 8,000 to 10,000 spirit stones. This represented a staggering profit of over 400 times the initial investment. And this was merely the baseline yield. For the fortunate, even if they were unable to inherit the legacy of the Luoyin Mountain, they could effortlessly gather some third or fourth tier spiritual plants, amounting to tens or even hundreds of thousands in returns. At last, once everyone had traversed the suspension bridge, the Luoyin spirit bird emitted a resounding cry that soared into the heavens and vanished from sight. Many individuals cast a silent glance at Lu Huan before gradually departing. Ultimately, only Su Xiaowan, the rotund fellow, the ferryman, and a figure cloaked entirely in a black robe remained by Lu Huan's side. Lazy? Observing the figure's stature, Lu Huan had already taken note of him, raising an eyebrow and unable to suppress his curiosity. "What? How did you spot me?" A familiar exclamation erupted from the depths of the black robe as Yen Lei removed his hat, expressing his vexation. "Are you foolish?" Lu Huan rolled her eyes and said with irritation, "Those formidable beings, even when cloaked in black robes, would employ their spiritual awareness to obscure their faces. Conversely, if one were to unveil their true form through spiritual perception, it is quite the contrary." Lu Huan reluctantly withdrew his hand from Su Xiaowan's delicate shoulder, pouting as he remarked, "Not only did you fail to conceal your face with your spiritual sense, But that hat of yours does little to obscure your prominent features. I thought you looked somewhat familiar, and the aura emanating from you resembles that of our Heavenly Sword sect disciples, so it turns out to be you." At that moment, Su Shaoan spoke up. "So, does this mean I've been exposed all along?" Yin Lei chuckled awkwardly. He had initially intended to surprise Lu Huan while also confirming if Lu Huan, after his rise, would remember him. Alas, his identity was revealed much sooner than anticipated. Lu Huan did not respond to Yin Lei's words. Instead, he suddenly directed his gaze towards Su Shaoan and said, "Saint, you should explore the ruins. I have matters to discuss with Lei and the others." Su Shaoan exclaimed, "What? After using me, you turn sentimental? You scoundrel." She gazed at Lu Huan with a forlorn expression, her large, watery eyes clearly shimmering with flames of indignation. "Is there something else?" Lu Huan noticed that Su Shaoan had not left. Instead, she was staring at him intently, her eyes wide with curiosity. He questioned, "If you have something to say, just speak up instead of staring at me." Standing beside Lu Huan, Yin Lei and the others exchanged glances of disbelief as they observed his obliviousness. They could easily discern Su Shaoan's intentions, yet Lu Huan remained so bluntly straightforward, attempting to dismiss her. Simultaneously, a flicker of admiration arose within them. A woman of such exquisite beauty choosing to linger nearby, even as a mere decorative presence, was a sight to behold. What logic is there in sending her away? Su Shaoan, infuriated, began to breathe heavily, causing her ample bosom to rise and fall dramatically, akin to a tremor. However, she suddenly regained her composure. Fixing her unwavering gaze upon Lu Huan and gritting her teeth as she declared, "I possess the map to the ruins of Luin Mountain. How many spirit stones?" Lu Huan blurted out, only to immediately realize his misstep. He was not truly oblivious to Su Shaoan's intentions. It was merely that he felt, given the present circumstances, it was rather inappropriate for Su Shaoan, the saintess of the Heavenly Sword sect, to remain by his side. He contemplated sending her away. Yet, despite having uttered such hurtful words, Su Shaoan still sought to impose her presence under the pretext of possessing the map to the ruins of Luin Mountain. At that moment, to inflict further pain would indeed be unbecoming of a man. Lu Huan promptly altered his tone, speaking with utmost kindness. "Saintess, what I mean to convey is that you must have expended considerable effort and resources to acquire this map. I am willing to offer you some compensation in exchange for sharing this invaluable document. The map was given to me by the sect leader, and it is free of charge." Su Shaoan produced a jade slip and handed it to Lu Huan. Everyone present understood the unspoken agreement, and the topic of persuading Su Shaoan to depart was no longer broached. After examining the map, Lu Huan erupted in a fit of expletives. Is Jian Changxing out of his mind? What purpose does providing you with a map of the outskirts of Luyin Mountain serve? Does he think that as the esteemed saintess of the Heavenly Sword sect, you cannot even access the central region? Is there no map for the heart of Luyin Mountain? Su Shaoan was momentarily taken aback, hastily snatching the jade slip from Lu Huan's hands and probing it with her spiritual consciousness. Indeed, as Lu Huan had stated, the contents concerning the central region of Luyin Mountain were entirely absent from the map. It seemed that no one had ventured into that core area before. Su Shaoan's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. How embarrassing. The excuse had evaporated in an instant. Should she remain or depart? In that fleeting moment, Su Shaoan made her decision. Just then, Yin Lei's expression shifted dramatically as he anxiously proclaimed, "Huanzi, if no one has ever entered the central region of Luyin Mountain, could it possibly mean that the legendary inheritance truly exists here? Those who attain it are fortunate, while those who lose it face peril. If it is rightfully mine, none shall seize it. If it is not, then no amount of effort shall secure it. Let it be." Lu Huan wore a serene expression, yet in reality, Lu Huan was entirely unconcerned about the potential theft of his inheritance, thanks to the existence of the sign-in system. As long as the ruins remained, he could leverage this system to acquire the most valuable aspects of his legacy without the need to endure the perils of traditional inheritance. It is crucial to understand that some legacies can be exceedingly hazardous. Ostensibly, they may appear as inheritances, but in reality, they are traps left by ancient entities unwilling to relinquish their power, designed to ensnare subsequent prodigies in a bid for rebirth through possession. Such occurrences transpire daily across the Tianhuang continent, claiming the lives of countless talented individuals who fall victim to these treacherous schemes. Saintess, if you possess a particular interest in legacies, it would be prudent to act swiftly. I have merely entered for a leisurely exploration." Lu Huan revealed a dazzling smile, her expression radiating a sense of consideration as she gazed at Su Shaoan. "Why does it seem that the atmosphere is thick with tea?" Lu Huan silently muttered to herself. quickly casting aside the thought. I'm a straight man. How could I possibly understand the art of tea? The saintess declared, I am here merely for tourism, not to concern myself with this heritage. Upon hearing this, Su Shaoan let out a cold snort, lifted her delicate head, and with an air of pride, replied, Very well then. Lu Huan did not inquire about Yen Lei and the others. They were already quite aware before entering. Their intentions were not directed towards the inheritance. Yen Lei merely sought to broaden his horizons and enrich his experiences. The thoughts of the fatty and the boatman were far more straightforward. They aimed solely to secure the guaranteed 8,000 spirit stones. Come, dear friends, the tour group to the Luoyan mountain ruins is about to depart. Please prepare yourselves. Lu Huan whimsically stepped to the forefront, brandishing a small flag that seemed to have materialized from thin air, while animatedly explaining something. Su Shaoan immediately burst into laughter, her earlier melancholy vanishing in an instant. It felt as though time had regressed to several years ago, to when she had just met Lu Huan. Back then, he would playfully amuse her daily, allowing her to forget the hardships and pressures of cultivation. In stark contrast to Lu Huan and his companion's carefree demeanor, the other cultivators entering the central area appeared to be in torment. Even though the throng of over 100,000 had dispersed, the relatively small expanse of the Luoyan mountain ruins felt overwhelmingly crowded, particularly around the resource points. These areas, though scarce, were more alluring than the broader outskirts, prompting fierce competition that often escalated into violent confrontations. Initially, everyone sought precious resources in teams aligned with their respective sections. However, as increasingly rare treasures came into view, greed magnified exponentially. Most forgot their companions, friends, and fellow disciples with whom they had once fought side by side, and resorted to outright brawls. No disciple of any sect was spared from this turmoil. Ultimately, the ground was stained with blood, and the corpses sullied the earth, rendering the already inhospitable Luoyan mountain ruins even more desolate and grim, akin to a scene from a hellish battlefield. At last, someone discovered an ancient, temple-like structure, and news of its existence spread rapidly. By the time Lu Huan and his group strolled over, the entrance to the temple was already teeming with young cultivators radiating an aura of hostility. It was unclear whether this group had reached the pinnacle of their standoff and could no longer restrain themselves, or if Lu Huan's arrival instilled a sense of urgency within them. Faced with someone of greater strength, they could hardly afford to watch their hard-earned prize slip away to others without a fight. Kill. The air was thick with murderous intent, coalescing into a blood-red tempest. Why must it come to this? Lu Huan let out a sigh, and suddenly a sunflower seed appeared in his hand as he settled down cross-legged. Crack. What sound is that? Su Shaoan and her companions looked at Lu Huan in confusion, only to roll their eyes in unison. Then, the incessant sound of cracking sunflower seeds filled the air. The five of them sat in a row, resembling an audience watching a play, leisurely commenting and critiquing as the scene unfolded, creating a striking contrast. Though Lu Huan and his companions were quietly observing the commotion from a concealed position, their presence went unnoticed amidst the chaos of battle for quite some time. Suddenly, Lu Huan sensed something amiss. The blood spilled by the cultivators on the ground began to flow towards the temple as if drawn by an unseen force. This bizarre and unnatural phenomenon undoubtedly signaled to Lu Huan that there was something sinister about the temple. At that moment, several blood-red tendrils shot forth from within the temple, ensnaring a few nearby cultivators and dragging them inside. The air filled with chilling shrieks, accompanied by the unsettling sound of chewing. Gradually, the cries faded away, leaving the crowd in a state of shock. They momentarily set aside the brutal battle and instinctively united as one faction, wielding various magical artifacts and glaring warily at the temple. A Peak Foundation establishment disciple from Feishan's sect bellowed furiously, "Who dares to flaunt their tricks before us? Reveal your true form at once." Yet, the temple remained ominously silent. Seeking death, the disciple, feeling a surge of indignation for being ignored, swung his massive hammer and roared. Twin Star Thunder. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck the ground, and a swirling mass of brownish-yellow spiritual energy surged forth towards the temple's entrance. Incredibly, the seemingly dilapidated temple effortlessly absorbed the full brunt of the strike, remaining completely unmoved. The attack from this prodigious disciple of Feishan's sect was akin to waves crashing against rocky shores, shattering into nothingness in the void. "How can this be?" exclaimed another disciple from Feishan's sect, his face stricken with disbelief. Ping Sha, our foremost genius, unleashed an attack that even a nascent soul cultivator would struggle to withstand. Yet the temple stands unscathed? One strike and it remains utterly impervious? Ping Sha, could it be that you were merely bluffing? Suddenly, a young man with a somewhat handsome appearance, clad in a blood-stained white robe, soared from the crowd, laughing heartily. "It is but a mere temple. Watch how I, Su Lang, shall shatter it to pieces." Amidst the mocking jeers, a young man named Su Lang, at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, suddenly thrust forth his long sword, exclaiming, "Slash!" A fierce azure sword light erupted, akin to a lion's roar, surging forth like a relentless tide towards the temple. As it approached the sacred edifice, the sword light converged into a colossal beam, striking violently against the wall to the right of the temple's grand entrance. Observing this scene from a distance, Su Shaoan displayed a mature demeanor for one so young, smiling with satisfaction as she remarked, "This fellow is indeed clever. He understands that there must be protective formations on the temple's entrance, thus opting to strike the wall beside it instead of the door." Does the saintess believe that this maneuver by Su Lang could truly shake the temple? Upon hearing this, Lu Huan raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile. "It should be no problem." Su Shaoan nodded with certainty. "Su Lang, Su Shaoan, this fellow surely has no connection to you, does he?" Upon witnessing this, Lu Huan cast a dubious glance at Su Lang and was astonished to discover that he bore a striking resemblance to Su Shaoan. He is a distant cousin from the collateral line of the Su family, and his talent is quite commendable. Su Shaoan nodded with pride. "Oh, is that so?" Lu Huan smiled meaningfully and remarked, "What a pity." "Pity?" Su Shaoan looked at Lu Huan in confusion. Just then, the clang of Su Lang's sword strike reverberated as it struck the wall beside the temple's grand entrance. Yet, the familiar sound unmistakably conveyed to Su Shaoan that her confidence had been misplaced. This attack was equally futile. Su Shaoan turned in astonishment, only to witness Su Lang's expression darken instantaneously, his eyes radiating an incredulous light. Upon glancing back at the temple, it remained in its ancient, dilapidated state, devoid of any new scars. How could this be? Su Lang's triple sword technique was a second-tier skill, which he had mastered to perfection, striving to ensure that it was not inferior to the commonly practiced third-tier techniques. Su Shaoan was utterly shocked. In her memory, even an entry-level third-tier technique should be sufficient to inflict harm on a Dan formation realm expert. Its power would undoubtedly surpass that of the previous attack from Ping Sha, and given that it was aimed at the relatively weaker wall, how could it have proven entirely ineffectual? It must be due to insufficient cultivation. Lu Huan casually remarked before adding a caution. "I advise you to remind your cousin to leave promptly, lest he finds himself in a predicament rather suddenly." Lu Huan's words had yet to be fully articulated when, at the center of the temple's grand entrance, a crimson vortex abruptly manifested. From within this maelstrom, a blood-red tentacle surged forth, striking out like a whip towards Su Lang. "Beast, how dare you!" Upon hearing Lu Huan's warning, Su Shaoan had intended to alert Su Lang, but alas, she was too late. Witnessing the scene unfold, she let out a furious shout, summoning a longsword that appeared in her grasp, aimed at severing the tentacle. Whoosh! Su Shaoan, the saintess of the Heavenly Sword sect, proved her prowess. Although her cultivation was merely at the first level of the foundation establishment stage, her innate talent in swordsmanship justified her title. The blade whistled through the air, as if it sought to rend the void itself. Glimmering with fiery red brilliance, the longsword collided with the tentacle in an instant, erupting in a blaze of light. Bang! The tentacle's strength far exceeded Su Shaoan's expectations. Though her sword struck true, it merely diverted the tentacle's trajectory slightly before being flung aside. The tentacle continued its assault on Su Lang. Crack! Ah! A gash, stretching across Su Lang's chest, appeared as he let out a piercing scream, propelled away by the force of the strike. "It's the young lady. Let us move together." A voice of fury resonated through the crowd, and several figures leaped into action, wielding their magical artifacts in a concerted effort against the tentacle. Though formidable, the tentacle possessed its limitations. A group of late and peak foundation establishment disciples from the Su family united their strength and managed to push the tentacle back into the temple. However, it was merely a retreat. Everyone clearly observed that the tentacle had sustained no injury, giving the impression that it had simply grown impatient and opted to withdraw. Yet, upon witnessing this, Su Shaoan released a sigh of relief, her brow furrowed as she recalled her longsword, her countenance grave. It was evident to all that subduing this tentacle would prove exceedingly challenging. "Lu Huan, if we cannot resolve this entity, shall we be unable to enter the temple?" Su Shaoan inquired. She refrained from questioning Lu Huan for his inaction, instead deftly shifting the conversation. "Resolving this matter is, in fact, quite simple." Lu Huan smiled mysteriously. "It's quite simple, isn't it?" Su Shaoan was bewildered. Yen Lei and the others dared not utter a word, trembling as they gazed at Lu Huan. This was a terrifying entity at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, capable of effortlessly devouring anything in its path. Yet, in Lu Huan's words, it seemed remarkably easy to resolve. Indeed, the perspective of a great figure on issues is vastly different from that of us mere mortals. Just ignore it, and it will suffice. Lu Huan flashed a grin and, amidst the astonished gazes of his companions, remarked, "Have you not noticed that the blood on the ground has vanished? All flowing toward the temple? Clearly, the emergence of these tentacles is intertwined with that blood. Moreover, their range of attack is limited. As long as we keep our distance, we should be safe." The four felt that Lu Huan's reasoning held considerable merit. However, the dilemma remained. If they disregarded this threat, how could they obtain the inheritance? It was unthinkable to merely stand by and watch the inheritance slip away. What a joke. Lu Huan chuckled heartily at the bewildered expressions of his companions and took the initiative to approach the temple. "Be careful," Su Shaoan cautioned with concern. "No worries." Lu Huan strode boldly towards the temple, but upon nearing it, he halted, grinning and revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "Ladies and gentlemen, have we encountered some trouble? Ah, Master Lu, you two have arrived." Several distinguished cultivators at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage from various factions actively greeted Lu Huan. "Shall we offer our assistance?" Lu Huan nodded in acknowledgement, then suddenly posed a question. The assembly of prodigies responded with confusion. "What does it mean, Master Lu? Are you truly willing to forsake the legacy and leave the opportunity to them? This is exceedingly noble and selfless." "Master Lu, do you possess a solution to this predicament?" Someone hesitantly inquired. "It's quite simple." As Lu Huan spoke, a surge of spiritual energy suddenly coalesced in his hand, enveloping a severed limb. Still oozing blood from an unknown source on the ground, and flinging it towards the temple's grand entrance. Just as the onlookers stood bewildered, a crimson vortex re-emerged upon the temple door. A blood-red tentacle emerged from the swirling mass, grasping the severed limb as it prepared to retreat into the temple. However, at that moment, Lu Huan snapped his fingers. The tentacle abruptly froze in midair, and then, akin to snow melting under the fervent sun, it transformed into a pool of blood that dripped at the entrance of the temple. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Despite numerous disciples from the Su family simultaneously unleashing their strongest techniques, they had been unable to inflict even a scratch on the tentacle. Yet here, with merely a snap of his fingers, Lu Huan had effortlessly obliterated it. Shockwaves of astonishment surged through the hearts of the onlookers. Suddenly, they realized that Lu Huan must possess knowledge of the true nature of these tentacles, which enabled him to dispatch them with such ease. In an instant, excitement coursed through everyone, particularly a young man named Ping Sha from the Feishan sect, whose eyes lit up with fervor as he implored, "Master Lu, please enlighten us about the nature of this entity." Lu Huan's lips twitched as he gazed at Ping Sha, whose face was adorned with a thick, unkempt beard. Had it not been for someone mentioning that he was the foremost prodigy of the Flying Mountain sect, one might easily assume he was merely in his 20s. Lu Huan couldn't help but wonder if he was already in his 40s or 50s. Yet, even if he were in his 20s, he would still be considerably older than Lu Huan, who was barely 20. The title of Master Lu has indeed been frequently mentioned by many during this period, and Lu Huan has grown accustomed to it. However, the term senior carries a different weight. Lu Huan silently lowered his chin. An inexplicable image of a white-haired, ethereal old man surfaced in his mind. "Do I appear aged?" Lu Huan felt quite displeased. At that moment, Su Shaoan's furious voice rang out. "Have you no shame? These tentacles are clearly the guardians of the Luyin Mountain legacy. Once we defeat them, I am confident that the inheritance from the Luyin Mountain ruins will be within our grasp. If you cannot handle this, why should Lord Lu assist you? Are you not essentially asking him to relinquish the inheritance he has already secured? Brilliant. Su Shaoan, I shall deem you the supreme champion of support. Your assistance is simply exquisite." Lu Huan was searching for someone to articulate his thoughts. To his surprise, Su Shaoan stepped forward herself. How delightful. Lu Huan's heart was filled with joy, yet she feigned dissatisfaction as she remarked, "Alas, holy maiden, one cannot speak in such a manner. The inheritance of Luyin Mountain is a grand gift bestowed upon us by an unknown predecessor for the entirety of Qingyan County. How could I indulge in it alone? The task of dealing with these tendrils merely requires the consumption of some materials of the third and fourth tier, yet regrettably, I currently possess none. Which leaves me in a bit of a quandary." The illustrious youths of Qingyan County were once again moved by Lu Huan's selflessness. "Listen, this is true altruism. No wonder she, at such a tender age, has ascended to the position of a sect leader, while we remain mere minions, utterly incomparable." Tears welled in the eyes of the talented individuals from Qingyan County. Ping Sha took the lead, exclaiming, Sectmaster Lu, I have a 4th-tier silver scale grass. Would you require it? I am willing to offer it. This initiative inspired the other prodigies to follow suit. I possess 2 3rd-tier Luoming flowers, and I, too, am willing to contribute. I have found a 3rd-tier spiritual herb and 2 4th-tier spiritual herbs. I am prepared to offer them all. In a mere few minutes, the contributions of 3rd and 4th-tier spiritual herbs from the numerous prodigies amassed to several hundred, converting this into spirit stones. It equated to treasures worth tens of millions of spirit stones, far surpassing the value of the spirit stones Lu Huan had painstakingly acquired through entrance fees and tolls. Truly, they were all passionate youths. After encouraging this group of young individuals in her heart, Lu Huan gladly stored all the materials into the system space. Please wait a moment. I shall now commence the alchemical process. Lu Huan took out the alchemy furnace and, in full view of the gathered crowd, seated himself cross-legged. Internally, he communicated with the system, imploring, System, elevate my alchemy skills to the 5th tier. Upon deducting 600 years of cultivation, his alchemical prowess ascended successfully, reaching the current rank of the 5th tier. With a resounding blast, he experienced an instantaneous elevation of 2 tiers, overwhelming his mind with a torrent of information that inflicted a searing pain, distorting his features in agony. This scene, witnessed by outsiders, evoked profound sympathy. It is widely acknowledged that within Qingyan County, the most formidable alchemist is but of the 3rd tier. Ordinarily, to concoct elixirs exceeding the 4th tier, practitioners from Qingyan County must venture forth, bearing multiple materials, to seek assistance from more powerful sections. Typically, 3 materials yield a single elixir, and even that is considered fortunate. Presently, the materials being presented by the crowd are of the 3rd and 4th tiers, undoubtedly intended for the crafting of corresponding elixirs. Given the absence of alchemists surpassing the 3rd tier within Qingyan County, it is pertinent to note that even the 3rd-tier alchemists are invariably elders well over a century old. Although Lu Huan is the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, his age is a factor that cannot be overlooked. Despite possessing formidable strength, his alchemical abilities, by nature, cannot be exceedingly powerful. Lu Huan could only be a 2nd-tier alchemist. Yet now, in a bid to assist others, he is forcibly employing his 2nd-tier alchemical skills to concoct 3rd and 4th-tier elixirs. The toll on his spiritual consciousness and soul is exceedingly formidable. There is even the risk of soul damage, which could adversely affect the innate talents of the cultivators. Lu Huan is willing to sacrifice his own future cultivation talents to assist others. Such selflessness is truly remarkable. How can such greatness exist in this world? Some emotional young ladies can no longer hold back their tears. Their delicate, tear-streaked faces evoke profound sympathy. Alas, at this moment, all the cultivators present remain oblivious to this scene, as they anxiously fix their gaze upon Lu Huan, fearful of the slightest mishap befalling him. Did Lu Huan have any matters to attend to? Of course, he had none. He was merely absorbing the alchemical knowledge imparted by the system. If any unforeseen circumstances were to arise, the system would not inundate him with such a wealth of experience all at once. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, Lu Huan, after receiving the knowledge, promptly filled the alchemical furnace with an assortment of 3rd and 4th-tier materials, then summoned the Earth Heart Spirit Flame. Is this the Earth Heart Spirit Flame? Goodness, isn't it a formidable spirit fire ranked 98th on the spirit fire list? A single unit is valued at tens of millions of spirit stones. How could Sect Master Lu possess such a treasure? I had heard that the Earth Heart Spirit Flame is cultivated exclusively by the True Fire Pavilion, and only their alchemists are entitled to possess it. Ah, I may now understand why Sect Master Lu is being pursued by the True Fire Pavilion. Truly, he dares to seize treasures from the True Fire Pavilion. This embodies the qualities that a cultivator should possess: fearlessness against tyranny. Well done. Haha. Indeed, he is my idol. How impressive. The aura of selflessness surrounding Lu Huan elevates him to a figure of greatness in the eyes of these prodigies. Since he is great, then pilfering from the True Fire Pavilion is not a transgression but rather a manifestation of the young cultivator's defiance against power. This has significantly enhanced Lu Huan's standing in their esteem, especially among the young women, their faces flushed, their eyes shimmering with a captivating allure. One wonders what fantasies might be dancing in their minds at this moment. Approximately half a stick of incense later, a rich fragrance of medicine wafted from the alchemical furnace before Lu Huan. The anticipation of the crowd grew palpable. With a clang, a blood-red pill burst forth from the furnace lid, soaring into the air as if imbued with sentience, attempting to escape into the distance. Simultaneously, waves of pill essence radiated outward like ripples in water. The assembled prodigies were first taken aback, then erupted into incredulous cheers akin to the joyous exclamation of Fan Jin upon passing the imperial exam. Goodness. This is a fourth-tier pill. Sectmaster Lu has actually refined a fourth-tier pill. Does this not mean that our Qingyan County has finally produced a fourth-tier alchemist? Sectmaster Lu is simply astonishing. Sectmaster Lu, I wish to bear your children. Though Qingyan County may not have alchemists, it is generally possible to discern the tier of the pill produced, as it correlates significantly with the essence released upon the pill's formation. One merely needs to count the waves of essence to determine the pill's tier. Surely, one need not have witnessed a pig running to recognize the nature of the meat, right? The essence continuously emanating from it allowed all the prodigies present to discern that this was indeed a fourth-grade elixir. The blood condensation spirit elixir, a fourth-grade potion, possesses the remarkable ability to refine one's own blood, thereby enhancing its energy and simultaneously augmenting physical strength and fortifying the divine soul. In truth, this group of prodigies was not mistaken. Lu Huan successfully concocted a fourth-tier elixir. For a fifth-tier alchemist like him, the creation of a fourth-tier potion is indeed a trivial matter. This elixir is precisely what he requires. He initially believed that only by advancing to a fifth-tier alchemist could he produce such a potion. Therefore, he directly instructed the system to elevate his alchemical skills to the fifth tier. To his surprise, he discovered that he could craft it even at the fourth tier. Lu Huan swiftly seized the elixir that attempted to flee and promptly thrust it into his mouth. The immense energy erupted within his oral cavity, rapidly surging into his body. Meanwhile, in the eyes of the onlookers, Lu Huan's body resembled that of a being whose skin had been stripped away, leaving it bloodied and raw. In truth, this was a consequence of the elixir transforming into energy, which commenced the refinement of the blood within him, expelling its impurities. Naturally, the effects of the elixir alone would not be so pronounced. At the same moment, Lu Huan activated a sixth-tier martial art known as the Blood God Technique. You may wonder about the origins of this Blood God Technique. It was, of course, triggered by Lu Huan upon completing the sixth sign-in at the temple. The Blood God Technique allows one to refine blood, enhance the energy within it, and simultaneously manipulate it to form blood entities that can assail foes. Though the system's description is rather succinct, Lu Huan decided to experiment quietly. Given his current prowess, the blood entities he conjured from the blood on the ground were surprisingly as formidable as his comprehensive strength. Presently, Lu Huan's overall strength was sufficient to suppress an early-stage nascent soul ancestor. The blood-refining divine pill, mentioned within the Blood God Technique, is a type of elixir capable of augmenting blood energy. As long as Lu Huan's blood energy remains sufficiently potent, the might of the blood entities he conjures will rise correspondingly. As for the tentacles within the temple, they are indeed the guardians passed down from Lu Yin Mountain. As Su Shaoan indicated, since Lu Yin Mountain stipulates that only foundation-building cultivators may enter, the strength of these guardians cannot be overly formidable. Roughly equivalent to that of a late-stage, third-tier beast, Lu Huan possesses the remarkable ability to directly condense the blood demon of the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, which corresponds to the early fourth tier. Consequently, he can effortlessly command the blood demon of the late third tier. Particularly, the late third-tier blood demon guarding the temple has now lost its master. Over the years, it has not absorbed any fresh blood and has long since weakened to the utmost limit. Its strength has increased by 10,000 Jin after consuming a fourth-grade elixir. Lu Huan immediately realized the enhancement of his strength, experiencing an instantaneous increase of 10,000 pounds. The effect of the blood condensation elixir on augmenting power was inherently supplementary. Nevertheless, the fact that it could still amplify his strength by such a significant measure left Lu Huan astounded. This was equivalent to directly augmenting the power of a practitioner at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. Truly, it was a fourth-tier elixir. Lu Huan murmured softly, a smile gracing her lips. The additional effects are remarkably potent. I can only imagine how much more powerful the primary effect on blood refinement will be. Lu Huan circulated the Blood God Technique, sensing the energy within his blood. It had increased significantly, doubling in potency. If harnessed to refine blood demons, he would at least be able to concoct a blood elixir capable of contending with mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. Truly formidable. Lu Huan quickly regained his composure. Opening his eyes and rising slowly, he gazed at the excited group of cultivators around him and remarked with a smile, "Esteemed friends, living up to expectations, I have successfully refined a 4th-tier elixir. I now possess sufficient strength to confront the beast within the temple. Lu Huan suddenly raised his right hand, conjuring a sphere of crimson radiance that shot forth towards the temple. The surrounding cultivators brimmed with anticipation. The blood-red glow ruthlessly impacted the temple's grand door, not dispersing but rather adhering to it like glue, swiftly spreading across the entire surface. In an instant, the door was enveloped in an eerie crimson hue. Those cultivators near the door felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Their blood seemed drawn by an unseen force, boiling within them, rendering their bodies a vivid scarlet, akin to boiled lobsters. At that moment, the door appeared to be corroded by some unseen entity, becoming alarmingly fragile and abruptly fractured horizontally. A chamber resembling a nest of insectoid creatures unfolded before the crowd's eyes. Blood-colored tendrils, akin to veins, writhed within the room, one end connecting to a massive, tumor-like hive. The sight left the cultivators aghast, their faces paling in sheer terror. What on earth was this abomination? Was it truly the fabled blood demon nest? The very nest rumored to cultivate its progeny by siphoning the blood of cultivators? Could it be that the long-awaited inheritance from Luin Mountain was, in fact, a blood demon nest? Just as astonishment swept through the crowd, a faint voice broke the silence. Do you think that sect leader Lu might be of the blood demon lineage? How else could he control these blood demons? The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere turned thick with deliberate silence. The reverence in the gazes directed at Lu Huan transformed into suspicion. Yin Lei, unable to contain his fury, erupted. What absolute nonsense. Mind your tongue. I know Lu Huan better than any of you. He has grown up alongside me. Whether he is human or blood demon, I am well aware. I advise some of you to refrain from speaking thoughtlessly. Lu Huan has been raised in our Tianjin sect. If he were a blood demon, how could he possibly be one of our disciples? Furthermore, there exists a type of energy known as blood vitality. Do not project your ignorance onto others. Su Shaoan cast an icy glance towards the speaker, causing the cultivator from an unknown sect to tremble and awkwardly chuckle. Saint Su, please don't be agitated. I merely intended to assist sect leader Lu. It's better to clarify matters now than to allow those with ill intentions to slander him behind his back, spreading falsehoods. This individual can be deemed quite astute, having swiftly devised a suitable excuse that rendered Su Shaoan unable to retaliate. She shot him a frigid glare once more and admonished, I sincerely hope you believe that. Should I ever hear any slanderous remarks regarding Lu Huan in Qingyan County, you will see whether I dare to eliminate you, just as the cultivator had articulated. His doubts prompted Su Shaoan to mention the power of vital blood in front of the crowd, effectively alleviating the suspicion surrounding Lu Huan's association with the blood demon. The way others regarded him transformed once again into a sense of reverence, even deepening their admiration. They began to converse among themselves, exclaiming, truly deserving of the title of Sect Master Lu. This is indeed the power of vital blood. Such a force is profoundly mysterious. It is said that within the entire Tianwu kingdom, few possess the ability to wield such power. A cultivator adept in vital blood energy makes for the finest companion in exploring secret realms. Merely invoking the vital blood within us can double our strength. Who could argue otherwise? Upon hearing the discussions, a glimmer of joy finally surfaced in Su Xiaowan's enchanting eyes. However, she soon turned her gaze towards Lu Huan's retreating figure. Lost in contemplation, she had claimed that Lu Huan had mastered the power of vital blood, but that was merely a temporary excuse. During their time at the Tianjin sect, she had never heard Lu Huan mention it. While she firmly believed that Lu Huan was certainly not a blood demon, she was equally aware that among the feared demonic cultivators, some could indeed cultivate blood energy, which was not synonymous with the so-called vital blood power. Could it be that Lu Huan's rapid ascent in strength during this period was due to a shift towards the demonic path? Although demonic cultivators are not as despised as those who practice evil, they do not enjoy a favorable reputation either. Particularly, a disciple originally of the righteous path transitioning to a demonic sect is even more susceptible to disdain and scrutiny. Lu Huan was oblivious to Su Xiaowan's thoughts regarding the elixir. At this moment, he was utilizing the blood divine technique to cleanse the lair of the blood demons within the temple. The system granted him an enhancement of 100 years of cultivation, followed by an additional 50 years. For each blood demon tentacle he eliminated, he could reap a reward of 50 to 100 years of system cultivation experience. This implies that the cultivation of these blood demons was at least 2 minor stages superior to Lu Huan's own. In fact, they could be 3 or 4 minor stages stronger, given his current mid-stage foundation establishment. It suggested that these blood demons were at least at the early or mid-stage of core formation. utilizing such entities as guardians of the inheritance, yet stipulating that only those in the foundation establishment realm may enter the world of inheritance, is indeed perplexing. Lu Huan's brows involuntarily arched slightly. He had a vague sense that this inheritance was likely not a favorable one. However, after Lu Huan had thoroughly cleansed the temple of all blood demons, he found no sign of danger. Standing at the entrance of the temple, Lu Huan raised an eyebrow as he surveyed the surrounding cultivators, a warm and amiable smile gracing his lips. Esteemed friends, I wonder if anyone is inclined to attempt this inheritance? Lu Huan's words left the cultivators present in a state of astonishment. They observed Lu Huan standing still, initially believing he intended to be the first to receive the inheritance. However, the essence of Lu Huan's statement was evidently to bestow the initial opportunity upon them. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were restless, their gazes frequently shifting between Lu Huan and Su Shaowan, eager for the two to invite them to be the first to accept the inheritance. At that moment, the foremost prodigy of the Feishan sect, second only to the Heavenly Sword sect, Ping Chong, let out a hearty laugh and declared, Master Lu, your generosity in offering such a precious opportunity to us is truly commendable. I shall not hold back. There is no need for courtesy, my friend Ping Chong. I have long asserted that the inheritance of the Luyin Mountain ruins belongs to all cultivators of Qingyan County. Regardless of who accepts the inheritance first, it will ultimately need to be shared. Lu Huan revealed a harmless smile and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Ping Chong's lips involuntarily twitched. He inwardly cursed in dissatisfaction but was compelled to force a smile and nodded in agreement, saying, that makes sense. This exchange between the two effectively set the tone for the distribution of the inheritance from the Luyin Mountain ruins, regardless of who obtained the inheritance. It was mandated that it be shared and allocated among all present, a proposal put forth by Lu Huan. Many in attendance noted the unwillingness etched on Ping Chong's face. Yet ultimately, under Lu Huan's implicit threat, he acquiesced to the principle of distribution. In that moment, the majority of those gathered silently praised Lu Huan once more. Only a minority of self-serving individuals begrudgingly felt disgruntled at the prospect of having to share what they believed should rightfully be theirs. However, they dared not express their discontent, for even their companions nearby could easily devour them whole. Friend Ping Chong, please proceed. Lu Huan beamed as he extended a hand, inviting everyone. Wait for my good news. With his head held high and an air of confidence, Ping Chong strode boldly towards the temple, eliciting renewed anticipation among the crowd, particularly the disciples of the Feishan sect. They too swelled with pride, as if believing that the opportunity for fame was destined for their illustrious sect. At that moment, a few proud disciples from the Tianjian sect approached Su Shaowan, their expressions tinged with dissatisfaction. They whispered, Saintess, what is the sect master truly thinking? This is clearly a golden opportunity for us to make our names. Why must it be handed over to the Feishan sect? Indeed, Saintess, even if we cannot monopolize the inheritance, why must we cede the chance for recognition to the Feishan sect? When word spreads, it will appear as if we have benefited from them, leaving us with no face when we encounter their disciples next. Su Shaowan's delicate visage, now clouded with frost, turned cold as she regarded the Tianjian disciples with disdain. Let me ask you, do you possess the capability to deal with those blood-red tentacles? The Tianjian disciples exchanged glances, then uniformly shook their heads. Then who resolved the issue? Su Shaowan inquired further. It was the sect master, they admitted, their heads drooping in shame and indignation. Since this has nothing to do with you, why should you concern yourselves with how Lu Huan chooses to act? If you have the audacity to come here to complain, why not confront him directly? Su Shaowan retorted with a scoff. They must have the face to do so. Yin Lei interjected suddenly. Previously at the Tianjian sect, when it was suggested to expel the sect master, they were the loudest in their objections. You speak nonsense. The previously shamefaced disciples raised their heads in outrage, casting furtive glances towards Lu Huan as if fearing he might overhear. Nonsense? Then why do you appear so guilty? If you dare to act, you should also have the courage to face the consequences. With your ineptitude, if I were Lu Huan, I would never remain in the Tianjin sect, let alone become its so-called sect master. Yin Lei's irritation flared as he recalled how Lu Huan had been driven away by this very group. Although Yin Lei's comment was intended to defend Lu Huan, it resonated with Su Shaowan as a stark truth. Reflecting on the situation, she realized that had she been in Lu Huan's position, she too would have made the same choice, definitely refusing to remain in the Tianjin sect. Thus, a new thought emerged in Su Shaowan's mind. If she wished to retain Lu Huan, and see him truly become the sect master of the Tianjin sect. Would it not be necessary to eliminate those who had compelled him to leave in the first place? With a sudden thought echoing in her mind, Su Shaoan found herself startled by her own intensity. When did she become so ruthless? Yet, the more she pondered, the more reasonable it seemed. Oblivious to the fact that this notion had already taken root in her consciousness, poised to grow into a formidable tree in due course. At that moment, a resounding and uninhibited laughter erupted from the temple. All eyes turned to Ping Chong, standing beside a colossal stone of inheritance, which sparked a reaction from the stone itself. Streams of crimson light surged from the stone into Ping Chong's body, indicating a significant gain. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated through the air, and dark clouds swiftly gathered above the temple. It was the tribulation of the core formation stage. Haha, Brother Ping Chong is extraordinary. Just by accepting the inheritance, he can break through to the core formation stage and summon the tribulation. The disciples of Feishan sect erupted in ecstatic cheers, as if it were they themselves who were about to transcend the tribulation, not their brother Ping Chong. Meanwhile, the disciples from other sects could only watch with envy, particularly those from the Sword of Heaven sect, who felt that this honor rightfully belonged to them but was relinquished by Lu Zhongzhu. They sensed the condescending gazes of the other sects upon them, akin to viewing fools. However, this was merely their own imagination. The other disciples did not share such sentiments. Rather, they viewed Lu Huan as exceedingly just and selfless. He had been the first to accept the inheritance and could have undoubtedly reaped the rewards of cultivation but chose to forego them. Such benevolence was unprecedented. Yet, at that moment, a tremendous explosion resonated from the temple. The source of the explosion was none other than Ping Chong, who was engulfed in blood. A gaping wound marred his chest. Behind him loomed a terrifying and immense blood-colored phantom that appeared out of thin air. "Master Lu, save me!" Ping Chong cried out in a piercing wail, terror-stricken as he dashed toward the temple's exit. Alas, he stumbled and fell, despair flickering in his eyes. In that instant, the blood-colored phantom caught up to him, its maw widening to a grotesque extent, swallowing him whole. "Brother Ping Chong." "No. Master Lu, please save him." The disciples of the Flying Mountain sect finally reacted, their horrified screams piercing the air. However, at this moment, it was far too late. The thunderous tribulation that had abruptly dissipated in the sky served as a grim reminder to all present. Ping Chong was no more. As Lu Huan beheld the sanguine specter materialize, he discerned that his suspicions had indeed been validated. The legacy of Luyan Mountain harbored profound issues. At this juncture, however, he must not reveal his realization. Thus, he feigned outrage and bellowed fiercely, preparing to launch an assault towards the temple. Yet, he witnessed the colossal apparition come to an abrupt halt, its icy demeanor sweeping over the gathered cultivators with indifference, followed by a thunderous snort that reverberated like a clap of thunder. "Such waste! How dare you seek to inherit my legacy? Begone!" Next, initially startled by the sudden demise of Ping Chong, the onlookers quickly grasped the situation, their faces lighting up with ecstatic joy. It turned out that Ping Chong's lack of aptitude had rendered him unworthy of receiving the complete inheritance, ultimately leading to his demise. "I shall step forth." A voice brimming with confidence rang out. The crowd turned towards the sound, unable to discern the figure at first, only to erupt into cheers. "Brother Gu Fei is formidable." Gu Fei, the pride of Linghua's sect, stood at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm. Yet, at merely 20 years old, he was significantly younger than Ping Chong. Indeed, the foremost prodigy in Qingyan County, aside from Master Lu. "Go forth, Brother Gu Fei." Amidst the clamor, the crowd finally beheld the figure emerging, a youthful man exuding an aura of confidence, far more handsome than Ping Chong, devoid of any scruffy facial hair. "Master Lu, I hope you do not mind if I take the liberty to test my abilities first." Gu Fei respectfully clasped his fists towards Lu Huan before inquiring with a beaming smile. "Since you possess such confidence, my friend Gu Fei, do proceed." Lu Huan spoke, glancing around, and laughed heartily. "It is not only Taoist Gu Fei, but all the esteemed friends present. If anyone believes they possess the strength, feel free to enter and accept the inheritance without seeking my counsel." Master Lu's charisma was undeniable. Amidst a flurry of compliments, Gu Fei strode into the temple with the confidence of a warrior. The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Despite the earlier exuberance exhibited by the disciples of the Linghua sect upon Gu Fei's arrival, a palpable tension now enveloped them. None could ascertain the level of talent required to inherit from the Luyan Mountain. They watched Gu Fei intently, fearful that he might meet the same grim fate as Ping Chong, who had been obliterated in an instant. Indeed, Gu Fei's innate talent surpassed that of Ping Chong by a considerable margin. However, after enduring only one-third longer than Ping Chong, a crimson specter materialized once more, delivering a crushing blow that sent Gu Fei flying. Not enough, next. With that, the blood-red apparition vanished yet again. In comparison to Ping Chong, Gu Fei's outcome was markedly more favorable. While Ping Chong had been consumed whole by the spectral entity, Gu Fei had merely been cast aside. Though his defeat appeared quite tragic, at least he had preserved his life. Perhaps Gu Fei's survival, rather than immediate demise, bolstered the confidence of the other prodigies from different sects, encouraging them to rush into the temple one after another in pursuit of the inheritance. Yet, after witnessing a succession of individuals being struck down and left gravely injured or unconscious, no one dared to venture inside the temple any longer. All eyes turned expectantly toward Lu Huan, as if placing their last glimmer of hope in him. Very well. Let me test just how formidable this Luyin Mountain inheritance truly is. Lu Huan, radiating fearlessness, stood in stark contrast to the other cultivators, who wore expressions of terror. Boom. Lu Huan arrived beside the so-called heritage stone. Immediately, a colossal crimson radiance surged forth from the stone, far more intense than the blood-colored light emitted when previous prodigies received their legacies, at least tenfold in richness. Witnessing this spectacle, the despairing cultivators present felt a rekindling of hope, their eyes alight with fervor as they exclaimed in ecstatic unison, "There is hope. Master Lu is indeed the foremost among our younger generation. The brilliance of this legacy alone surpasses that of any other prodigy. Master is extraordinary. Master Lu reigns supreme." Alas, their jubilant cheers seemed to have come a touch too early. When Lu Huan accepted the inheritance, a brilliant radiance erupted, more intense than that of others. And its duration was unmatched, lasting twice as long as that of the second most gifted individual. However, the so-called Luyin Mountain inheritance seemed to demand extraordinarily high standards for its seekers. Just as the crowd believed Lu Huan was on the verge of completing the inheritance, a tremendous rumble resonated from him once more. Upon hearing that familiar sound, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Su Shaowan and her companions instinctively rushed towards the entrance of the temple. It was over. If even the sect master Lu could not accept the inheritance, perhaps this Luyin Mountain inheritance was truly beyond the reach of cultivators from Qingyin County. What kind of talent was required to grasp this absurd inheritance? A fraud. It must be a fraud. In my view, the Luyin Mountain inheritance does not exist at all. In despair, the crowd erupted in frantic shouts, many eyes reflecting a desolate light. It is crucial to understand that the Luyin Mountain ruins hold profound significance for Qingyin County. Whether it was thousands of years ago, or even longer, it has become a source of motivation for cultivators striving within Qingyin County. Everyone harbored the hope of receiving the inheritance of Luyin Mountain, even if the legends suggested that it was merely the remnants left behind by a fallen primordial ancestor. To the cultivators of Qingyin County, the Luyin Mountain ruins had become a beacon illuminating their pathways to the future. However, now, when an extraordinary prodigy far surpassing the era could not accept the inheritance, their steadfast resolve seemed to crumble in an instant. Yet, just as despair engulfed everyone, a thunderous roar erupted once more from within the temple. I refuse to believe this. Get out of my way. The voice belonged to Lu Huan. With the fire cloud sword and the forbidden spirit seal hovering above his head, radiating blinding brilliance. Just you. The blood-colored phantom sneered derisively. With a wave of its hand, a massive blood-red palm reached for the fire cloud sword and the forbidden spirit seal, as if intending to crush the two powerful artifacts into worthless scrap. The cultivators outside the temple felt their hearts tighten instantaneously, their gazes filled with concern. Lu Huan, no. Su Shaowan cried out in anguish, nearly rushing into the temple. Yet she understood that her own strength was insufficient. Rushing in now would only hinder Lu Huan. Kill. Lu Huan emitted another low growl. The fire cloud sword erupted with blinding flames, coalescing into a towering sword light that surged towards the blood-red phantom's hand. Demonic Wind Fist. As the sword technique manifested, the shadow of a fist reappeared. An even more terrifying force erupted from Lu Huan's hands, forming a massive black shadow akin to the blood-red specter, charging forward. The blood-red phantom, upon seeing this, appeared somewhat apprehensive and quickly recoiled, transforming its palm into a fist. It prepared to counter the demonic wind fist, disregarding the more formidable heavenly sword spirit technique. With a resounding bang, the crimson and ebony lights collided within the temple, unleashing tumultuous shockwaves that swept violently in all directions. The interior of the temple, which housed little more than a legacy stone, reverberated with a series of explosive sounds as the shockwaves ravaged the surroundings. The few remaining items were obliterated into mere dust. At the same moment, Lu Huan's body was engulfed by the intertwining crimson and black radiance, vanishing without a trace. Outside, the hearts of the cultivators surged to their throats. Each one seemed to suffocate, holding their breath in focused anticipation, their gazes fixated on Lu Huan's position, revealing a profound sense of expectation. They fervently hoped that no unforeseen mishap would befall Lu Huan in the presence of this sanguine specter. Right here, just as the crowd reached the pinnacle of their anxiety. Poised to rush into the temple to uncover the truth, a voice filled with confidence and an air of authority echoed once more from within. In the next moment, a familiar figure emerged before their eyes. Haha, Sect Master Lu, you are magnificent. Sect Master Lu is unharmed. What a relief. Amidst the chorus of exclamations, the voice of the blood-red specter resounded again, this time tinged with fatigue and ire. You little rascal, I underestimated you. However, if this is all the prowess you possess, you are unworthy of my legacy. I shall grant you a single opportunity. Turn around and depart now, and I shall refrain from causing you harm. Humph. Lu Huan let out a cold laugh and disdainfully remarked, at death's door, one still dares to put on airs. I have declared that I must obtain the inheritance today. System, elevate my demon wind fist to its zenith. With a consumption of a century's worth of cultivation, the demon wind fist ascended to its pinnacle. In an instant, the accumulated experience of 100 years of practicing the demon wind fist surged into Lu Huan's mind. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if his very body had undergone a subtle transformation. Boom! Lu Huan let out a cold snort, raising his right fist once more and striking fiercely at the blood-red phantom. The peak demon wind fist could amplify his strength fivefold. With a foundational strength of 74,000 newtons, the enhancement catapulted his power to an astonishing 370,000 newtons in an instant. This sheer force was something even a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator could not hope to attain. The pitch-black shadow of his fist enveloped Lu Huan, rendering him akin to a divine being descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. With a resounding bang, the blood-red phantom stood motionless, as if in a stupor, allowing the fist shadow to crash into its chest. In the next moment, the phantom exploded like fireworks, dispersing into clusters of blood-red luminescence that splattered across the temple. Have we succeeded? The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the exploding phantom, their faces alight with exhilaration. Yet, as the crimson brilliance settled to the ground, it quickly coalesced into pools resembling living blood. The bloodstains writhed for a moment before reforming into yet another blood-red phantom of half a person's height. Haha, I cannot be killed. You have provoked me, and now you shall pay. Thousands of these half-human tall blood-red phantoms spoke in unison, their eerie voices sending shivers down spines. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Su Xiaowan's eyes as she exclaimed, Everyone, attack together. We cannot contend with that giant. But surely we can handle these smaller ones. Her words ignited a spark of hope among the crowd. Many echoed her sentiments. Yes, let us unite. If one of us cannot defeat a single phantom, then we shall work together. If a few cannot manage, we can band together. Dozens of us can surely handle these mere thousands. Kill. In an instant, the battle cry reverberated through the air as everyone converged on the nearest blood-red phantom. Although many were hurled back with cries of pain upon contact, their injuries seemed minor. They quickly regained their footing and charged back toward the phantom with renewed fury. Each phantom was encircled by at least 20 individuals. Good heavens! No one noticed the peculiar gleam in Lu Huan's eyes, still within the temple. The curve of his lips betrayed the excitement bubbling within him. Dear friends, exert yourselves. These wretched beings can indeed be vanquished. A chorus of jubilant exclamations echoed continuously as the number of blood-red phantoms, towering at half a man's height, began to dwindle rapidly. Half an hour later, after nearly 300,000 had lost their combat capability, these blood-red phantoms were finally eradicated completely. Just before the last phantom fell, it let out a reluctant roar, bellowing, I am immortal. You shall all wait, for I, the blood-fiend demon sovereign, shall return. At that very moment, a thunderous sound erupted as the legacy stone within the temple suddenly exploded. A strange, blood-red jade tablet emerged from the rubble, radiating an enchanting glow that captivated the attention of all present. The legacy tablet. At this moment, Lu Huan stood beside the jade slip, laughing heartily as he reached out towards it. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, a sharp gleam flashed through the crowd, shooting like a bullet towards Lu Huan's outstretched arm. Lu Huan, be careful. Huanzi, there's an attack. Master Lu, Su Shaowan and her companions exclaimed in furious urgency. Clang! A radiant golden light erupted from Lu Huan, instantly thwarting the ambush. Lu Huan, with an expression of serene indifference, extended his hand to grasp the jade slip. Only then did he leisurely turn his head to gaze at a cultivator in the crowd, whose face was etched with astonishment. The cultivator beside him could clearly hear the incredulous murmurs escaping his lips. Impossible. That is the fourth-tier spirit rune soul-fixing needle. Even an ancestor in the nascent soul realm cannot withstand it. How could he possibly endure it? How dare that scoundrel attack Master Lu? I will end you. Curse him. The nearby cultivator, upon hearing the attack on Lu Huan, not only showed no remorse, but was also astonished that Lu Huan remained unharmed. This provoked the ire of many, who immediately retaliated against him. As they fought, they cursed, "You, a mere foundation establishment trash, dare to ambush Master Lu? Who gave you the audacity? Even with a talisman capable of injuring a nascent soul ancestor, you shall not harm Master Lu." The collective assault finally jolted the foundation establishment cultivator back to his senses. While he covered his head and attempted to flee, he bellowed in a fit of rage. "Stop. All of you, cease at once. I am a disciple of the Lu family from the Tianwu kingdom. My father is the current chancellor, and my aunt is the emperor's most favored spiritual consort. To hell with the Lu family. What is the Lu family to us? This is Qingyan County. Even if you are from the Lu family, you have no right to act arrogant here." Lu Yantao's verbal protests only incited the cultivators to intensify their assault. Swish. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Yantao reached into his bosom and retrieved a spirit talisman, tearing it apart with determination. The shattered talisman transformed into a radiant golden light, enveloping him in a protective aura akin to an indestructible body. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding foundation establishment cultivators paused momentarily before resuming their assault against the golden light. However, despite their combined efforts, the golden brilliance remained unyielding. Observing this, Lu Yantao, nestled within the light, erupted into a triumphant laugh. "You wretches think you can shatter a fourth-tier diamond talisman? This talisman can withstand attacks from nascent soul cultivators. How absurd. His loss of a fourth-tier talisman due to a group of foundation establishment cultivators stung him deeply. After hurling curses, he produced a medicinal pill from his robe to heal his injuries. The pill appeared to be of exceptional quality. Minutes later, the once bruised and battered Lu Yantao had returned to his usual state. Witnessing this transformation, the cultivators who had been mercilessly beating him exchanged glances, their expressions filled with uncertainty. They whispered amongst themselves, "Could this fellow truly be a disciple of the Lu family? Is the Lu family renowned?" He did not mention that his father is the current prime minister. Although the strength of the Tianwu kingdom is somewhat limited, it does possess powerful beings at the divinity separation stage, which qualifies as a third-tier force. What relevance does a third-tier force hold for the Lu family? Are you truly that foolish? His father is the prime minister, and his own son has been so brutally treated here in Qingyan County. How could he not be enraged? At that moment, a mere word to any ancestor of the nascent soul or out-of-body stage could spell disaster for our Qingyan County. What shall we do? Eliminate the witnesses. This is an issue that cannot be overlooked. We must ask Master Lu to intervene. He should possess the necessary strength. A group of foundation establishment cultivators truly embodies the fearlessness of youth. They are fully aware that Lu Yantao hails from the Lu family of Tianwu Kingdom, which could potentially attract significant trouble from powerful ancestors of the nascent soul or even out-of-body stage in the future. Yet, they audaciously conspire right before Lu Yantao's eyes. His expression darkened instantaneously, and a flicker of panic welled up within him. The diamond talisman is not an invincible charm. It cannot provide eternal protection. As time passes, not only could Master Lu easily dispatch him, but even those around him could easily obliterate him. This revelation truly terrified Lu Yantao. What a band of ruffians. He hastily declared, "My sole objective lies in obtaining the inheritance of the blood fiend demon lord. I have no interest in you worthless scum. If Master Lu can grant me the inheritance of the blood fiend demon lord, I shall depart immediately, and I will consider the recent assault against me as if it never occurred." All eyes turned in unison towards Lu Huan. Lu Huan's lips twitched in irritation. The audacity of the blood fiend demon lord. With an expression of disbelief, he approached Lu Yantao, fixing him with a steady gaze. Lu Yantao felt a twinge of trepidation. It was his first encounter with a foundation establishment cultivator who could disregard attacks from fourth-tier spiritual talismans. While curiosity about Lu Huan's secrets lingered in his mind, he was acutely aware that should this individual choose to strike, his chances of escape today would be perilously slim. Just as Lu Yantao was about to muster a facade of bravado to say something, he heard Lu Huan's voice resonate in his ear. Are you truly a disciple of the Lu family? If you doubt it, Master Lu can accompany me shortly. I shall take you to explore our Lu family. Lu Yantao blurted out, hastily offering an explanation. Oh, Lu Huan rolled her eyes. Only a fool would accompany you to the Lu family. Isn't that akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den? Are you well acquainted with this blood fiend demon lord? How dare you assault me? I have made myself abundantly clear before, regardless of who obtains the inheritance. It must be shared. You clearly could have received a portion as well. Lu Huan was utterly perplexed. Could it be that a figure like the blood demon sovereign truly existed in this world? Lu Yantao stared blankly at Lu Huan, astonished as he exclaimed, Are you truly willing to offer the legacy of the blood demon sovereign? That is an existence of sovereign caliber on the Tianwang continent. Those who are honored with the title of sovereign are, at the very least, in the tribulation transcendence stage, esteemed figures of the great ascension realm. Lu Huan gasped, caught between laughter and tears, and remarked, So, your reasoning for taking action is based on the suspicion that this blood demon sovereign might have once been a formidable figure at the tribulation stage, or even the great ascension stage. In the realm of Tianwang, these two stages indeed represent the pinnacle of strength. The former is on the verge of transcending, a being of extraordinary prowess, while the latter has successfully navigated the tribulation and is poised to ascend. If one were to ascend directly to the celestial realm after overcoming the tribulation, they would be considered a celestial being. In other words, those who remain in the Tianwang continent after successfully undergoing the tribulation are great ascension experts, while those who ascend directly become celestial beings, the legendary powerhouses of lore. However, the conundrum lies in the fact that the blood demon sovereign is entirely a figment of Lu Huan's imagination. Thus, Lu Huan is certain beyond a shadow of a doubt. In this world, there should be no such entity as the blood fiend demon lord. As for that legacy jade slip, it is undoubtedly a fabrication. Indeed, from beginning to end, apart from the temple and the tentacled blood demon, everything else is merely an illusion. Upon acquiring the blood divine art after signing in, Lu Huan adeptly utilized the bloodstains left by the practitioners on the ground to conjure a blood demon, stealthily infiltrating the temple. He meticulously investigated the internal circumstances of the temple, unraveling the mystery surrounding this so-called inheritance. Many years prior, a demon cultivator, injured, sought refuge here to mend his wounds. Upon his departure, the commotion he caused attracted considerable attention. Consequently, through the distortion of tales over time, this place became renowned as the site where a powerful ancestor of the nascent soul stage, or even one surpassing that level, purportedly left behind an inheritance, hoping that a fated individual might reap its benefits. As for the blood demons, they were not guardians of the inheritance. They were merely whimsical creations formed from the bloodshed of the demon cultivator during his recovery, conjured to amuse himself in his solitude. When he left, he did not take them along. Such is the reality of the situation. Upon discovering the situation, Lu Huan pondered whether he could leverage this occurrence to earn a modicum of system cultivation rewards for himself. After all, the majority of foundational practitioners in the entire Qingyan County were already present. Allowing them to depart without consequence felt somewhat regrettable. Thus, the subsequent scene unfolded. The blood-red silhouette was, in fact, a manifestation of Lu Huan's blood divine art, a blood demon he had conjured. The so-called heritage stone was merely an ordinary rock. Had anyone previously entered the temple and scrutinized their surroundings, they would have noticed a pit of identical dimensions deep within the sanctuary. This pit was the origin of the so-called heritage stone. The blood-red apparition, generated through Lu Huan's blood divine art, was deemed by the system as an extension of his own power. Consequently, any adversaries vanquished by the blood-red silhouette were likewise considered defeated by him. Hence, the events unfolded. Lu Huan concealed himself in the shadows, reaping a frenzied harvest. Now, the cultivation of his system has reached an impressive 1 million years. Logically, it should be even greater, considering that the blood-red phantom previously defeated over 300,000 foundation establishment cultivators. Even if each adversary defeated granted a reward calculated over a decade, it should amount to 3 million years. Not to mention, some among them possessed strength surpassing Lu Huan by 2 minor stages, reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm. These formidable foes could have bestowed upon Lu Huan an additional 50 years of system cultivation. Yet, once the system's accumulated cultivation reached precisely 1 million years, it ceased to advance further. Lu Huan inquired about the system and discovered the limitations. It turned out that when he was at the foundation establishment stage, he could receive a cultivation reward from the system amounting to 1 million years. Only after he breaks through to the core formation stage could the upper limit be further elevated. Such restrictions exist? Why was this not mentioned earlier? Nonetheless, a cultivation reward of 1 million years should be sufficient to elevate my skills to a significantly high level. Lu Huan harbored no discontent. After all, had it not been for his clandestine machinations aimed at acquiring 1 million years of cultivation, he would have had to vanquish at least 10,000 practitioners. In the realm of conventional methods, where would one find such a multitude of cultivators willing to be defeated? However, in relative terms, Lu Huan's greatest achievement extends beyond merely acquiring 1 million years of cultivation. It lies in the esteemed position he holds in the hearts of the foundation-building practitioners of Qingyuan County. Lu Huan firmly believes that even after many years away from Qingyuan County, when these people mention him, they will undoubtedly do so with immense admiration. To return to the main point, he understands that Lu Yantao's actions against him stem solely from a whimsical mention of a blood fiend demon lord. As he seeks to monopolize the legacy left behind, Lu Huan raised an eyebrow and smiled. My friend, I must apologize. I have stated that the legacy belongs to all, and it is certainly impossible for you to claim it all for yourself. Not to mention, how dare you launch a surprise attack on me? Lu Huan silently added a phrase in his heart. With a resounding boom, he unleashed the magic wind fist once more. A loud clang resonated as his fist struck down. The protective shield generated by the 4th-tier diamond talisman quivered slightly. Master Lu, what do you intend to do? I am the son of the Prime Minister of Tianwu Kingdom. If you dare to kill me, you will be opposing the entire Tianwu Kingdom. Lu Yantao's eyes widened in rage. Lu Huan, unable to contain his emotions, took immediate action. Startling him. Bang! Lu Huan paid no heed, continuing to swing his fist with relentless ferocity. With each strike, the protective talisman trembled violently, seemingly on the brink of shattering. Master Lu, please. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Spare me. If you let me go, I swear I shall never set foot in Qingyuan County again. Lu Yantao's pleas shifted to desperate cries as threats proved futile. Bang! Yet, what Lu Yantao received in response was Lu Huan's third punch. Crack! With that third blow, a faint fissure appeared in the 4th-tier diamond talisman shield. It cracked, indeed it cracked. Master Lu's prowess was astounding. What significance did a 4th-tier talisman hold in the presence of Master Lu, when it remained as fragile as paper? Master Lu's dominance was undeniable. He must eliminate this wretch. Cheers erupted from the sidelines, and the gazes directed at Lu Huan brimmed with admiration. Stop him! Someone stop him! My father and elder brother are aware of my presence in your Qingyuan County. If anything happens to me here, you shall all pay the price. Lu Yantao, realizing that his pleas fell on deaf ears, resorted once more to threats, this time casting a shadow over the entire Qingyuan County. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of concern ignited in many hearts. Why was it that every mention of Qingyuan County was accompanied by the name of the Tianwu Kingdom? It was simply because the Tianwu Kingdom was sufficiently powerful to govern even their Qingyuan County. The vast Tianwu Kingdom boasted dozens of counties akin to Qingyuan. Would the higher-ups of the Tianwu Kingdom not deem it appropriate for the practitioners of Qingyuan County to provoke their authority? Would they truly take action against them? Bang! Boom! Alas, just as many contemplated this grave concern, the fourth punch from Lu Huan struck mercilessly. Even the formidable Vajra shield, a 4th-tier spirit talisman, could no longer withstand the full force of Lu Huan's attacks after the 4th blow. It shattered explosively. In that instant of detonation, the resulting shockwave tore Lu Yantao into fragments. Concurrently, the system granted an additional 50 years of cultivation. In the Lu family of Tianwu Kingdom, the disciples guarding the ancestral shrine were astounded to discover that one of the soul tablets on the monument meant to protect the spirits of their kin had disintegrated into dust. The disciples stood in stunned silence for a moment before hastily departing the shrine to report the alarming news. Master Lu, have you truly killed him? Gasped a cultivator standing beside Lu Huan, his expression a complex mix of disbelief and astonishment. Lu Huan cast a disdainful glance at the cultivator and scoffed. If you wish to kill him, then do so. He is but a wretch attempting to monopolize the inheritance. Do you truly feel pity for him? If that is the case, then you shall not have the Blood Demon Lord's legacy. As soon as Lu Huan uttered these words, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Everyone gazed eagerly at Lu Huan, awaiting the distribution of the inheritance. However, since it was merely an illusion, the inheritance naturally ceased to exist. Lu Huan had also given it considerable thought. after orchestrating so many affairs and attaining 1,000,000 in cultivation through this group of tools. It would be unthinkable to be insincere. With a deduction of 1,000 from his system cultivation, Lu Huan made slight modifications to the blood god technique acquired from signing in. Originally a 6th grade technique, it was transformed into a 3rd grade one. The ability to condense blood demons was removed, retaining only the capability to refine blood and enhance his inherent strength to a modest degree. Even those with exceptional talent, upon mastering this technique to its zenith, could only augment their strength by a mere 10,000 units. The system intervened to seal all possibilities. Unless Lu Huan took matters into his own hands, it was utterly impossible for anyone to transcend their limits with such a technique, not even those formidable beings who could be considered celestial in the realm of transcendence. The newly christened technique was named the Blood Refinement Art. Lu Huan once again retrieved the enigmatic crimson jade slip, within which resided the blood condensation technique. When compared to the blood god technique, the efficacy of the blood condensation technique was indeed rather unimpressive. However, for this assembly of foundation establishment cultivators, it was sufficient to incite unbridled joy. A 3rd grade technique could easily fetch a staggering sum of several 100,000 spirit stones in the outside world. Please circulate this jade slip amongst yourselves, Lu Huan instructed as he extended the slip to the cultivator nearest to him, amidst the eager gazes of the crowd. The cultivator, momentarily taken aback, was overwhelmed with elation. He had not anticipated being the first to enjoy such a privilege. Almost moved to his knees, he was on the verge of bowing his head in gratitude to Lu Huan. Is it truly a 3rd grade technique? Haha. It turns out that the legacy of Lu En Mountain encompasses such a treasure. After examining the contents of the jade slip, the foundation establishment cultivator gasped in astonishment. This is indeed a 3rd grade technique. Only those of elder status in our sect could practice such a method, and now we are deemed worthy to cultivate it? Friend, do enlighten us on the effects of this technique, urged the cultivators nearby, brimming with impatience. Even a 3rd grade technique left behind by a demon sovereign can't be subpar. Do not rush me. Let me examine it further. The cultivator, gripping the jade slip, forced himself to regain composure. After another scrutiny of the technique contained within, he declared, "This method can condense our vital energy and enhance our physical strength by 10,000 pounds. Upon his proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. After a prolonged pause, a feeble voice finally broke the stillness. Is this it? A demon sovereign's legacy, yet the technique is so utterly lackluster? Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a reaction from everyone. However, upon further reflection, he came to realize that all the cultivators present were at the foundation establishment stage. Once one reaches this level of cultivation, the focus primarily shifts to the quality of spiritual energy and the capacity of the Dantian. The innate physical strength, in truth, holds little significance for most. As Lu Huan pondered how to explain the situation, the practitioner holding the jade slip, with a face full of indignation, exclaimed, "Is this all there is to it? You know nothing. This is a technique for enhancing vital energy. As practitioners, we will inevitably encounter malevolent entities in the future. A robust vital energy ensures we are not oppressed by such forces. Indeed, when our vital energy reaches a substantial level, it alone may suffice to subdue these malevolent beings. This is the crux of this technique." Lu Huan raised his brow unconsciously, a subtle gesture that revealed an unexpected realization. He had not anticipated this aspect. It appeared that the blood condensation technique possessed such concealed efficacy. However, having someone to elucidate this matter was indeed a fortunate occurrence. With a shift in his thoughts, he spoke up. What this esteemed friend has articulated is profoundly insightful. The enhancement of vital energy is indeed the focal point of this technique. Moreover, you have overlooked a critical question. Did the blood fiend demon sovereign truly intend to leave behind a legacy? The words of Lu Huan plunged the crowd into deep contemplation once more. Many began to reflect on the series of events that had transpired since their arrival near the temple. Indeed, it appeared increasingly evident that the blood demon sovereign sought a suitable vessel for reincarnation, rather than the preservation of any legacy. My heavens! It turns out that the inheritance of Lu En Mountain, which we have long yearned for, is nothing but a grand deception. Thankfully, we have Master Lu with us. Otherwise, we might have perished here today. We are profoundly grateful to Master Lu. Master Lu shall forever remain my idol. Master Lu, have you ever considered allowing me to bear a descendant for you? As the conversation flowed, the crowd once again lavished compliments upon Lu Huan. Lu Huan feigned nonchalance, raising a hand to impose silence upon the gathering. In an instant, the cacophony of voices vanished, exuding an air of authority reminiscent of a leader's address. Esteemed friends, he began, Your speculations have proven remarkably accurate. However, the specifics remain shrouded in uncertainty. We cannot ascertain whether the words of the blood fiend demon lord, uttered before his departure, were a mere threat or a portent of his eventual return. Thus, the teachings contained within the jade slips present us with an unexpected boon. Let us embrace our cultivation without hesitation. Whether it be enhancing our vitality or augmenting our physical prowess, these practices will undoubtedly fortify our strength. Why dwell on unnecessary concerns? Should the heavens collapse, there will always be those tall enough to bear the weight. At worst, we shall face our demise together. A hearty laughter erupted among the crowd, as they found humor in Lu Huan's seemingly paradoxical words. Following the acquisition of the teachings, they dispersed to embark on their individual journeys of exploration. Beyond this so-called inheritance, the true boon of this relic for us cultivators lies in the abundant resources for cultivation it harbors. Unintentionally, Lu Huan reminded everyone once more. Upon hearing this, the crowd became increasingly exhilarated. The prospect of acquiring a third-tier cultivation technique, along with the opportunity to harvest a plethora of spiritual plants as before, seemed exceptionally appealing. Had it not been for the fact that the technique was yet to be in their possession, many would have eagerly prepared to depart. Subsequent matters required no further involvement from Lu Huan. He meticulously made several copies of the blood condensation technique and distributed them to the leaders of various factions present. As for the loose cultivators, he entrusted the copies to the portly man and the boatman. Thereafter, he, along with Yen Lei and Su Xiaowan, continued to wander through this ancient relic world. As he mentioned earlier, while the inheritance was indeed a delightful surprise, the true treasures lay in the cultivation resources that were tangible and real. Although his system level had reached its maximum, he could still scavenge for cultivation resources. These are for both of you. Upon leaving, Lu Huan handed 2 jade slips to Yen Lei and Su Xiaowan. The two of them, filled with delight, began to peruse the cultivation technique. Upon doing so, they were momentarily stunned, their gazes synchronously directed at Lu Huan. Let us proceed. It is time to seek out the cultivation resources. Lu Huan smiled silently, undoubtedly asserting her point. It was not until they reached a secluded area that Yen Lei could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Lu Huan, how is it that they possess only a fragment of our techniques while yours are complete? Before Yen Lei could finish speaking, Lu Huan took the initiative to explain. However, in reality, the cultivation techniques obtained by Yen Lei and Su Xiaowan were still incomplete. The only complete version was the blood god technique that Lu Huan cultivated himself. The methods he provided to Yen Lei and Su Xiaowan had undergone an upgrade, costing him 1,000 system cultivation points, resulting in enhanced efficacy. Particularly in the refinement of vital energy and blood, it reached an impressive tenfold limit. The blood god technique's capacity for refining vital energy and blood was boundless, entirely dependent on Lu Huan's innate talent, allowing for limitless enhancement. As long as Lu Huan's talent was not exhausted, he could continue to improve indefinitely. However, the consumption in later stages would escalate exponentially. The blood coagulation technique he imparted to others could only elevate the limit by a single fold. Given that Yen Lei and Su Xiaowan were considered allies, it was only right to ensure they reaped some benefits. Furthermore, this was merely the ordinary blood coagulation technique. Lu Huan produced 2 more jade slips and handed them once again to Yen Lei and Su Xiaowan. In your future cultivation, practice the complete blood condensation technique. Once you have committed it to memory, be sure to destroy the jade slips. If anyone inquires later, simply present the ordinary blood condensation technique as a substitute. Lu Huan's words were evidently directed at Su Xiaowan. As the holy maiden of the Heavenly Sword sect, a third-tier cultivation method designed to enhance one's vitality is not exclusively accessible to practitioners of the foundation establishment stage. Lu Huan understood that in the future, many individuals would undoubtedly seek the techniques from Su Xiaowan. I must memorize the techniques immediately, without hesitation. Yen Lei produced what he claimed to be the complete version of the blood condensation technique and began to commit it to memory with great focus. Within the span of a tea break, Yen Lei shattered the jade slip before Lu Huan's eyes. In truth, since Lu Huan has resolved to present the so-called complete version of the blood condensation technique, he is unafraid of their exposure, whether in the present or the future. Possessing nearly 1,000,000 levels of system cultivation as a foundation, when Lu Huan departed from the ruins of Luyan Mountain, he was able to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm. After his departure, he would seek to procure the breaking mirror pill for the foundation establishment phase. If that proved futile, He could resort to the breaking mirror pill for the body refinement realm that he had previously retained. In fact, he could even attain the peak of the core formation realm upon leaving Luyin Mountain. However, Lu Huan would undoubtedly not recklessly enhance his cultivation. When he was in the foundation establishment stage, he was able to acquire the supreme foundation establishment technique. In the core formation stage, could he not also obtain the supreme core formation technique? With the system at his disposal, it would be utterly unacceptable for him to progress in a methodical manner like an ordinary cultivator. The legend of the extreme cultivator has long been entrenched in the history of the Tianhuan continent. It is said that at each stage, there exists a unique cultivation method capable of elevating one's current realm to its utmost limit, thereby solidifying one's foundation exceptionally well. This not only allows one to defeat adversaries of higher levels, but also provides immense advantages when facing tribulations in the future. After ascension, one would not have to start anew from the human immortal realm, enduring the humiliation of being subservient to others. Instead, one would hold a prominent position within the celestial realm. However, this remains a mere legend. Over the years in the Tianhuan continent, while many prodigies have emerged, they often only manage to reach the pinnacle of their stage, particularly in the smaller stages below the nascent soul stage. The challenge of consistently achieving the status of an extreme cultivator at the same level is extraordinarily daunting, and no one has ever succeeded. Lu Huan felt that with the system in place, she could certainly make an attempt. The opening of the Luyin Mountain ruins typically occurs in about a month. Since there is no true inheritance within the ruins, it would undoubtedly be the same this time. After spending over 20 days, she had thoroughly explored the central area. After Lu Huan and his companions each amassed nearly 10 million spiritual stones worth of cultivation resources, they resolved to spend the remaining time seeking a suitable location for earnest cultivation. Such places for training are not difficult to find. Lu Huan and his companions swiftly discovered a concealed cave. The interior of the cave was intricately complex, featuring numerous smaller chambers. There was no need to worry about disturbing one another during their cultivation. After a brief exchange, they settled in. Lu Huan and his companions each found a cave and began their tranquil cultivation. System, I wish to elevate my cultivation level to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm. Lu Huan, filled with exuberance, declared boom. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted within him. The supreme foundation establishment technique activated autonomously, absorbing and channeling this energy, violently infusing it into his limbs and bones. Buzz. If someone were to stand beside Lu Huan at that moment, they would hear a deep, resonant humming emanating from within him, akin to a colossal mainframe powering on, its cooling fans whirling frantically to reduce the temperature. Puff. A minute later, an aura belonging to a fifth-tier foundation establishment cultivator erupted from Lu Huan's body. He had successfully broken through. 5 minutes later, the aura of a sixth-tier foundation establishment cultivator once again burst forth from him. Half an hour later, seventh-tier foundation establishment. A day later, eighth-tier foundation establishment. 2 days later, ninth-tier foundation establishment. 5 days later, peak foundation establishment. Boom. An even more terrifying aura radiated from Lu Huan, mercilessly crashing against the surrounding rock walls. Bang, bang, bang. These immensely solid, iron-rich blue stones, capable of withstanding the assaults of early-stage core formation experts, crumbled at that moment, disintegrating into dust as fragile as tofu. This transformation had begun 5 days prior, when Lu Huan reached the 6th level of foundation establishment. Su Shaowan and Yen Lei had already possessed a keen sense of awareness and departed from the concealed cave. Subsequently, with each breakthrough, they maintained a distance of at least 10 kilometers from Lu Huan. Now, they found themselves more than 50 kilometers away, having arrived at the periphery of the mountain range where the cave was located. However, upon sensing the overwhelming aura of Lu Huan's breakthrough to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, they were left utterly astonished, particularly as they gazed upon the mountain range composed entirely of iron and stone. It appeared as though it was being relentlessly assaulted by a powerful core formation expert, with fragments exploding into fine dust in a spectacular display, leaving them speechless. My heavens! Is Lu Huan truly breaking through, or is he demolishing the mountain? The commotion is simply terrifying. Yen Lei exclaimed in shock. Su Shaowan shook her head and spoke softly. Even a core formation expert's breakthrough would not be so fearsome. The mere aura of his breakthrough surpasses that of a core formation expert? Could it be that his power rivals that of a nascent soul ancestor? Yet, he is clearly only at the foundation establishment stage, Yen Lei said, bewildered. I suspect that Lu Huan is attempting to challenge the limits of a cultivator. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Xiaowan's eyes. A limit cultivator? In a moment of astonishment, Yin Lei felt as though a thunderclap had erupted in his mind. My brother has become so formidable? He is actually capable of striving for the legendary limit cultivator? Truly a tenfold enhancement. Lu Huan felt the immense dantian within him, brimming with abundant spiritual energy. And a confident smile involuntarily graced his face. The purpose of the Supreme Foundation Establishment technique is to augment the dantian tenfold. After consuming the perfect body refinement breakthrough pill, Lu Huan's dantian had already been doubled. Building upon this foundation, it was further expanded tenfold. This signifies that Lu Huan's dantian is 20 times larger than that of an ordinary cultivator. With a larger dantian, the reservoir of spiritual energy naturally increases. The disparity in strength is self-evident. To think that it has consumed 200,000 years of systematic cultivation. Lu Huan cast a glance at the system interface and was taken aback to find that the system's cultivation had dwindled to a mere 800,000 years. This was simply incomprehensible. Lu Huan scratched his head, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. Logically speaking, if any practitioner were to devote themselves to cultivation for 200,000 years, even one with the most abysmal talent could potentially reach the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, or even ascend directly to the great vehicle stage, assuming, of course, that one disregards any bottlenecks encountered along the way. Lu Huan's talent is not lacking. With the formidable technique of the Supreme Foundation Establishment method at his disposal, it is somewhat perplexing that it took him a staggering 200,000 years to reach the pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment realm. However, previously, when he consumed system cultivation to directly enhance his own cultivation, Lu Huan had already discerned that the time indicated by the system's cultivation level differed significantly from the actual time spent in cultivation. It can only be said that the time referenced by the system's cultivation level serves merely to establish a definitive figure. It does not genuinely reflect the actual duration a cultivator has dedicated to their practice. There is no need to delve into complexities or overthink the matter. Lu Huan murmured to himself, deeming it unnecessary to pursue further enhancement at this moment. Although the spiritual energy had reached its zenith, his physical prowess had yet to attain its limit. Currently, it had escalated from the original 74,000 gene to 250,000 gene, averaging an increase of nearly 20,000 gene with each ascension. Yet, it remains insufficient, utterly inadequate. Lu Huan furrowed his brows and murmured to himself, under ordinary circumstances, a cultivator at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage can, when employing their techniques, unleash a force equivalent to that of a dragon, which amounts to 1 million newtons. This is considered the absolute limit. However, this represents the threshold for an average practitioner. Since I aspire to be an extraordinary cultivator, I must ensure that my physical strength reaches the power of a dragon at the very least. Lu Huan set a modest goal for himself in his heart. He vowed not to advance to the Jiedan realm until his physical strength surpassed that of a dragon. This period would also serve as an opportune time to seek out the materials needed for refining the foundation establishment breaking mirror pill. In truth, enhancing his physical strength was paramount. Lu Huan need not depart from the ruins of Luin Mountain. The Black Sky Spirit Crystal Condensation technique he previously acquired had the potential to elevate his physical strength to the pinnacle of 100,000 newtons. However, following his subsequent breakthrough, which advanced him to the foundation establishment realm, he utilized only a fraction of the Black Sky Spirit crystals. Presently, his strength has soared to 250,000 newtons, surpassing the upper limit that the Black Sky Spirit crystals could bestow. It is thus improbable that he could employ such a method to further enhance his physical prowess. For other cultivators, this would likely necessitate discarding the hard-won technique. Yet for Lu Huan, this is not the case. System. Can I elevate the Black Sky Spirit Crystal Condensation technique once more to recondense the Black Sky Spirit crystals for my current use? Lu Huan silently pondered within, questioning whether the master would deduct 10,000 system cultivation points to enhance the condensation technique of the Black Heaven Spirit Crystal. Is it truly possible? Lu Huan chuckled softly, secretly thinking to himself, then let us enhance. System cultivation level decreased by 10,000 years. Lu Huan immediately sensed the emergence of unique information regarding the Black Celestial Spirit Crystal Condensation technique within his mind. After a careful examination, he discerned the following. The Black Celestial Spirit Crystal Condensation technique allows for the extraction of a cultivator's essence, spirit, and energy to condense the Black Celestial Spirit Crystal. The efficacy of this technique is contingent upon the practitioner's prior cultivation level, enhancing the upper limit from a formidable 100,000 gene of strength to an impressive 100 dragon powers. Splendid. After silently praising the system in her heart, Lu Huan promptly rose to her feet, preparing to depart. Oh, at this moment, Lu Huan finally became aware of his surroundings, not to mention the cave. Even the towering mountains within a radius of several dozen kilometers had vanished without a trace. All that remained was a colossal crater, reminiscent of the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. Was this the commotion caused by my breakthrough? Lu Huan's heart sank with a jolt. Her expression drastically altered as she cried out, Yin Lei, Su Xiaowan. While calling their names, she searched frantically in every direction. Lu Huan was consumed by a singular thought, to see the living if he were to survive, and to behold the dead if he were to perish. His heart was laden with regret. Had he known that the commotion during his breakthrough would be so significant, he would have never chosen to cultivate on the same ground as Yin Lei and the others. At that moment, two blinding beams of light suddenly appeared in the distant void. Lu Huan focused his gaze and recognized it was Yin Lei and Su Xiaowan. Oh. Lu Huan let out a sigh of relief as he approached the two individuals. Are you both all right? We're fine. Yin Lei and Su Xiaowan replied in unison, shaking their heads, their expressions rather peculiar as they gazed at Lu Huan. Yin Lei remarked, Lu Huan, have you truly been cultivating these past few days? Indeed. Lu Huan chuckled awkwardly, glancing back at the vast pit he had inadvertently created. I never anticipated that my cultivation would cause such a commotion. I'm relieved that you are all unharmed. After exchanging a few more words and gaining a clearer understanding of the situation, Lu Huan remarked, It shouldn't be long before the Luyin Mountain ruins close, right? Shall we explore the vicinity? Absolutely, Su Xiaowan and Yin Lei readily concurred. With little time remaining, even if they wished to further their practice and achieve breakthroughs in the blood condensation technique, it was no longer feasible. The central area of the Luyin Mountain ruins was relatively small. 2 days later, Lu Huan and his two companions merely strolled around briefly, yielding rather modest results. Lu Huan obtained only 10 Black Heaven Spirit crystals that he could currently utilize. He stealthily consumed them all while the other two were distracted. Yet, the result was a mere augmentation of 5,000 oxen strength. On average, each crystal contributed only 500 oxen's worth of power. This revelation made Lu Huan comprehend that although the Black Heaven Spirit crystal's condensation method had surpassed previous limits, its requirements had also escalated. Only the remains of a core formation realm expert could now condense into Black Heaven Spirit crystals capable of significant enhancement. Another day slipped by unnoticed. As Lu Huan and his companions languidly awaited the closure of the Luyin Mountain ruins, they engaged in the collection of some first-tier spiritual plants. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from above the ruins, resonating through the air. The three exchanged knowing smiles. At last, it has come to an end. Yin Lei remarked with a sense of relief, quickening his pace. Lu Huan and Su Xiaowan may not care for these first-tier spirit plants. However, for him, selling these first-tier spirit plants could yield a considerable amount of cultivation resources. It is precisely for this reason Lu Huan had no intention of suggesting an early departure. He collaborated with Yin Lei to collect the first-tier spirit plants that he had long since lost interest in. After all, leaving the Luyin Mountain ruins would undoubtedly mean parting ways with Yin Lei. It was only fitting that he extend a helping hand to this good brother before they said their farewells. At that moment, a mysterious force enveloped all individuals within the Luyin Mountain ruins, transporting them out of the sight. In the blink of an eye, over 1 million cultivators emerged at the entrance of Luyin Mountain. Aside from those who had accompanied Lu Huan directly into the central domain, there was another group that entered the ruins through the main gate after its opening. Indeed, although Lu Huan's sword shattered the formation at the entrance of the Luyin Mountain ruins, it appeared as though the entrance had been destroyed. However, in truth, it had no impact on the entrance whatsoever. Shortly after Lu Huan and his companions entered the ruins, the true entrance re-emerged. This revelation filled the members of the Zixing Pavilion, including the late Lung Wu, who had previously been slain by Yushan, with unrestrained joy, as they had not compensated Lu Huan. This left Yushan and others, who had remained outside to guard against the Zixing Pavilion's opportunism, in a state of exasperation. They found themselves powerless to obstruct those who entered through the main gate. Consequently, those sect cultivators who had believed they had lost their chance to enter Luyin Mountain also made their way into the ruins. At this moment, as the Luyin Mountain ruins sealed shut, everyone reappeared at the entrance. An elder of the Zixing Pavilion named Wang Song, in the stage of Jiedan, upon seeing Lu Huan, momentarily forgot the tragic demise of Lung Wu and began to boast with renewed arrogance. Tell me, why are there so many fools in this world? They could have entered the ruins for free, yet they insisted on paying an entry fee of 1,000,000 spirit stones. With that amount, I could cultivate the prodigies within our sect. How delightful. Beside Wang Song, Li Tao, a Jiedon elder of Baiyang Pavilion, chuckled in agreement. Indeed, 1,000,000 spirit stones. What a waste, allowing a foundation establishment individual to profit from it. However, after they finished their remarks, they noticed that the cultivators who had entered the central domain alongside Lu Huan were looking at them with peculiar expressions. Each pair of eyes glimmered with mockery. Just as they stood in bewilderment, Ping Sha of Feishan sect stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Elder Wang, I have excellent news to share. After entering the Luyin mountain ruins alongside sect leader Lu, we directly accessed the central area of the ruins and, under his guidance, obtained the legacy of Luyin mountain." What? This is impossible. It must be a lie. As soon as Ping Sha finished speaking, Wang Song and the others from Zixing Pavilion were left in shock. Even Yushan from Tianjin sect and Elder Wang from Feishan sect gazed at Ping Sha with astonishment. Are you saying this is true? You truly acquired the legacy of Luyin mountain? Elder Wang from Feishan sect impatiently inquired. Yushan even rushed to Lu Huan's side, ingratiatingly asking, "Sect leader, is this true? Have you really obtained the legacy of Luyin mountain?" Indeed. Lu Huan was on the verge of offering a seemingly ambiguous response when, not far away, Ping Sha could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Of course it's true. Master Lu, with his benevolent heart, had the opportunity to monopolize the inheritance of Luyin mountain. Yet he chose to share this privilege with all of us." As he spoke, Ping Sha let out a cold snort and cast a derisive glance at Elder Wang Song of the Zixing Pavilion, scoffing indeed. "While we did expend 1,000,000 spirit stones to gain access to the Luyin mountain ruins, we were granted immediate entry to the central domain. And each of us received a third-tier cultivation technique." A mere third-tier technique? Wang Song's expression darkened considerably. He had assumed that the inheritance of Luyin mountain was of extraordinary value, only to discover it consisted of a single third-tier technique. Just as he was about to mock them, Ping Sha interjected again, "What of a third-tier technique? Have you ever encountered a third-tier technique for cultivating blood energy? This technique is worth at least 10,000,000. The mere entry fee of 1,000,000 spirit stones is a tremendous bargain. A third-tier technique for cultivating blood energy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must be deceiving me." Wang Song was left despondent, his spirit crushed by the revelation. He understood well the immense worth of a technique capable of cultivating blood energy. It was a treasure coveted even by ancient ancestors in the nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, the multitude of cultivators who had entered the Luyin mountain ruins alongside Lu Huan gathered around their respective elders, reporting their findings. Many sects had indeed suffered significant losses. Yet in comparison to acquiring a technique for cultivating blood energy, such losses were negligible. In an instant, those who had followed Lu Huan into Luyin mountain were jubilant. From the elders to the disciples, celebrating as if it were a festival. Conversely, the elders and disciples of the Zixing Pavilion wore expressions of despair, akin to mourning. They all understood they had suffered a monumental loss, particularly as they were bombarded by the triumphant boasts of others who had acquired resources for cultivation worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. When they assessed their own meager haul of primarily first-tier resources, with scarcely any second-tier ones, they realized that collectively, they scarcely matched the achievements of a single individual from another sect. Despair filled the air, especially among the disciples of the Zixing Pavilion, who harbored deep resentment towards the upper echelons of their sect. It is believed that the parsimony of the higher-ups is what caused them to miss this opportunity. When the disciples of a sect, including its elite members, begin to harbor dissatisfaction towards the leadership, the sect's longevity is invariably compromised. In truth, this scenario unfolded as anticipated. A few years later, an earth-shattering event transpired in Qingyuan County, under the leadership of 3 prodigies who had ascended to the core formation realm. Disciples of the Zixing Pavilion joined forces with outsiders and systematically annihilated the upper echelons of their sect. Thus, the Zixing Pavilion met its demise. As countless individuals animatedly exchanged tales of their gains from the Luyin mountain ruins, an unassuming figure approached Lu Huan and earnestly inquired, "Sovereign, shall we return to the Heavenly Sword sect?" The murmurs surrounding Lu Huan abruptly diminished. Although it appeared that everyone continued to discuss their own gains, in truth, each individual was intently observing the situation at hand. Most of these individuals were disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, including Su Shaowan and Yen Lei. They undoubtedly hoped for Lu Huan's return to the sect. However, They were acutely aware that, given his current circumstances, a return to the Heavenly Sword sect was nearly an impossibility. Upon hearing Yushan's inquiry, Lu Huan gazed at Yushan with a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely mockful, inquiring, "Elder Yu, do you believe this is possible?" "Possible? Why would it not be?" Yushan replied eagerly, his expression imbued with a deep sense of yearning. "You are, after all, the universally acknowledged leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Moreover, our sect owes you an entrance fee of 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Given the weight of that sum, it would only be fitting for you to accompany us back, wouldn't it? 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Consider them a gift." Lu Huan smiled faintly and said, "But do you still wish to reclaim the forbidden spirit seal and the fire cloud sword?" Lu Huan squinted his eyes, a broad smile gracing his face. Yet an unmistakable chill emanated from his gaze. A prodigy from the Tianjin sect, upon hearing Lu Huan's words, immediately turned to Elder Yu to express his grievances. "Elder Yu, you must not sever the bridge after crossing the river. The sect master has aided us immensely this time, the combined value of which far surpasses that of the forbidden spirit seal and the fire cloud sword. If you demand the return of these two items, we shall not comply." At this proclamation, numerous disciples of the Tianjin sect echoed in agreement. "Indeed, we vehemently oppose it. The sect master's talent is undeniably prodigious. Remaining in our Tianjin sect would only stifle his potential. It is far better for him to venture forth and forge his own path. Today, I, Lin Dong, declare this. Should you dare to forcibly retain the sect master, I shall sever ties with the Tianjin sect." Lin Dong is correct. I, Qin Yu, stand in solidarity with him, ready to face any outcome. And I, Xiao Yin, shall not hesitate to turn against anyone who seeks to impede the sect master. I, Yi Xian, I, Feng Cheng, a host of prodigies from the Tianjin sect united in fervor, resolutely standing beside Lu Huan. Their faces etched with determination as they glared at Yushan. Yushan's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of dread washing over him. The individuals before him were indeed the finest of the Tianjin sect. Yet now, they stood in opposition to him, an elder of the sect. "Elder Yu," at that moment, Su Shaowan stepped forward without hesitation, joining Lu Huan's side. Her charming visage bore a hint of resolve as she coolly remarked, "Do you require me to say anything further?" "Saintess, how could you too?" Yushan lamented, his expression a tangled web of emotions as he gazed at Lu Huan. With the magnetic charisma that Lu Huan now radiated, Yushan envisioned a future where, under Lu Huan's leadership, the Tianjin sect would unite to shatter the shackles of millennia and emerge from Qingyuan County. This was the vision long yearned for by countless high-ranking officials of the Tianjin sect, and it was now within reach. Lu Huan clearly possesses such remarkable abilities. Yet he is unwilling to remain at the Tianjin sect. This moment represents one of the closest opportunities for the sect to break free from its constraints. Yushan feels a profound sense of sorrow. An elder standing beside Yushan, with a complex expression, spoke up. "Elder Yu, perhaps we should let the sect master go. His talents are indeed extraordinary, and we cannot retain him within the Tianjin sect. Instead, let him dive into the depths of the sea and soar to greatness. Who knows? In the future, we might proudly recount that our Tianjin sect once had a celestial being among us." "Indeed. Elder Yu, allow the sect master to depart." "Enough, enough." Observing that everyone around him had chosen to side with Lu Huan, the wavering Yushan could only sigh and nod in resignation. He turned to Lu Huan and said, "Sect master, go forth. Take care on your journey ahead." After hesitating for a long while, he uttered a simple farewell before turning away and calling out, "Everyone, follow me." With that, he soared into the sky. The disciples of the Tianjin sect simultaneously fixed their gazes upon Lu Huan. In a chorus of respect, anticipation, yearning, and admiration, they shouted in unison, "Sect master, take care. Farewell." With a flurry, most of the disciples of the Tianjin sect ascended into the air, trailing behind Yushan as they swiftly made their way back to the sect. Only Su Shaowan and Yin Lei remained. Yin Lei glanced at Su Shaowan, then rushed to Lu Huan's side, giving him a hearty embrace before releasing him and laughing, "Huanzi, once you achieve great success, don't forget the Tianjin sect. Nor your good brother here. Farewell. I will never forget." Lu Huan gazed at the departing figure of Yin Lei, softly murmuring to himself. To be honest, he never anticipated that his separation from the Heavenly Sword sect would conclude in such a manner. He had assumed that the matters concerning the spirit restriction seal and the Heavenly Sword spirit decision would lead to a bitter parting. However, the sight of those prodigies from the Heavenly Sword sect standing up for him moved him deeply. "Clearly, you have all been deceived by me." Lu Huan felt a twinge of guilt within. Suddenly, a vibrant voice, tinged with a hint of melancholy, awakened Lu Huan. Lu Huan. Will I no longer hear the jokes you used to tell? Lu Huan raised his head to look. On Su Xiaowan's beautiful face, tears had unknowingly adorned her features. Her delicate visage, reminiscent of rain-drenched pear blossoms, evoked a profound sense of pity. Lu Huan initially believed that women merely impacted the swiftness of his sword drawing with their frigid hearts, yet suddenly, he felt a subtle tremor. A smile graced his face as he opened his arms and abruptly enveloped the petite Su Xiaowan in an embrace. You are the saintess of the heavenly sword sect. Qing'an County is too small. You will undoubtedly keep pace with me. In Su Xiaowan's sorrowful, large eyes, a glimmer of hope sparkled. She abruptly lifted her head. Bang. Ouch. What the heck? Lu Huan cradled her chin, while Su Xiaowan rubbed her forehead, both uttering a simultaneous cry of despair. Subsequently, their gazes locked. A chuckle escaped their lips, illuminating their faces once more. Su Xiaowan suddenly leaned in closer, rising onto her toes. Alas, her stature was too diminutive to reach. So, she leapt up like a little octopus, wrapping her arms around Lu Huan and planting a sudden kiss. It was a fleeting contact. Lu Huan was utterly taken aback, until the sound of Su Xiaowan's voice echoed faintly in the distance. You promised to wait for me. Lu Huan slowly raised her head, gazing into the void above. Her petite figure, adorned in a fiery red silhouette, contrasted with the few shimmering teardrops that floated gently in the air. Lu Huan once again revealed a smile, this time emanating from the depths of her heart, radiant and resplendent. I shall await you. Now, let us proceed to the Blood Demon sect. The matters concerning my father must be elucidated. Lu Huan murmured softly, casting a glance at the surrounding cultivators. With a resounding bang, she soared into the sky, swiftly darting away towards the distance. Her trajectory was precisely opposite to that of the Heavenly Sword sect. The Blood Demon sect was not located in Qing'an County. Lu Huan took out the map that Xiao Yu had given him, glanced at it once more, and soared towards a place known as Guyun Town. This location housed a branch of the Blood Demon sect, complete with a teleportation array leading directly to the sect itself. At this moment, Lu Huan finds himself at a considerable distance from the Blood Demon sect. Without the aid of a teleportation array, it would take him several months to reach the sect. Given his current speed, 2 days later, Lu Huan arrived at Guyun Town. As a small town on the outskirts of Qing'an County, it appeared surprisingly lively. The streets were bustling with people, and a glance revealed a significant number of formidable beings at the peak of the core formation stage. Is it truly this vibrant? Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback. After discreetly inquiring around the town, he soon realized that Guyun Town was currently hosting a trading fair. However, this fair had an air of impropriety about it. The treasures showcased at the event all possessed dubious origins, akin to those found in a black market. How intriguing. Lu Huan smiled gently as she approached an unremarkable shop. Esteemed guest, would you like to purchase? The cheerful attendant greeted her with a warm smile. Lu Huan focused his gaze. Goodness. Truly, this is the stronghold of the Blood Demon sect. Even the seemingly inconspicuous attendants are cultivators at the initial stage of the core formation realm. Indeed, this is not an entrance to the black market, but rather the branch residence of the Blood Demon sect. Elder Xiao Yu has sent me here. Lu Huan produced the identity token of Elder Xiao Yu. Elder Xiao Yu? The young attendant paused, casting a wary glance at the token in Lu Huan's hand. Upon verification, he confirmed it was indeed that of Elder Xiao Yu. However, he could not fathom how such a prominent figure would be acquainted with someone as inexperienced as Lu Huan, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Please, come in. The attendant returned the token to Lu Huan and led him toward the rear entrance of the shop, traversing a corridor that resembled a labyrinth. Lu Huan, under the guidance of the waiter, finally arrived in a grand hall. The ambience of the hall was distinctly oppressive. The surrounding walls were adorned with grotesque carvings of fearsome beasts. At the very center, there lay a blood pool measuring 2 square meters. The liquid within the pool was bubbling and roiling, emanating a strong, pungent scent of blood. Lu Huan's expression shifted slightly. Manager Wu, a young prodigy at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm has arrived, claiming that Elder Xiao Yu sent him here. The attendant reported to the blood pool. Lu Huan was momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, from the blood pool, a large bald head emerged. Wu Ku. A name instantly surfaced in Lu Huan's mind, prompting him to exclaim involuntarily, "How do you know my name?" The bald man, drenched in crimson liquid, paused in surprise upon hearing Lu Huan's words. I heard it from Elder Xiao Yu. Lu Huan felt a touch of embarrassment. What a coincidence this is. Are you Lu Huan? Wu Ke nodded, showing no surprise. As he slowly emerged from the blood pool, exuding a fierce and formidable aura of blood energy, Lu Huan immediately felt as if his chest had been violently struck. And the blood and energy within him surged rapidly. Lu Huan suppressed his discomfort, clenching his fist tightly. In a moment of disagreement, he charged towards Wu Ke. Upon witnessing this, Wu Ke's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light as he calmly spread his arms and chuckled. Indeed, it's you, my boy. With a resounding thud. Wu Ke was taken aback. The instant their fists made contact, he immediately sensed an overwhelming force that was entirely uncharacteristic of a Foundation establishment practitioner. He, a formidable peak nascent soul cultivator, found himself unable to withstand it. What the hell? He exclaimed. How could you possess such immense strength? Don't harm your own people. Lu Huan, undeterred, continued to swing his fist mercilessly towards Wu Ke. The thudding sounds of flesh meeting flesh resonated in the eerie hall, each bang echoing ominously. The attendant stood in stunned silence, but eventually regained his composure. A crimson glow suddenly flickered in his hand as he shouted furiously at Lu Huan. Stop this at once. Get lost. Lu Huan did not spare a glance at the waiter, swiftly delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the waiter, who had approached Lu Huan with remarkable speed, was sent flying just as quickly, crashing violently into a relief sculpture and losing consciousness. The system granted an additional 20 years of cultivation. Kid, stop. If you continue, don't blame me for being impolite. Wu Ke, still cowering and clutching his head, threatened in frustration. Impolite? Why don't you make a move then? As Lu Huan spoke, he continued to swing his fists. The absence of a system prompt only fueled his determination to persist. Blood Sea Demon Idol. Upon hearing this, Wu Ke could no longer contain himself. Bracing against Lu Huan's two blows, he adopted a horse stance and rose, emanating a crimson radiance from his body. Soon, this blood-tinged brilliance coalesced into the ethereal form of a demon god, enveloping Wu Ke. Come at me, you brat. Wu Ke sneered, extending his hand in provocation. Demon Wind Fist. Bang. Lu Huan clenched his fist, and the peak-level Demon Wind Fist erupted instantaneously. The force, 5 times that of 250,000 newtons, unleashed a staggering 250,000 newtons, reverberating through the hall with a thunderous explosion. A roar emanated from the Black Phantom, resembling a ferocious black dragon, unleashing a deafening dragon's cry. The power of a dragon? What the hell? With a sharp crack, the Blood Sea Demon image appeared, shattering with a crisp sound. The black fist shadow surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam, cascading through the fissures towards Wu Ke's true form, launching an assault. With a splatter, Wu Ke coughed up blood, his body hurtling backward, colliding forcefully against the intricately carved wall. The overwhelming power enveloping him shattered the intricate array inscribed on the relief, embedding him into the wall, transforming him into a part of the sculpture itself. Lu Huan furrowed her brows and, with a fierce expression, charged towards Wu Ke once more. Brother, I concede, I truly concede. Please, stop. Wu Ke's complexion changed dramatically as he struggled to pry himself away from the wall, shouting in terror. Lu Huan still did not hear the system's prompt sound. Humph. Convinced in heart, but not in words. Ghost Shadow, Demon Movement. Lu Huan let out a low growl, swinging his fists as he charged towards Wu Ke while unleashing a mental assault. This technique, part of the spiritual enhancement method bestowed upon him by Qiaoyu upon her departure, included a mental attack. Having previously expended a century's worth of cultivation, he had only just grasped the basics and had yet to find an opportunity to employ it. A sharp sound akin to nails scraping against a blackboard pierced the air. No. Wu Ke's face paled instantly, his gaze towards Lu Huan filled with sheer terror. In the next moment, he coughed up blood once more, his complexion wan. His eyes dimmed, and his entire being slumped in defeat. The system's notification finally chimed, indicating an increase of 100 years in cultivation. At last, Lu Huan stood contentedly beside Wu Ke, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Indeed, I am thoroughly convinced. My brother, you have truly gone too far. How could you even employ the mental assault from the Shadow God technique? I am utterly defenseless against such an attack. Wu Ke lamented pitifully. Too far? Lu Huan let out a cold snort, sneering. So you resort to the force of your blood and energy to attack me at the slightest disagreement. Yet you accuse me of being excessive? It seems you are still unsatisfied and wish to attempt it once more? No, absolutely not. Wu Ke hastily shook his head, panic evident on his face. Beyond his fear, a profound sense of humiliation enveloped him. As a steward of the Blood Demon sect's branch, He had merely intended to conduct the customary entrance examination for new disciples aspiring to join the sect. Alas, he found himself at a significant disadvantage during what had always been a straightforward evaluation. He nearly questioned whether he was assessing a mere new disciple at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage or an elder far surpassing him in strength. Deep within Wu Ke's heart, an impulse to spew blood surged. However, had he known that even Xiao Yu had suffered greatly at Lu Huan's hands when Lu Huan was merely at the fourth layer of the foundation establishment stage, he would have likely felt less aggrieved, considering he had now reached the pinnacle of the same stage. Wu Ke lifted his head, filled with grievance, and beheld Lu Huan's indifferent visage. The recent manifestation of the shadow technique lingered in his mind, and he quickly realized that this young man could not be treated with the same perspective as a typical novice. What new disciple could possibly master a technique meant for elders? What a jest! This individual was likely a disciple chosen for direct mentorship by Elder Xiao Yu. A sycophantic smile spread across Wu Ke's face as he chuckled. Lu Daoyu, we warmly welcome you to the Blood Demon Sect branch in Guiyun Town. Lu Huan fixed his gaze upon Wu Ke, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Are you truly that welcoming? Wu Ke instinctively shivered. Aware that he could not nod in agreement, the words hovered on the tip of his tongue. With a forced smile etched across his face, he replied, of course. You are most welcome. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. The entire division of Guiyun Town will certainly strive to accommodate you. Let it be, Lu Huan responded, discerning the reluctance etched upon Wu Ke's countenance, indicating his insincerity. I shan't trouble you with demands. Do you possess an entrance ticket for the trading conference? If so, kindly provide me with one. I wish to attend and take a look. Lu Huan spoke with a sense of disinterest. The entrance ticket to the trading conference? Wu Ke was taken aback for a moment, and in astonishment, he replied. Fellow Taoist Lu, are you not aware that this trading conference is precisely organized by our Blood Demon sect? As a disciple of Elder Xiao Yu, you need not require an entrance ticket. This rather dubious trading conference is actually orchestrated by the Blood Demon sect? Lu Huan was astonished. However, upon further contemplation, he found it entirely reasonable. Perhaps only the Blood Demon sect possessed the strength to orchestrate such a bustling trading fair in a remote town like Ghost Cloud Town. Upon hearing Lu Huan's words, Wu Ke couldn't help but twitch his lips. What an absurd notion of an unserious trading fair. Our trading fair is quite legitimate. Thank you very much. It's merely the attendees who lack seriousness. What does that have to do with us as the organizers? Wu Ke mused silently in his mind. While outwardly he smiled obsequiously and said, Allow me to arrange for my disciples to escort you to the trading venue. Very well. Lu Huan nodded in agreement. Soon, a newly appointed attendant, dressed in the garb of a disciple, made his appearance in the eerie hall. Upon entering and witnessing the chaos that enveloped the space, the disciple momentarily stood in stunned silence. Wu Ke, filled with indignation and frustration, exclaimed, What are you dawdling for? Hurry and escort Lord Lu to the venue of the trading conference. Lord Lu is our esteemed guest. Make sure he is treated with the utmost respect. Yes, Manager Wu. The disciple shivered slightly, coming to his senses. He realized that Lu Huan only possessed the cultivation of a peak foundation establishment stage, which was even inferior to his own early-stage core formation level. However, given Wu Ke's words, he understood that the visitor was indeed a distinguished guest, and thus he felt compelled to provide a warm welcome. Lord Lu, please. With that, he guided Lu Huan onward. Lu Huan once again traversed a labyrinthine corridor, arriving at a vast underground chamber. Pushing open the grand entrance to this subterranean realm, he was immediately engulfed by a cacophony akin to the roar of 1,000 thunderclaps. Within this expansive space, comparable in size to a football field, thronged tens of thousands of cultivators, their voices rising and falling in a tumult of arguments, discussions, and haggling. Lu Huan harbored deep suspicions about whether he had arrived at a disreputable trading convention or merely a bustling marketplace. Master Lu, the disciple began, eager to introduce something. But Lu Huan waved his hand dismissively and replied, That will suffice. You may attend to your matters. I shall explore on my own. Understood. The disciple promptly bowed and added, Our Blood Demon sect's disciples are nearby. Should you require anything, feel free to speak with them directly, and I shall ensure your status is conveyed. Very well. Lu Huan nodded and stepped into the trading hall, taking a moment to observe his surroundings. Lu Huan made his way towards the right corner of the trading hall. He observed that the majority of the trading space resembled that of a tea house, characterized by small tables. Some individuals occupied these tables, where only a single token lay on the surface. This token potentially recorded their possessions or their desired acquisitions. When someone took an interest, they would sit opposite one another to engage in dialogue and facilitate a trade. Some tables were already brimming with people, while others had individuals patiently waiting in line. There were also tables that appeared to be tended by mere stall holders, quietly awaiting potential customers. In the right corner of the hall, however, a semblance of a market emerged, featuring various stalls. The stallholders displayed their respective goods directly in front of them. Compared to the more abstract method of trading with tokens, which merely conveyed ownership, this more tangible approach captivated Lu Huan's interest. After all, he yearned to discover why this trading convention was deemed improper. He approached each stall in curiosity. Lu Huan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ah, how utterly outrageous! The very first stall displayed items that left Lu Huan utterly astonished. The original garments of the master of Yuling Palace. The bloodline of the matriarch of the highest sect. The dual cultivation visual materials of the Yun Yao sect. Lu Huan could not resist reaching for the visual materials. He vowed that he was not, in the slightest, attracted by the words Yin-Yang dual cultivation. His curiosity was purely about how the visual records of this world were preserved. Just then, the masked vendor abruptly halted Lu Huan's motion, declaring in a bizarre tone, as if influenced by some unseen force, making it impossible to discern his gender. However, under the influence of the system, Lu Huan immediately recognized this person's identity. Character: Wang Junying, elder of the Yun Yao sect. Cultivation level: early stage of the nascent soul. Upon hearing Wang Junying demand 1,000,000 spirit stones merely to glance at the visual materials, a peculiar smile spread across Lu Huan's face. Elder Wang, why is this so expensive? I just want to take a look. This is not suitable for viewing here. I fear you, young man, may not handle it well. Wang Junying instinctively replied. But then he suddenly realized that this young man seemed to know his identity. Who exactly are you? The eyes concealed beneath Wang Junying's mask erupted with a chilling murderous intent. Nearby, several cultivators at the core formation stage could not help but shudder, murmuring, "What is going on? Is this rather dubious trading event taking an even more dubious turn?" Lu Huan gazed at Wang Junying, displaying an innocuous smile as he remarked, "Elder Wang, please remain calm. I was unaware of your esteemed position as the Grand Elder of the Yun Yao sect. I am simply curious about the details regarding these hands." In that instant, Wang Junying felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. "What does it mean that you did not know I am the Grand Elder of the Yun Yao sect? You might as well divulge my identification number." "Wait, what even is an identification number?" Clenching his fist, Wang Junying cast a furtive glance towards the entrance, seeking to ascertain whether anyone was observing him. As a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, he, a venerable elder of the nascent soul realm, was confident in his ability to discreetly eliminate his opponent in this public setting. However, to his dismay, when his peripheral vision caught sight of the event organizers, particularly the disciples of the Blood Demon sect, he noticed that they occasionally cast glances in his direction. He was not a fool after all. Before Lu Huan's arrival, this group of individuals had shown little regard for him. Is this lad affiliated with the Blood Demon sect? Wang Jun's teeth ground together in frustration. He was uncertain when his identity had been exposed. Yet, on the territory of the Blood Demon sect, to provoke them? He believed he lacked the audacity for such a feat. What exactly do you intend to do? At this moment, Wang Jun's feelings mirrored those of Wu Ku, who had been thoroughly beaten by Lu Huan, filled with a sense of helplessness and indignation. Do you require me to reiterate that? Lu Huan wore a gentle smile on her face, her gaze fixed upon the dual cultivation materials. Take it, it's a gift for you. Wang Junying gritted her teeth, her heart aching. A gift for me? That seems inappropriate. This is a treasure worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. Lu Huan felt perplexed. Wang Junying waved his hand, exuding an air of confidence as he remarked, "It's nothing, merely the dual cultivation information of our esteemed Yun Yao sect's leader. Today, let us consider this as an opportunity to forge a friendship. In the future, I kindly ask for your support in our endeavors." The dual cultivation information of the Yun Yao sect's leader? Lu Huan curiously picked up the jade tablet, pouring his consciousness into it. Goodness! Witnessing Lu Huan begin to examine such dual cultivation materials in such a public setting, a surge of profound admiration welled up within Wang Junying. What a true man! Quite impressive. Although his heart brimmed with admiration, a playful smile flickered across Wang Junying's face. He was intrigued by the reaction of such a young individual upon encountering such provocative content. "You have no idea how I acquired this information. I wonder if you will feel embarrassed. Is this it? Just then, Wang Junying thought he was hallucinating as he saw Lu Huan disdainfully put away the jade tablet. Curling his lip in contempt and saying, "Elder Wang, it seems your sect leader's capabilities are somewhat lacking. Where are the promised engaging learning materials? It's just the same few tricks repeated over and over. Is this meant to make others as dull as he is? Boring?" Wang Junying was taken aback. When he first received this visual material, he was utterly astonished. He thought their sect leader was remarkably clever, able to devise such an array of techniques. He felt inadequate and earnestly studied the material, concluding that failing to disseminate this information would be a great waste. But now, this young man dismisses it so readily? Wang Junying was certain. Lu Huan was oblivious to the pretense. He truly scoffed at this study material. Are today's youth so adept at playing around? Just at that moment, Wang Junying was lost in thought. Lu Huan had already risen and was walking towards the nearby stall. A collection of the most valuable educational materials. Yet it amounted to such a meager offering. Having encountered countless goddesses, Lu Huan expressed profound disappointment. In his previous life, even a casual action educational film was far more exhilarating than this. "Hey, don't go." Wang Junying, regaining consciousness, hastily called out. "Is there something else?" Lu Huan halted his steps, regarding Wang Junying with a disdainful gaze. "My young friend, you are aware of my identity and, by extension, the primary pursuits of our sect. If you truly possess considerable skills, I would gladly offer spiritual stones to learn from you." Wang Junying, observing Lu Huan's contemptuous expression, felt a profound sense of shame. Yet, he increasingly recognized that Lu Huan could impart invaluable knowledge to him, facilitating his advancement in strength. Lu Huan gazed at Wang Junying in utter astonishment. He truly did not anticipate that the latter would utter such words. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the wares displayed at the other's stall, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. Perhaps he had indeed underestimated the audacity of his counterpart. Just then, however, Lu Huan was taken aback to discover that the system's introduction of Wang Junying included an unexpected note of joy. The master Yun Yao practiced dual cultivation techniques. The more intricate the methods, the swifter the advancement in his cultivation. This was utterly absurd. What on earth? Has this truly become a learning resource? Absolutely not. In his past life, Lu Huan could have introduced Wang Junying to a group of goddesses. However, in this life, he had to seek it out. Lu Huan's initial intention was merely to observe the method of recording images. However, the process turned out to be akin to inscribing techniques within a jade slip. Upon grasping this concept, Lu Huan, indifferent to Wang Junying's lingering presence, resolved to seek the inner core of a third-tier demon beast to concoct the foundational breaking mirror pill. As Lu Huan departed without a backward glance, Wang Junying was suddenly beset by a profound sense of having lost an extraordinary opportunity. He nearly succumbed to his impulses, contemplating a reckless attempt to seize Lu Huan and extract the secrets of his craft. Yet, the watchful eyes of the blood demon sect disciples nearby stifled his resolve, leaving him no choice but to silently etch Lu Huan's visage into his memory. He vowed to seize any forthcoming opportunity to acquire such invaluable learning materials from Lu Huan. Thus, he turned away from Wang Junying's stall. Lu Huan swiftly arrived at a stall dedicated to the sale of beast corpses, the largest of its kind in the vicinity. Beside each beast lay a jade slip, which clearly recorded the condition of the respective creature. In no time, Lu Huan then fixed his gaze upon the corpse of a pinnacle third-tier demon beast, the Thunderfire Lynx. How much could this creature possibly fetch? Lu Huan inquired. A single condensed vitality pill. The masked vendor, who had been engaged in conversation with an elderly man, cast a fleeting glance at Lu Huan upon hearing the questions, only to disregard him once more. It was evident that this vendor did not believe that Lu Huan, merely at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, could possess the condensed vitality pill he sought. A notification from the system reappeared, revealing the vendor's identity to Lu Huan. Character: Wei Lingsun, manager of the Spirit Beast sect, cultivation level, peak of the core formation stage. Lu Huan pouted and murmured, "Is it really this pragmatic?" However, wasn't it a stroke of luck? Previously, he had concocted a fourth-tier blood condensation elixir within the ruins of Luin Mountain, which was precisely designed to refine one's vital essence. Yet, to exchange such a precious fourth-tier elixir, especially one meant for the refinement of vital energy, for the corpse of a peak third-tier beast, was evidently an unwise bargain. Lu Huan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Boss, your demands seem rather excessive." You expect to exchange a mere pinnacle third-tier beast for a potion that condenses vitality? The stall owner, taken aback by Lu Huan's words, inquired. Are you implying that you can truly produce such a potion? Of course I can, Lu Huan replied, but your expectations are simply too lofty. Lu Huan shook his head, already preparing to depart. Based on his experience, the inner elixir of the Thunderfire Fox, although considered the finest among third-tier demonic beast essences for concocting foundation-building broken mirror pills, was not worth exchanging for a fourth-tier elixir. With the system enhancements at his disposal, the final product would undoubtedly possess some extraordinary effects. However, he was not a fool. It was preposterous to expect a mere third-tier beast essence to be exchanged for a fourth-tier pill. At worst, he could enlist a few lackeys from the Blood Demon sect to assist him in hunting a third-tier beast himself. Hiss! Wei Lingsun looked at Lu Huan in astonishment. Once assured that Lu Huan was not merely posturing, he immediately labeled him as a prodigal offspring of an immortal, and his demeanor transformed into one of unrestrained warmth. Young brother, may I ask your name? Lu Huan, he replied. Wei Lingsun rubbed his hands together, a fervent smile illuminating his face as he approached Lu Huan. Young brother, if your demands are high, we can take our time to discuss. Haha. Just as Wei Lingsun finished speaking, an elderly man who had been conversing with him burst into laughter. My dear friend, why do you not take my words to heart? To condense one's vital essence, one requires at least a fifth-tier elixir. It is utterly impossible to find such a thing here. The elder's words were exceedingly veiled, yet Lu Huan discerned the underlying meaning. This merchant named Wei Lingsun was incapable of providing the elixir necessary for condensing vital essence. Master Lu, it is not that I do not believe you, but I am in dire need of an elixir for vital essence condensation. Furthermore, the demonic beasts I possess are of a particularly rare variety. Finding a suitable one in a short time is nearly impossible. Wei Lingsun spoke with unwavering confidence. I believe that to be true. Otherwise, I would not seek your aid. Master Lu nodded, his enthusiasm waning. How about this? If you can procure a fourth-tier sky thunderwing bird along with these demonic beasts, I will assist you in finding someone to concoct an elixir capable of vital essence condensation. The mention of the sky thunderwing bird caused Wei Lingsun to falter, his gaze darting towards Master Lu. A flicker of disbelief crossed his masked eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head and tentatively replied, Master Lu, please do not jest. With my current cultivation level at the core formation stage, I lack the capability to procure a sky thunderwing bird for you. No, you can. Master Lu responded with a knowing smile, his conviction unshakable. In an instant, Wei Lingsun's expression soured, the mask he wore unable to conceal his dismay. Lu Huan could distinctly perceive the shadowy aura emanating from himself. At this moment, Wei Lingsun's heart was filled with helplessness and terror, for he was acutely aware that his true identity had likely been uncovered by the fourth-tier alchemist from the Tianwu kingdom before him. His confidence stemmed from the rarity of the beast corpses displayed at his stall, all of which were the result of meticulous cultivation by their spirit beast sect. Aside from their sect, he had not heard of any other occurrences of these creatures within the realm of Tianwu kingdom. The original purpose behind the cultivation of these beasts was to empower the talented disciples within their sect, enhancing their prowess in beast mastery. The spirit beast sect thrived by contracting more magical creatures to augment its strength. As a steward, he was one of those responsible for managing these beasts. However, in a desperate bid for blood refinement pills, Wei Lingsun had no choice but to covertly slay these magical beasts and bring them to this dubious trading event, hoping to exchange them. Initially, he believed this trading event was highly clandestine and organized by the Blood Demon sect, presuming that most of the practitioners present would be from the dark sections. Yet upon his arrival, he discovered that the majority of the attendees were actually from the celestial sections. Now that he was here and had slain the beasts, returning to the spirit beast sect with the corpses was no longer an option. He could only brace himself and seek out knowledgeable individuals to trade for the blood refinement pills he desired. As fate would have it, he encountered two potential clients, one of whom had already deduced his identity, sending chills down Wei Lingsun's spine. In comparison to acquiring the blood refinement pills, preserving his life had become his utmost priority. With this thought in mind, Wei Lingsun gritted his teeth and said, Master Lu, I truly cannot procure the sky thunder-winged bird, but I can offer you a fifth-tier technique. Oh, Master Lu's eyes lit up, and he responded with a smile. Is it the beast mastery technique of your spirit beast sect? Very well. This Master Lu was employing the same tactics as Lu Huan. I truly had no idea you were a disciple of the spirit beast sect. Wei Lingxin's smile grew increasingly bitter, as it was evident that Master Lu had indeed uncovered his identity. Indeed, Wei Lingxin could only silently nod and sigh, casting an expectant glance towards Master Lu. Unfortunately, Master Lu, clearly aware of Wei Lingxin's predicament, allowed a sly smirk to flicker across his kind visage. Still not enough. Wei Lingxin glared at Master Lu in anger, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Master Lu, the only items I can offer are these. Do not push your demands too far." A steward who dared to slay the carefully cultivated beasts of his sect and present them for sale still had the audacity to admonish him for being excessive. Master Lu had evidently gained the upper hand over Wei Lingxin, his mocking gaze filled with disdain as he continued, "I demand the formula for the spirit jade blood." "Impossible. Such a thing is beyond the grasp of someone like me, merely a steward," Wei Lingxin retorted, his eyes wide with fury and terror as he growled. "I care not for your excuses. If you do not present everything I seek today, I, Master Lu, shall take matters into my own hands," he declared, a sinister smile spreading across his face, devoid of any semblance of the dignified alchemist he was supposed to be, resembling instead a cunning old fox. With a sudden realization, Wei Lingxin stood frozen, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. At that moment, his heart brimmed with regret. Had he known this dubious trading convention would be so unreliable, he would never have come. Now, it was certainly too late for any protest. Despair flickered in his eyes. Just then, a voice broke through the tension. "Is this Thunderfire lizard still for sale?" With a swift motion, both Wei Lingxin and Master Lu turned their gazes toward Lu Huan, astonishment etched on their faces. Master Lu snorted in disapproval, admonishing, "Young one, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Those who pry into others' business seldom meet a favorable end." Lu Huan let out a cheerful hey and burst into laughter. "Interfering in others' affairs? It is a mutually agreeable transaction. How can it be deemed as meddling? The corpses of the demon beasts here belong to me, and I have no intention of selling them. Begone at once." Master Lu scolded impatiently. Lu Huan, however, did not spare a glance at Master Lu and turned his attention back to Wei Lingxin, inquiring, "Boss, are you selling or not?" "I have already stated that I will not sell." Before Wei Lingxin could utter a word, Master Lu brusquely interjected, his gaze directed toward a peak-stage alchemist in the distance, signaling with a subtle gesture. Meanwhile, the previously silent Guan Wu approached Lu Huan, his expression inscrutable, and abruptly unleashed a wave of pressure aimed at Lu Huan while coldly commanding, "Get lost." "Sigh." Lu Huan sighed. "If one does not heed a proper conversation, then there is nothing more to be done." Bang! Lu Huan's sudden punch struck Guan Wu with force. Guan Wu was utterly unprepared. Caught off guard by the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, Lu Huan audaciously initiated an attack. With a cold snort, Guan Wu still regarded Lu Huan with disdain, raising his palm as if to swat away an annoying mosquito, carelessly aiming it at Lu Huan's head. A peak practitioner of the core formation stage versus a mere novice at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. No matter how casually this core formation expert acted, such a strike would surely leave this novice either dead or grievously injured. At least, in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, Lu Huan was doomed. Whispers erupted around them. Alas, this young man is rather oblivious. He dares to provoke Master Lu Zhenghai, who is renowned throughout the Tianwu kingdom. Why would he choose to offend someone so formidable? They continued, not only Master Lu Zhenghai himself, but also the esteemed Master Yaomi behind him, alongside the revered masters Qianshu and Yang Jun, who are known as the trio of the side paths. To offend Lu Zhenghai is tantamount to incurring the wrath of Master Yaomi. How tragic. Yet some speculated, perhaps this fellow won't meet his demise after all. After all, we are on the territory of the Blood Demon sect. They wouldn't allow chaos to unfold here, would they? True, it is the Blood Demon sect's domain. But they must also give the individual a chance to react. They reasoned, Lu Zhenghai's subordinates have already taken action, even if the Blood Demon sect intervenes. It may be too late. Just as the crowd collectively concluded that Lu Huan was as good as dead, Guan Wu's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. He sensed something amiss. This is bad. In the next instant, Guan Wu was astonished to discover that Lu Huan, a mere foundation establishment practitioner, unleashed a terrifying force from his fist, which surged from his chest and coursed through his limbs, organs, and bones. Crack! Bang bang! An agonizing scream erupted, piercing through the discussions of the surrounding cultivators. Their gazes shifted, following Guan Wu's body as it careened from the right side of the trading hall to the left. Ultimately, Guan Wu's form landed directly before Shi Hong. a disciple of the blood demon sect. Shi Hong, bewildered, looked down at Guan Wu and couldn't help but shiver. What on earth? Who is this? This is utterly tragic. His entire chest is crushed. Surely, his organs are irreparably damaged. The blood demon sect disciples, who were initially mocking Guan Wu's plight, suddenly recalled that they were in. Although Lu Zhenghai was seething with rage, he refrained from impulsively launching an attack against Lu Huan. With a cold smirk, he proclaimed, "I trust everyone knows who I am. Whoever helps me eliminate this little beast will receive a third-tier elixir." As soon as his words fell, a robust man in the early stage of core formation hastily stepped forward, a fierce expression etched on his face as he charged at Lu Huan. "I'll join in too. You brat, meet your end." In an instant, more than 10 core formation cultivators simultaneously unleashed their murderous intent. While they had little regard for a mere third-tier elixir, the prospect of forging closer ties with Lu Zhenghai through this endeavor was enticing. Should they later seek Lu Zhenghai's assistance in persuading Yomi, the formidable figure behind him, to concoct fifth-tier elixirs for them, their request would be significantly more plausible. No one cared about Lu Zhenghai himself. However, Yaomi, his backing, was the coveted ally that every core formation cultivator present yearned to curry favor with. Cease this at once. Yet, at that moment, a more thunderous and furious shout reverberated through the trading assembly. Lu Zhenghai's countenance darkened as he turned to the source of the voice. The reprimand that had nearly escaped his lips abruptly stifled. It was Wu Ke. Wu Ke had instructed the attendant to bring Lu Huan to the trading conference, harboring an underlying sense of unease. Lu Huan's temperament is exceedingly restless. He dares to strike even at the slightest disagreement. Those who attend the underground trading conference of the Blood Demon sect are not ordinary individuals. He harbors deep concerns that Lu Huan might provoke conflict with this group. In a hurry, he rushed over, only to witness a scene that filled him with helplessness. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. Lu Huan indeed found himself embroiled in a conflict. The individual in question was none other than Lu Zhenghai, a disciple of the renowned Yomi, one of the esteemed masters of the 3 sects of the Tang Wu kingdom. Although Wu Ke felt a throbbing headache, he could not allow Lu Huan to be troubled here. The repercussions of such an incident would tarnish the reputation of their blood demon sect. With a thunderous shout, he witnessed the cultivators poised to attack. Lu Huan halt abruptly, and he could not help but exhale in relief. However, at that moment, he suddenly spotted a figure darting forward, charging toward the assailants. Wu Ke's expression darkened, yet he bore the frustration, waiting until the figure's counterattack concluded before bellowing once more. "What is the meaning of this? Do you not comprehend where you are? If you wish to confront our blood demon sect, simply speak up." The onlookers were abruptly jolted back to reality. Yet, upon regaining their senses, they cast astonished glances at Lu Huan, their faces adorned with a mixture of admiration and schadenfreude. "This lad is remarkably bold. Even the steward of the blood demon sect has arrived, yet he still dares to strike. The impetuosity of youth is to be expected, but such recklessness, risking one's very life, is hardly justified. He is surely doomed. Not only has he offended Lu Zhenghai, but he has also crossed the blood demon sect. If he survives, who shall perish?" One might feel a tinge of pity for Lu Zhenghai, who, in the end, was thoroughly beaten by that young man and now lies incapacitated on the ground. Surely he has not met his demise. Indeed, as Wu Ke rushed over to command everyone to cease hostilities, he recognized that the figure who had surged forward was none other than Lu Huan. In truth, it mattered little whether Wu Ke arrived or not. Lu Huan had already resolved to take action. Although Wu Ke had arrived, there was no reason for Lu Huan to show him any deference. He not only subdued all the core formation cultivators hired by Lu Zhenghai with a third-tier elixir, thereby garnering nearly 200 years of system cultivation, but at the final moment, he unleashed a fierce punch directed at Lu Zhenghai. Despite Lu Zhenghai also being a core formation cultivator, he had primarily trailed behind Yaomi, learning the art of alchemy. His own strength had been artificially augmented by elixirs, rendering him incomparable to a cultivator who had trained normally. Otherwise, Yumi would not have assigned a peak core formation guard like Guan Wu to protect him during his outings. Even Guan Wu could not withstand Lu Huan's punch, let alone Lu Zhenghai. With that strike, the system's notification echoed instantaneously in Lu Huan's ears, informing him that he had gained 30 years of system cultivation. In other words, this fourth-tier alchemist, who had never regarded Lu Huan with any seriousness, could not even endure a brief moment of resistance against Lu Huan's attack before completely losing his combat ability. Trash. Lu Huan cast a disdainful glance at Lu Zhenghai. It was the first time he had encountered such a mediocre cultivator at the mid-stage of the core formation realm. Cough, cough. Perhaps sensing Lu Huan's derision, Lu Zhihai, who had been knocked unconscious by Lu Huan's punch, suddenly opened his eyes and began to cough violently. Once he recovered, he shot a venomous glare at Lu Huan and turned to Wu Ku, saying, "Manager Wu, we acknowledge that it was indeed our wrongdoing to resort to violence. I, Lu Zhihai, am willing to compensate for the losses incurred by your sect. However, I hope Manager Wu can extend me a favor and hand this brat over to me." "Extend you a favor?" Wu Ku shook his bald head and chuckled. "Lu Zhihai, you truly overestimate your own importance. Even if your master were here, I would not extend him any favors." Wu Ku scoffed, dismissively stating, "You count for nothing." Lu Zhihai's expression darkened further, his face becoming as blackened as the bottom of a burned pot. "Wu Ku, your blood demon sect truly does not grant my master any respect. Do not forget, your sect leader has always sought my master's assistance in refining 6th grade pills." "Haha." Wu Ku burst into laughter. "You reminded me. Our sect leader indeed hoped your master would assist in refining a 6th grade forgetting dust reviving pill. But how long ago was that? 10 years, or perhaps 20. Your master remains merely a 5th grade alchemist. How could our sect leader afford to wait any longer?" Hearing this, Lu Zhihai retorted indignantly, "In the Tianwu kingdom, my master is the sole alchemist capable of advancing to the 6th grade within a century. If your blood demon sect truly possessed the capability to recruit more formidable alchemists from beyond the Tianwu kingdom, why did you seek my master's help 2 decades ago?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Huan could not help but chuckle. After 2 decades, he had yet to elevate his alchemy level to the 6th tier, yet he dared to be so arrogant. "What is this? Is your master so assured of the blood demon sect that, after 20 years, he has been unable to find a suitable alchemist beyond the Tianwu kingdom?" "Lu, my friend, you speak wisely," Wu Ku exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. "Are you acquainted with this lad?" Lu Zhihai, no fool himself, immediately sensed the familiarity between the two upon hearing Wu Ku address Lu Huan by name, and recognized that their relationship was likely quite special. "Allow me to introduce, this is Lu Huan, the direct disciple of our esteemed elder Qiao Yu. In essence, he too is a disciple of the blood demon sect." Wu Ku candidly revealed Lu Huan's identity. Gasping, the surrounding cultivators were struck dumb by this revelation. No wonder this young man was so audacious, daring to confront Lu Zhihai on the blood demon sect's territory. He was indeed a direct disciple of an elder. Such a person would undoubtedly be considered a prodigy within the blood demon sect. How could I have worried about him earlier? It seems Lu Zhihai is the one in trouble now. Offending a prodigy of the blood demon sect on their own ground, how do you suppose he will meet his end? Death might be a tad exaggerated. After all, he is a disciple of Yao Mi, and even if the blood demon sect shows him little regard, they must extend some courtesy to her. Are you foolish? Did you not hear Wu Ku just now? The blood demon sect has waited for Yao Mi for so many years, and she is yet to break through to a 6th tier alchemist. They have long since grown impatient. Do they still owe her any favor? The murmurs of the surrounding cultivators reached Lu Zhihai's ears, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Upon learning that Lu Huan was the disciple of an elder, he felt a twinge of panic. Yet, recalling that his own master was Yao Mi, one of the 3 sects of Tianwu Kingdom's outskirts, he regained his composure. He was confident that, due to Yao Mi's standing, the blood demon sect would not dare to act against him. However, after hearing the discussions around him, Lu Zhihai's heart once again became unsettled. Would the blood demon sect truly show his master any respect? He cast a nervous glance at Wu Ku, whose shiny bald head gleamed brightly. But compared to the mocking glint in Wu Ku's eyes, it paled considerably. "I am doomed." Lu Zhihai swiftly realized that he would likely be unable to leave the trading conference alive today. "No, I do not wish to die." In a state of panic, he gritted his teeth and produced a small porcelain vial from his ring, exclaiming in anguish, "I possess a 5th tier spirit condensing pill, which can substitute for the Yuaning breaking mirror pill, enhancing a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the core formation stage by 50%. Whoever can help me escape, I shall gift this pill to them." In an instant, countless pairs of eyes, akin to frenzied bulls, glimmered with a blood-red hue, fixated upon the Lingling pill held by Lu Zhihai. Even Wu Ku instinctively glanced over, a flicker of avarice dancing in his gaze. Such a pill held immense allure for someone of his caliber, a peak cultivator in the core formation stage. Unlike ordinary alchemists, who lacked the prowess to concoct a flawless mirror-breaking pill like Lu Huan, the challenges of ascending through cultivation became increasingly formidable as one's skills advanced. A single ordinary mirror-breaking pill rarely sufficed to enable a practitioner to shatter their bottleneck, though capable of breaching such barriers. The imperfections within these pills harbored a multitude of impurities. During the process of assisting a cultivator in overcoming their limitations, these impurities would inevitably linger within the practitioner's body, solidifying the bottleneck further in their subsequent cultivation endeavors. A steadfast bottleneck necessitated the consumption of even more mirror-breaking pills, consequently leaving a greater accumulation of impurities. This cycle could persist until one's innate talent was utterly depleted, rendering even a perfectly crafted mirror-breaking pill potentially ineffective against the bottleneck. Thus, among cultivators, the number of mirror-breaking pills consumed during each breakthrough served as a significant indicator of one's innate talent. However, regardless of the quantity employed, the utilization of a perfect quality mirror-breaking pill remained the sole remedy to this hidden peril. Yet, the endeavor to create such an exquisite pill was fraught with challenges, so immense that no alchemist, even over the span of a lifetime, could conventionally produce a perfect quality mirror-breaking pill. It would rely solely upon serendipity to occasionally yield one. An alchemist who could manage to create more than 5 perfect quality mirror-breaking pills in their lifetime would earn the respect of many, eternally remembered and revered as a pill sovereign. Consequently, some began to contemplate alternative methods. Could one devise a pill capable of substituting the mirror-breaking pill? While any pill falling short of perfection would inevitably contain impurities, the nature of these impurities differed from those found within the mirror-breaking pill. Through relatively simpler techniques, these impurities could potentially be eliminated. The reasons behind this phenomenon remained shrouded in mystery, with conjectures suggesting a connection to the inner cores of demon beasts, which were essential for any grade of mirror-breaking pill. However, this remained mere speculation, without confirmation. After all, if the underlying reasons were fully understood, the creation of a perfect quality mirror-breaking pill would not be such a formidable task. Even if one were to conceive of utilizing alternative elixirs to substitute for the mirror-breaking pill, such substitutes are exceedingly rare. Whenever they do manifest, they inevitably attract countless formidable individuals vying for possession. The scene of conflict is nearly as sanguinary as when the flawless mirror-breaking pill is unveiled. Do you desire such an elixir? Lu Huan observed the glimmer of longing in Wu Ke's eyes and, with a gentle smile, approached him, whispering, "Are you all right?" Wu Ke, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his bald head awkwardly. Lu Zhenghai had procured such elixirs solely for the sake of survival. If he were to express his desire for such a potion, it would essentially convey to Lu Huan, "I too wish to intervene. If one desires it, they must act. Then we shall share the spoils equally." Lu Huan spoke in a low voice, maintaining a composed demeanor. Wu Ke responded, "Is it really possible to do it this way?" Although Lu Huan is capable of refining the flawless mirror-breaking pill, he cannot assure that every pill he concocts possesses perfect quality. Most importantly, there are no records of any alternative elixirs to the mirror-breaking pill within the alchemical knowledge he has acquired from the system. He is also deeply intrigued by the process of how such a concoction is crafted, observing the reactions of those around him. Lu Huan suddenly contemplated a matter. If he could freely produce such elixirs in the future, would it not attract a multitude of cultivators to assist him in his endeavors? With a grand gesture of his arm, a multitude of cultivators, numbering in the millions or even tens of millions, would surge forth like a swarm of locusts, charging towards the enemy, potentially instilling sheer terror in their hearts. "Hurry, what are you waiting for?" Lu Huan grew increasingly exhilarated as he observed Wu Ke's lack of reaction, prompting him to urge further. Oh, Wu Ke nodded repeatedly, his eyes glimmering with delight as he turned directly to Lu Zhenghai, unabashedly declaring, "Lu Zhenghai, if you hand over the elixir, I shall spare you." The group of eager cultivators nearby, poised to intervene against the blood demon sect and Lu Huan's cultivation, were rendered speechless. Does the blood demon sect still possess any sense of shame? Is this not akin to committing suicide to claim a bounty? Wu Ke, is this assertion genuine? Lu Zhenghai's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Although the price for his life was a vial of spirit condensation elixir, which could replace the mirror-breaking pill for the core formation realm, causing him considerable anguish. The prospect of securing the blood demon sect's promise of safety was far more reassuring than relying on other cultivators. Just as Lu Zhenghai was about to acquiesce to Wu Ke's proposition, the surrounding cultivators voiced their discontent. They too coveted the spirit condensation elixir, and one among them, in a fit of urgency, cautioned, "Master Lu, please reconsider. This is the territory of the Blood Demon Sect. The Spirit Condensation Elixir is your trump card for survival. We can escort you safely back to your master. But if you relinquish the elixir now, do you truly believe you can leave here alive? How outrageous. Who is this person? Wu Ke, upon hearing this, was consumed with fury. He abruptly turned to confront the speaker, a masked stranger at the pinnacle of the core formation realm. Wu Ke, what are you staring at? Have I laid bare your intentions? The masked cultivator arrogantly asserted, oblivious to the fact that upon Lu Huan's sighting of him, the system had already issued a warning. Character: Lung Majin, manager of the True Fire Pavilion, cultivation level, pinnacle of core formation. How fortuitous. It seems I have encountered yet another cultivator from the True Fire Pavilion. Lu Huan smiled broadly and remarked, Lung Majin, does your True Fire Pavilion truly regard the Blood Demon Sect with such disdain? Do you believe that the disciples of the Blood Demon Sect are akin to your practitioners? Prone to duplicity? Lung Majin was taken aback. Initially, the mask he wore instilled confidence in him, allowing him to speak without fear of Wu Ke's retribution. He had planned to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to discreetly slip away. This notion had bolstered his confidence considerably. However, upon Lu Huan's revelation of his true identity, he found himself at a loss for words. He was the steward of the True Fire Pavilion? Wu Ke, having heard the name Lung Majin, contemplated for a moment before recognizing his identity and gazed at Lu Huan in astonishment, curious about how Lu Huan had discerned the truth. You are speaking nonsense. Who is Lung Majin? I am not a disciple of the True Fire Pavilion. Lung Majin attempted to defend himself. Lu Huan waved his hand dismissively and remarked, whether you are truly Lang Emotion of the Jinhua Pavilion is of no consequence to us. I have already made up my mind that you are indeed one of the Jinhua Pavilion, attempting to sow discord between our Blood Demon Sect and Master Lu Jahai. Lu Huan's reaction, reminiscent of a rogue, ignited a furious wrath within Lung Majin. Frustrated and determined to abandon all restraint, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Master Lu, you have witnessed it yourself. The Blood Demon Sect is comprised of such shameless scoundrels. Are you truly inclined to believe them? The onlookers regarded Lung Majin with a mix of amusement and intrigue. At that moment, it was evident to any observer of sound mind that he was genuinely exasperated, suggesting that Lu Huan's words held truth. The individual before them was indeed Lung Majin of the True Fire Pavilion, which added a layer of fascination to the unfolding drama. Although the True Fire Pavilion was formidable, renowned throughout the Tianwu Kingdom for its prowess in weapon forging, it remained merely a fifth-tier force. In contrast, the Blood Demon Sect was a third-tier power, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Tianwu Kingdom, perhaps even possessing a slight edge in strength. However, sects typically showed little interest in the affairs of ordinary folk, a matter that fell squarely within the jurisdiction of the Tianwu Kingdom, or rather, the Tianwu dynasty. In other words, despite the Blood Demon Sect being a sect within the confines of the Tianwu Kingdom, their lack of direct conflict of interest with the kingdom allowed for a clear delineation. As long as they did not provoke one another, they would remain indifferent to each other's affairs. In the hierarchy of power, the True Fire Pavilion may have appeared as an elder brother to lesser factions. Yet it paled in comparison when faced with the Blood Demon Sect. As the crowd eagerly anticipated the next development, Wu Ke indeed adopted a stern expression and bellowed, attack. With a flurry of motion, the disciples of the Blood Demon Sect surged toward Lung Majin. Just then, the onlookers were taken aback to discover that among this throng of Blood Demon Sect disciples was, astonishingly, Lu Huan. What chaos were you attempting to incite? The crowd found themselves torn between laughter and exasperation. Although the current situation seemed to indicate that the Blood Demon Sect had thoroughly suppressed Lung Majin, he was, after all, a peak cultivator at the core formation stage. As Lu Huan charged forward, was he not merely providing a chance for Lung Majin to flee? Yet, unnoticed by others, Wu Ke displayed a look of sympathy upon witnessing Lu Huan's actions. He had personally experienced Lu Huan's formidable prowess. Despite only possessing the peak cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, his strength rivaled that of those at the nascent soul stage. Just a mere Lung Majin? When Wu Ke observed that Lung Majin truly perceived Lu Huan as a potential weakness and charged directly at him, intending to seize Lu Huan as a hostage, he could not suppress a derisive snort. With a resounding bang, an explosion suddenly erupted within the trading hall. Amidst the cacophony of the blast, the sharp sound of bones fracturing intertwined with Lung Majin's anguished cries, sending shivers down the spine of all who listened. Everyone stared in shock at Lung Majin, who had been forcefully embedded into the ground by a single punch, rendered immobile for an extended period. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. What the hell? This individual, named Lu Huan, possesses such immense strength? It must be a fabrication. Could it be that Wu Ku intervened behind the scenes? That is implausible, as Wu Ku himself is merely at the peak of the core formation stage. I sensed that punch carried the aura of a nascent soul elder. Disappointing. Lu Huan stood 10 meters away from Lung Majin, disdainfully murmuring, though both are peak cultivators at the core formation stage, this fellow's strength is disappointingly inferior. When he had mercilessly beaten Wu Ku, he had even resorted to mental attacks to receive a reward notification from the system. Yet, with Lung Majin, a mere punch was sufficient to trigger the system's reward, an increase of 100 years in cultivation. Lu Huan sauntered leisurely to Lung Majin's side, and in the midst of his terrified gaze, removed the mask from his face. It truly is Lung Majin. I always believed that the Blood Demon sect would not make unfounded accusations, nor would they casually slander the individuals of the True Fire Pavilion. Indeed, while the True Fire Pavilion may not be particularly significant compared to the Blood Demon sect, their crafting abilities are nonetheless unparalleled within the Tianwu Kingdom. The Blood Demon sect has no reason to offend them. Reflecting on it now, I can't shake the feeling that the name Lu Huan rings a bell. Do you feel the same? I too find it somewhat familiar. Could he be the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect who was previously wanted by the True Fire Pavilion? The leader of the Heavenly Sword sect? Surely not just one individual. This person is a direct disciple of Elder Xiaoyu from the Blood Demon sect. How could he possibly affiliate himself with such a minor sect as the Heavenly Sword sect? As Lung Majin's true identity was unveiled, speculations regarding Lu Huan began to proliferate. Some individuals even discerned Lu Huan's genuine identity. Regrettably, due to Wu Ku's introduction of Lu Huan, they chose to disregard this truth. However, upon further contemplation, it would not be implausible for them to ascertain Lu Huan's identity. Who decrees that Lu Huan cannot hold the title of leader of the Heavenly Sword sect while simultaneously being a disciple of the Blood Demon sect? The status of the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, while elevated, is merely that of a 7th-tier force. It is not vastly different from that of a disciple of the Blood Demon sect, is it? To put it bluntly, even if the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect is expected to possess the cultivation of the core formation stage, they are roughly on par with the administrators of the Blood Demon sect. In reality, if we were to assess strictly by status, even a mere inner disciple of the Blood Demon sect visiting the Heavenly Sword sect would warrant the utmost respect from the sect's ancestors at the nascent soul stage. To outsiders, it would seem entirely reasonable for the ancestors of the Heavenly Sword sect to act in such a manner. In other words, the reason why people are skeptical of Lu Huan being both the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect and a disciple of the Blood Demon sect is not that they believe he could not possibly serve both roles simultaneously. Quite the opposite. They perceive it as absurd that Lu Huan, already a disciple of the Blood Demon sect, would seek to become the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Is this not a trivial pursuit? Even so, there remains a possibility. Lu Huan was sent by the Blood Demon sect to the Heavenly Sword sect for training, with the intention of aiding the Blood Demon sect in exerting control over the Heavenly Sword sect. However, it is worth noting that the Blood Demon sect leans towards the demonic path, while the Heavenly Sword sect stands as the foremost sect of the immortal path in Qingyan Prefecture. Not only does the Blood Demon sect look down upon the Heavenly Sword sect, but the latter's desire to join the former is unequivocally thwarted by the forces of the immortal path. At the very least, the Tianwu dynasty would never consent to such an alliance. Lu Huan would never squander his breath explaining his identity to this group. Looking down at Lung Majin with a playful smile, he remained silent, seeing him treating him as a stepping stone. He placed a foot on his chest before turning to Lu Zhenghai. Master Lu, do you agree to the transaction proposed by Manager Wu? Lu Zhenghai swallowed nervously, suddenly awakening to the gravity of the situation. His master had sent Guan Wu to protect him, yet he too had been subdued by a single punch from Lu Huan, rendering him powerless. The Lu Huan before him was undoubtedly a counterfeit, masquerading as a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Offending such a person was tantamount to courting death. Yes, I agree. Lu Zhenghai trembled as he raised the small porcelain vial containing the spirit-condensing pill, looking at Wu Ku with a fawning expression. Manager Wu, here is the item. May I take my leave now? As he produced the vial, he added, I want to verify that it is the spirit-condensing pill that can enhance the shattered mirror probability by 50% and not something else. Wu Ku chuckled, the gleam of his bald head once again radiating with an unsettling brightness. It is certainly genuine. This was personally refined by my master. Lu Zhenghai hastily nodded in explanation. Oh, Wu Ku responded nonchalantly, without further elaboration. He casually took the pill and handed it to Lu Huan. Fellow Taoist Lu, please inspect it. Lu Xinghai's complexion turned ghastly. Although he understood that Lu Huan's status surpassed Wu Ku's within the blood demon sect, the need for a young man to verify his offering was deeply humiliating. Damn it! Lu Zhihai cursed inwardly yet dared not express his feelings. He gazed at Lu Huan, anxiously awaiting the final verdict. Lu Huan took the elixir and began his examination. Given his prowess, discerning the method of its refinement proved to be somewhat challenging. Thus, he entrusted this task to the system. After expending 500 years of system cultivation, the system promptly presented the extracted and evolved recipe for the condensing spirit pill before Lu Huan's eyes. Lu Huan directly focused on the final introduction. Lu Zhenghai mentioned that the probability of a cultivator's breakthrough could increase from 50% to 80%. This implies that, as long as one is not exceedingly unfortunate and possesses at least a modicum of talent, they can achieve the transition from the core formation stage to the nascent soul stage with the aid of the spirit condensing pill. Lu Huan revealed a smile, finally lifting her head to address Lu Zhihai, saying, "It's acceptable." Lu Zhihai, disregarding Lu Huan's mockery, felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. He turned his gaze toward Wu Ku with renewed flattery. "Wu manager, may I take my leave now?" Wu Ku glanced at Lu Huan, who nonchalantly nodded in response. Wu Ku then pointed towards the door, stating, "The exit is that way." Thank you. Lu Zhihai exclaimed, filled with excitement as he dashed towards the door. Completely forgetting about Guan Wu, his protector assigned by his master, Lu Huan cast a mocking glance at the fleeing Lu Zhenghai before returning to Wei Lingsun and inquired, "Can you sell me the Thunderfire Make now?" "Taoist Lu, I shall gift you this Thunderfire Make. Can I leave now?" Wei Lingsun lamented, his face a mask of despair. Although he was aware of Lu Zhenghai's true identity, he had already been dismissed by Lu Huan. Yet, he understood that his own exposed identity would still be used against him by Lu Zhenghai, who would continue to threaten him. He wished to avoid any further encounters with Lu Zhenghai and realized that returning to the Spirit Beast sect was no longer an option. Thus, he resolved to depart from Tianwu Kingdom with the remaining corpses of the demon beasts as swiftly as possible. "Are you intending to collaborate with Lu Zhenghai?" Lu Huan wore a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. No. Wei Lingsun shook his head repeatedly. "If you truly did not wish to, then why did you choose to follow him as he departed? With him stepping away first and you trailing closely behind, are you not willingly placing yourself into his grasp?" Lu Huan scoffed. Wei Lingsun was instantly rendered speechless. "What is happening? Who is this person?" Wu Ku inquired with curiosity. Lu Huan was about to casually reveal Wei Lingsun's identity, but upon seeing the pleading expression on Wei Lingsun's face, he merely smiled and replied, "A friend." "Oh." Wu Ku understood the silent cue from Lu Huan and promptly shouted a few instructions to the cultivators present, restoring the trading assembly to its normalcy. He then lowered his voice and said to Wei Lingsun, "Gather your belongings and come with us. We shall ensure your safety." "Thank you." Wei Lingsun nodded, his face a picture of despair as he slowly packed up the items on his stall. He was acutely aware that, at this moment, he was akin to a plump piece of meat on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of Lu Huan and his companions. Even if he harbored thoughts of resistance, he possessed neither the qualifications nor the strength to act upon them. With a sense of grievance, Wei Lingsun collected his belongings and followed closely behind Wu Ku and Lu Huan as they made their way out of the trading assembly. Many onlookers observed this scene with curious expressions, particularly regarding Wei Lingsun. While there may have been some prior interest in him, it had never been particularly noteworthy. However, the current circumstances rendered it impossible for them to disregard him. Regrettably, they lacked the ability that Lu Huan possessed, the capacity to utilize the system to discern the true identities of cultivators. Thus, they could only lament their inability to further engage. They were acutely aware that, regardless of whatever treasures Wei Lingsun might possess, they were beyond their reach. Wu Ku led Lu Huan and Wei Lingsun through a labyrinthine series of enclosed corridors until they arrived at a room. "Lu Daoyu, who is he?" Once inside the room, Wu Ku eagerly inquired once more. "Wu Guanshi, I am Wei Lingsun, the steward of the Spirit Beast sect. I am willing to offer the beast corpses required by Lord Lu, along with our Spirit Beast sect's beast control technique. I implore you both to spare my life." Wei Lingsun interjected, revealing his identity before Lu Huan could speak. Wu Ku turned to look at Lu Huan. Lu Huan did not beat around the bush this time and directly inquired, "I wish to know what the Spirit Jade Divine Blood is." Wei Lingsun's expression changed drastically. After a prolonged hesitation, he replied earnestly under Wu Ku's menacing gaze, The spirit jade divine blood is a crucial material used by our spirit beast sect in the cultivation of demonic beasts. Manager Wu, Lord Lu, I swear. The formula for this substance is not something a mere manager like me could possibly obtain. Is there a finished product? Lu Huan inquired. Is this the finished product? Wei Lingxin paused for a moment, then retrieved a transparent crystal vial resembling glass from within the ring. Inside, there was a small amount of deep red liquid. This is the divine blood of the spirit jade. Lu Huan took it and silently murmured, System, can you analyze this item? The system did not respond to Lu Huan's inquiry. However, the direct deduction of 500 years of system cultivation undoubtedly indicated that analysis was indeed possible. Approximately half a minute later, the system transmitted a document into Lu Huan's consciousness. It turned out that the so-called spirit jade divine blood could be understood as a form of elixir, crafted through techniques akin to alchemy. It was produced using the essence of demonic beast blood, inner cores, and a crystal known as blood jade spirit stone. This concoction significantly aids in enhancing the rank of demonic beasts. In other words, spirit jade divine blood can be likened to a mirror-breaking pill, but exclusively for the use of demonic beasts. Human cultivators, on the other hand, would find it impossible to utilize it, as the various demonic materials retain their demonic energy during the refinement process, which differs greatly from the creation of mirror-breaking pills. After all, demonic energy is highly beneficial for demonic beasts, yet poses only harm to humans. For those unafraid of peril, they might consider giving it a try. Lu Huan's alchemical prowess is such that, with sufficient materials, he can concoct the divine blood of spirit jade. With the assistance of the system, the efficacy of his creations would undoubtedly surpass those produced by the spirit beast sect. In other words, given ample time, Lu Huan could cultivate beings far more formidable than the beasts nurtured by the spirit beast sect. However, Lu Huan was unwilling to squander time. After exchanging a knowing glance with Wu Ku, Wu immediately addressed Wei Lingxin. Leave the beast control spirit decision behind, and you may depart. Wei Lingxin was overjoyed. With a keen awareness of the situation, he retrieved from his ring the jade slip containing the beast control spirit decision, along with the corpse of the Thunderfire Lynx. Manager Wu, Lord Lu, here is the jade slip of the beast control spirit decision and the corpse of the Thunderfire Lynx. I shall take my leave now. Someone, escort him away. Wu Ku affirmed his intention. Having acquired what he desired, he summoned a disciple from the Blood Demon sect and commanded, take him to a safe location, and then return. Upon hearing this, Wei Lingxin felt a flicker of delight but promptly responded, thank you, Manager Wu. I only need you to. Wu Ku, however, impatiently interrupted. Just tell him where you wish to go. You need not inform me. I have no interest in knowing. All right, I understand. Wei Lingxin, seeing Wu Ku's demeanor, felt increasingly reassured, for he recognized that Wu Ku's apparent indifference only served to confirm that he truly did not care about him, thereby ensuring his safety. Once Wei Lingxin departed, Lu Huan examined the corpse of the Lei Huoli and discovered that the demon core remained intact within. He promptly extracted the demon core and said to Wu Ku, you may take the body. I intend to concoct the breaking mirror pill. Concoct the breaking mirror pill? Wu Ku was taken aback, gazing at Lu Huan with astonishment. You can actually refine pills? Lu Huan cast a sidelong glance at Wu Ku, rolling her eyes and exclaiming, what is the matter? Do you think I am incapable of refining elixirs? Not at all. Wu Ku hurriedly shook his head, a sheepish smile dawning as memories of Lu Huan previously besting him flashed through his mind. May I inquire about your current level as an alchemist? The breakthrough elixir you desire, the broken mirror pill, is within my capabilities to concoct, provided you can procure the appropriate materials for me. Unintentionally, Lu Huan uttered a laugh. What the? Wu Ku's eyes widened in astonishment, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. He had always believed that Lu Huan's recognition by Elder Qiao Yu stemmed from his own prowess and potential for the future. However, upon learning that Lu Huan could even concoct the elusive broken mirror pill, it became evident that he must indeed be at least a fifth-tier alchemist. A fifth-tier alchemist? This placed him on par with Yao Mi, the master of Lu Zhihai. Alchemists of such caliber are the most esteemed within the Tianwu kingdom. Yao Mi is regarded as one of the three sects of the peripheral path precisely because she possesses the rank of a fifth-tier alchemist. Lu Huan is of the same rank. Isn't that so? Wu Ku gazed at Lu Huan in utter astonishment, an involuntary thought flickering through his mind as he inquired. What is the effect? How does it compare to the condensing spirit pill? As long as you can procure the materials, I can concoct a flawless quality breaking mirror pill. Tell me, how does its efficacy measure against the condensing spirit pill? Lu Huan did not conceal his intentions. The purpose of his actions was, naturally, to leverage Wuka's assistance in procuring the materials necessary for concocting the mirror-shattering pill of the core formation realm. The materials for the Foundation Establishment Realm's mirror-shattering pill had already demanded immense effort from Lu Huan to obtain. Thus, the requirements for the core formation realm's materials would undoubtedly be even more stringent. If someone could lend a hand, why should he toil alone? Wuka gasped, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Friend Lu, are you speaking the truth? Is it truly the mirror-shattering pill of perfect quality for the core formation realm? Wuka was almost beside himself with anticipation. With a perfect quality mirror-shattering pill in hand, who in the world would still desire the spirit-condensing pill? Wuka was overwhelmed with joy, yet hesitated, akin to a bashful maiden, unable to articulate his thoughts. What are you stammering about? I've made my intentions abundantly clear. Do you not comprehend? I am stating that as long as you can provide sufficient materials, I can assist you in refining the mirror-shattering pill. What more do you wish for? Lu Huan found himself at his wit's end and spoke candidly. Wuku exclaimed with immense joy, his eyes seemingly glistening with tears. He grasped Lu Huan's arm tightly, almost compelled to kneel before him. Go gather the materials. Once I have refined the elixir, we shall discuss the rest. Lu Huan calmly extricated his arms from Wuka's grasp. Lord Lu, could you kindly specify the materials required? Wuka's address towards Lu Huan underwent an immediate transformation. 4th-tier demon beast inner core, Zilong spirit herb, and Xiang spirit grass. Lu Huan enumerated 6 types of materials in one breath. Wuku, utterly bewildered, realized that these were names he had never encountered before. However, he did not dwell on it too much. His responsibility was the trading conference in Guiyun Town, where he should be able to procure these materials. Even if he were unable to find them, the exquisite quality of the broken mirror pill would warrant a request for materials from his sect. Given the capabilities of their blood demon sect, acquiring these materials was certainly feasible. Wuka was filled with immense joy as he hurriedly bid farewell to Lu Huan and set off in search of the materials. Subsequently, in that room, Lu Huan began the alchemical process of crafting the foundational broken mirror pill he required. With the inner core of the Thunderfire Marten in hand, obtaining the remaining materials proved to be comparatively simpler. In the ruins of Luyin Mountain, Lu Huan had already gathered everything he needed. With Lu Huan's current alchemical prowess, concocting the Foundation Establishment Break Mirror Pill was no arduous task. After a mere 10 minutes, 3 of the desired Foundation Establishment Break Mirror Pills materialized in the alchemical furnace. Another 3, indeed. Lu Huan murmured to himself as he picked up the elixir and examined it. Perfect foundation-breaking mirror pill, capable of instantly shattering the shackles of the Foundation Establishment realm, elevating one's cultivation to the core formation realm. Disregarding level restrictions, it can be utilized by all practitioners of body refinement, Foundation Establishment, and core formation realms to enhance one's fundamental strength. Simultaneously serves as a substitute for the core formation-breaking mirror pill, albeit with diminished efficacy. Crafted using the inner core of the Thunderfire links, upon consumption, it can double the user's affinity for thunder and fire attributes. Wow! The descriptions of the perfect foundation-breaking mirror pill and the perfect body refinement-breaking mirror pill are strikingly similar in the initial entries, with the latter simply boasting enhanced effects. Furthermore, the ability to further expand the Dantian has been omitted. This is quite reasonable, considering that the cultivation has already reached the core formation stage. The golden core holds far greater significance than the Dantian. As for the final detail, it is a remarkable consequence of using the inner core of the Thunderfire links, which astonishingly allows the user to augment their thunder and fire attribute affinity by 1-fold. What does this imply? It signifies that with the aid of this breaking mirror pill, once Lu Huan breaks through to the core formation realm, if he practices techniques related to thunder and fire attributes, the ultimate power he can unleash will be further amplified by an additional fold. Impressive indeed. Lu Huan laughed heartily. Had he not yet checked in or acquired an appropriate cultivation method for the golden core, he would have been unable to resist consuming the broken mirror pill to elevate his cultivation to the golden core stage. He carefully placed the elixir into the system space for safekeeping. Lu Huan silently inquired within his heart, system, where must I go to sign in for an appropriate golden core cultivation method? After a moment of calculation, the system finally responded. You must hasten to the Blood Demon Sect's headquarters. Perhaps there you will find a suitable golden core cultivation method. Lu Huan pondered. If I do not proceed to the Blood Demon Sect, will the sign-in location change? Lu Huan pondered. After the system's analysis, It revealed that signing in at the Blood Demon Sect headquarters yielded the highest probability of acquiring the Golden Core cultivation method. Even if the master did not visit the Blood Demon Sect in the future, there remained a possibility of obtaining the Golden Core cultivation method through sign-ins at other locations. The system responded. Oh, Lu Huan nodded in agreement. The system's response filled him with immense satisfaction. This was the essence of the system aiding him, rather than him becoming merely a tool for the system. He did not wait for Wu Ke. Lu Huan sat down cross-legged once more, endeavoring to cultivate the supreme foundation establishment technique. Although his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm, Lu Huan yearned to explore whether further practice of the supreme foundation establishment technique might allow him to expand his dantian once again. Lu Huan silently contacted the system. The system deducted 100 years from his cultivation. Lu Huan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This indicated that his conjecture was indeed correct. Even though his cultivation had reached its zenith, he could still utilize the supreme foundation establishment technique to further expand his dantian. With a resounding boom, the immense spiritual energy accumulated over a century surged forth, ruthlessly battering Lu Huan's limbs and bones under the influence of the supreme foundation establishment technique. His previously crystalline, jade-like limbs and dantian were once again ravaged, revealing a network of intricate fissures. With a series of bangs, the spiritual energy continued to wash over him, causing the already cracked limbs and dantian to shatter into countless fragments. A sharp pain compelled Lu Huan to draw in a sharp breath. Blood and sweat drenched his robe, leaving him looking like a drenched chicken. Half an hour later, the system's notification once again echoed in Lu Huan's ears. System cultivation minus 1,000 years. A surge of immense spiritual energy flooded into Lu Huan's body. However, this time, it was not a destructive force targeting his limbs, bones, and dantian, but rather a restorative one. Restoration is significantly more challenging than destruction, thereby necessitating a greater expenditure of system cultivation. Yet, upon completion of the restoration, Lu Huan could distinctly sense that his meridians and dantian had become more crystalline and translucent, with their strength evidently doubled. This enhancement in potency resulted in a remarkable amplification of Lu Huan's foundational strength, soaring from an initial 250,000 newtons to an astonishing 500,000 newtons. Such a substantial increase is truly remarkable. Lu Huan was overjoyed. The foundational strength of 500,000 bulls signified that he could now unleash nearly the power of 3 dragons when executing the Demon Wind Fist. Lu Huan instinctively desired to experiment. However, upon observing his current surroundings, he regained his composure and resumed his physical examination. It seemed that he had yet to reach his limits. Lu Huan furrowed his brow, silently urging the system. Continue to elevate. As long as the limits have not been reached, strive for perpetual advancement. With a system cultivation level of minus 1,000 years and several 100,000 years still at his disposal, Lu Huan remained unconcerned about this minor depletion of his system's energy. The recently restored limbs, meridians, and dantian were mercilessly ravaged once more, subjected to an even greater intensity. The anguish that Lu Huan experienced grew ever more intense. However, the enhancement of his abilities compelled him to grit his teeth and persevere with unwavering determination. Having vowed to become an ultimate cultivator, he resolutely refused to surrender. Time and again, he dismantled and restored. Lu Huan's robe perpetually oscillated between damp and dry. He could not discern whether the moisture clinging to the fabric was the result of perspiration or blood. The entire room was permeated with a pungent scent of blood. Lu Huan's physical strength, the robustness of his limbs, and the fortitude of his meridians and dantian have all been significantly enhanced through the relentless cycle of destruction and restoration. However, apart from the initial instance which resulted in a doubling of his strength, subsequent improvements, despite requiring greater expenditure, yielded diminishing returns. It was not until Wu Ke burst into the room, prompting Lu Huan to cease his training, that his power reached nearly 800,000 newtons. Additionally, the size of his dantian and meridians expanded to 80 times that of an average cultivator. Naturally, Lu Huan initially believed that possessing the strength of 250,000 bulls and a dantian size 20 times that of an ordinary person represented the pinnacle of a cultivator's potential. However, in comparison to the present, he realized he was still far from reaching that ultimate threshold. Lu Huan could not help but feel relieved that he had managed to remain calm earlier and refrained from using the foundation establishment mirror-breaking pill. Otherwise, he would have failed to overcome even the initial threshold of a limit breaker. What right would he have to claim the title of limit breaker? System. If you truly comprehend the essence of a limit breaker, please be sure to alert me. When I aspire to transcend my current realm, prevent me from doing so. This experience made Lu Huan realize that reaching what he believed to be the limit of his current stage did not equate to actually having attained it. Without any reminders, he was likely to overlook this crucial point. It was not merely the difficulty of ascending to the status of a limit breaker that posed a challenge, but also the fact that, with the system's assistance, enhancing his strength would not be excessively arduous. Compared to an ordinary individual, he could achieve heights in the same realm that surpassed those of typical cultivators. Moreover, the concept of a limit breaker was nebulous, lacking a definitive standard. At least, no one had ever achieved it before. This left Lu Huan uncertain about the precise height he needed to attain to truly be considered a limit breaker. There might be times when he believed his body had reached its utmost limit, prompting an instinctive desire to break through. However, if someone could inform him that he had yet to reach his limit, he would undoubtedly continue striving toward that goal. As for who could provide him with such insight, the system was evidently the most suitable candidate. At a memo, the master has not yet reached the limit of the current stage, no breakthrough allowed. Upon receiving Lu Huan's request, the system promptly issued a reminder. Let it be done. Lu Huan smiled faintly. He was quite pleased that the system had even devised a memo. The exchange between Lu Huan and the system appeared to stretch on for quite some time. Yet in reality, it transpired in an instant. As Wuku pushed open the door, he stood there in bewilderment, gazing at Lu Huan, who was entirely enveloped in blood. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "Master Lu, have you begun cultivating the bloodbath divine technique? But to practice this technique, one must do so in a blood pool. How is it that you have commenced here?" Upon hearing Wu Ke's words, Lu Huan was taken aback. What bloodbath divine technique? Wu Ke's lips twitched, and realizing his mistake, he chuckled awkwardly. "This is a technique that must be cultivated by the disciples of our blood demon sect. I thought Elder Qiaoyu had already imparted this technique to you in advance. He did not teach me, but surely you can enlighten me?" Lu Huan raised an eyebrow, a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown gracing his lips. Wu Ke gazed at Lu Huan's enigmatic expression, his heart brimming with unease and resistance. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Lord Lu, I truly cannot teach you the bloodbath divine art. This technique must be imparted personally by each individual's master." "Why?" Lu Huan gazed at Wu Ke with a subtle expression and inquired. "The primary reason lies in the unique nature of the bloodbath divine art. Its efficacy may vary among different practitioners. Most importantly, you are recognized as a disciple of Elder Qiaoyu, yet you have acquired the bloodbath divine art from me. Others will undoubtedly perceive you as my disciple. At that moment, I would be filled with dread at the thought of Elder Qiaoyu seeking my life. Is that true?" Lu Huan was taken aback upon hearing these words, utterly incredulous of Wu Ke's explanation. "Indeed, it is absolutely true. I can swear by the heavens," Wu Ke asserted, raising several fingers with an unwavering expression. Lu Huan furrowed his brows as he glanced at Wu Ke, realizing that he was not jesting. "Then you need not hand over the bloodbath divine technique to me. Simply allowing me to glimpse its contents will suffice." Lu Huan inquired once more. "This?" Wu Ke remained furrowed in thought, his expression not particularly pleasant. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Lord Lu, it is not that I am unwilling to bestow upon you the bloodbath divine art. It is merely that the efficacy of this technique varies greatly among individuals. The content of the practice diverges significantly based on the practitioner. The method I cultivate differs immensely from that of Elder Qiaoyu. Should you peruse my cultivation technique, the repercussions on your own practice could be rather profound." Lu Huan furrowed her brow, but refrained from uttering another word. Instead, she extended her hand directly toward Wu Ke, who found himself increasingly troubled. Lu Huan's resolve was unmistakably steadfast. He was determined to acquire the bloodbath divine art. In truth, Wu Ke's intentions were commendable. He wished to ensure that the cultivation technique he practiced would not adversely affect Lu Huan's future training. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lu Huan possessed a system that would enable him to harness its energy to tailor the cultivation methods of the bloodbath divine art to suit his individual needs. Whether the techniques were obtained from Wu Ke or, in the future, from Elder Qiaoyu, they would undoubtedly require modification. Wu Ke had already asserted that the variations in cultivation methods among individuals were significant. Thus, the source from which one learned was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was how one chose to cultivate. Reluctantly, Wu Ke ultimately relinquished the technique. The bloodbath divine art, a body-refining technique that utilizes various concoctions to condense divine blood, allowing the practitioner to undergo a bloodbath that enhances both physical strength and vital energy. A body-refining technique? Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, on the desolate continent, there existed a particular kind of practitioner dedicated to body refinement. Their formidable physical strength and defense surpassed those of ordinary cultivators by an immeasurable degree. The average individual stood no chance of comparison. The bloodbath divine art was a technique that all practitioners of the blood demon sect were required to cultivate. Could it be that the blood demon sect was, in fact, a sect focused on body refinement? As this thought briefly flickered in Lu Huan's mind, he self-deprecatingly shook his head in dismissal. How could that be? Whether it was the enigmatic Xiao Yu he encountered initially, or Wu Ku, or even the disciples within the blood demon sect's branch, they were all ordinary cultivators, not the legendary body refiners. Body refiners could be readily distinguished by their physique and aura. Their robust forms resembled that of small giants, and their fierce presence was akin to terrifying beasts. They were indeed exceedingly fearsome. Lu Huan suddenly recalled his first encounter with Wu Ku after arriving at the branch. This fellow had emerged from a pool of blood. During our initial meeting, were you not already practicing the bloodbath divine technique? Lu Huan inquired with a peculiar expression indeed. Wu Ku nodded in affirmation. Lu Huan let out a sigh of relief. When they first met, the overwhelming stench of blood in the blood pool led him to harbor a slight misunderstanding about Wu Ku, believing him to be a nefarious individual. He had assumed that the blood within that pool was likely human. However, now that he has acquired the knowledge of the bloodbath divine technique practiced by Wu Ku, Lu Huan understands that, apart from the unique beast blood, the majority of the liquid consists of refined essences from spiritual plants. Thus, Wu Ku is not the heinous murderer he had envisioned. Initially, when Lu Huan witnessed Wu Ku's ferocious attacks, he could not entirely dismiss the influence of the blood pool on such brutality. In retrospect, it seems Wu Ku has indeed suffered an undeserved calamity. Nevertheless, Lu Huan would never apologize or admit fault to Wu Ku due to such trivial matters. Silently, he urged the system to assist him in transforming the bloodbath divine technique into the most suitable form for his cultivation. Although the system remained silent, the notification of 1,000 years' worth of cultivation being deducted echoed in Lu Huan's ears. What level of martial art is this? Why does it require a millennium of cultivation just for a modification? Lu Huan silently inquired. The bloodshed divine art is a unique technique, with its most crucial element being the formulation of divine blood contained within. The accumulated system cultivation of a millennium merely reflects the current stage most suitable for the master. As the master's cultivation advances, there will be a necessity to invest further system cultivation to concoct a more appropriate divine blood formula. Otherwise, the master's cultivation will cease to progress. I see. Lu Huan suddenly realized something profound. Previously, he felt a pang of concern over the consumption of his system's cultivation. However, at this moment, with hundreds of thousands of system cultivation points at his disposal, he would not mind exhausting them all in one breath. For he has come to understand that acquiring such resources is, in fact, quite manageable. Given this understanding, why should he concern himself with the consumption of thousands? Soon, the system concocted the formula for the bloodbath divine art, perfectly suited to Lu Huan. Go and procure the blood of a third-tier demon beast, the three-flower blood lotus, the yin-yang nether algae, and the earth core fire, while I assist you in refining the breaking mirror pill for the core formation stage. Lu Huan enumerated a total of 8 alchemical materials, leaving Wu Ku momentarily bewildered. Wasn't it merely a matter of observation? How could the process of cultivation commence so abruptly? Moreover, why had he never encountered any of these materials before? Wu Ku had been diligently practicing the bloodbath divine art for quite some time, and was acutely aware that the materials Lu Huan requested were intended for concocting the divine blood essential for this technique. However, apart from the beast blood, the other components differed significantly from those he had utilized in his own preparations. Lord Lu, these materials you mentioned. Wu Ku hesitated, reluctant to act immediately. If I instruct you to proceed, you must comply. Do you still wish to obtain the broken mirror pill? Lu Huan impatiently inquired. Must I? Of course. Wu Ku nodded repeatedly, yet upon receiving a glare from Lu Huan, he dared not utter another word. He turned around, his face clouded with despair, and walked towards the exit. Where are the materials for the broken mirror pill? Hand them over. Lu Huan watched as Wu Ku departed. Feeling quite speechless, he exclaimed, Oh. Wu Ku, awkwardly smiling, quickly returned and handed the materials he had found to Lu Huan. Lu Huan observed the 4th-tier demon beast that Wu Ku had produced, and his expression soured somewhat. The inner core exuded a distinct chill, evidently originating from a water or ice attribute demon beast. Lu Huan squinted his eyes and lifted his head to look at Wu Ku. This inner elixir. Before Lu Huan could finish his thought, Wu Ku immediately grasped his intention and hurriedly explained, "My lord, I initially sought inner elixirs from beasts of the thunder or fire attributes, but alas, they are simply elusive in Qingyan County. If you would grant me a moment of your time." Wu Ku's face was awash with embarrassment. "My lord, it is indeed a challenge to procure such materials. At the beginning, I did not even dare to hope for success. However, I am indifferent to that. It seems you are not specializing in this attribute's cultivation method either. If the effects upon consumption do not align with your expectations, do not hold it against me." Lu Huan spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, Wu Ku immediately clenched his teeth, not out of anger, but with a resolute expression as he said, "My lord, you may proceed with the alchemy. I shall set out at once to gather the materials for the bloodbath divine art and the fourth-tier thunder-fire attribute beasts, particularly the Thunderdan. If possible, I shall seek those with dual attributes. If not, I will at least search for those with the thunder attribute." Lu Huan spoke indifferently, devoid of any sense of commanding Wu Ku. The relationship between them was purely transactional, with Wu Ku's needs being slightly more pressing. He willingly subjected himself to Lu Huan's direction. "My lord Lu, rest assured I understand." Wu Ku respectfully clasped his fists in salute before promptly turning to depart. After Wu Ku left, Lu Huan continued his alchemical pursuits. Even when it came to the inner cores of ice attribute beasts, he remained largely indifferent. Ideally, he sought the cores imbued with thunder and fire attributes. However, their absence did not trouble him. What astonished Lu Huan was that, in such a brief span, Wu Ku had prepared not just one, but two sets of the other materials. Could it be that this fellow had anticipated from the very beginning that Lu Huan would be dissatisfied with the inner cores of the beast he presented? Lu Huan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. However, he overlooked a crucial aspect. In this realm, requesting assistance from others in alchemy indeed necessitates the preparation of multiple sets of materials. Wu Ku produced two sets, which could be considered a modest offering. The primary issue lay in the brevity of time. It was virtually impossible for Wu Ku to provide more materials, particularly the essential inner Dan. He barely managed to procure a single ice attribute inner Dan, which Lu Huan found unsatisfactory. This was simply unavoidable. Given ample time and resources, Wu Ku would have needed to prepare at least 3 to 5 sets of materials. Meanwhile, Lu Huan only required the concoction of a single broken mirror pill from him. Thus, in this world, whether assisting others in alchemy or crafting artifacts, it remains one of the most lucrative ventures, yet akin to Lu Zhenghai's master. Even a mere 5th-tier alchemist could be revered as part of the esteemed 3 sects of the marginal path. Although it was only in the Tianwu kingdom, it was nonetheless quite impressive and a source of envy for many. Lu Huan had indeed overlooked this matter. While grumbling, he continued to refine with great satisfaction. Soon, a new breaking mirror pill of the core formation realm appeared in Lu Huan's alchemical furnace. Once again, there were 3 perfect breaking mirror pills, capable of instantly shattering the shackles of the core formation realm and elevating one's cultivation to the nascent soul realm. Disregarding level restrictions, they could be utilized by all practitioners at the body refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul realms to enhance their foundational strength. They could also serve as a substitute for the nascent soul breaking mirror pill, albeit with diminished effects, crafted using the inner core of the ice-cold 3-tailed fox. Upon consumption, they would double the user's affinity for ice attributes. Beautiful. Lu Huan chuckled, once again in possession of the impeccably crafted mirror breaking pill. At this moment, Lu Huan was thoroughly convinced that with the assistance of the system, any elixir he concocted would undoubtedly be of perfect quality, even a pill as intricate as the mirror-breaking pill. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the True Fire Pavilion, a manager in the late stage of the core formation realm hurriedly sought out Qian Shu to deliver urgent news. "Master Qian, Lu Huan's presence has been detected at the trading event in Guiyun Town." "What? This scoundrel dares to appear in Qingyan County?" Qian Shu seethed with rage, his thoughts drifting to his prized disciple, Zhou Xiaofeng, who had been rendered incapable by Lu Huan's actions. The fury ignited within him, propelling him to take immediate action. After days of searching for Lu Huan, he wasted no time in utilizing the transmission array of the True Fire Pavilion, teleporting directly towards Guiyun Town. Observing Qian Shu's urgency, the reporting disciple hesitated briefly before seeking out the pavilion's grand elder, Zheng Xian. Did Qian Shu possess no discernment? The trading event in Guiyun Town was notorious. a territory ruled by the blood demon sect. Did he intend to provoke them? Zhang Xian, his anger palpable, unleashed his Yuan Ying realm power in a fit of rage, sending the reporting disciple hurtling away. The disciple, feeling utterly wronged, had merely been trying to convey the news to Qian Shu, only to be met with such impulsiveness. What he did not foresee was that while Qian Shu's recklessness had spared him harm, Zhang Xian was a different matter altogether. He had intended to alert Zhang Xian to prevent Qian Shu from courting disaster, yet in a fit of fury, Zhang Xian nearly incapacitated him instead. The reporting disciple, on the verge of tears, managed to choke out, "It seems that Manager Ling is also present there, and has offended Manager Wuku of the Blood Demon sect, who has now been rendered powerless." Upon uttering these words, the disciple could no longer maintain his composure, his vision blurred, and he fainted. Lung Majin? In the True Fire Pavilion, the only person referred to as Manager Lung was indeed Lung Majin. Zhang Xian froze, his expression darkening further. Initially intent on rushing to Guiyuan Town to stop Qian Shu, he now realized that compared to Long Majin, Qian Shu was inconsequential. Why? Lang Majin was the beloved grandson of Long Han, the esteemed elder of their pavilion at the initial stage of the out-of-body realm. With his grandson now incapacitated, could Long Han remain unperturbed? It is evidently an impossible situation. However, Zhang Xian is aware that what infuriates Long Han even more is the fact that they have learned of Lang Mo's true condition yet failed to report it to him. Qian Shu is indeed formidable, yet he is merely a mid-stage alchemist of the Yuanying realm, incomparable to Long Han, who holds the esteemed position of Taishang Elder. Zhang Xian may dismiss Qian Shu, but he cannot afford to underestimate Long Han, for he has no desire to meet his demise. At this moment, Long Han is cultivating in the forbidden area of the True Fire Pavilion's rear mountain. Zhang Xian, in a state of urgency, brandishes his elder token to unlock the restrictions of the forbidden area, thus gaining entry. Zhang Xian, what brings you here? A perplexed voice resonates in his ears as he steps inside. Elder Su? Zhang Xian pauses, a hint of awkwardness flashing across his face as he hastily replies. Elder Ling's grandson, Lang Mo, has been incapacitated by a practitioner of the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon sect? What mischief have you wretches gotten into to offend them? Elder Su, upon hearing this, abruptly emerges from his secluded meditation, blocking Zhang Xian's path, his fury palpable. Elder Su, I will explain everything later. Right now, I need to inform Elder Lang. Furthermore, Qian Shu's disciple has also offended a prodigy from the Heavenly Sword sect and has been rendered incapable. And he has now gone to Guiyuan Town. Zhang Xian's expression reflects his helplessness. He knew that Elder Su would undoubtedly obstruct him. Their relationship with Elder Lang has never been amicable. They have seemingly held disdain for one another since their entry into the sect. Yet both have ascended to the position of Taishang Elder, drawing the attention of countless formidable figures within the True Fire Pavilion. What are you all doing? Offending the Blood Demon sect is one thing, but allowing a prodigy from the trashy Heavenly Sword sect to incapacitate your own disciple? Are you all merely idle? Elder Su, with a fiery temper, berates him. Zhang Xian, however, is acutely aware that Elder Su's apparent rage is nothing but an act. His intention is to buy time, preventing Zhang Xian from meeting Lung Han. Elder Su, I implore you, if you have grievances to express, could you not wait until I have reported to Elder Lang before imparting your wisdom? A reprimand from Elder Su would bear no significant consequence, but any delay might prevent Long Han from learning about his grandson's incapacitation in a timely manner, and Zhang Xian knows he would not escape unscathed. Is it that in your eyes, Zhang Xian, I, Su Changhe, cannot compare to Lung Han? Must I not be informed of such matters and only he? Elder Su deliberately entangles the conversation. Yet, the fact remains that it is Elder Ling's beloved grandson who has been rendered incapable. Zhang Xian, feeling aggrieved, remarked that since he had already been rendered powerless, there was no rush. Furthermore, that old codger, Long Han, was currently in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. Even if one sought him out, he would not awaken. Su Changhe, with a hint of malice, retorted, in seclusion for a breakthrough? Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback, grappling with the dire predicament. What was he to do? Once Long Han concluded his seclusion, he would not concern himself with Zhang Xian's failure to receive timely news. Zhang Xian was acutely aware that it was the senior ranks of the True Fire Pavilion, under his stewardship, who had neglected to inform him promptly. The thought of forcibly rousing Long Han from his meditative state filled Zhang Xian with trepidation. He feared it would hasten his own demise. This was truly a catastrophe. Zhang Xian was in a state of panic, sweat beading on his brow, and despair clouding his visage. What catastrophe? Su Changhe feigned nonchalance, declaring, I shall accompany you. I am keen to witness how the Blood Demon sect dares to harm the disciples of our true fire pavilion. Do they truly believe we are without defenders? Zheng Xian, momentarily stunned, cast a puzzled glance at Su Changhe, utterly unprepared for his willingness to accompany him. With a wary eye, he scrutinized Su Changhe, who, with a fierce glare, demanded, "What? Are you unwilling?" No. It is indeed most fortuitous that Elder Su is willing to accompany a junior on this journey. You are a formidable figure of the out-of-body realm and the steward of Guiyun Town. Surely, the peak of the core formation realm would deign to show you respect. Zheng Xian responded with an ingratiating smile. Do I need to rely on a steward to grant me respect? Su Changhe scoffed. Leading the way toward the confines of the forbidden area, Zheng Xian cast a reluctant glance into the depths of the forbidden zone, silently sighing before deciding to exit. Regardless of the circumstances, having an elder of the out-of-body realm accompany him to the territory of the Blood Demon sect provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Upon leaving the forbidden area, Zheng Xian reactivated the barriers. Deep within the confines, an elder engaged in meditation opened his eyes in confusion, muttering to himself, "Why do I feel an unsettling sensation?" The elder attempted to divine the cause, but arrived at no conclusive answer, ultimately closing his eyes once more to resume his cultivation. Had Zheng Xian ventured here, he would have discovered that this elder, who had not entered a state of seclusion, was indeed the very Lung Han he sought. Su Changhe had deceived him. Regrettably, Zheng Xian remains oblivious to the current situation. In the town of Guiyun, a cultivator at the 6th level of the nascent soul realm stepped forth from the teleportation array, his demeanor fierce as he unleashed his aura with unrelenting force, mercilessly suppressing those around him. Puff, puff, puff. A group of cultivators, all at the core formation stage, found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding his overwhelming presence. Spitting blood and being sent flying, their faces pale and collapsing to the ground. Among those who recognized Master Qian Shu's identity, expressions turned grim, and hushed murmurs filled the air. Is that really Master Qian Shu of the True Fire Pavilion? Why has he come here, and in such a rage? This is the domain of the Blood Demon sect. Does he seek his own demise? Curse it. Regardless of his intentions, we have not provoked him. Why unleash his wrath upon us? What a fool, allowing him to act so arrogantly. Just wait until the higher-ups of the Blood Demon sect arrive and see if he survives. Amidst the crowd's simmering fury, a group of disciples from the Blood Demon sect suddenly encircled him. Leading them was a late-stage core formation disciple, glaring at Qian Shu and coldly demanding, "Qian Shu, what do you intend? This is our territory. Where's Lu Huan? Tell him to come out now." In response, Qian Shu conjured a fist-sized alchemical furnace, ruthlessly directing it towards the questioning disciple from the Blood Demon sect. Puff, the leading disciple, possessing only the meager strength of the late core formation stage, stood no chance against the mid-level nascent soul powerhouse that Qian Shu represented, especially with the added force of his alchemical furnace. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and the unfortunate disciple was sent hurtling back into the crowd, unconscious, seeking death. The expressions of the other disciples from the Blood Demon sect shifted dramatically, enraged. They summoned their magical artifacts to launch an assault on Qian Shu. Boom! Qian Shu cast his alchemical furnace into the air, where it hovered, enveloped in a sphere of primal fire, spinning rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. As the furnace rotated, fireballs erupted from the ear holes on either side like a divine artillery, hurtling towards the disciples of the Blood Demon sect. Bang, bang, bang. The fireballs struck the disciples with such force that they were rendered utterly defenseless. Screaming as they mutilated limbs are scattered everywhere, yet that is merely the surface. The trading hall resides underground, meticulously shielded by formidable formations established by the Blood Demon sect. It is inconceivable that even a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, let alone a peak nascent soul powerhouse, could breach such defenses. However, at this moment, Wu Ku is absent from Guiyun Town, seeking materials to assist Lu Huan in acquiring the Blood God technique. The remaining cultivators of the Blood Demon sect here are no match for Qian Shu. After a moment of hesitation, the group resolves to seek out Lu Huan. After all, Wu Ku refers to Lu Huan as my lord, and it is Lu Huan whom Qian Shu is in pursuit of. Bang, bang, bang. A contingent of disciples from the Demon Suppression sect set out in various directions and finally located Lu Huan. "My lord Lu, please step outside. Qian Shu from the True Fire Pavilion has come knocking," exclaimed a disciple of the Blood Demon sect, their voice laced with trepidation. "Qian Shu?" Lu Huan was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Was that commotion outside just now caused by the money?" "Indeed," replied the disciple of the Blood Demon sect, nodding vigorously. "Very well. I shall venture out at once." Under the guidance of the blood demon sect disciple, Lu Huan swiftly ascended to the surface, where he was met with a scene of utter devastation. Lu Huan was filled with doubt, uncertain whether he was truly at the blood demon sect's branch in Guiyun town or had just emerged from the ravaged battlegrounds of East Africa. Lu Huan gazed at the floating sum of money suspended in midair, as well as the enormous alchemical furnace that continued to spin incessantly. He muttered, "Goodness. Is that a Gatling gun? Yet, why is it not emitting blue flames? What a disappointment, a counterfeit. My lord, might you kindly negotiate with him?" The disciple of the blood demon sect beside him, upon hearing Lu Huan's remarks, appeared utterly speechless and promptly urged, "You all should go save the person." Lu Huan nodded, offering a reminder before unleashing the seal of forbidden spirits, directing it towards the monetary figure to impose suppression. Bang! However, Lu Huan underestimated the prowess of Qian Shu, a formidable being at the nascent soul stage. More precisely, he misjudged the opponent's perceptive abilities. As soon as he ascended into the air, Qian Shu's gaze abruptly shifted towards it, and the alchemical furnace, suspended in the air, immediately surged forward to collide with it. The flames enveloping the furnace added layer upon layer of protection, soaring through the sky like a meteor poised to descend. Lu Huan felt an inexplicable sensation, as if the current forbidden spirit seal was no match for the damned furnace. Indeed, when the damned furnace collided with the forbidden spirit seal, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the void. With a resounding crash, beams of fire and golden light erupted forth like a myriad of radiant dawns. The disciples of the blood demon sect nearby let out piercing screams of despair. Within these luminous waves, the shockwave penetrated their bodies, a force far beyond their capacity to withstand. In an instant, several disciples at the core formation stage were obliterated by the impact of the light, meeting their demise on the spot. Damn! Lu Huan's expression instantly darkened, although he did not yet feel any camaraderie with the disciples of the blood demon sect. They had undeniably suffered due to his actions. "System, elevate my heavenly sword spirit technique to its zenith," he commanded. "System cultivation, minus 1,500 years. Boom. A surge of immense information flooded into Lu Huan's body in an instant. Lu Huan absorbed this information, and his expression grew increasingly sinister. The heavenly sword spirit decision. Lu Huan swiftly retracted the forbidden spirit seal and summoned the fire cloud sword, bellowing with fervor. In an instant, a myriad of sword lights surged forth from the void, illuminating the entire expanse with a dazzling brilliance, as if attempting to incinerate the very heavens and earth. Qian Shu gazed at Lu Huan in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the overwhelming combat prowess exhibited by such a novice at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. Momentarily stunned, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, channeling 1/3 of his spiritual energy into the alchemical furnace, as though receiving a divine revelation. The furnace expanded significantly, overturning to align its opening with Lu Huan's fire cloud sword, emanating a tremendous suction force. To the untrained eye, it resembled a terrifying vortex, exuding an aura of dread. The suction generated by the vortex drew in the sword lights unleashed by Lu Huan, resulting in a series of resounding explosions. "It is over." Despair etched the faces of the disciples from the blood demon sect surrounding them. Initially, they had felt a thrill of excitement at the heart-stirring aura radiating from Lu Huan when he unleashed the heavenly sword spirit technique, believing that such power surpassed that of even some prodigies within their sect at the nascent soul stage, falling just short of the elders. However, little did they know that Qian Shu's technique was evidently of a higher caliber. Lu Huan's techniques had yet to launch an attack when they were successively absorbed and neutralized. Could it truly be said they were neutralized? Certainly not. Amidst the swirling sword lights, 5 beams of sword energy suddenly emerged, radiating an intensely blinding brilliance. In an instant, they broke away from the main force, unleashing an even more terrifying aura as they surged towards the alchemical furnace. Simultaneously, they began to absorb the dimmer sword energies surrounding them. Before long, these somewhat faint sword lights clung to the vicinity of the 5 beams, bestowing upon them layers of protective sword energy. At first glance, they resembled 5 barbed clubs ruthlessly thrusting into the alchemical furnace. What a grim sight! The first beam of sword energy penetrated the furnace, causing it to shudder slightly, yet it sustained no significant impact. However, the overseer of the furnace, Qian, appeared somewhat listless. The second beam of sword energy surged into the furnace once more. This time, the furnace shook violently, and instead of completely neutralizing the sword energy as before, it seemed to have gorged itself, leading the energy to explode within the furnace. Qian's complexion turned increasingly ghastly, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. The third beam of sword energy relentlessly charged towards the furnace again. Upon witnessing this, Qian's face paled dramatically, and he desperately attempted to retract the furnace. Unfortunately, the third beam offered him no such opportunity. A sound reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard pierced the air as it grazed the furnace's exterior before forcefully entering it. Little beast, do not overstep your bounds. Qian, blood spilling from his lips, cursed Lu Huan furiously, as though he were the one being bullied throughout this ordeal. Was this fellow on the verge of collapse? Upon hearing Qian's furious rebuke, the blood demon sect disciples and other ordinary cultivators, sprawled around in despair, displayed expressions of wild elation. "Haha, Lord Lu is magnificent. Eliminate this old beast. You shameless old dog. How dare you scold Lord Lu when you didn't utter a word about your own tyranny while slaying our kin?" Lu Huan temporarily refrained from responding to the disciples' remarks, his expression impassive as he regarded Qianshu. Two more sword lights surged forth, and he was eager to ascertain whether this old fellow possessed any genuine skill. With a swift motion, the fourth sword light darted towards the damned furnace, which had already been nearly torn apart by the third sword light. There was no way it could withstand another assault. With a resounding explosion, the damned furnace shattered into fragments, rendering any intervention from the fifth sword light unnecessary. However, Lu Huan could not retract the fifth sword light. It streaked through the void, leaving a slender trail of brilliance as it surged towards Qianshu's chest. Qianshu was taken aback, his face a mask of shock. He hastily retrieved a new magical artifact from his ring, hurling it directly at the sword light. Perhaps he deemed such an attack insufficient to inflict significant damage upon the fifth sword light, in a manner that suggested he was unconcerned about the cost. Qianshu produced an array of magical artifacts from his ring, launching them at the sword light. It appeared that these artifacts were not refined by him, but merely crafted, as he was left with no choice but to detonate these manufactured artifacts to counter the attack of the fifth sword light. The onlookers, a congregation of cultivators below, began to mock once more. "Ha! Truly, the foremost master of the true fire pavilion. Look at the sheer quantity of artifacts. It's as if they cost nothing. Yet, they're all worthless. If he were truly formidable, why resort to such tactics against an adversary?" They noted, after all, that Qianshu was a Yuanying realm cultivator, while Lu Huan had only reached the foundation establishment realm. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Qianshu, having thrown more than a dozen artifacts without neutralizing the fifth sword light from Lu Huan's celestial sword spirit technique, found himself staring in despair as the remaining sword light struck forcefully against his chest. With a resounding crash, Qianshu's body was propelled backward, tracing a long arc through the air as he hurtled towards a distant mountain. Just then, two figures appeared in the far-off void, blocking his retreat and enveloping him in their embrace. Lu Huan furrowed his brows, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Just as expected, after seizing the money, the individual abruptly teleported to a location less than 50 meters away. A practitioner of the out-of-body realm? It appears to be the esteemed elder of the true fire pavilion. Before Lu Huan could utter a word, a gasp arose from the crowd below. The ability to teleport is the most distinct characteristic of an expert at the out-of-body stage. It can be asserted that any practitioner capable of such a feat is, at the very least, a formidable being of the out-of-body realm, an existence that surpasses even the Yuan-ing stage by a significant margin. The likelihood of encountering such an entity within Qingyuan County is exceedingly slim. Even though this location is on the outskirts of Qingyuan County, it scarcely qualifies as part of it. The emergence of a being of this caliber is nearly inconceivable. Typically, only the headquarters of the Blood Demon sect or the True Fire Pavilion would harbor such powerful figures. The disciples of the Blood Demon sect below wore expressions of grave concern, for some among them recognized one of the two approaching practitioners, none other than Zhang Xian. Naturally, at Zhang Xian's side could only be the out-of-body expert, Su Changhe, who accompanied him. Lu Huan's complexion darkened significantly. He genuinely did not expect to encounter a formidable practitioner from the out-of-body realm here. Although, with his current system cultivation and the breaking mirror pill, he could elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and would not fear this out-of-body expert from the true fire pavilion. The realization that pursuing such an action would jeopardize his ambition to forge an ultimate cultivator loomed large. Where was Lung Mo Zhen? Just as Lu Huan remained vigilant regarding the intentions of these out-of-body practitioners from the true fire pavilion, Su Changhe suddenly inquired. Zhang Xian was taken aback. He glanced at the unconscious Qianshu in his arms, his lips twitching momentarily before he sighed silently in his heart. Initially, He intended to use Qian Shu as an excuse to stir trouble with the Blood Demon sect. This was not the Blood Demon sect's headquarters, and he believed that leveraging Su Chang's status as an out-of-body expert would enable him to subdue the Blood Demon sect practitioners present, thereby asserting the authority of the Grand Elder of the True Fire Pavilion. This would also grant him an opportunity to flaunt his prowess among his peers in the future. However, once Su Chang'e spoke, Zhang Xian could only stand silently by, refraining from uttering a word. He sensed that Su Chang'e's true objective was to use this opportunity to further undermine Elder Long Han. He even surmised that by the time Lung Han learned of this incident, Lung Emozhan would either be dead at the hands of the Blood Demon sect or, at the very least, the information he received would suggest such a fate. Long Emozhan? Upon hearing the words of Su Chang'e, a formidable figure of the out-of-body realm, Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback. What connection do you have with Lang Mazhan? What concern is it of yours regarding my relationship with him? Lung Mazhan is the grandson of the esteemed elder of our True Fire Pavilion. Do you dare to harm him, Blood Demon sect? Su Chang'e retorted, his demeanor exuding arrogance and disdain. Lu Huan felt somewhat bewildered by Su Chang'e's words. He sensed that Su Chang'e's statement was not merely a warning, but rather a subtle reminder that Lung Mo's true identity was far from ordinary. It would be prudent for the Blood Demon sect to promptly dispatch a capable and authoritative figure to handle matters here. Otherwise, my position may become precarious. Not only Lu Huan, but also Zhang Xian cast a puzzled glance at Su Chang'e, sharing the sentiment that Su Chang'e's words were intentionally directed at Lu Huan. Zhang Xian dared not dwell on it further. The relationship between Su Chang'e and Lung Han increasingly led him to believe that such speculation was indeed plausible. How exasperating! Zhang Xian inwardly lamented, cursing silently. Externally, he maintained a composed demeanor, standing by silently, observing the unfolding situation. Long Mo? Did you all just witness that individual? Lu Huan was unaware of the relationship between Su Chang'e and Long Han, and thus could not fathom Su Chang'e's intentions. He remained vigilant, gazing at Su Chang'e with a furrowed brow, and inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed, Lu Huan was genuinely unaware of Cold Mo's ultimate whereabouts. After revealing Cold Mo's true identity, he ceased to pay any attention to him. Young man, are you looking down upon this old man? Su Chang'e's expression darkened instantly. Senior, you jest. As a mere fledgling in the foundation establishment stage, how could I possibly presume to underestimate a formidable expert such as yourself in the transcendence realm? Lu Huan raised his fist and spoke with composure, neither servile nor arrogant. Are you the Lu Huan? Su Chang'e scrutinized Lu Huan for a moment, then inquired with a hint of confusion. On his way here, he had already gleaned some information about Lu Huan from Zhang Xian. Surely, the senior is not unaware of the existence of his junior? Lu Huan inquired with a smile that was almost mocking. How is it possible for a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage to seize the heart of the earth fire from our True Fire Pavilion? Su Chang'e, undeterred by Lu Huan's smile, reiterated his question, is that so? Indeed. Lu Huan nodded, neither confirming nor denying, for there was indeed nothing to refute in such matters. Excellent. Su Chang'e's smile grew increasingly enigmatic. You also seized our True Fire Pavilion's goods worth over $1 billion in Qingyang City? Lu Huan immediately shook his head and said earnestly, Senior, that statement is flawed. I took the heart of the earth flame solely because I was unaware that it was unique to your esteemed sect. It was only by recognizing its significance and refining it that I could carry it away. However, as for your claim of it being a treasure worth over $1 billion, I cannot concede to that. Lu Huan asserted confidently, nonsense. Zhang Xian, ablaze with fury, erupted into a torrent of invective. You wreaked havoc in our Qingyang City branch. With so many witnesses present, you brazenly seized the items from the warehouse. How dare you act without facing the consequences? So many eyes were upon you. Lu Huan chuckled, exuding confidence as he remarked, Esteemed elder, why not inquire or directly investigate the owners of those eyes? Perhaps they seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to pilfer items from the warehouse and frame me for it? Such a notion is utterly implausible. The disciples of the True Fire Pavilion would never stoop to the disgraceful act of stealing from their own. Zhang Xian shook his head in denial, unabashedly declaring, Moreover, those who witnessed you taking items from the warehouse were not solely practitioners of our True Fire Pavilion. There were also other cultivators from Qingyang City present. If you doubt the integrity of our True Fire Pavilion's practitioners, surely you must trust the other cultivators from Qingyang City. They would have no motive to fabricate lies to tarnish your reputation. Is that so? Lu Huan smiled calmly and said with an open hand, All right. Let those individuals come forth, so that we may confront one another directly. Particularly, I call upon the practitioners of the true fire pavilion. For it is well known that your favorite pastime is to slander others. What utter nonsense! Zhang Xian clenched his fists, poised to launch an assault on Lu Huan. His eyes blazing with a fierce crimson glow, shimmering with an overwhelming intent to kill. Su Chang'e, with an equally composed demeanor, restrained Zhang Xian, who was poised to act. With a smile, he remarked, "Young brother, I believe there is no need for confrontation. If you are truly confident in your innocence, why not allow me to conduct a soul search?" Soul search? Upon hearing this, Lu Huan burst into a derisive laugh, his face a mask of mockery. "Senior, do you truly take me for a fool? Within my mind resides an abundance of secrets. If you were to probe my soul, who could ascertain whether your intention is to uncover if I have pilfered from your true fire pavilion's treasury or to delve into my clandestine affairs?" A flicker of disappointment clearly crossed Su Chang'e's eyes. He genuinely perceived Lu Huan as one of those impulsive young men, prone to rashness when provoked. Very well, let us set aside the matter of the goods in the treasury for now. However, you have acknowledged that you have taken our earthly soul flame from the true fire pavilion. Might I inquire if you are now prepared to return it to us? Su Chang'e pressed once more. Why should I return the spirit fire that I obtained through my own prowess? There are no markings upon it to affirm its ownership by your true fire pavilion. Lu Huan rolled her eyes and disdainfully replied, "You arrogant little brat. Do not be so presumptuous. Everyone understands that the Earth Heart Spirit Flame is a unique spiritual fire cultivated by our true fire pavilion. Apart from our true fire pavilion, where else in this world could one find it?" Zhang Xian, exasperated, retorted in anger, "Who knows?" Lu Huan maintained a serene smile, exhibiting an extraordinary composure that starkly contrasted with Zhang Xian's frantic demeanor. This spectacle left the onlooking cultivators oblivious to the situation, with an impression that Lu Huan was being unjustly accused. Particularly, the mention of soul-searching by Su Chang'e evoked widespread disdain and loathing among the crowd. As Lu Huan had articulated, once subjected to soul-searching, all one's secrets lay bare before the eyes of outsiders. Who would tolerate such an indignity? A group of cultivators began to murmur among themselves, lamenting the overreach of the true fire sect. Indeed, just look at our Lord Lu, so unperturbed. It is evident he has been slandered by the true fire sect. What audacity! Have the cultivators of the true fire sect become so brazen as to defame our blood demon sect? Perhaps they are simply courting death, yearning for our blood demon sect's masters to impose their might upon them. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from afar. Which beast is responsible for this? Lu Huan turned towards the source of the voice. The owner of the voice was none other than Wu Ku, who had departed from Guiyun town to seek the materials required for Lu Huan's bloodbath divine art. The imposing figure of the man shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, almost blinding in its intensity. As Wu Ku flew to Lu Huan's side and was about to inquire, he suddenly recognized Zhang Xian and Su Chang'e opposite him. Their faces strikingly familiar. With a furrowed brow, he coldly asked, "Is that Zhang Xian from the True Fire Pavilion?" "Manager Wu." Zhang Xian's face was equally grim, gritting his teeth as he menacingly stated, "We have no ulterior motives in coming here today. We simply wish for you to hand over Lu Huan. If you surrender him, we will—" "Enough of that nonsense." Wu Ku interjected furiously, cutting Zhang Xian off mid-sentence. "If you truly seek death, then speak plainly, and I shall gladly oblige." Wu Ku was acutely aware of his own limitations and strength, knowing full well that he was no match for Zhang Xian. However, he displayed no inclination to retreat, brandishing his long blade with a fierce expression as though to launch an attack on Zhang Xian. "Manager Wu, I advise you to calm yourself. This is Elder Su, a transcendent expert from our blood demon sect." Zhang Xian's eyes turned cold as he pointed menacingly at Su Chang'e. "A transcendent expert?" Wu Ku squinted, his expression growing increasingly furious. "Do you really think that a mere piece of trash like you can threaten our blood demon sect just because of that? Zhang, if you have the guts, go and act arrogant at our blood demon sect headquarters." Zhang Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. Did he truly believe he was foolish? The headquarters of the blood demon sect was home to beings far more powerful than mere transcendent experts. Even if he brought all the elders from the True Fire Pavilion, he would not dare to act boldly at the blood demon sect's headquarters. Otherwise, he would find himself at a loss for how to even spell death. Heh. Wu Ku observed Zhang Xian's expression and let out a cold laugh before admonishing, "Zhang, I care not for your intentions today. I strongly suggest you leave at once, or else I will call for reinforcements. And neither you nor your esteemed elder will leave Guiyun town unscathed. This place has become a branch of our blood demon sect for a reason, and it is equipped with direct teleportation arrays." Beside the Su Chang'e, a flicker of dissatisfaction was evident in his gaze. Initially, he merely contemplated seizing this opportunity to retaliate against Lung Han, seeking to bring about the downfall of his progeny. After all, he had previously lost a descendant due to Lung Han's schemes, a grievance that Su Changhe had long harbored in his heart. However, having promised someone not to take direct action against Lung Han's descendants, he did not forget this matter. He had always sought a chance to avenge himself, and it appeared that such an opportunity had finally arisen. Yet, Su Changhe overlooked the might of the blood demon sect. Should Zheng Xian continue his discourse, he genuinely feared that he too might meet his demise here. Cough, cough, Su Changhe promptly interjected, "Well, manager, Zheng Xian may not be eloquent, so please overlook his words. Our purpose here today is twofold. One is for the esteemed Lord Lu you mentioned, and the other is concerning Lung Majin." Lung Majin? Wu Ke raised an eyebrow, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Lu Huan before questioning. "You remind me. I had almost forgotten about that little wretch. He previously endeavored to tarnish our blood demon sect's reputation while wearing a mask. If you hadn't come, I would have sought you out. Are you here to take vengeance on him? Tarnish our reputation?" Both Su Changhe and Zheng Xian were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. Zheng Xian was convinced he had not misread the situation. He could distinctly perceive a glimmer of delight and schadenfreude in Su Changhe's eyes. "Wu manager, does this imply that Lung Majin offended your blood demon sect, leading to his demise?" Seemingly unable to contain his excitement, Su Changhe hastily added, "Killed?" Wu Ke raised a hand to halt Su Changhe's words, displeasure evident in his tone. "You must be Su, the elder from True Fire Pavilion. Do your compatriots have a penchant for slandering others? Killed Lung Majin? Such claims cannot be made lightly. Although we breach the rules of our blood demon sect trading convention, we do not resort to killing without cause." Before Su Changhe and Zheng Xian could respond, Wu Ke furrowed his brow again. "You assert that Lung Majin has been killed? That seems improbable. While that brat is particularly detestable, he is merely a coward who bullies the weak. Did he not return to your True Fire Pavilion via the teleportation array? How could he possibly be dead?" Wu Ke's response was evidently not what Su Changhe desired. He yearned to hear from Wu Ke's lips that Lung Majin had indeed been slain, allowing him to exact revenge through external means. Instead, the answer was far from his hopes. "Elder Su, the intelligence we have received indicates that Lung Majin has been incapacitated, not killed." At this moment, Zheng Xian covertly reminded Su Changhe. Su Changhe glared fiercely at Zheng Xian and then addressed Wu Ke, saying, "Manager Wu, that information was indeed ours, and there was a misjudgment. I sincerely apologize." "Apologize?" Wu Ke chuckled mockingly, retorting, "Is a mere apology sufficient? Do you truly believe that your fire pavilion is of such significance? To casually slander our blood demon sect is one thing, but do you think other cultivators will remain indifferent? Manager Wu, if you insist on this line of reasoning, then I am left with no recourse." Su Changhe's expression darkened. "What? Do you wish to escalate this?" Wu Ke scoffed, slowly producing a talisman resembling a jade slip, brazenly toying with it. A puppet talisman? Su Changhe instantly recognized the nature of the jade slip in Wu Ke's hand. Indeed, it was a puppet talisman of the out-of-body realm, capable of summoning a puppet in the late stage of the out-of-body realm. Wu Ke stated nonchalantly, "Farewell." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Changhe turned and soared away into the distance, his speed so swift that both Lu Huan and Wu Ke were caught off guard. Elder Su, however, Zheng Xian suddenly realized that he seemed to be the only one left at the scene and instinctively called out towards the direction Su Changhe had departed. His voice filled with sorrow. It was akin to a lamenting wife, watching her unfaithful husband leave, letting out a hauntingly melodic wail. "Manager Wu, young friend Lu, I too shall take my leave." Zheng Xian's voice failed to elicit even a moment's pause from Su Changhe. This realization struck Zheng Xian. Calling Su Changhe back was utterly futile. Thus, he could only cast a pitiful glance towards Lu Huan and Wu Ke, ingratiatingly saying, "Taking my leave?" The out-of-body realm expert, Lu Huan, remained silent for a while. It was not out of fear, but rather because he understood that refraining from speaking and avoiding the attention of the out-of-body realm expert was the most prudent course of action, lest he squander the myriad benefits granted by the system. But now, with the out-of-body realm expert departing, why should he continue to show courtesy to a nascent soul realm cultivator? Of course, it was not just Lu Huan. Wu Ke, at the moment Zheng Xian spoke, swiftly moved to block Zheng Xian's path. "Mr. Zheng, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Shall we have a proper chat?" Wu Ke said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Manager Wu, it's all a misunderstanding. My sect has matters to attend to. Perhaps we can converse at another time." Zheng Xian lamented, his expression despondent. "Another time? Oh, do not. I believe that if we do not clarify certain matters today, it would be in your best interest not to leave, lest the entire Tianwu kingdom be engulfed in unnecessary misunderstandings. Wuke pressed firmly on Zhang Xian's shoulder. Despite possessing only peak cultivation at the core formation stage, he rendered Zhang Xian, a formidable figure in the late infant transformation stage, utterly immobile. Zhang Xian's gaze incessantly darted towards the puppet talisman in Wuke's hand, paralyzed by fear. He loathed the sum of money clutched in his embrace, feeling as though he were embroiled in a pointless predicament. Had it not been for this situation, he would never have sought trouble with Wu Ku, thus avoiding the humiliation he now faced and perhaps even saving his own life. Manager Wu, I was mistaken. I truly recognize my error. Please, do enlighten me on how I, old Zhang, might spare my pitiful life. Cold sweat cascaded down Zhang Xian's forehead, and he was on the verge of kneeling in supplication. Well then, Wu Ku's gaze shifted toward Lu Huan. Lu Huan merely fixated on the sum of money in Zhang Xian's hand, displaying no reaction whatsoever. Wu Ku hesitated slightly, gesturing towards the money, and declared, "Hand him over to me, and I shall spare you." The mention of him caused Zhang Xian to pause, his expression shifting tumultuously. He was resolute in his belief that Wu Ku was being intentionally provocative. Earlier, when he approached, he had instructed Wu Ku to surrender Lu Huan. Now, it appeared that Wu Ku was coercing him into relinquishing the funds. Zhang Xian lacked Wu Ku's audacity. After a moment of contemplation, he slumped, raised the unconscious sum in his arms, and muttered, "Manager Wu, this is for you, you coward." Wu Ku was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Xian's uncharacteristic compliance, and he immediately rebuked him. Zhang Xian dared not resist, nodding fervently in agreement. Yes, yes. Manager Wu is right. I am indeed a coward. What the hell? Such a spineless individual left Wu Ku feeling exasperated, and he raised his hand to deliver a slap. Smack. The sharp sound of the slap resonated, leaving a vivid imprint on Zhang Xian's face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a pitiful sight. Yet, Zhang Xian remained silent, his head bowed, embodying a portrait of timidity. Waste. Wu Ku, upon witnessing this, appeared visibly disinterested. He waved his hand dismissively, urging, "Get lost, get lost. I find your presence utterly irritating." "Thank you, Manager Wu." Zhang Xian sighed in relief, expressed his gratitude, and without looking back, swiftly departed in the direction he came from, vanishing without a trace. The disciples of the Blood Demon Gate, witnessing the retreat of two formidable foes, erupted into cheers. Manager Wu is magnificent. Lord Lu is extraordinary. Lu Huan wore a bewildered expression. He had done nothing at all, yet he was being hailed by so many. Surely, there must be some mistake. Lu Huan scratched his head. At that very moment, Wu Ku also rubbed his bald head, grinning foolishly. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Huan exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Ku and swiftly descended underground. "You all tidy up here." Wu Ku comprehended Lu Huan's intent, grasping Qian Shu with one hand. He gestured to the disciples of the Blood Demon sect surrounding them with the other, promptly following Lu Huan into the depths below. "My Lord Lu, how shall we deal with this fellow?" In the same room as before, Wu Ku unceremoniously tossed the unconscious Qian Shu onto the ground, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Let us wait a moment." Lu Huan waved his hand and turned to Wu Ku, inquiring with curiosity, "May I take a look at your puppet talisman?" "Of course." Wu Ku replied, once again producing the puppet talisman, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he continued. "This is actually a talisman for summoning at the core formation stage. It cannot possibly summon a formidable being of the out-of-body stage." "What the heck?" Lu Huan was taken aback, caught between laughter and tears as he remarked, "Aren't you afraid they might figure it out?" "Not at all. Even if they do uncover the truth, I can simply notify headquarters. There exists a direct teleportation array leading to our Guiyun town. It merely requires us to hold out for half a tea's time, and support from headquarters will arrive promptly." Wu Ku replied nonchalantly, "Well, you are truly impressive. You managed to frighten both a nascent soul expert and a soul outbreak expert." Lu Huan admired. "What is it?" Wu Ku, however, did not bask in self-satisfaction. He scoffed. "Are they truly frightened by the puppet talisman in my hand? I doubt it. They are merely feeling guilty and do not dare to oppose our Blood Demon sect. If they so much as harm a single hair on us today, tomorrow, the formidable warriors of our Blood Demon sect will descend upon their headquarters and annihilate their entire faction," Wu Ku proclaimed with immense authority. Lu Huan remained noncommittal. Nonetheless, he preferred to believe it. After all, when compared to the Blood Demon sect, the individuals from the True Fire Pavilion were undeniably inferior. Though such words were spoken, Lu Huan took the puppet talisman from Wu Ku's hand and examined it briefly. Upon detecting the special spirit talisman, could the method of its crafting still be recorded? Lu Huan's eyes sparkled with delight as he silently exclaimed, "Record." The system indicated a deduction of 100 years of cultivation experience. And the method for refining the puppet talisman at the core formation stage would require further deductions of cultivation experience for subsequent upgrades. The system's message was exceedingly clear, and it infused the technique for crafting the puppet talisman directly into Lu Huan's sea of consciousness. Lu Huan scrutinized the situation carefully, rolling his eyes and lamenting, "System, I suspect you have also mastered the art of malicious charging. Even if I have learned the method of crafting puppet talismans, I am still required to elevate my talismanic master rank to the 4th tier, which would nearly deduct 200 years of my system cultivation. The puppet talisman is a special type of talisman that inherently consumes additional system cultivation to record the system's voice, which remains as cold as ever." Yet, inexplicably, Lu Huan felt a trace of grievance and helplessness in the system's response. "It must be an illusion, surely it is just an illusion. My system possesses no intelligence whatsoever." After silently murmuring to himself, Lu Huan instructed the system to expend nearly 2 centuries of its cultivation, elevating his talisman master rank to the 4th tier. It seemed insufficient. Lu Huan murmured to himself. Although he possessed the ability to forge a talisman for the core formation stage, his current prowess was already sufficient to contend with formidable foes of the nascent soul realm. The talisman for the core formation stage offered him little assistance. After all, a talisman merely conjured a soulless automaton, devoid of any consciousness, bound to obey Lu Huan's commands, rather than creating a powerful doppelganger. After pondering for a moment, Lu Huan directly inquired, "System, how much system cultivation is required to enhance my abilities to the level capable of forging a soul exit puppet talisman?" The soul exit puppet talisman necessitates that the master reaches the 6th tier as a talisman master, which will consume a total of 500 years of system cultivation. To upgrade the puppet talisman to the soul exit realm, an additional 11,000 years is required, culminating in a grand total of 12,500 years. Upon hearing the system's notification, there is no need for Lu Huan to hesitate any longer. "Consume. With this level of system cultivation, I am not lacking at all," Lu Huan declared with great fervor. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted within his mind, overwhelming him with an immense influx of information that nearly caused his head to feel as though it might explode. Standing nearby, Wu Ke noticed Lu Huan's countenance suddenly contort into a ghastly expression, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out, blood vessels pronounced and unsettling. "My Lord Lu, what has happened to you?" Wu Ke thought with a jolt of anxiety, fearing that something unfortunate had befallen Lu Huan, and he inquired with palpable tension. At this moment, Lu Huan possessed no energy to engage in conversation. His entire body trembled as if shaken by an unseen force, evoking a sense of fear far surpassing that of a patient suffering from an epileptic seizure. "Do not touch me," Lu Huan suddenly bellowed, causing Wu Ke to recoil in fright. Good heavens, he nearly lost control of his senses. Wu Ke could only stand there, quaking in trepidation, his expression one of utter bewilderment as he gazed at Lu Huan, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. After a considerable interval, Lu Huan appeared as though he had just been pulled from the depths of water, his entire body drenched in cold sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down him. He gasped for air, as if regaining his senses. His bulging eyes retreated, and his body ceased its violent trembling. "Lord Lu?" Wu Ke leaned closer, his bald head shining like a blinding beacon. "Keep your distance." With a face full of disdain, Lu Huan scolded playfully and explained, "I'm fine. It's just that this puppet talisman feels different, and I've gained some insights." Wu Ke was taken aback. "What? Feeling that the puppet talisman is different leads to insights? What an astonishing talent!" He had possessed this puppet talisman for decades, at least for several years, yet after all this time, he had gained no insights whatsoever. Yet, Lu Huan merely brushed his fingers against it, and suddenly experienced enlightenment. Wu Ke felt an overwhelming sense of envy. At last, he understood why Elder Qiao Yu had placed such importance on Lu Huan during his foundation establishment phase, taking him as a personal disciple and imparting the shadow god technique to him. This was a technique that ordinary disciples, whether from the outer or inner sects of the blood demon sect, might never have the chance to cultivate in their entire lives. "Perhaps you could assist me in gathering some materials. I wish to attempt the creation of a genuine out-of-body realm puppet talisman." Lu Huan suddenly directed his gaze towards Wu Ke and exclaimed, "What on earth?" Wu Ke stumbled, nearly losing his balance. his face a mask of astonishment as he looked at Lu Huan. My lord, you have actually managed to forge a puppet talisman of the Qi realm? Wuka's expression was one of sheer horror, his features reflecting utter disbelief. How utterly simplistic a matter this is. Lu Huan chuckled disdainfully. That is a puppet talisman of the Transcendence realm. Wuku exclaimed in astonishment. I am aware. All you need to do is assist me in gathering the materials, and I shall concoct it for you. Lu Huan calmly stated this. Wuka hesitated, gazing at Lu Huan. Seemingly questioning whether Lu Huan had perhaps indulged a bit too much, his face etched with uncertainty. Do not regard me with such doubt, I assure you. If I claim it can be accomplished, then it most certainly shall be. Lu Huan smiled with confidence and said, All right then. Wuka took a deep breath and, from his ring, produced a collection of materials, stating, My lord, here is a portion of the materials I have gathered. As it stands, they may only be of limited assistance to you. I hope you do not find them lacking. Upon hearing Wuka's words, Lu Huan took all the materials into his possession, glanced at them, and replied, I am actually quite satisfied that you were able to procure so many materials. However, these are not the most crucial. The most important item is the Thunder Attribute Monster Core, Leidan. Have you prepared it for me? Wuku's mouth twitched, and his expression became exceedingly awkward and helpless as he stammered. My lord, how should I put this? Observing Wuku's reaction, Lu Huan chuckled lightly and said, All right. You need not elaborate. I understand your implication. You have not managed to find the Thunder Attribute Monster Core, have you? Is there any nearby location where we might encounter Thunder Attribute monsters? Take me there now. What? Upon hearing Lu Huan's words, Wuku was visibly taken aback, his face reflecting a look of astonishment as he exclaimed, My lord, you must be jesting. That is a 4th-tier Thunder Attribute Monster Core. Acquiring one is not a trivial matter. What's the matter? Lu Huan cast a sidelong glance at Wuku and coldly remarked, In your eyes. Matters that cannot be resolved are simply not permissible for me to settle. Absolutely not. Lord Lu, please do not misinterpret my words. I merely believe that there is no need for such haste in this matter. It would be more prudent for you to first visit the headquarters of our blood demon sect and meet with Elder Qiao Yu before considering other matters. Wuku replied with a sheepish smile. Is the headquarters of your blood demon sect also fraught with unrest? In an instant, Lu Huan was struck by a peculiar thought prompted by Wuku's words. My dear Lord Lu, what is your perspective? Our blood demon sect possesses a 3rd-tier strength. The minor sect you previously belonged to, the Heavenly Sword sect, did it not experience any disputes? Wuka chuckled softly, posing a rhetorical question. Indeed, such conflicts do exist. Lu Huan pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, Then isn't that settled? Wuka chuckled and replied, Wherever there are people, there exists a world of rivalry. Even in a place like our blood demon sect, conflicts abound. Do you not desire to break through to the Yuanying realm? Lu Huan inquired. Why do I not wish for it? I have dreamed of breaking through to the nascent soul realm, yet regrettably, after all these years, I have been stuck for far too long. Wuka said with a bitter smile, his expression one of utter helplessness. Come with me, Lu Huan proclaimed. Without waiting for Wuku to respond, accompany me in hunting the fiery attribute beasts, and I shall promptly assist you in concocting the breaking mirror pill, which can elevate you to the core formation realm. Although, in truth, Lu Huan has successfully concocted the mirror breaking pill, which enables Wuku to transcend into the core formation realm. However, due to issues related to its attributes, Lu Huan has yet to articulate his thoughts explicitly. Wuku remains oblivious to the matter at hand. Very well, Lu Huan has now referenced this issue for the 2nd time. Given this, Wuku refrains from further unnecessary discourse, nodding as he states, Conveniently, there exists a 4th-tier demonic beast of the Thunderfire attribute in close proximity to our Guyan town. I shall accompany Lord Lu on this journey. Let us proceed. Lu Huan took the lead and walked towards the outside of the trading conference. Upon stepping outside, they encountered a group of disciples from the Blood Demon sect diligently working to restore the Ghost Cloud town. Wuku, observing the scene, nodded in satisfaction, uttering not a single word, and then flew off with Lu Huan towards the nearby primordial forest. They were unaware that, as they departed, 2 cultivators had followed them. Perhaps it was not a matter of ignorance, but rather a disinterest in acknowledging their presence. Nearby Ghost Cloud Town lies the largest mountain range within Qingyan County, known as the Lingyu Mountain Range. The name itself suggests that within this vast expanse, the predominant entities are spirits, also referred to as specters or ghosts. This extensive mountain range is home to a multitude of cultivators, for the spirits here possess formidable strength and can be easily contracted to become one's familiars. While distinct from battle pets, these spirits indeed assist cultivators in combat. However, once contracted, these spirits are often consumed through self-detonation by the cultivators. A mid-stage core formation spirit, upon self-detonation, can unexpectedly slay a late-stage core formation spirit, and similarly, a late-stage spirit can eliminate a peak-stage spirit. This pattern continues accordingly. Naturally, contracting a spirit is not a trivial endeavor. For instance, Wuka has yet to successfully contract a spirit of significantly greater strength than his own. Upon reaching another mountain range, Wuka cheerfully remarked, "Lord Lu, it is said that there once existed a sect here that rivaled our blood demon sect. However, due to offending a top-tier power, they were obliterated overnight. Those cultivators, unwilling to accept their fate, ultimately transformed into spirits, populating the entire Lingyu mountain range. Hence the legends surrounding this place. I do not concern myself with the circumstances of these spirits. I merely wish to ascertain whether there are any Thunderfire attribute beasts within." Lu Huan spoke softly. "Indeed, there is definitely something. You must trust me on this. I am currently taking you there." Before Wu Ku could finish his sentence, a thunderous explosion resounded from deep within the Lingyu mountain range. Wu Ku glanced towards the source of the detonation, and his expression abruptly shifted. "Lord Lu." Upon hearing Wu Ku's words, Lu Huan immediately sensed that something was amiss. Without needing further prompting, she rushed towards the direction of the sound. Wu Ku let out a sigh of relief and hastily followed in Lu Huan's wake. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the two arrived at the site of the explosion. It was a vast forest, filled with extraordinary flora, not of the ordinary kind, but rather special spirit plants enveloped in crackling lightning. Every single plant in this forest was intertwined with a significant aura of electrical energy. As Lu Huan arrived at the fringes, he could distinctly hear a cacophony reminiscent of firecrackers exploding, a particularly jarring sound. At the heart of this electric tempest, a malevolent wolf, crackling with sparks of electricity, stood in confrontation with a dozen cultivators. Lu Huan. As Lu Huan just appeared in the vicinity, a voice of astonishment resonated. Lu Huan turned his head, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. "Who are you?" he exclaimed. "You, with the surname Lu. How dare you put on airs in front of me?" Among the dozen or so practitioners confronting the Thunder Sound Wolf, a young cultivator, his face contorted with rage, roared in fury. Lu Huan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the other person with keen interest. A vague image finally emerged in his mind. "You are Lu Ying's younger brother." "Heh." Lu Chen chuckled darkly, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Continue your charade. A year ago, you relied on my sister and my father to acquire cultivation resources worth millions. Now you pretend not to know me. Those cultivation resources rightfully belong to me." "Oh." Lu Huan suddenly realized, and with a calm smile amidst Wu Ku's curious gaze, remarked, "So it is indeed you, Lu Chun. Your sister no longer dares to trouble me, yet you audaciously seek to provoke me." Upon hearing Lu Huan's words, Wu Ku instantly comprehended that this fellow was trying to pull a fast one. Although he could not ascertain the exact relationship between Lu Huan and Lu Chen, he understood that Lu Chen was certainly not the object of Lu Huan's affections. In a swift motion, Wu Ku darted forward, landing squarely amidst Lu Chen's group, seizing the cultivator named Lu Chun by the throat and dragging him back. "Lord Lu, allow me to take care of this scoundrel for you," Wu Ku declared. "Who the hell are you? Let me go at once. I am a disciple of the True Fire Pavilion, and Zhou Xiaofeng is my senior brother. Do you wish for death?" Lu Chen shouted arrogantly. His friends, who stood with him in confrontation against the Thunder Wolf, looked on in astonishment at Lu Chen's outburst. "Lu Chen, you little rascal. So it turns out you've been deceiving everyone all along. Is this the imbecilic brother-in-law you've been incessantly mentioning? Your sister and your father have leveraged your family's reputation to amass a wealth of cultivation resources for your use." A voice suddenly echoed. Lu Huan looked at Lu Chen with a face full of astonishment. It is important to note that prior to being persecuted by Lin Bai, he had already rejected Lu Ying. Alternatively, one might say he had not even had the opportunity to formally decline Lu Ying, as she was swiftly enticed away by Lin Bai. There should be no connection whatsoever between him and Lu Ying. Even if Lu Chen and their father wished to utilize someone's name to procure suitable cultivation resources from their own family, it should be under Lin Bai's name, not his. Lu Huan wore a perplexed expression. What on earth was happening? Lu Huan spoke coldly. At that moment, Lu Chen remained remarkably composed. Even when Wu Ku dragged him out from the crowd, as if he were a mere chick, Lu Chun felt reassured by Lu Huan's presence, who was bearing the brunt of the situation. With a tone of disdain, he addressed Lu Huan. "Let me be perfectly clear. My sister and I have indeed utilized your status as a disciple of the Tianjin sect to acquire a considerable amount of cultivation resources from our Lu family clan. I have exhausted all those resources. If you wish to maintain any connection with my sister, it would be wise for you to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to end you. Lu Chen threatened with audacity. Wu Ku, who had a firm grip on Lu Chen's neck, was taken aback. Casting a perplexed glance at Lu Huan, his eyes brimming with curiosity, who exactly is this person? How can he be so brazen? What is the nature of his relationship with Luing? Lu Huan found himself at a loss for words. Is Luing truly the Shameless? There is evidently no connection between them, yet she insists on using his name to deceive others. What exactly are Lin Bai and Luing trying to accomplish? Did your sister truly convey this to you? Lu Huan furrowed his brow, clenching his fist. Had it not been for his desire to uncover the truth, he would have already unleashed that punch. What seems to be the problem? Lu Chen grinned broadly and exclaimed, Lu Huan, you worthless fool. Given that you managed to join the Tianjin sect through some unknown stroke of luck, you should be grateful that our Lu family has not exposed your true nature. What? Do you still wish to trouble me? Lu Huan tidied her hair and sighed helplessly, saying, Lu Chen, is it? I genuinely wish to grant you an opportunity to return and inquire with your sister about the matter at hand. The man your sister has chosen is certainly not me. I am aware. Lu Chen surprisingly laughed with an air of entitlement, remarking, the true partner of my sister is none other than Lin Bai, my brother-in-law. A person of your caliber, do you really believe you could ever taint my sister's purity? What a joke. The fact that my brother-in-law has not dealt with you is already showing you mercy. Oh? Lu Huan raised an eyebrow and inquired nonchalantly. Since you are aware that your brother-in-law is Lin Bai and not me, why do you still choose to act under my name and deceive others? Do you truly wish for your demise? What do you mean by acting shamelessly? It is evident that my sister and I are merely granting you a favor by using your name to deceive those old fools of the Lu family. Henceforth, the name Lu Huan should indeed resonate throughout Qingyan County. We are aiding in your promotion, and you ought to express gratitude towards us. Wu Ku chuckled softly, unable to suppress a nod as he remarked, Lord Lu, this is clearly a situation where you are being treated as silence. Before Wu Ku could finish his sentence, Lu Huan interrupted him with an annoyed reprimand. Turning to Lu Chen, he inquired, when did this matter begin? Lu Chen, with a disdainful expression, retorted, what does it matter when it started? You are nothing but a useless individual, utterly incomparable to brother-in-law Lin Bai. He continued, I simply cannot fathom why. Just because Lin Bai is slightly more eloquent than I am, everyone seems to believe he is superior to me. Lu Huan wore a mocking expression on his face. Even the statement that Lin Bai was more articulate than him seemed particularly ironic and disdainful. Lu Chen likely held a deep-seated contempt for Lu Huan, oblivious to Lu Huan's current demeanor. However, the others accompanying Lu Chen noticed the disdain etched on Lu Huan's face, as well as the astonishment reflected on Wu Ku's visage nearby.